In a world where others find themselves reincarnated as Saiyans, our protagonist unexpectedly transmigrates into the notorious Frieza villain known for his disdainful laughter. Oh ho ho ho, Frieza remarks. As for transformations, Frieza, am the ancestral figure of the Saiyans. The eternal dragon chimes in. Frieza, you have been added to my blacklist. Goku ponders. Whom shall I sacrifice to gain strength? Vegeta insists. I must protect the color atop my head. King Kai exclaims. Do not come any closer. Champa cries. Frieza, you've returned. Bardock, help me. Whis chuckles. Oh ho ho. Chapter 1. I am Frieza. On a planet known as Pashi, a circular spacecraft hovers within the atmosphere. King Frieza. The cleansing of Pashi has been completed. A corpulent figure, cloaked in pink and adorned with numerous fleshy protrusions, bends forward to report to Frieza. Little does he know, Frieza's body has been usurped by an individual named Ho-Chin. The reasons behind this peculiar occurrence elude Ho-Chin. Yet he comprehends one crucial fact. He has become the first major antagonist in the Dragon Ball universe in innate. Demon, a villainous character, this beginning feels rather off-kilter. It diverges from the typical narrative of acquiring Saiyan blood and shattering limits to ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos. In essence, he is an animalian entity devoid of gender. Even the notion of transforming into a female Saiyan is not beyond his acceptance. After a considerable span of time, Frieza, henceforth referred to as Frieza, discerns through memories that he has annihilated planet Vegeta many years prior, and Vegeta has reached adulthood. This implies that the battle on Namek approaches, a confrontation that would forge his rival, the dead monkey Saiyan, Goku. Meanwhile, the cosmic monarch Frieza has become a half-mechanical jest. As a transmigrator well-versed in the tales of Dragon Ball, he cannot allow such a disgrace to transpire what of his dignity as a traveler. Glancing at his mode of transport, a contraption fit for an infant, Frieza feels a wave of discomfort. With a resounding bang, the infant carrier explodes, and he stands firmly upon the ground. With each step, a creaking sound akin to rusted metal accompanies his movement. Although he recognizes this as the soundtrack inherent to his frost demon lineage, he finds it displeasing nonetheless. He gazes at his corporeal form with disdain. His red musculature appears withered and wrinkled, leaving him perplexed as to how the original Frieza could have accepted such a body. Yes, King Frieza. 3 days later, the spacecraft descends upon the ice planet. Frieza opens his eyes. Throughout those 3 days, he has diligently acclimated to this new form, and at this moment, he has finally mastered the intricacies of his body. The surge of power coursing within him ignites an exhilarating desire to roar. The battle power of 530,000 is already formidable once he sheds the constraints of his suppressed transformation. The thrill will be unparalleled. Frieza finds himself impatient, for he realizes this newfound strength brings him a peculiar sense of comfort. Lord Frieza, the ice planet has arrived, and King Cold is waiting for you in the palace. A glance was cast, and Dodoria nearly had his heart stop from fright. Tell him to mind his own business. Bang! A crimson beam shot from his eyes, instantly creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft. A frigid wind, unbearable for Dodoria, swept into the ship, while Frieza felt a strange sense of familiarity. Ignoring Dodoria, who was on the verge of becoming an ice sculpture, Frieza soared out, so swiftly that Dodoria could only glimpse a dark silhouette vanish from sight. Frieza arrived at the coldest region of the entire ice planet. Relishing the refreshing sensation coursing through his body, he laughed joyously. Ho ho ho! But the laughter abruptly ceased. It was certainly not the mirth he had anticipated. Thoroughly disgraceful. All of his good spirits shattered with that one laugh. Frieza sensed that this environment was exceptionally conducive for transformation, minimizing any harm to himself. Thus, he prepared to assume his most formidable form. To him, the strongest form was somewhat diminutive yet aesthetically pleasing. In his first form, he grew taller, his muscles swelling, resembling King Cold in his current state. In the second form, he appeared almost alien, with an elongated head and red muscles. His final form became more elegant, his gaze fierce, with ears resembling inverted small bowls, oddly rectangular. 2 lines etched across his face from his eyes to his chin, giving the impression of perpetual weeping. It was rather unpleasant. On his head, shoulders, abdomen, arms, and calves, there were gem-like patches of purple muscle. His lengthy tail exuded a sense of power. His entire physique embodied graceful lines. Alas, the ice race reproduced asexually. Damn! Cursing slightly improved his mood.as for his battle power, which peaked at 120 million. It was adequate for now, but would mean little in the future. Frieza began to recklessly showcase his strength. He needed to restore his power to its zenith swiftly. Concealing his prowess was out of the question. 60 million, 90 million, 100 million. Roar! Upon reaching 120 million in battle power, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, a consequence of his power surging beyond its limits. Ah, boom! With a primal scream, Frieza gradually acclimated to the power within his body, the pain subsiding. Hoo-hoo, did I have finally completed the first step now? I must maintain this form and adapt swiftly, or further advancement will be impossible. If it weren't for the ice planet's temperature aiding him significantly, he might not have transformed so seamlessly. This transformation was not akin to the original tale, where he was battered and his energy severely depleted. This was a genuine 120 million battle power. Bang! A powerful fist struck the icy surface, creating an abyss that seemed to plunge into the depths of the unknown. That a bone-chilling cold enveloped Frieza, causing his body to shudder with an unsettling pleasure. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the gaping chasm below. He understood all too well that only in a more frigid environment could he fully stabilize this form. That it was only by acclimatizing to this newfound strength that he could further augment his combat prowess. A month later, his breathing had become steady. Indeed, the former Frieza was far too complacent, unwilling to endure even this modicum of hardship. A sound echoed from the battle power detector, which had been carelessly tossed aside. Although this device was prone to destruction from overwhelming power levels, it would not explode as long as one refrained from measuring data beyond its limits. Vegeta, Raditz has been slain, yet he transmitted crucial intelligence. On Earth, there exists an entity known as the Dragon Ball, capable of granting any wish. Shut off the detector at once. A smile crept across Frieza's lips. Oh ho ho ho. Chapter 2, Journey to Planet Odrat. Has the plot begun? Yet I am no longer the Frieza of yore. Feeling the surging power within, Frieza could not help but chuckle ominously. This habit is detrimental and must be amended. Gazing upon King Cold seated upon his throne, Frieza sneered. A pitiful spectacle. Familial bonds? Such a concept is non-existent. Merely relying on a thread of blood from asexual reproduction to claim kinship with the Frost clan is a farce. It is worth noting that Frieza had long harbored thoughts of usurping him, and he could not fathom the notion of having multiple fathers. Frieza, how could you suddenly manifest your ultimate form? Your body may not withstand it. King Cold's admonition elicited a derisive smile from Frieza. It was precisely this assertion that had previously stymied Frieza's strength, rendering even the attainment of his ultimate form a challenge. He would no longer be deceived by such fabrications. Ha ha ha, what business do you have with me? Frieza found himself at a loss for words regarding his uncontrollable laughter. Palomai Star has delivered exquisite red wine. I am aware of your fondness for it, and have reserved a generous supply for you. The corners of Frieza's eyes twitched. Had it not been for the consideration of his current inability to retaliate, he would have certainly dealt a severe blow. This wretched creature had grown complacent, content in his indulgence. Gula had already established a domain surpassing that of King Cold, yet this fool exhibited no wariness whatsoever. It was not entirely absent, for King Cold had consistently sought to eliminate his unfilial son. However, he refrained from action due to his own inadequacies. Leave it to Dodoria, I am departing. Haha, splendid. This time he managed to stifle his laughter to merely 2 chuckles. The disc-shaped spacecraft hurtled through the cosmos, with Frieza's destination set for planet Odrat. There, he would encounter techniques rivaling those of Earth, with a meticulous understanding of energy manipulation, not to mention exceptional travel skills, including instantaneous movement. Frieza could scarcely tolerate the sluggish pace of this interstellar voyage. It was an egregious waste of life. For an entire month, Frieza languished aboard the spacecraft, persistently attempting to sense the existence of energy. For one with such prodigious talent, grasping the essence of energy was a relatively simple endeavor. However, lacking systematic training, he could currently suppress his own energy to a mere 60 million. Lord Frieza, we have arrived at planet Odrat. Shall we exterminate the natives? Dodoria once again felt the chilling ruthlessness of the Cosmic Emperor, trembling under the weight of a mere glance. This was not a concern for Frieza, in any case. He had remained irritable since his arrival in this new realm. Observing the red-skinned inhabitants of planet Odrat, Frieza found himself more inclined to view them favorably. Ha ha ha. Are you truly the most powerful being on this planet? Kyusu was drenched in cold sweat from Frieza's laughter, yet dared not display any sign of fear. On behalf of the people of planet Odrat, I welcome your arrival, Lord Frieza, and express my gratitude for your mercy. Haha, I never stated that I would spare you. Slap. With a swift strike of his tail against the ground, an unfathomable rift manifested, stretching across half the planet. However, should you enlighten me on the principles of key manipulation and instantaneous movement, I might consider sparing your lives. Ha ha ha. Damn Frieza. Steady now. One must not reveal any signs of discomfort. He is the cold-hearted Frieza, after all. Fear not. I shall impart all that I know without reservation. He declared. He is omnipresent. Every living being possesses it, and our capability lies in controlling it. 3 days later, Frieza successfully diminished his ki to its lowest point. with the scouter indicating his combat power had plummeted to a mere 5. Well then, I have become a pitiful weakling with a power level of only 5. This proclamation sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Hyusu's brow. If the cosmic overlord Frieza is a weakling, then what does that make them? Bacteria? Next, he elucidated the mechanics of instantaneous movement. Just as he concluded his explanation, Frieza vanished. Hyusu? Frieza reappeared. What other tricks do you possess? Show me something challenging. What about the stellar transformation? Speak. A day later, Hyusu beheld Frieza, enveloped in a radiant purple glow, drenched in perspiration. Incredible. This method of augmenting power bears a striking resemblance to the Kaioken, yet imposes no strain on the body. Excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. Is that all? And no, that is all I know of the mightiest techniques. Even I have yet to master them. Hyusu refrained from mentioning that the stellar transformation was merely a legendary technique, conceived in the realm of speculation. Frieza vanished once more, materializing in the cosmos beyond planet Yardrat, gathering a sphere of purple energy upon his fingertip. Planet Destruction Ball. Hyusu sensed the looming threat of death, yet found himself utterly incapable of resistance. Moments later, the oppressive aura dissipated. I am a reformed Frieza. Such indiscriminate slaughter is beneath me. Even if Son Goku has learned instantaneous movement, I am confident I can triumph over him. Finding ample justification to show mercy to his subordinates, Frieza instantaneously departed. His next destination, planet Namek. He would not naively await the unfolding of events. Armed with the advantage of foresight, why not exploit it to the fullest? On an unnamed planet, an elderly green being sat upon a stone bench, sighing heavily. Slug was disheartened, his days were numbered, and he yearned desperately to reclaim his youth. Yet, the sudden emergence of Frieza sent chills down his spine, causing cold sweat to trickle down to his feet. Ha ha ha. With a swish of his tail, Slug was sent sprawling, much to Frieza's irritation. He sensed the key of the Namekians, yet could only detect Slug's presence. Just as he prepared to utter a word, that infernal laughter erupted once more. In a fit of rage, Slug was flung away, leaving a long trench in his wake. Indeed, this key must belong to the Namekians, resembling slugs yet devoid of any malevolence. In the stillness of the moment, only the unconscious Slug, having been struck senseless by Frieza's tail, remained. Frieza had vanished without a trace. With a swift motion, Naru swung his hoe, narrowly missing Frieza's head by a mere 0.001 centimeters. Had Frieza been just a fraction taller, he would undoubtedly have been the first interloper to be struck down by a hoe. Naru, the mightiest being on Namek, wielded his hoe with formidable strength when tending to the fields. He vowed that the petite figure before him, who had so foolishly run into the path of his swing, would be the first to meet such a fate. Ah, what a peculiar wish this was. Alas, this habit had become deeply ingrained within him, impossible to shake off. Those of Namek, how impolite you are. Frieza's sinister visage and chilling gaze exuded malice in every respect. Who are you, and how did you come to be on Namek? With a resounding slap, Naru was knocked unconscious. With a meager battle power of 420,000, he was audaciously reckless. Consider this a minor lesson for you. It's become second nature, and it sounds rather pleasing, particularly for the effect of mockery it carries. Lightly touching the ground, Frieza floated towards a nearby colossal structure, its worm-like form appearing rather grotesque. Cosmic Emperor Frieza, what brings you to Namek? The Grand Elder recognized Frieza instantly, though the timing of his arrival was slightly off from what had been foretold. Under normal circumstances, Frieza was expected to arrive on Namek a year and a half later. You, Grand Elder of Namek, are even more grotesque and rotund than I. The Grand Elder's forehead beaded with cold sweat. He had never anticipated such an insult from Frieza, one that belittled both him and the speaker. Lord Frieza, please forgive Naru's rudeness, and also pardon my appearance if it offends you. How may I be of service? Ah, you are quite the eloquent one. Now, gather the Dragon Balls. This request should be simple enough. Only complete the warrior's trial, for your demands are straightforward. I shall have the Dragon Balls brought forth immediately. Under Frieza's piercing gaze, the Grand Elder resolutely made up his mind. To hell with any trials. They could all go to the devil. Naru, send someone else to collect the Dragon Balls. That fool is out cold from my tail strike, and will not awaken for at least 10 days. Rarely did Frieza forego his trademark grin. But this outcome was of his own making. Cassius, bring all the Dragon Balls to me. A distinguished guest requires them. The Grand Elder bowed his head, glancing at the diminutive Frieza, forcing a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. Lord Frieza, Cassius will soon arrive with the Dragon Balls. Please wait a moment. Oh, splendid work. It seems you have the potential to inspire. Although Frieza was somewhat reluctant to allow the Grand Elder's rough hands to touch his smooth head, he resolved to endure it for the sake of strength. King Frieza, your power is overwhelmingly formidable. I find myself incapable of assisting you in unlocking your potential. The Grand Elder speaks the truth, and who would dare to touch Frieza's head? It would be akin to the Elder Tortoise consuming arsenic. As if he were weary of life itself. Frieza was exceedingly displeased, immensely irritated, He had reluctantly decided to lower his pride and allow this grotesque creature to touch him, only for it to culminate in such a manner. You had best pray that the Dragon Balls fulfill my wishes, for otherwise, you and this planet shall meet a most dismal fate. Oh ho ho ho. The laughter grew increasingly genuine. This could indeed be amusing. The Grand Elder chuckled awkwardly, fully aware of Porunga's capabilities, which are not limitless. He genuinely feared that Frieza might articulate an impossible desire. Alas, why is Namek's fate so tragic? Just as Frieza's impatience grew, 6 Namekians, nearly identical to Nail, arrived, each cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a basketball. Enough with the pleasantries. Summon the Eternal Dragon at once. Frieza's command was met with immediate ire from the approaching figures, prompting the Grand Elder to clear his throat and declare, "Hearken to King Frieza. Please summon Porunga forthwith." As the sole progenitor of all these Namekians, his word was law. Thus, the 7 placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, and one of them recited the incantation in the Namekian tongue. Upon completion, the Dragon Balls glimmered thrice before a radiant beam soared skyward, enveloping the heavens in darkness. An imposing dragon, reminiscent of Western mythology, materialized before Frieza. Although it appeared fearsome, Frieza knew it to be merely a fade. A single punch could reduce it to nothingness. Upon the summoning of Porunga, the Grand Elder promptly addressed Frieza. "Your Majesty, you may now state your wish." "Oh ho ho ho. Excellent. For my first wish, I desire to increase my height by 30 centimeters. As Frieza articulated his wish, a profound silence blanketed the scene. Frieza's gaze hardened, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The summoner, Cassius, dared not hesitate. He swiftly reiterated Frieza's wish in Namekian. It was a simple request, and soon the radiant light enveloped Frieza. When the brilliance faded, he had transformed from a mere 5 meters to an impressive 8 meters. At last, he could look down upon others. This sensation was somewhat gratifying. Casting a glance around, Frieza's murderous intent surged. It seemed that all the Namekians towered over him. "For my second wish, I wish to possess a gender, male." A profound silence enveloped the room. After several moments, Cassius jolted awake, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and quickly articulated Frieza's demand. "This wish I cannot fulfill. The Frost Demon race is too powerful to alter physiological characteristics." Frieza's expression darkened. Although he had braced himself for this possibility, the reality of the situation proved unbearable. The overwhelming force of 2 billion was unleashed without restraint, as he truly desired to obliterate this worthless dragon with a single blow. Calm down. Do not act impulsively, oh ho." Stifling his laughter, Frieza once again reined in his energy. "Let me assume a human appearance." He was quite disdainful of his current state of undress. This wish, however, was unattainable. "Please present another wish." "Ah, I see." Frieza merely sought to test the limits, holding no genuine expectations. "Unleash my potential." Frieza mused that if his potential were awakened, he could continue his training without being ensnared at this level of power for too long. This time, Porunga did not disappoint him. As a radiant light enveloped him once more. "Your potential has been awakened. Please state your next wish." After some contemplation, Frieza refrained from requesting immortality, knowing it was beyond possibility. Only the Super Dragon could grant such a lofty desire. "Create a body that is an exact replica of mine, completely obedient to my command, devoid of any independent thought." This wish left everyone bewildered. Could this be the so-called perfect one-to-one simulation doll spoken of in the universe? Such a wish was exceedingly simple. 3 wishes had already been fulfilled. Farewell. Porunga could hardly contain his eagerness to depart, having never encountered such peculiar desires before. Of the 3 wishes, only one was within the realm of a normal person's capability. The crux of the matter was that Frieza's demeanor was utterly unbearable, almost provoking an involuntary response. Chapter 4. Deep within, there lies emotion. "King Frieza, your wish has been granted. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" The Grand Elder bowed his head respectfully as he addressed Frieza. Frieza noted that he still had to elevate his gaze to converse with this Namekian elder. This was rather displeasing. Lightly touching the ground, Frieza levitated, adopting a downward gaze towards the Grand Elder. "Ah, this is much more comfortable. It seems your Namekian race possesses many wondrous magics. Can these magics be learned?" Frieza recalled Den's healing abilities. As for the creation of Dragon Balls, he held no interest. For the creator of the Dragon Balls could not grant wishes, and they were not the Super Dragon Balls, which held little significance for him. "The magic of our Namekian clan arises after awakening our bloodline. Whether it can be learned by outsiders is indeed untested." Seeing Frieza's triangular eyes glimmer with burgeoning anger, the Grand Elder hastily added, "King Frieza, do not be angered. You may attempt to learn them, I believe, with your unparalleled talent. Mastering these magics should not prove overly difficult." Beads of sweat trickled down the Grand Elder's brow, fearful that Frieza's wrath might incite a cataclysmic display, leading to the extinction of their race. "Oh ho ho, speak of your magics, and I shall choose." Upon hearing Frieza's command, the Grand Elder wasted no time. quickly enumerating several types of magic: detection spell, healing spell, body extension spell, potential activation, egg-laying life extension spell, and space storage. As Frieza pondered the technique of the Egg of Resurrection, an image of a slimy egg emerging from a tiny throat filled his mind, a sight utterly repulsive. The healing technique and spatial storage were the only two he deemed worthy. After some contemplation, he acknowledged that although the body extension technique was rather distasteful, it proved to be quite effective, thus he decided to incorporate it as well. Furthermore, the scouting technique, which allowed one to assess combat power, appeared to be rather practical. Blue, Cassis, Aruk, Beachy, you are tasked with imparting these 4 skills to Lord Frieza. They are the most adept practitioners of these techniques. Frieza observed the 4 individuals who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another and found himself questioning how they could be distinguished. Were their markings different, perhaps? A day later, Blue and his companions lay in 4 large pits. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of their breaths, one might have assumed they were lifeless. It was not that Frieza failed to master the skills. On the contrary, he had acquired them all, and with far greater proficiency than the Namekians. What irked Frieza was that the healing technique could only be used on others and proved ineffectual on himself. The spatial storage had a mere capacity of 2 cubic meters. He refrained from testing the body extension technique, as he had no inclination towards self-harm. However, he surmised it would not yield much better results. After squandering an entire day learning skills of little utility, he did recognize at least that the clone created by the Dragon Balls had a place to reside, and the scouting technique retained its usefulness. It is noteworthy that this clone bore only Frieza's exterior, devoid of any innate abilities of the Frost Demon race. Nor did it possess any combat prowess. This revelation nearly drove Frieza to shatter his teeth in frustration. If even the Namekian dragon was so unreliable, one could only imagine the limitations of the dragon residing on Earth. Frieza yearned to seek the Super Dragon Balls, yet the challenge seemed formidable, requiring a journey to the 6th universe. Despite his combat power of 1.2 billion, he felt like a mere weakling, at least on King Kai's planet. There were many who could overpower him with ease. Though King Kai Shin's achievements appeared modest, he still wielded a combat power of 800 million. As for the Super Dragon Balls, they were measured in trillions, capable of terrifying even the likes of Dodoria. If one were to inquire what wish Frieza would make of the Super Dragon, would he dare to confess that he merely desired a specific gender? His demands were not high. Either male or female would suffice. In the Grand Elder's chamber, one of the individuals resembling Piccolo posed a question. Grand Elder, are you certain Frieza will not eliminate us? The Grand Elder's gaze deepened, as if he glimpsed distant pasts and futures. It is unlikely. Lord Frieza has refrained from destroying planet Yardrat, and he seems to have changed from his former self. Deep within him, I sense the stirrings of human emotion. He pinpointed a machine capable of emitting unique energy, which he had originally placed on the ice planet to experiment with instant transmission skills. With a resounding crash, Frieza punched the ground, creating a substantial crater, and without hesitation, leaped into it. This time, he was not there to train himself, but to deposit that clone. Utilizing the principles of asexual reproduction, Frieza implanted a single cell into a clone, intending for this doppelganger to absorb the cell through the frigid environment. Although uncertain whether this experiment would yield a puppet completely obedient to his will, he deemed it a worthy endeavor. Oh ho ho ho, do not disappoint me, Frieza 2. With this declaration, Frieza vanished from the space, leaving behind the frozen form of Frieza 2. Dodoria, in recent times, found himself in a state of distress, feeling abandoned by Lord Frieza. As the foremost sycophant of the tyrant, his combat prowess was insufficient to command the Frieza force, thus relegating him to a life of quietude within the Frieza headquarters. Suddenly, Frieza appeared beside Dodoria, nearly bringing the latter to tears of joy. Lord Frieza. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, you seem quite surprised. Frieza remarked casually, taking his seat upon his throne. To planet Metamor. Yes, Lord Frieza. At that moment, Dodoria felt revitalized, once again basking in the favor of his master. No, it was more akin to wielding power through the might of another. Yet, there seemed to be no truly commendable terms to describe it. Where is Vegeta now? Frieza mused, savoring a sip of red wine, finding the flavor quite agreeable. Dodoria swiftly struck a few keys on the control panel, and a visual appeared on the screen, revealing Vegeta in a spherical spaceship, engaged in sleep mode. Clearly, Vegeta was still traversing the cosmos. After all, only a few days had passed. In the original narrative, Vegeta had journeyed for an entire year. Frieza harbored no intentions of swiftly eliminating Vegeta and Goku. Losing these two would render his venture into the Dragon Ball world meaningless. Oh ho ho ho. I eagerly anticipate your growth, Vegeta. Dodoria noted this as a pivotal point, marking it for future reference. As the ostensible ruler of the universe, Frieza's spaceship was undoubtedly the fastest and most comfortable, arriving at planet Metamor in merely 3 months. Had he known which energy signature belonged to Metamor, he would not have wasted so much time aboard the vessel. Upon hearing this, Dodoria's heart sank. However, he dared not voice any objections, remaining respectfully seated as they departed. As for why Frieza no longer required a spaceship, it was a matter he would not question, unless he wished for his own demise. Chapter 5. The Fusion Technique of Planet Metamor. Frieza's arrival at Planet Metamor was, of course, for the purpose of mastering the fusion technique. After all, why would he summon the Eternal Dragon to create a soulless clone? He even contemplated acquiring the Patera earrings from the Kai Shin, if he could attain divine status. Being free from time constraints after fusion would be even more advantageous. Frieza had long surpassed conventional standards of beauty. Thus, he saw no reason to concern himself with the aesthetics of the Metamor fusion technique, provided it would enhance his strength. In the original work, after Frieza's resurrection, he attained the transformation into Golden Frieza following 4 months of rigorous training. However, upon truly transforming, he realized that such an accomplishment was fundamentally unattainable. To reach the heights depicted in the original narrative, one must first master the ultimate form completely, followed by enduring years of relentless mental torment day and night. Only when his fury and latent potential were fully unleashed could he experience such a dramatic enhancement in power, albeit only superficially grasping the golden form. He had no desire to be trapped within a mere fleshly mass, dangling from a tree while a choir of cherubic beings serenaded him with nursery rhymes. As for the potential unlocked by the Dragon of Namek, it was nothing short of a jest. This potential merely allowed him to continue growing stronger, but at a pace that was utterly disheartening. Through meditation training aboard the spaceship, his combat power increased by a mere 1 million, rising from 1.2 billion to 1.21 billion. It is worth noting that after Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his boosts often reached hundreds of millions, or even billions. This increase of 1 million was a source of embarrassment. "Hey, hand over the fusion technique to me," Frieza demanded coldly while standing before 2 oversized headed beings. The combat power of the individual before him was a mere 100,000, dressed in a vest and loose trousers, with an exceptionally large head. "Oh, are you an alien? To learn our fusion technique, you must defeat me." Without the slightest hesitation, Frieza struck him down into the depths of the earth with his tail. "Such a despicable demand. I've never heard anything like it," exclaimed another Namekian upon witnessing the scene, his eyes bulging with disbelief, bloodshot, and incredulous. "Can I speak now?" Frieza, with a cold glare, scanned the remaining oversized-headed individual impatiently. "Why yes, but we must wait for Andro to awaken. This fusion technique requires 2 individuals." The Namekian hastily jumped into the pit to retrieve his unconscious companion. "He won't awaken for several days, unless I rouse him forcefully." Hohoho. Frieza's signature laughter nearly brought the Namekian to tears. It was utterly terrifying. With a splash, Andro was unceremoniously tossed into the adjacent lake, the frigid water rushing into his nostrils and lungs, awakening him with a jolt. Boom. Andro burst forth from the water's surface, combat power fully unleashed, his gaze darting nervously towards Frieza. He had been caught completely off guard by the previous blow and had lost consciousness in an instant. "Hurry and fuse. I hope you won't let me down. Andro, stop trembling. Together, we will surely defeat him. Yes, we shall fuse right away." Consequently, the 2 oversized-headed beings struck their fusion poses before Frieza. Fusion. Frieza thought to himself. Indeed, it looked quite grotesque. Boom. A warrior emerged, adorned with a muscular abdomen and sporting a golden-patterned, black vest, looking rather stylish. Assessing the intensity of the aura, it appeared to be around 5 million. In other words, the enhancement brought about by the fusion technique results in a battle power 50 times greater than the norm, comparable to the augmentation of a Super Saiyan. Quite impressive. Frieza mused that if his clone's power level increased, and he executed another fusion technique, he would possess an astonishing battle power of 6 billion, rendering even a skirmish with the diminutive Bu utterly effortless. Of course, this assessment was merely based on the fusion techniques exhibited by the 2 individuals before him. The true limits of such power remained unknown to Frieza at this moment. "Haha, I am neither Yamcha nor Yajirobe. I am Yamcha-G. Perish, alien. Behold the might of our fusion technique." This is the aftermath of the fusion technique, an overwhelming surge in strength leading to a hubristic arrogance. With a swift motion, he struck down, burying his opponent deep into the ground. "Yamcha-G, why not call yourself Yajirobe instead?" The principles of the fusion technique are quite straightforward, as can be gleaned from the original work. He merely wished to reaffirm his understanding through practical application, yet found no discrepancies whatsoever. Frieza felt a twinge of ire at having wasted 3 months on a cosmic voyage for no gain. To alleviate his frustration, he instantaneously teleported to the recently awakened Shrag, delivering a forceful kick that sent him plunging into the depths of the earth. Poor Shrag had only just regained consciousness, his mind still muddled, and was swiftly knocked unconscious once more by Frieza. 5 months later, a Saiyan who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku arrived on Shrag's planet, oblivious to the deep pit where Shrag lay in a state of unconsciousness. This planet appeared quite suitable for cultivating the Tree of Might, as it lacked any formidable beings. Thus, it would serve as an ideal location for planting. As for Frieza's army, he had temporarily entrusted it to King Cold, who, in Frieza's estimation, seemed to have an abundance of free time. In his relentless pursuit to ensure his survival, Frieza was determined to make every effort possible, starting with establishing communication with the Supreme Kai. Otherwise, how could he hope to obtain the Patera earrings? As for the god of destruction, he was acutely aware of his limitations and understood that negotiating terms with such an entity was currently out of the question. His only recourse was to carry out some unsavory tasks on behalf of the deity. While Frieza secluded himself in rigorous training, time crept by unnoticed, and Vegeta made his way to Earth. The storyline from the original narrative unfolded seamlessly, with Vegeta transitioning from his initial arrogance to an eventual, tragic departure, exhibiting not a hint of deviation. Vegeta had no acquaintance with King Cold, nor did he possess any knowledge of the latter's immense power. He had only learned from QE that King Cold was Frieza's father and that his battle prowess was even more formidable than Frieza's. Moreover, King Cold had assembled his own team, a quintet known as the Cold Force, whose weakest member effortlessly bested Captain Jinyu. Dodoria and Zarbon had become mere subordinates of King Cold, with Dodoria particularly wallowing in despair, resembling a dejected concubine cast into obscurity. Vegeta's fury ignited, merely at the thought of Dodoria's rotund figure and the sorrowful expression reminiscent of a scorned wife, causing him to recoil in horror. He resolved to venture to Namek to deliver a sound thrashing to Dodoria. Should he manage to seize the Dragon Balls amidst the chaos, it would be an exquisite bonus. Chapter 6. The Tragedy of Namek, The Return of Frieza. Boom. The spaceships of Vegeta and Kaiatsu descended successively upon Namek. Vegeta sought to reprimand Dodoria, for his power level had now reached 24,000, while the corpulent Dodoria languished at a mere 20,000. Poor Dodoria remained blissfully unaware that he was in the crosshairs of the Saiyan monkey, continuing his frontline assault against the Namekians, slaying one after another. He yearned for the days of wielding power through fear, even if it meant being a mere lapdog. At least he was not a true dog. In the distance, a fierce battle erupted where Vegeta and Kairatsu had landed, a spectacle that caught Dodoria's attention from the front lines. After recently rescuing a Namekian child from the clutches of two little brats, he had been searching for those same troublemakers. Without hesitation, he activated his scouter, discovering one was Kaiatsu, with a power level of 18,000. The other felt somewhat familiar. It must be Vegeta, also at 18,000, in a suppressed state. Oh ho. So these two have arrived. It is time to teach them a lesson and finally vent my pent-up frustration. He could only manage a chuckle, for laughing too heartily was reserved for the exclusive amusement of King Frieza. His crimson form suddenly erupted with a white energy wave, propelling him at remarkable speed toward the site of the clash. Upon arrival, Dodoria witnessed Vegeta obliterating Kaiatsu with a single energy wave, and his scouter indicated a staggering 24,000. This was no jest. He had come to assert his dominance, not to seek punishment. Dodoria, do not flee. Today, this prince shall eradicate you. Vegeta unleashed his full might, closing the distance to Dodoria with each moment. Bang! A figure with green hair tied into a single braid, named Zabon, suddenly appeared, delivering an elbow strike that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. At this juncture, Zabon had yet to transform, boasting a power level of only 21,000. And his success in striking Vegeta was solely due to the element of surprise. Zabon, your strength is lacking. That barely tickled. Vegeta erupted from the earth, dusted off, and bore no signs of injury. Zabon, too, felt aggrieved. He had once been a favored minion of King Frieza, yet now found himself relegated to the role of a mere foot soldier. The fact that even a disdainful Vegeta now mocked him was intolerable. Ah, Vegeta, you seek death. With a thunderous roar, Zabon transformed. He had been stifled for far too long and needed release. Originally, Zabon had not been particularly handsome, but his transformation twisted him into a grotesque visage, muscles bulging ominously. He appeared frightfully hideous. Furthermore, his power level skyrocketed to 29,000, surpassing Vegeta's by a staggering 5,000. Ah, tada-da-tada. A flurry of fierce movements unfolded as Vegeta, exerting every ounce of his strength, found himself unable to match the overwhelming power of the transformed Sabo, who relentlessly pummeled him with blow after blow. Suddenly, Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the radiant white aura surrounding him dissipated, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. The once mighty warrior was reduced to a pitiful state, severely battered and on the brink of defeat. This scene was witnessed by Krillin and Gohan, who were hiding behind a rock, utterly astonished. They had arrived on Namek before Vegeta and, upon landing, sensed numerous malevolent energies that rendered them too fearful to act recklessly. Their sole act of intervention had been to rush out and save a child when they could no longer contain themselves. Now, witnessing the formidable Vegeta being so thoroughly vanquished, they dared not show themselves. They could only hope that Goku would arrive on Namek soon to rescue them. Goku, please hurry. Namek is fraught with danger. Your closest friend is utterly weakened. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at the streaks of laser light slicing through the sky, her anxiety mounting. At that moment, what was Goku up to? Oh, he was wriggling on his spaceship like a worm, his aim set on a small pouch not far away, which contained several senzu beans. On the icy planet, an unending expanse of frost stretched out, sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, the entire icy world trembled, and a massive hole opened up in the surface, unleashing a fierce gust of frigid wind. Emerging from the depths was a figure, roughly the same height as Goku, clad in a pallid hue with hints of purple at the shoulders and crown. His eyes glowed a blood red, small yet strikingly ominous. Ho-ho-ho. Scanning technique activated. Power level at 2.5 billion, quite impressive. It turned out that gaining strength was indeed exhilarating. Alas, he craved an even greater thrill. As he caressed the smooth, seamless surface, Frieza's eyes suddenly emitted two beams of crimson light. With a swift motion, he nearly cleaved the icy planet in two. Having vented his frustration, Frieza retrieved a communicator from his storage space, affixing it to his ear, a glass lens covering his left eye. What a peculiar ear, rectangular in shape. How absurd. Beep beep beep. Dodoria, where have you disappeared to? Dodoria, flying alongside Sabo towards King Cold's spaceship, was momentarily taken aback by the long-lost voice, overwhelmed with emotion. Sabo, perplexed by Dodoria's sudden outburst, halted and inquired irritably. Ignoring Sabo, Dodoria performed a perfect 90-degree bow to the air. Lord Frieza, I am currently on Namek, as King Cold seeks to collect the Dragon Balls that grant any wish. Oh, Lord Frieza, my plight is dire. As your loyal aide and secretary, I have now been relegated to the status of a mere squad leader. Woe is me. Upon hearing Dodoria's pitiful cries, Frieza felt an unsettling chill run through him. Though it was merely a sensation, for his smooth skin bore no hair to stand on end. Yet, upon discovering that King Cold was engaging in actions befitting his original narrative, Frieza felt a profound disquiet. After all, he had once owed a debt of gratitude to the Grand Elder of Namek, and it had been scarcely any time since then for him to be so unceremoniously dealt with by his so-called father. The fate of the Namekians was of no concern to him. Rather, he was perplexed as to why King Cold, instead of enjoying the lavish pleasures of the ice planet, felt compelled to intrude upon the main storyline for the sake of validation. Now that his power had doubled, given merely a moment to gather his strength, he was certain he could obliterate King Cold without hesitation. It must be noted that Trunks, who had traveled from the future, was on par with his current capabilities, estimated at approximately 2.4 billion in power level. If the formidable Trunks could vanquish King Cold, there was no reason Frieza could not do the same. Oh, what a delightful irony it would be for me, Frieza, to confront my ostensible father in battle. A noble act of filial rebellion, indeed, nay. It would be a ritualistic sacrifice of paternal lineage, an exhibition of boundless might. Alas, the energy he wielded could not be channeled in such a manner. If only it could, perfection would be within reach. Cursed be Akira Toriyama for this predicament. Chapter 7. The Release of Unfathomable Wrath. Frieza sensed Dodoria's energy, only to find it so feeble that it eluded his detection. Thus, he set his sights upon King Cold, easily pinpointing his presence thereafter. In an instant, Frieza vanished from the ice planet, reappearing within the confines of King Cold's spaceship. The sudden manifestation of his illegitimate son startled King Cold, who was completely oblivious to how Frieza had arrived so unexpectedly. It was nothing short of miraculous. What sorcery is this, Frieza? King Cold marveled, though he felt no apprehension, for his combat prowess surpassed that of his son. Unbeknownst to him, Frieza had deliberately suppressed his energy to below 100 million to avoid attracting undue attention, intending to deceive King Cold. Given the Ice Clan's formidable strength, it was entirely normal for him to temper his power, and King Cold harbored no suspicions. I hear you are collecting Dragon Balls, Frieza inquired, glancing around until he spotted 6 Dragon Balls nestled in a corner of the ship, identical in size to those he had previously encountered. From the 2-star to the 7-star, only the final orb from the Grand Elder remained. As long as the Grand Elder remained safe, Frieza could still claim a semblance of gratitude, though he cared little for reputation. He had already amassed plenty of infamy. And one more wouldn't matter. However, such endeavors were his to undertake alone. Should King Cold act, he would not be the one to bear the blame. How absurd. Frieza, the father is on the brink of attaining immortality, thanks in no small part to your subordinate. Previously, the detector registered the battle power of your minion, Vegeta. It seems that the Saiyan monkey does not regard you as an absolute object of loyalty. King Cold sipped his red wine, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. Within the spacecraft, a quintet, the elite squadron known as the Cold Force, stood ready. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly overpower Captain Jinyu, while the strongest had achieved a staggering battle power of 3 million. However, in Frieza's eyes, such power was scarcely distinguishable from that of mere fodder. Do you realize you have accomplished what I intended to do? This irks me greatly. Frieza's demeanor was decidedly malevolent, inciting discontent among the members of the Cold Force. Yet they understood that they could assert their dominance across the cosmos, dismissing most with disdain. Nevertheless, Frieza was not one to be taken lightly. Had he still been that infantile Frieza, the leader of the Cold Force would have had grounds to scorn him. But now, why is the sky green today? Frieza, you may have forgotten, but I am your father. King Cold maintained his gentlemanly facade, though the extent of his fury remained known only to himself. Merely a fade. The blood of the Frost Demon race has never exceeded freezing point. Furthermore, do you not often contemplate the demise of Cooler? Does he not qualify as your son? Creeping closer, Frieza drew a glass of red wine from the distant bar. Frieza, what are you plotting? You should know that my battle power far surpasses yours. King Cold remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, reminiscent of a being who could not even transform before being swiftly dispatched. Hohoho, how foolish you are. Suddenly, Frieza's aura surged dramatically, a violent force that sent the Cold Force tumbling against the spacecraft. Although this vessel was remarkably advanced and resilient, it could not withstand the energy released during Frieza's eruption. Puff, puff, puff. Those with slightly greater strength were expelled from the spacecraft, leaving 5 gaping holes in its hull. The remaining subpar fighters, reliant solely on advanced weaponry, could not endure the pressure and exploded, their screams silenced before they could escape their lips. Puff. King Cold looked down to find a purple glowing energy blade piercing through his chest. The excruciating pain compelled him to spit forth blood, which crystallized upon hitting the ground. A testament to the frigid temperature of a frost demon's blood. Witnessing this, Frieza's agitation intensified. It seemed that even if the eternal dragon granted him a gender, his counterpart could not withstand such low temperatures. I have already begun to miss you. Hohoho. Frieza tightened his grip, the purple energy blade slicing through King Cold with swift brutality, reducing him to countless fragments in an instant. Uncertain whether by design or happenstance, King Cold's head remained intact. Frieza, however, what awaited him was Frieza's violet energy wave. Amidst the soaring energy, King Cold was obliterated, the extreme heat leaving not even a single cell of him intact. After executing this devastation, Frieza still could not quell the malevolence burning within him. From his blood-red eyes emanated 5 beams of lethal light, each directed at the escaping members of the cooled team aboard the spacecraft. Originally, you need not have met your demise. Why did you dare to flee? The cooled quintet erupted in curses. I did not flee. It was you who sent us hurtling away. What enmity lies between us? Is it not enough to slay one's own father, but now you must pursue us, mere underlings? No. Boom. The world fell silent. The wine glass in Frieza's left hand remained unscathed as he drained its contents in one gulp. What a delightful sensation. Indeed, the finest method to unleash one's frustration is through destruction. Should I also annihilate that planet Namek? Perhaps it's best to refrain. For this is the realm of Dragon Ball, where Son Goku embarks on his transformative battle. The Super Saiyan, with golden hair and emerald eyes, exuding an air of ferocity and disdain. A childhood idol. Yet now, with my newfound strength, it seems I could easily best them. Slag must have awakened by now. Though his power has waned, he can still serve as a springboard for Son Goku. Without hesitation, I shall take action. Thus, when Dodoria, brimming with excitement, dragged the lifeless Vegeta alongside Zabo into the ship, Frieza vanished once more. Oh, Lord Frieza, please do not forsake your most loyal servant. Dodoria lamented, feeling as if he were consuming bitter gall. Once again feeling abandoned, tears streamed down his face. This disgusted Zabo. With a resounding thud, he delivered a flying kick to Dodoria's corpulent form. Get lost. The pink mass burst forth from the spacecraft. Zabo spat out a thick gob of phlegm. Ugh, a worthless sycophant. At that moment, a figure appeared in the path of the expelled phlegm. Chapter 8. The Misfortunes of Slag. Dales bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, leaving one to wonder if he was Bardock's illegitimate son. Initially, Dales discovered an uninhabited planet and decided to cultivate a tree of might there. The Tree of Might is a miraculous species capable of absorbing the essence of a planet. The day it reaches maturity will coincide with the day the planet exhausts its vitality. Once the tree withers, the planet will crumble, reduced to cosmic dust. By chance, Dales encountered the growing Tree of Might and claimed it for himself. This marked his 4th endeavor in cultivating such a tree, and at this juncture, Dales possessed a combat power nearing 30,000. This combat prowess has surpassed that of all Saiyans. After all, when planet Vegeta had not yet met its demise, King Vegeta's battle power was merely around 10,000. Darius felt a swell of pride. Even his 5 subordinates had grown stronger than King Vegeta. He believed that the revival of planet Vegeta rested solely upon his shoulders. However, reality was conspiring against him. Had he discovered Shrag's presence upon landing on this planet, he would have departed without a second thought. Yet, Shrag had been plunged deep underground by Frieza, rendered unconscious, his battle power dwindling to near zero. Nevertheless, when the Tree of Might was planted and began to siphon the planet's energy, it roused Shrag from his stupor. Upon opening his eyes, he initially questioned his own existence, only to sense roots extracting his vital energy. How could he possibly tolerate such indignity? He was the mighty king of the Namekians, Shrag. With a resounding boom, Shrag's frail, aged body made its grand reappearance. Although his battle power had diminished significantly due to age, he was still not an adversary that Darius and his cohorts could contend with. It is crucial to note that at his peak, Shrag possessed a battle power of 60 million. Even with the ravages of time, he still retained several million. Darius faced a tragic fate. After sacrificing his 5 subordinates, he fled in his spaceship without even having the opportunity to collect the seeds of the Tree of Might. Shrag lacked the energy to pursue him, primarily due to the severe injuries inflicted by Frieza's 2 previous attacks. Observing the once barren planet now adorned with a magnificent tree laden with crimson fruits, Shrag felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly consumed the fruits of the Tree of Might, quickly devouring nearly half of them. Although his battle power only slightly increased, from 60 million to 65 million, he restored his youthful physique. This enhancement was substantial. Had Darius been aware, he would likely have wept inconsolably. Ha ha ha, once I finish the remaining fruits and plant them on other planets, the entire universe will be mine. What is Frieza to me? Prepare to tremble. Shrag's confidence soared as he vented his previous frustrations. Suddenly, a sinister and mocking laughter echoed from behind. Oh ho ho, congratulations, Lord Shrag. Struggling to turn around, Shrag's movements were painfully slow, as if rusted. FR Frieza. Frieza hovered in the air, for Shrag was taller than him. Frieza cursed under his breath, wishing he had instructed the dragon to grant him a few extra meters in height. Come, let me tremble. Oh ho ho. With a casual wave, Frieza collected all the fruits from the Tree of Might into his storage, along with its seeds. Soon, the Tree of Might began to visibly wither, and signs of erosion appeared on the planet. No, you cannot do this, Shrag exclaimed in horror. He had no means to survive in the cosmos. Thus, Shrag unleashed his full combat power, soaring towards the distance where his personal spacecraft awaited, an insect-like vessel akin to that of Piccolo. Alas, Frieza would never permit his escape. With a slight acceleration, he swiftly reached Shrag's side and seized one of his antennae. Off you go. Whoosh. Both Frieza and Shrag vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, Shrag found himself confronted by a dark yellow globule hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he closed his wide mouth, inadvertently trapping the viscous substance within. Frieza's veins throbbed with fury, utterly repulsed. Bang! His lengthy tail struck Shrag's head with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft, and sending Shrag plummeting into the depths below. Shrag, shaken to his core by Frieza's blow, instinctively swallowed hard, realizing the dire predicament he was in. Being beaten by Frieza was one thing. Lacking the strength to resist was another. Ugh, gag. Shrag initiated his transformation, surging skyward. He desperately clawed at his throat, attempting to expel the foul substance. Bang! Something soft and heavy impacted the top of his head, sliding down his body and landing within the spacecraft. Frieza's eyes twitched. How absurd that Dodoria had tumbled down from above. Was this what they called a top-tier lackey? It certainly seemed rather undignified. Come now, shrink down a bit. Let us converse comfortably. Shrag's heightened combat power merely reached 100 million, barely sufficient to pique Frieza's interest, who viewed him as little more than fodder. Yet, this level of power was ideal for honing Son Goku's skills. Without formidable opponents, King Frieza would find himself dreadfully bored. The crucial aspect was that Goku could lead to the emergence of the androids, the arrival of Cell, and the awakening of Majin Buu. Among other pivotal narratives, this was indeed the finest stepping stone on the path to greater strength. Having regained his youth, Shrag, humiliated by Frieza, was not one to comply easily. If you wish to speak, you must first subdue me. Crack! Shrag slammed face first into the ground, causing the entire planet to tremble thrice, fissures spiderwebbing across the surface. Such a bizarre request, I can certainly oblige. Oh ho ho ho. Crack, crack, crack. Standing atop Shrag's back, Frieza's tail struck rhythmically against Shrag's bald head. Before long, a colossal green figure resembling a deity appeared. If only it had a halo behind its head, it would be even more fitting. Dodoria, with tears streaming down his face, approached, his massive feet trampling down Shrag's antennae, leaving numerous imprints of his weight. How repulsive! With arms crossed, and his body leaning back, Frieza flicked his tail. Dodoria vanished into the horizon at a speed surpassing before. This spectacle left Zabon trembling with fear. It seemed that the globule he had just expelled was indeed the culprit. Ah yes, Vegeta. This audacious fellow dares to betray Lord Frieza. Capturing the traitor might just save his wretched life. Nay, his miserable existence. But where is Vegeta? Blast it. Do not toy with me. You cannot evade my pursuit like a game of hide and seek. Chapter 9. The Arrival of the Ginyu Force. Above the planet Namek, 5 spherical spacecraft fly in formation, poised to breach the atmosphere. As soon as Frieza established contact with Dodoria, the latter promptly relayed this promising news to the Ginyu Force. After much deliberation over their appearance, they were derided by the Kudo Force, resulting in a furious and thorough reprimand. Their predicament is indeed vexing. Though Lord Frieza may not shower them with praise, he ought to respect their hard work, should he be present. Upon hearing the news of Frieza's imminent arrival, the five emerged hastily from their recovery pods, disregarding their still healing wounds, and hurriedly set off towards Namek. Their minor injuries were inconsequential, even without the restorative pods. Their recovery would be swift. Their retreat to the pods was primarily due to their embarrassment. They were in dire need of validation, especially from those who were strong. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Namek, diving headlong into the fray. Boom, boom, boom. By sheer misfortune, the landing spots of the five ships coincided precisely with the enormous body of Slug. Each ship struck a limb, and with an additional blow to the abdomen. 5 distinct indentations marred his form. This spectacle caused Frieza's eyelids to twitch. Thankfully, the Namekians reproduce asexually. Otherwise, one might ponder whether Slug would face castration, a most uncertain fate. The hatches of the 5 spherical vessels opened, revealing 5 individuals of varying heights. The tallest among them was Berta, boasting a combat power of 44,000. Reputed to possess the universe's swiftest speed, though the exact seconds remain a mystery. The shortest was Gudo, with a combat power of 18,000, the weakest in the Jinyu force, who managed to join the ranks solely due to his unique psychic abilities. However, in Frieza's eyes, he was merely a filler, his powers of little significance. The most aesthetically pleasing hairstyle belonged to Jis, with his long, flowing white hair and a combat power of 50,000, serving as the vice-captain of the Jinyu force. The most muscular yet simple-minded was Raikum, characterized by his long face and pineapple hair. He had notoriously tormented Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin in the original tale. Yet, his combat power was merely 40,000, ranking him second to last within the team. Lastly, there was the seemingly brainless purple figure, Jinyu, the captain of the Jinyu force. It remains uncertain whether his true form resembles this appearance, as he possesses a unique ability to switch bodies. The Jinyu force derived its name from him, boasting the highest combat power of 120,000, making him the principal contributor to the team's overall strength. Jinyu. As the 5 leapt together, they shouted their names in unison, striking a rather absurd pose. A gust of wind swept through, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on Frieza's forehead. Within the realm of animation, Frieza had witnessed the comical antics of several individuals, and even after observing them firsthand, he could not suppress a bead of cold sweat. It was simply too outrageous. With a swift flick of his tail, Slug, who had been feigning death and questioning his existence, abruptly resurrected. He quickly returned to his normal size, adopting a subservient demeanor, even refraining from restoring the dents in his body caused by the spacecraft. Next, you shall assume the role of fervently collecting the Dragon Balls. But under no circumstances must you venture towards the high tower in the northwest. Do you comprehend? Slug trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down without restraint, and he bent over abruptly, nearly banging his head against the ground. Understood, understood. Frieza, observing Slug's bowing posture, could not resist delivering another kick. Are you here to pay tribute to me? Dodoria, why is this spacecraft in such disrepair? How are you even qualified to be my #1 lackey? Fear not, King Frieza. I shall have headquarters dispatch a more luxurious vessel immediately. Dodoria found a renewed sense of purpose. He could once again bask in the authority of his master, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. Mr. Sabo, I find you to be rather unappealing. Please refrain from obstructing my view in the future. Go assist Jinyu and the others with logistics. Frieza gazed at Sabo, whose green skin and long braid were utterly appalling to him. Sabo immediately bowed at a cautious angle. Mindful not to overdo it, having learned from Slug's earlier misstep, he hurried towards Jinyu and the others, gripped by a profound fear of Frieza. With Vegeta missing, he believed his demise was imminent. Now, merely surviving was a source of satisfaction for him. As for his appearance, Frieza, who lacked any gender, had no authority to judge. Boom. An energy blast struck Sabo. The blast nearly vaporized him, but he was fortunate to be rescued by Slug, who placed him in a rapid healing chamber. Do not speak ill of me in your hearts. If you desire to share his fate, feel free to try. Even Slug, who had just made a free fall, quivered in fear, suppressing his urge to voice his thoughts. Though Dodoria lacked strength and courage, he possessed the heart of a loyal dog. You all should learn from Mr. Dodoria. Hohoho. A chuckle escaped, further inciting disdain. Casting a glance at the distant, stealthily moving Vegeta, Frieza smirked. As soon as Dodoria and the others arrived, Frieza had spotted Vegeta, who had fainted, and discreetly cast a healing spell upon him. After all, he was the male lead of the Dragon Balls. His absence would diminish the enjoyment significantly. Hohoho. Vegeta, do not disappoint me. I implore you, do not meet the same fate as in the original story. The power of the narrative is often truly enchanting. Although the Kurdish King's men were in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, they were nonetheless vanquished by the Namekians. Moreover, the healer known as Tian Tian was rescued by Krillin and his companions, a fact that Frieza merely sensed with mild awareness. Even more astonishing was the encounter between Vegeta and the duo of Son Gohan and Krillin, resulting in a historic strategic alliance among the three. Being capable of sensing energy, Vegeta and his comrades endeavored to suppress their own auras as they hastened towards the Elder S location. Concurrently, Goku's spaceship was less than a day away from Namek. Just moments ago, Goku found himself once again wriggling like a maggot towards the small pouch containing the Senzu beans, his chin crashing against the ground, causing one bean to leap forth. Upon seeing the Senzu bean, Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he stretched out his tongue to roll it in, only to fail. A second attempt also met with failure. Just as Goku's eyes were about to lose their luster, he finally succeeded in rolling the Senzu bean into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Ding, ding, ding. Goku raised his hands high, fully rejuvenated once more. And what of our protagonist Frieza? Oh, he pondered how he might relieve himself. This was indeed a pressing concern. Chapter 10, Two Alone in a Room. After much contemplation, Frieza ultimately relinquished his efforts. Having traversed to this realm for quite some time, he had never encountered such a pressing need. Perhaps his constitution was simply peculiar. Growing impatient, Frieza ventured into a cave where an unexpected structure resided, a house. Upon it was a sign. The meaning eluded Frieza, as he had never been fond of deciphering bird language. However, he recognized that this was a house conjured by Bulma's ingenious capsule technology. Knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door, striving to appear as dignified as possible. The door swung open. Clad in pajamas, Bulma stood within, peering curiously at the towering figure with pallid skin before her. In her moment of confusion, she could not discern whether the being was male or female, thus describing them as a tall individual. Hello, may I ask whom you are seeking? Frieza glanced around, attempting to display what he believed to be a gentle smile, perplexed. Is there someone else here? Bulma was taken aback by Frieza's smile, which, combined with his blood-red eyes, made him resemble a villain from a novel. A fleeting glance revealed his long tail, and she was instantly filled with dread. She felt an urge to scream, to flee, and even to relieve herself. No, what do you want with me? She stammered, battling her discomfort. Frieza could no longer maintain the faade of the genteel gentleman. He reverted to his usual demeanor and replied coolly, It has been quite some time since I have savored Earth's delicacies. I wonder if you might indulge this modest request of mine. Though the restored Frieza still exuded an aura of malevolence, he appeared somewhat more subdued, which alleviated Bulma's earlier trepidation. Upon hearing Frieza's request, she perceived him as a reasonable individual, and her anxiety significantly diminished. Being inherently audacious, she would not have ventured alone in search of the Dragon Balls otherwise. The mention of the exquisite wines from planet Paramek and the renowned fruits of the Tree of Might piqued her curiosity immensely. Please come in and take a seat. I shall fetch you some food, she invited warmly. As the heiress of Capsule Corporation, she was accustomed to never lacking in provisions, always preparing ample supplies in advance. Especially since befriending Goku, her food preparations had increased exponentially, mindful of the times he had nearly collapsed from hunger in his youth. Soon, a lavish spread of delectable dishes adorned the table before Frieza, enticing him with its vibrant colors and aromas. Having not savored such delights in ages, he nearly drooled in anticipation. With a grand gesture, Frieza summoned a large crate of Paramek's red wine into the room, while Bulma found herself holding a peculiar red fruit. Although the storage space was limited, its efficacy was remarkable. The fruit, though unappealing in appearance, emitted an enticing aroma that compelled Bulma to desire a taste. It is not that I am unwilling to provide you with more of this fruit. Given your constitution, one is already quite sufficient. Once you have acclimated, I may offer you another, Frieza stated. Unlike Goku, who devoured his meals with reckless abandon, Frieza sipped his wine leisurely while deftly slicing into a steak with his knife and fork. The steak, cooked to a perfect medium, still bore traces of crimson, delighting his palate. Observing this unfamiliar individual savoring his meal with such composure, Bulma was struck by an unexpected impression of him as a gentleman. This is quite absurd. I apologize, but I have yet to learn your name. Greetings, I am Bulma, hailing from a distant planet known as Earth. It is a pleasure to meet you. She introduced herself, initially intending to extend her hand for a handshake, but ultimately refrained. Greetings, fair lady. I am Frieza, and you may have heard of my name. He replied smoothly. Bulma's mind stalled for a good 30 seconds, followed by an ear-piercing scream that shook the very foundations of the house. Frieza, why you are Frieza? Frieza rubbed his rectangular ears, pondering whether acute hearing was truly a blessing. Indeed, Bulma's awareness of Frieza stemmed from her time on Namek, where King Kai had imparted tales of the notorious figure. From his descriptions, she learned that Frieza was a ruthlessly cold-blooded villain, known for annihilating entire planets at a whim. Moreover, this time, it is Frieza's father, King Cold, who is in search of the Dragon Balls on the planet Hokonamek. Frieza interrupted Bulma, unwilling to hear those words. Despite the lack of gallantry in his interruption, he is merely a nominal figure. He has thwarted my plans and has already been dispatched to meet King Yen. Perhaps I shall only see him in the depths of hell. Bulma was taken aback. However, none of that is significant. What truly matters is whether this cosmic villain intends to kill me. Will he first do something unspeakable before striking me down? Or will he take his leave first, and then proceed to do the unthinkable? It seems no outcome is acceptable. Frieza's expression darkened suddenly as he sensed Bulma's thoughts. If he possessed the ability, he would not mind her musings. In fact, he would relish the opportunity to fulfill her desires. The crux of the matter, however, lay in the enduring pain within his heart. Miss Bulma, do not dwell in such fanciful thoughts. If I wished to end your life, you would have long since joined your ancestors. With that, Frieza resumed indulging in his feast. Pudding, mousse cake, fruit millefeuille, hamburgers, steaks, fried chicken, crispy pork belly, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. Why even stinky tofu is on this table? The aroma was foul. Yet it was the quintessential example of something that smelled unpleasant but tasted delightful. Holding a vibrant red fruit in her hand, Bulma hesitated. Should she eat it or not? Would it poison her? Might it contain some springtime elixir? Yet, the fruit smelled divine, and she yearned to bite into it. The inner turmoil was palpable. I should eat it. Such a rare fruit could enhance my physical prowess. While eternal youth may be unattainable, living for a few hundred years is certainly within reach. Moreover, it is beneficial for your skin, ensuring you become even more breathtakingly beautiful. Frieza coaxed her, much like the Wicked Queen persuading Snow White to take a bite of the poisoned apple. After a considerable time, as Frieza neared the end of his meal, he noticed Bulma had yet to taste the fruit from the Tree of Might, which sparked a tinge of dissatisfaction within him. What is this? Do you not trust me? While I may not be a eunuch, there is little distinction. Ancient emperors place their utmost trust in individuals like me. What reason do you have to doubt me, girl? I have offered you the fruit, yet you refuse to partake. His sudden shift in demeanor startled Bulma, causing her to feel an urgent need to relieve herself once more. Suppressing the impulse, she swallowed hard, thinking, if I must die, at least the Dragon Balls can resurrect me. With a crisp bite, the juice flowed. The flavor exquisite and indescribable. Bulma's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly took another bite. Oh, this fruit is truly delectable. Seeing this, Frieza felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, his laughter echoing, though it still bore that unmistakably sardonic tone. Oh ho 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 ho. Chapter 11. The great battle concludes abruptly. King Frieza had vanished for half a day, leaving everyone in uncertainty regarding his whereabouts. Shrag felt as though the dominion of this realm had reverted to him. Upon learning the purpose of the Dragon Balls, his mind began to race with possibilities. If he could wish for immortality, why should he fear Frieza? Not at all. However, Frieza's ominous influence still loomed, and for the sake of caution, he resolved to wait another day. If Frieza did not reappear after that, he would no longer hold back. As for the Ginyu Force, to him, they were merely a band of fools, and the most incompetent kind at that. Their poses were utterly cringeworthy. Their lack of attractiveness was inconsequential. Their foolishness was equally trivial. Yet the most bothersome aspect was their complete lack of self-awareness, particularly that Dodoria, who acted as if he were Frieza's right-hand man. Were it not for Frieza's praise of Dodoria before his departure, Shrag would have certainly taught that sycophant a lesson. No, he would instruct him on how to be a proper dog. First, he would break one of his legs. After all, aren't sycophants typically limping? He decided to endure for just one more day. In the dilapidated spaceship's northwest direction, in a realm unseen, stood the Grand Elder alongside the cold-faced Nail and the survivor Dandy, also known as Tian Tian. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon the displeased Vegeta's head, and a potent energy surged forth from within him. Vegeta clenched his fists, disbelief etched across his face. He felt as though he could vanquish 10 Friezas. If a power-level scouter were present, Vegeta's combat power would have reached a staggering 300,000. This level of strength could obliterate everyone on this planet. Save for Frieza and Shrag, Vegeta felt as if he were the brightest star on this planet. Come on, let's do it again. In the face of Vegeta's unreasonable request, the Grand Elder wore an expression of resignation. Primarily, he felt powerless. Had he known better, he would have unlocked Nail's potential first, with Nail's 42,000 power level. Once enhanced, he should have been able to crush the current Vegeta. A single individual can only have their potential unlocked once in a lifetime. Cough, cough, cough. Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Nail and Tian Tian stepped forward, their eyes filled with concern. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, signaling that all was well. Nail, come here. You are the finest warrior from Namek, and this calamity requires your strength. Nail wished to refuse, but ultimately placed his head obediently beneath the Grand Elder's hand. 10 seconds later, Nail experienced a remarkable enhancement. Although not as absurd as Vegeta's tenfold increase, he reached an impressive 350,000. This energy immediately overshadowed Vegeta. Yet Vegeta's gaze remained filled with an irritating disdain. Just give Prince Vegeta a few days to train, and defeating him would be a trivial endeavor. Regarding Gohan and Krillin, after their development, they surprisingly possess combat powers of merely 20,000 and 15,000, respectively. Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of forming an alliance with them. As for Kakarot, his presence or absence was inconsequential. He was resolute in his determination to vanquish Frieza. With a haughty declaration, Vegeta enveloped himself in a white aura, propelling himself towards the spaceship with astonishing speed. Vegeta, Gohan and Krillin attempted to dissuade him, but alas, Vegeta was intoxicated by his surging power and could not heed their counsel. Child, you must assist them. This malevolent invasion cannot be faced alone. The Grand Elder remained unaware of King Cold's demise and had no inkling that their adversary was a member of the same race that had fled planet Namek alongside him. The so-called most talented Namekian warrior, Slug. The architect of this dramatic scene, Frieza, was currently indulging in a deep slumber within Bulma's residence. And what of Bulma? After consuming the fruit of the Tree of Might, she had endured a prolonged bout of diarrhea, yet felt no discomfort whatsoever. On the contrary, she felt unprecedentedly well. Her skin had grown smoother, her hair more lustrous, her figure more alluring, and particularly, her delicate visage seemed so supple that a mere pinch could elicit moisture. As for her combat power, which had risen to 1,000 due to the fruit, she scarcely regarded it. Beauty was of utmost importance. The notion of battle held no allure for her. Observing Frieza in the guest room, she pondered whether he had been misjudged. He did not seem as malevolent as portrayed. In fact, he exuded a sense of politeness and grace, far more gentlemanly than Goku. Perhaps it was merely his appearance that led the world to misconstrue him. Should she seek out the Dragon Balls to alter his visage? How amusing. This is the nature of women, so superficial. She recalled that this slumbering figure had previously dispatched her nominal father. Soon, Bulma concocted another self-justifying rationale. Surely, King Cold had acted in your name to create chaos. And you, unable to tolerate it, thus acted with righteous indignation. Without delving into Bulma's fanciful musings, Vegeta had now encountered the Ginyu Force. At this moment, Vegeta's confidence surged, his power at its zenith. Enough with the games. Come at me together. If I so much as furrow my brow, that little bald-headed one will sprout hair. The Ginyu Force responded with silence. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan, struggling to keep pace, could only watch in disbelief. As for Nail, he had chosen to flee, under the pretext of being the Grand Elder's guardian, prioritizing his safety above all else. The ensuing battles would have to be left to them. Krillin, though outwardly supportive of Nail's decision, secretly raised an obscene gesture in his direction. You ungrateful fool. If it weren't for the fact that we truly cannot match them, and for this one-star Dragon Ball in my possession, I would have given you both hands. With that, the battle commenced. And just as swiftly, it concluded. The vast disparity in power was sufficient for Vegeta to annihilate the Ginyu Force in an instant. Although Captain Ginyu possessed a battle power of 120,000, he was tragically obliterated by Vegeta's merciless assault before he could even exchange bodies. As for the recently treated and restored Zebon, he narrowly escaped calamity by concocting cocktails from a safe distance. Unlike Goku, Vegeta's demeanor had evolved significantly. He would not linger for a second longer than necessary to dispatch his foes. A true display of bravado requires formidable strength as its foundation. This encounter had exponentially inflated Vegeta's confidence. I am the most dazzling figure on this street. As I stride, I must do so with swagger. Sunglasses on, hair flowing. The moment I step outside, I shine brightly, irresistible to all. It's simply my nature to be this handsome. My strength does not permit me to remain low-key. Dragon, just grant me an additional 20 centimeters in height. I have no need for immortality. Ha! Frieza, are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza, in the midst of slumber, tossed restlessly, murmuring incoherently. Chapter 12. The most suitable path of cultivation is to ascend to flight with but a single fruit. Vegeta, in his unbridled zeal, soared toward the spaceship with increased speed after swiftly dispatching the fleeting Ginyu Force. Gohan and Krillin, witnessing the scattered remnants of limbs and bodies, felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Yet, the more formidable Vegeta became before Goku's arrival, the greater their sense of security, a silver lining amidst the chaos. Boom. While Gohan and Krillin were still en route, Vegeta had already encountered Slug in the distance. Although a fleeting moment of doubt crossed Vegeta's mind upon seeing Slug, he recognized Zebon. Before him stood Zebon, dutifully serving Slug, one hand holding a tray with a goblet of red wine, and the other draped with a white towel. He was entirely garbed as a servant. Slug was quite pleased with Zebon's service, as he was in need of loyal subordinates. Given that Frieza had cast Zebon aside, Slug believed that a little persuasion would suffice to win him over. Thus, when Vegeta charged at Zebon, Slug intervened. As a genius-level Super Namekian, controlling his energy was a simple feat. Observing Vegeta's mere battle power of 300,000, he could not be bothered to unleash his full might. After experiencing the effects of aging, he had grown particularly mindful of his health. He merely summoned 1,000,000 units of power, swatting at Vegeta as one would a fly, delivering a resounding slap to his head. Moments later, as Vegeta was sent crashing to the ground, An earth-shattering boom followed. One moment, Vegeta stood brimming with confidence. The next, he was rendered dazed by Slug's overwhelming blow. The chasm of strength was insurmountable. Akin to his previous skirmish with the Ginyu Force, where he could effortlessly obliterate them, he too could be effortlessly vanquished by Slug, having narrowly escaped death by a slap. It is evident that Vegeta has indeed benefited from the Saiyan physiology. However, at this moment, Vegeta has lost all combat capability. And the fact that he has not succumbed to unconsciousness has surprised Shrag. Mr. Sabo, that Saiyan monkey is a traitor under the command of King Frieza, correct? You are to eliminate him. Yes, esteemed Lord Shrag. With a fist clenched firmly against his chest, Sabo bowed to Shrag, signifying his respect. With a light exhale, a white aura enveloped Sabo, representing the most common energy color before the emergence of Super Saiyans. The magnitude of this aura also signifies one's strength. With a battle power of 21,000, Sabo surged toward Vegeta with incredible speed, harboring deep-seated resentment toward him. It was due to Vegeta that he found himself abandoned by King Frieza. Arriving above Vegeta, Sabo bent his knees and prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Vegeta's chest. Sabo descended at a rapid pace, while Vegeta could only watch helplessly, utterly devoid of any energy to defend himself. A strike of this magnitude would likely spell his doom. In this critical moment, Gohan arrived first. Having unlocked his potential, his battle power had reached 20,000, making him a formidable opponent. Upon witnessing Vegeta's dire state, Gohan, already charging forward with full force, wasted no time contemplating other options and executed a swift side kick against Sabo. Due to the destruction of his scouter, Sabo was completely unaware of Gohan's approach. By the time he noticed, he had already been sent flying by a pair of small feet. The sound of a thunderous crash echoed as Sabo collided with a hill, sending dust and debris into the air. Solar Flare. Krillin, whose battle power was slightly weaker and arrived a moment later than Gohan, sensed Shrag's overwhelming and malevolent aura and instinctively employed a desperate escape tactic. Gohan run. Krillin grasped one of Vegeta's feet, not sparing a glance at Shrag, and hastily fled in a northwestern direction. Not far away, two figures approached slowly from the distance. Among them was Frieza, who had recently annihilated King Cold and had dragged Shrag out to take his place. His sleek form, graceful lines, and crimson eyes unmistakably identified him as a natural-born villain. However, beside him was a somewhat unsteady woman in flight, shielding her eyes with one hand as she struggled to maintain her altitude. This woman was Bulma. Her ability to fly was a skill taught by Frieza, although it had consumed a considerable amount of his time. This delay allowed him to miss the battle between the Ginyu Force and Vegeta. While flying, Bulma shouted loudly, as if fearing that her words would be drowned out by the rushing wind. Mr. Frieza, that blinding flash just now seemed like Krillin's solar flare. The sound resembled his as well. Frieza, hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly maintained the same speed as Bulma. Oh, Ms. Bulma, you are indeed correct. A small bald figure and a child recently appeared on the distant battlefield, and they managed to rescue the severely injured Vegeta. Each time she hears that insufferably smug laughter, a chill runs down Bulma's spine, yet she dares not voice her doubts or point fingers at the source of that laughter. Wait, did she just hear some news? What did you say? Krillin and the others are with Vegeta? Huh, isn't Vegeta one of your subordinates? Despite representing the pinnacle of intellect in the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma finds herself perplexed by the unfolding situation. Vegeta is the notorious killer who wreaked havoc on Earth, having slain Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo. Vegeta retorts, don't spout nonsense. Those were all killed by Nappa. I have never taken a life myself. I won't take the blame for that. The mere thought of Yamcha brings tears to Bulma's eyes, though it is primarily due to the dust blowing in from the distance, irritating her eyes as she is yet to acclimate to flying. Of course, Bulma still harbors affection for Yamcha, oblivious to his current flirtations. It must be a strategic alliance. After all, my subordinates are gathering Dragon Balls, and so are you. Isn't it said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Bulma's lips twitch. She simply cannot fathom how this rather genteel individual has ascended to the status of a cosmic overlord, let alone a notorious villain. Surely King Cold has shifted the blame onto his son. Such a person is hardly worth mourning. Yes, it must be so. If Frieza can turn against his own kin, he must be on the side of righteousness. Otherwise, why would he indulge in such exquisite fruits and teach himself to soar through the skies? Speaking of which, she too wishes to fly like Goku and the others, but the thought of their rigorous training methods makes her abandon the idea altogether. Frieza, however, understands her desires. Consuming a single fruit fulfills her wish perfectly. At that moment, as the dust settles, Bulma's vision clears, and she is astonished to see a meteor streaking rapidly across the sky. Chapter 13, An Unconventional Entrance. Frieza's gaze is far sharper than Bulma's. He recognizes that it is a spaceship making an emergency descent. The reasons behind such a situation do not occupy Frieza's thoughts, as it is of no concern to him. However, the direction of the descent piques his interest. It is headed straight toward that green, grotesque creature, Zarbon. Zarbin is incensed. He no longer desires his former beauty, having been rendered worthless by Lord Frieza. In his transformed state, his power skyrockets to 29,000. He pursues at a speed that far exceeds that of Gohan and his companions, completely unaware of the fireball hurtling toward him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds later, boom. Goku's spaceship strikes Zarbin mid-flight, sending him crashing into the earth, leaving only his trembling limbs exposed above the surface. A spacecraft descended abruptly, its force formidable. According to Frieza's estimation, if converted to combat power, it would amount to less than 30,000. Thus, it seemed unlikely that Zabo would perish from the impact. At worst, he might suffer from partial paralysis. Miss Bulma, let us rest here for a while, sipping exquisite wine while we indulge in this grand spectacle, Frieza proposed, disregarding Bulma's thoughts entirely as he landed upon a small hillock. Once Bulma descended, she conjured a transparent energy shield with a wave of her hand, primarily to prevent excessive dust from being stirred up by the ongoing conflict. Bulma surmised that the spacecraft they had just witnessed belonged to Goku, recognizing the familiar emblem indicative of the Capsule Corporation. However, given that the battle was unfolding at the center of the fray, despite her combat power having reached 1,000, her battle instincts were nearly non-existent, rendering her strength seemingly futile. Hence, Bulma felt no inclination to stray from Frieza's protective presence. From her capsule collection, she procured a small capsule. With a pop, a sunshade, a round wooden table, and 2 beach chairs materialized, accompanied by a refrigerator. Opening the fridge, Bulma retrieved several cans of beverages, and Frieza, with no hesitation, cracked one open and took a hearty swig. Refreshing. Indeed, Earth's drinks are unparalleled. Reclining on the beach chair, Frieza donned a pair of sunglasses, occasionally sipping his drink in true spectator fashion. In the distance, the spacecraft's hatch opened, revealing a striking young man with a crab-like hairstyle clad in an orange battle suit. Goku. Father. It turned out that after the recent upheaval, Gohan and Krillin had been watching from afar, harboring an instinct that it must be Goku's arrival. The only one capable of such a self-destructive descent was none other than Goku, a thought Krillin could not entertain concerning anyone else. As expected, that familiar orange hue and hairstyle could belong to no one but Goku. Consequently, Krillin, clutching onto Vegeta's leg, hurried toward Goku, with Gohan forgetting the ability to fly. Ultimately, when Krillin embraced Goku, he instinctively discarded the burdensome object in his grasp. Vegeta was finally freed, but found himself met with the surface of the spacecraft. Clang. A humanoid indentation appeared on the ship's exterior, and Vegeta once again found himself in a tragic predicament, embedded upon the spacecraft. Uncle Krillin, do you see that figure? Is it Vegeta? Gohan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Hearing Gohan's question, Krillin followed the direction of his finger. Well, isn't that Vegeta. How did he end up there? Krillin, take this senzu bean to Vegeta. He is on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, Goku noticed Vegeta's alarming state. His eyes had begun to roll back. After Krillin departed with the senzu bean, Goku ruffled Gohan's hair, quickly grasping the events that had transpired on Namek. Upon learning that Vegeta's combat power had surged to 300,000 following the Grand Elder's enhancement, it became evident that this power exceeded his own, which currently stood at a mere 90,000. With the ability to utilize a 15-fold Kaioken, his maximum output reached only 350,000. Nevertheless, Goku harbored no trepidation. Instead, he brimmed with enthusiasm at the prospect of effortlessly defeating Vegeta. What was that quivering beneath the spaceship? Goku, intrigued, wondered about the extraordinary sight where he had landed. Gohan quickly recognized the situation, recalling how the grotesque Cyberman had been crushed into the ground by the spacecraft. That villain, alongside many extraterrestrials, had nearly annihilated the Namekians. Dad, you must avenge Uncle Piccolo's kin. Goku found himself in a quandary. He relished the thrill of battle but held little interest in exterminating those who could no longer resist. However, while Goku hesitated, Vegeta, revived to full strength after consuming a senzu bean, was seething with vengeance against the Cybermen. With a resounding explosion, he unleashed a powerful energy blast that obliterated both the Cybermen and the already battered spaceship into mere fragments. My gravity chamber. Goku cried out in despair. Indeed, Goku, the epitome of optimism. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at him. Although Goku concealed his battle power, Vegeta could sense that it did not exceed 100,000. In contrast, having returned from the brink of death, Vegeta's power had ascended to 1,000,000. No matter how formidable Goku might be, even with the Kaioken's enhancements, he would surely be crushed by the Saiyan Prince. In the distance, Frieza furrowed his brow, perceiving that the narrative was veering into the absurd. If this trend continued, it was highly probable that Vegeta would transform into a Super Saiyan before anyone else. Such a development defied logic. Shrag was irked. Being coerced by Frieza into this conflict was already enough, but now the individual he had targeted had been eliminated. When he attempted to intervene, A mysterious force bound him in place. By the time this confinement lifted, the Cyberman had been reduced to mere shards. He had intended to crush his opponent. But Frieza's voice echoed in his mind. You may play as you wish, but those individuals you must not kill. Feeling both frustrated and wronged, Shrag contemplated whether he could simply remain in the dilapidated spaceship without engaging in battle. However, while Shrag wished to abstain from combat, Vegeta and Goku were eager to fight. Just as Shrag prepared to indulge in a few drinks, a colossal energy blast pierced through the already battered spacecraft. The worst part was that all the fine wine was obliterated. Curse you! I spared your life, and yet you repay my mercy with such disrespect. Shrag observed as Vegeta consumed something, fully reviving and dramatically amplifying his strength. Yet, in Shrag's eyes, this was inconsequential. He was merely a pest, albeit a slightly larger one. Wait, is that a Namekian? This time, not only did Son Wukong witness the event, but so too did Son Gohan and Krillin, all of whom were utterly astonished. Could it be that the Namekian had vanquished another of its kind? Had a civil war erupted? What on earth was happening? Nonetheless, the Namekian before them exuded an aura of malevolence, starkly contrasting with the peaceful demeanor of the other Namekians. Regardless of who it was, they would strike first and ask questions later. Vegeta charged ahead, eager to avenge the previous humiliation he had endured. With a swift movement, a small dot vanished from sight. Frieza, with keen eyes, discerned that the one who had flown away was Vegeta, a mere combat power of 1 million, yet audacious enough to confront Shrag. Truly a fool unaware of his own mortality. Had Frieza not given explicit instructions, Shrag would have unleashed his full power, and Vegeta might have been obliterated in an instant. Bulma's vision, however, was not as sharp. She could not grasp the unfolding events, merely catching a glimpse of a blurred figure that swiftly disappeared. Mr. Frieza? Was that a person who just vanished? Frieza tapped the ground with his tail, took a large sip of his beverage, and belched. Indeed, the one who had flown away was Vegeta. His gaze turned towards the direction of Vegeta's disappearance, and Frieza's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A fascinating turn of events had transpired since his arrival, completely altering the nature of the battle on Namek. Naru was in distress, having been reprimanded by the Elder for his attempts to protect him. Thus, under the Elder's directive, he reluctantly flew towards the battlefield alongside Tien, who possessed remarkable healing abilities. While not as rapid as the Senza beings, Tien's skills were not limited by their scarcity. As Naru and Tien rushed towards the spaceship, a black dot suddenly appeared in the distance, causing Naru to freeze momentarily. Soon, the dot expanded and he recognized the figure hurtling directly towards him. Vegeta? Tien, move aside. Naru bellowed, shoving Tien out of the way as he unleashed his full power, surging from 350,000 to 500,000. Waves of energy cascaded outward, and Naru's arms swelled, expanding more than double their original size. This transformation mirrored that of a powerful Super Saiyan, sacrificing speed for sheer strength. Naru had no choice. Vegeta's speed was too formidable. And without this intervention, disaster was imminent. Indeed, he could have evaded, but the Elder was situated directly in the path of Vegeta's charge. Should he fail to halt Vegeta, the Elder would undoubtedly be caught in the ensuing chaos. Given the Elder's frail state, he could not withstand such a collision from this distance. Naru found himself with no alternatives. Halt, he commanded, just as the two forces collided. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Nilu's mouth, and numerous veins on his hands had burst due to the immense pressure he had endured. Nonetheless, he had managed to catch Vegeta. Nilu could hardly fathom that after his power had escalated, the first time he unleashed his full strength was to intercept a living bomb. This predicament left him somewhat disheartened. It was well known that Vegeta possessed a combat power of 300,000, yet he had been so thoroughly beaten. Little did Nilu realize that this was already the second time Vegeta had been so severely battered, and his current combat power had surged to an astonishing 1,000,000. In less than half an hour apart from Nilu and the others, his strength had tripled. Such a terrifying escalation. Tian, come and treat this person. He is barely clinging to life. One could hardly deny the misfortune Vegeta faced. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had nearly met his end twice. Tian, however, was not one to hesitate. Having been dispatched by the Elder to serve as a medic, saving lives was indeed his forte. With a light-hearted hum of the renowned tune by Jigglypuff, a green glow enveloped Tian's hands. After 5 seconds, he spread his arms wide, circled them, and then pressed down firmly onto Vegeta's abdomen, exhaling deeply as if concluding a martial arts technique. If Frieza had witnessed this, he surely would have exclaimed, "You two have traversed realms, haven't you? Are you from the Heavenly Dragon or the 8 parts? Certainly not the waste from the deer and the cauldron." Nilu observed Tian's ostentatious display and retorted, "Don't be so eager to rest. I'm wounded as well." Then, Tian scampered over, his short legs moving swiftly, and after another round of theatrical gestures, Nilu's hands returned to their original state. Though he had not engaged in a fierce battle, Nilu's power had also seen a slight increase, barely reaching 400,000 a truly modest enhancement. In contrast, when Vegeta reopened his eyes, a fleeting golden glow flickered. He rose, glancing at Nailu and then at Tian Tian, fully aware that it was Tian Tian who had rescued him. Although he wished to express his gratitude, his pride held him back. After assessing his own power, to his surprise, Vegeta did not erupt into maniacal laughter but remained silent for a moment. His combat power had risen to 2,000,000. Though not as dramatically as before, he was undeniably nearing the threshold of the 3,000,000 required to transform into a Super Saiyan. The recent golden flash indicated that Vegeta had indeed brushed against the doorway to Super Saiyan transformation. At that moment, another shadow darted toward them, and as it drew closer, they discerned it was a person, disheveled and ragged, with a hairstyle resembling a crab's claw, blown by the wind. It was none other than Son Goku. Kakarot, with your paltry strength, do you dare to act recklessly? Are you seeking your own demise? This time, with Vegeta's formidable strength of 2,000,000 at play, Goku was effortlessly caught, and as he regarded the unconscious state of Goku, Vegeta wore an expression of disdain. With a swift motion, he cast Sun Wukong before Tian Tian. As Sun Wukong arrived at Tian Tian's side, a deep chasm manifested in the ground. This individual is the biological father of Son Gohan. Whether to save him or not is entirely up to you. Proud as he is, Vegeta has come to recognize the formidable strength of Shrek. Even with his current battle power of 2 million, he stands no chance against Shrek. Unless, of course, he can uncover the source of that golden light. Perhaps it embodies the fabled traits of the Super Saiyan. Vegeta, a true prodigy of combat, may not fully grasp the distinction between a standard Super Saiyan and the legendary variant. Yet this does not hinder him from contemplating the right path. Tian Tian felt somewhat fatigued. The healing arts exerted no toll on his body, yet the act of posturing was rather exhausting. In a brief span, he had fainted 3 times. It had been less than 10 minutes since he emerged from the Grand Elder's presence. Tian Tian sensed he might end up exhausted to the point of spitting blood. A green luminescence appeared as he once again concluded his internal energy refinement. Soon after, Sun Wukong awakened, exhibiting an unprecedented vigor. With a thunderous roar, a fierce white aura enveloped him, his momentum surpassing even that of Vegeta moments before. Vegeta's expression darkened in an instant. Who exactly was the true prince of the warrior race? The Saiyans? On Earth, he had been outshone. The moment Sun Wukong activated the fourfold Kaioken, he indeed surpassed Vegeta's battle power. Now, after 2 near-death experiences, Vegeta barely maintained a battle power of 2 million, while Kakarot, that insufferable nuisance, had only faced 1 ordeal and his battle power soared to 2 million. This was utterly incomprehensible. By the heavens, are you blind? Do you not see who the true combat genius is? Meanwhile, Nelu was internally lamenting, his mind inundated with a torrent of exasperation. Chapter 15, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. The heavens are unjust. Vegeta felt helpless, yet he refused to concede defeat. He had just begun to grasp the essence of becoming a Super Saiyan. If he could achieve that, what was Kakarot? Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, each perceiving the indomitable spirit of the other. With a surge of energy, they charged toward Shrek together. In the distance, aboard their spaceship, Son Gohan and Krillin watched with tearful eyes, pursuing the direction in which Sun Wukong had vanished. Shrek harbored no desire to engage with these insignificant beings. Instead, he felt a pang of concern for Sabo, the subordinate he was on the verge of subjugating. In this universe, a battle power exceeding 20,000 is already commendable. For instance, Chou-E, though yet to reach 20,000, is still a capable subordinate, especially alongside the 290,000 power Sabo. Teams like the Cute Squad and the Jinyu Force could already assert dominance, were it not for the likes of King Cold and Frieza, who are truly monstrous. He felt a twinge of regret. The Saiyan who had initially planted the spirit tree had managed to escape, and he could have been a formidable subordinate. Wait a moment. Those 2 fools who dared to strike at him seemed even more suitable to be recruited as his followers. They surpassed the Jinyu Force by a considerable margin. How had he managed to send them flying with a mere slap? However, it appeared they had not perished. Should he go check on them? Perhaps a bit of healing would turn them into useful allies. The thought ignited action. Frieza was far too monstrous, and Slug dared not openly defy him. It was permissible to recruit a subordinate to serve him, after all. He was, after all, a self-proclaimed king. What sorcery was this? Those 2 appeared to have even greater combat power. Did Saiyans possess such innate potential? At that moment, Slug felt an intense sense of threat. The one in the orange attire, with a crab-like head, had surged in power by a staggering 15-fold when his aura turned red. Though still an ant, the growth of this ant was nothing short of astonishing. Vegeta was the first to launch an assault, dismissing Slug's mere 2 million battle power as inconsequential. Yet, what was that flickering golden light? Every time it appeared, Slug's body bristled with unease. as though something ancient and monstrous lurked within that golden radiance. Goku observed as Vegeta, harnessing the intermittent golden glow, managed to contend with Slug, deep in thought. When Frieza spotted Vegeta and Goku re-emerging, a smile crept upon his lips, for he sensed the hidden strength within Goku. A transformation from 90,000 to 2 million battle power. Surely, Akira Toriyama would not dare to write such a tale. Yet, here it was. In the state of a 20-fold Kaioken, Goku wielded a battle power of 40 million. Moreover, Goku's combat awareness was extraordinary, once engaged with Slug. Combined with the Saiyan rage that amplified battle power, Slug might not withstand the onslaught. It seemed he needed to grow larger. Alas, had he known the consequences, he would not have hastily eliminated King Cold. Allowing them to serve as Goku's second stepping stone would have been advantageous. Such a pity. Yet, he felt no regret. King Cold's demise had brought him peace of mind. If Goku could contend with Slug through the Kaioken, then Vegeta's form held intriguing potential. It was said to be Super Saiyan, yet its instability was apparent. However, in moments of golden brilliance, his battle power had already reached 40 million. This increase, while not as pronounced as a true Super Saiyan transformation, was nonetheless terrifying. Adada. Insect. 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 Vegeta grew increasingly fervent in his assault, while Slug cursed back, gradually unleashing more of his battle power. Boom. Kaboom. Following another clash, Vegeta's state began to shift. A ring of golden light emerged around the white aura, remarkably stable compared to the previous flickering. Yet, his hair and eyes remained unchanged. Frieza chewed on a remarkably tough steak, marveling at its texture. Indeed, Vegeta's talent was impressive. Under normal circumstances, he had managed to achieve a state akin to Super Saiyan, stabilizing his combat power at an astonishing 40 million. Quite commendable. Bulma, observing the combat footage projected on the screen, was filled with anxiety. She was unfamiliar with the concept of the simulated Super Saiyan, yet it was evident that Vegeta was still at a disadvantage. Indeed, he was under duress, even after Shrag unleashed his full might, boasting a combat power of 65 million. Vegeta could not withstand the onslaught. Furthermore, maintaining the simulated Super Saiyan form was exceedingly taxing, comparable to the Kaioken technique, making it unsustainable for Vegeta in the long run. Alas, he had yet to master the true art of transformation. It seemed defeat was imminent for him. Frieza shook his head, finishing the last morsel of steak. Let us proceed to the battlefield. Does it not tire you to look up like that? Ignoring Bulma's exasperated glare, Frieza took the lead, flying leisurely towards the fray. The sound of clashes echoed, bangs and booms reverberated through the air. Vegeta was still straining to hold his ground, engaging in fierce exchanges of punches, knee strikes, and whips of his legs, adopting a straightforward approach against Shrag. His golden aura was undeniably splendid, yet the disparity in combat power was apparent. Shrag was no novice, responding with equal force. The 25 million gap tilted the scales of victory swiftly in Shrag's favor. Moreover, Shrag had yet to unleash his full potential, ensuring his position was remarkably secure in this confrontation. Suddenly, after another intense exchange with Shrag, Vegeta propelled himself into the air, utilizing the rebound force. The prince's technique emerged. Previously, Vegeta either obliterated his opponents or was swiftly defeated, leaving no opportunity to employ his royal style, which had left him seething with frustration. Energy blasts erupted from Vegeta's hands like they were free, their speed far surpassing that of a Gatling gun, rendering Krillin and Gohan unable to discern the onslaught. They could only feel the overwhelming energy raining down, illuminating Krillin's bald head with an almost blinding brilliance. As Bulma drew closer, she felt an impending sense of doom. Utterly unable to maintain her flight, compounding her distress was a sudden, intense urge to relieve herself. Final flash. After a relentless barrage lasting half a minute, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his ultimate technique, a powerful energy wave strikingly similar to the Kamehameha. The nature of the energy wave was yet to be discussed, but Vegeta's roar was undeniably extraordinary, dispersing the clouds above. Goku glanced at Vegeta's position, his eyes widening in alarm. Vegeta, stop. Are you trying to annihilate Namek? He could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences if Shrag ceased to stand his ground and chose to evade the attack. Mouth cannon. In the epicenter of the explosion, Shrag's voice resonated, followed by an energy beam even thicker than the final flash, colliding directly with it. Sun Wukong let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the adversary also did not wish for Namek to meet its demise so easily. Wait a moment. Speaking of which, did Sun Wukong and even Vegeta remain oblivious to the name of their opponent? What sort of battle was this? Nevertheless, it sufficed to have an opponent to engage with. Oh, that figure plummeting headfirst towards the ground appears to be Bulma? Chapter 16. It was merely a desire for healing. Why complicate matters? Just as Bulma was on the verge of a fateful encounter with the earth, poised to become one with it, Frieza suddenly appeared beside her. With a surge of energy, he enveloped Bulma, sparing her from a grim fate of becoming a mere splatter upon impact. Mid-flight, Sun Wukong halted his descent upon witnessing a pale-skinned individual with a long tail rescuing Bulma. Sensing no ill intent from this stranger, he shifted his focus towards Shrag and Vegeta, who were locked in battle. Ho ho ho, Miss Bulma, how careless of you. Plummeting from such heights, though with a power level of 1000, you may not meet your end, but your face, facing the ground, is at great risk of disfigurement. Upon hearing this laughter, Bulma, for reasons unknown, felt a flicker of safety wash over her. I need to take a shower. Frieza, on the verge of another bout of laughter, was taken aback by Bulma's exclamation, sniffing the air curiously. Oh. Extending a finger, Frieza pointed at Bulma from a distance. A wave of unusual energy enveloped her, and in an instant, she donned a set of clean clothes in a different hue, her body impeccably refreshed. Bulma was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. For what felt like an eternity, Bulma struggled to articulate her thoughts. How could she voice the indignation of having her intimate garments changed? Absolutely not. Bulma was a lady of high standing. She valued her dignity. She could never resort to the shameless antics of Sun Wukong, bearing all in public. Uft. Whoosh. Ultimately, Vegeta succumbed to Shrag, evading the energy blast by a hair's breadth in the moment of its shattering, expending all his strength to shift his position. After all, the energy sphere was directed skyward, and he felt no psychological burden in evading it. The critical point was that Vegeta was utterly spent. His power level had plummeted to the extent that he could no longer sustain flight. If Shrag unleashed his artillery upon him now, there would be nothing left of him. Vegeta slowly descended towards the ground, adopting a posture akin to that of Bulma moments earlier, headfirst. Shrag accelerated abruptly, intent on delivering the final blow to Vegeta. Frieza's orders had long been cast aside. Allowing this Saiyan monkey to continue growing would undoubtedly threaten his own existence. However, Sun Wukong would not permit such an outcome. 10 times Kaioken. With a thunderous shout, the aura surrounding Sun Wukong transformed into a vibrant red, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before Shrag. Enraged, Shrag, noticing yet another Saiyan monkey meddling, responded with a vicious knee strike. Bang! Ugh! Suddenly caught off guard, Sun Wukong was struck in the abdomen, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of bitter water. He had been careless. With the Kaioken times 10, his battle power only reached 20 million, making him no match for the enraged Slag, who was operating at full capacity. Just as he was about to unleash the Kaioken times 20, an exasperating laugh echoed through the air. Though Sun Wukong had never heard this laugh before, it struck him as exceptionally irritating. Oh ho ho ho. Gentlemen, please pause for a moment. As an innocent bystander, I must say your skirmish seems rather inequitable. Upon hearing this, Slag trembled, his confidence faltering. Sun Wukong also distanced himself from Slag, fixing his gaze on the figure of Frieza in the distance, accompanied by Bulma. Wait, has Bulma changed her outfit? He mused. Though he deemed this observation insignificant compared to the enigmatic presence of the white and purple figure before him. Previously, the distance had dulled his senses, but now, Sun Wukong felt an unfathomable aura emanating from the individual, even if their current energy appeared rather modest, slightly stronger than Naru. Bulma, who is that beside you? Sun Wukong inquired, inadvertently diverting attention from the pressing matter at hand. Bulma, still fuming with indignation, rolled her eyes and retorted. Why did you come without looking for me first, Sun Wukong? Do you have any idea that I nearly met my demise just moments ago? Frieza, clearly exasperated, snapped his fingers, sending Bulma screaming towards Krillin and the others. Oh ho ho ho. Slag, your energy has diminished considerably. It seems Vegeta has given you quite a challenge. You must be Sun Wukong, correct? Would you care to face Slag at his peak? Although Slag was slightly out of breath, he retained confidence in his secret techniques against the crab-headed warrior before him. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Certainly. However, I have exhausted my senzu beans, and I doubt Tian would agree to heal this individual. He glanced at Naru and Tian on the ground, who appeared dazed, seemingly forgetting to rescue Vegeta. Ah, never mind. Vegeta will survive. If he doesn't get treated, so be it. Oh ho ho ho. Allow me to fulfill your wish. You must provide me with a splendid battle. As Frieza spoke, his gaze narrowed menacingly, sending a shiver down Slag's spine. Even Sun Wukong could feel an overwhelmingly sinister aura. Dodoria, the ever-anxious Dodoria, having long evaded the tumult of battle, suddenly emerged from the water, his body quivering with trepidation. Overjoyed to see his master again, Dodoria nearly collided with Frieza in his enthusiasm. Frieza, wearied by the situation, yet aware of Dodoria's unwavering loyalty, found himself in need of such a subordinate for errands and messages. Suppressing his irritation, Frieza flicked his finger, landing a precise blow to Dodoria's forehead. With a swish, Dodoria vanished from sight. Before the spaceship arrives, you better stay hidden. Frieza sighed, his heart heavy with concern. Frieza merely wished to emerge and attend to the two. Yet why must there be so many complications? The crux of the matter lies in Bulma's ample supply of delectable delicacies. Merely indulging in wine lacks excitement. Furthermore, Enjoying a performance should be accompanied by munching on sunflower seeds and sipping fine wine. Life ought to be imbued with a sense of ritual. Suddenly, Vegeta bellowed. Everyone be cautious. He is the true Frieza, the cosmic emperor, the most malevolent Frieza in history. At this proclamation, Krillin and Gohan instantly shifted into a battle-ready stance, while Bulma produced a capsule filled with an array of culinary delights. At that moment, Nail and Dend also regained their composure. However, neither of them recognized Frieza. Nail had encountered him once, but had quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. Dend had merely heard tales from the Elder and had never laid eyes on the true Frieza. Nevertheless, both had gleaned from the Elder's words that Frieza was not an inherently vicious being, provided one complied with his demands. Upon hearing Vegeta's vivid descriptions, a faint smile crept across Frieza's lips. Miss Bulma, I appreciate your hospitality, he declared, reclining on a beach chair, grasping a handful of sunflower seeds, and sipping red wine, entirely disregarding Vegeta. Hey, are you two not going to start? I am already prepared. An energy shield materialized, enveloping Frieza and the banquet table, with Bulma standing nearby. Also shielded, Vegeta stood momentarily stunned, as did Gohan and Krillin, caught in a state of indecision, should they fight or not. Chapter 17, The Kaioken Shines Brightly. Lord Frieza, may I inquire if you are aware of the individual who battled Vegeta? Why might he be one of our Namekians? This query not only piqued Nail and Dende's curiosity, but also intrigued Vegeta and Goku. Hohoho, Lord Shrag, do you not intend to introduce yourself? With that, all eyes turned toward Shrag in the sky. Even Dodoria, having vanished into the distance, appeared to glance this way, yet saw nothing. I am Shrag, everyone. Is that it? Was that your introduction? Hohoho, I am quite satisfied with this introduction. For further details, you may inquire with the Elder of Namek. Now, please commence your performance. Shrag unleashed his full power, sensing that Goku had not yet given his all. Upon witnessing Shrag's seriousness, Goku's curiosity dissipated. I am Son Goku. Let us battle. He too unleashed his complete strength, initiating with a 20-fold Kaioken. Shrag's expression turned grave, for he perceived that Goku before him possessed a ki comparable in magnitude to Vegeta's 40 million. Moreover, he sensed that Goku could grow even stronger. With Goku's battle power reaching 40 million, Vegeta's eyes burned with envy. He was exceedingly envious of this Kaioken. Sun Wukong, this brazen figure, has truly outdone himself with his so-called Kaioken technique, yet he stands on the precipice of achieving Super Saiyan transformation. However, Sun Wukong has no time to ponder Vegeta's inner thoughts. The strain of the 20-fold Kaioken on his body is immense, compelling him to conclude the battle swiftly. Thus, he strikes first. Simultaneously, Shrag makes his move. In an instant, apart from Vegeta and Frieza, only the blurred silhouettes of red and white can be seen colliding and separating, then colliding once more. For a moment, Gohan and the others can only hear the resounding impacts of fists and feet, accompanied by furious roars. Suddenly, Bulma recalls the World Martial Arts Tournament and, producing a microphone from seemingly nowhere, thrusts it before Frieza. Mr. Frieza, might I request a live analysis? Frieza nearly spews his red wine in astonishment. Bulma's antics are utterly outlandish. With a flick of his fingers, she finds herself immobilized, unable to utter a word, leaving her to glare indignantly at Frieza. Then, a revelation strikes her. Frieza is not clad in attire. Alas, she cannot voice this discovery, for if she did, Frieza would undoubtedly resort to silencing her for good. The aerial skirmish continues, with both combatants locked in a tense standoff, though Sun Wukong adeptly harnesses his combat prowess. Ultimately, it is Sun Wukong's superior battle instinct that prevails, landing a powerful elbow strike to Shrag's enormous head. This blow nearly causes Shrag's eyes to burst, leaving him wide-eyed and bloodshot. Boom. As expected, Shrag is sent crashing to the ground, creating an impact crater and fracturing the surrounding terrain. Suddenly, a column of fire erupts from the earth, a result of magma spewing forth from below. The intense heat begins to take its toll on those below, as Vegeta, lying on the ground, narrowly avoids being splashed by lava, breaking into a cold sweat. He possesses no combat strength at present. Fortunately, Nuru notices Vegeta's distress and swiftly relocates him to safety, where Tien administers healing. Frieza does not intervene, but rather observes with keen interest as Sun Wukong and Shrag clash once more. The exchange of energy blasts and Kamehameha waves remains evenly matched, lacking the spectacle of charged ultimate attacks. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Ah, it is the visceral nature of hand-to-hand combat that captivates. Sun Wukong delivers a punch to Shrag's abdomen, prompting Shrag to retaliate with a double-fisted strike to Sun Wukong's back. Sun Wukong follows with a whipping kick to Shrag's head. But Shrag extends his arm, slamming Sun Wukong into the ground, nearly plunging him into the magma pool. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Fortunately, Sun Wukong is enveloped in a protective aura, allowing him to feel the heat without sustaining harm. You land a punch, I return with a kick. You bemoan your fate, I reciprocate with my own woes. Truly, it is a match of equals, a contest of formidable talents, with neither willing to relent. At last, Shrag grows weary of the play. Despite his significantly greater combat power, he has absorbed more blows than he has dealt, which is quite the affront to his pride. He decides to transform. In the next instant, Sun Wukong discovered that he had shrunk to the size of Shrag's palm. Moreover, with Shrag's transformation, his combat power had surged to an astounding 100 million. If Shrag's increase in size had merely augmented his strength, Sun Wukong would not have found himself at a disadvantage. After all, an enemy that cannot land a blow is hardly a threat. However, Shrag's combat capabilities were exceptionally balanced, with both speed and strength enhanced. Despite his enlarged physique, Sun Wukong could not detect a single opening in Shrag's defenses. Bang! At last, Sun Wukong, unable to evade in time, was struck by Shrag's fist and sent hurtling into the distance, crashing through several mountain peaks before plummeting into a vast lake. Boom! Harnessing the lake's water, Sun Wukong dissipated some of Shrag's force, yet this resulted in a towering column of water, obliterating countless fish and shrimp in the process. Sun Wukong lamented the waste, reflecting on the abundance of culinary resources lost. Ultimately, Shrag landed a blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen, causing him to retch violently. Before Sun Wukong could regain his composure, Shrag clasped his hands together and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled violently. Sun Gohan, heedless of the danger, rushed towards Sun Wukong, with Krillin following closely behind. Dad! Wukong! Sun Wukong! Mr. Frieza, please save Sun Wukong. I will prepare more delicacies for you. In her desperation, Bulma could only cast a pleading glance toward Frieza, who appeared malevolent but had never inflicted harm upon her. Yet, how could Frieza acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? He disregarded Bulma's gaze, continuing to sip his red wine leisurely. After all, Sun Wukong had yet to reach his breaking point. He was expected to have mastered more transformations of the Super Saiyan than Vegeta. This was merely the beginning. 30 times Kaioken. Maximum multiplier. Sun Wukong's aura swelled dramatically, and in an instant, his combat power soared to 60 million. This spectacle was nothing short of spectacular, amidst the crimson waves resembling flames. Sun Wukong charged toward Shrag with a fierce battle cry, with a powerful fist raised, reminiscent of his childhood. He even emitted a primal roar akin to that of a gorilla. Shrag was momentarily startled by this display, yet upon sensing the lingering gap in their combat powers, he quickly regained his composure. With a sinister grin, Shrag bellowed, his palms pressed together, as a green energy sphere rapidly materialized, expanding in the wind until it reached a diameter of several meters. Die Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's resilience had earned Shrag's acknowledgement, as he no longer referred to him as the Saiyan monkey, but instead called him by name. Chapter 18. The first Super Saiyan emerges. Shrag concentrated a vast amount of energy, intending to send Sun Wukong to his demise in one fell swoop. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Frieza narrowed his eyes, having detected something amiss with Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong approached Sherlag, a mere 100 meters away, the pulsating aura surrounding him abruptly vanished. Not only did the crimson energy from the Kaioken dissipate, but even the ordinary white aura faded away. In a reckless display, Sun Wukong unleashed a 30-fold Kaioken, but his body could not withstand the strain, rendering him devoid of combat capability. What a pity! Frieza longed to witness the might of the Dragon Fist, but alas, such hopes were dashed. As Sun Wukong plummeted downward, Sherlag showed no intention of sparing him. A green energy sphere hurtled downwards with ferocity. The brunt of the attack would undoubtedly fall upon Sun Wukong, yet at that moment, Sun Gohan accelerated above him. Krillin, have 10-10 save my father. Demon Flash. The sight of Sun Wukong's plight ignited a fierce anger within Sun Gohan. In that instant of fury, his combat power surged by an astounding 500 times. Indeed, 500 times, catapulting from a mere 20,000 to an astonishing 10 million. Frieza, having just sipped his wine, could not contain himself and spat it out in disbelief. This was beyond comprehension. No, please, Gohan. Sun Wukong's eyes widened with desperation as he shouted in anguish. With a tenfold disparity in combat power, there was no way Gohan could withstand the impending doom. Only death awaited him. Frieza, if you do not intervene to save Gohan, I will. Bulma, having regained her voice after several moments of silence, realized she could not possibly threaten Frieza. Meanwhile, Tenten, no longer feigning indifference, had healed Vegeta and was now tugging at his tattered battle suit, pleading earnestly. Mr. Vegeta, I implore you to save Gohan. You are his only hope now. Though Tenten was not a combat-oriented Namekian, she could sense the immediate surge in Vegeta's power upon his revival. Even in that fleeting moment, she felt the explosive energy lurking within him, especially that eerie emerald glow emanating from Vegeta's eyes, cold, merciless, and brimming with aggression. Humph, useless father and son, it falls upon me, the Prince of Saiyans, to resolve this. Boom. A golden light enveloped Vegeta entirely. This time, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. It appeared Vegeta had surpassed his limits. The recent battle propelled Vegeta beyond the Saiyan threshold, elevating his power from 2 million to 3 million, and granting him the opportunity to transform. Enduring near-death experiences 4 times in a single day had deeply wounded his pride, and that overwhelming sense of humiliation drove him to transform into a Super Saiyan. The transformation multiplied his power by a standard 50-fold. Thus, he surged from 3 million to an astonishing 1,500,000,000. He overwhelmed everyone present, save for Frieza himself, with flames of gold ascending. His hair shimmered like a fiery crown, and his sword-shaped eyebrows transformed to match. The air around him rippled with an intense energy, devoid of any white intermingling, particularly accentuated by his emerald eyes that startled Tian into a seated position on the ground with a thud. With a single foot thrust against the earth, Vegeta soared into the sky at an unimaginable speed, almost instantaneously arriving beside Son Gohan. At that moment, Gohan had unleashed the special beam cannon. Yet he did not hinder the descent of the green energy sphere, causing the attack to dissipate. Exhausted from his earlier explosion of energy, Gohan struggled to maintain his flight, determined to use his diminutive form to shield his father from the impending energy ball. Go down and join your useless father. Witness what a true Super Saiyan truly is. With a single hand pressed against Gohan's abdomen, he sent him hurtling to the ground like a cannonball. Had Vegeta harbored the intent to kill, Gohan would undoubtedly have been obliterated. Casting a cold glance at the green energy sphere above, Vegeta smirked, a gesture of disdain towards Shrag. Huh. Vegeta raised his foot, delivering a flying kick to the energy ball. Boom. The energy blast was sent spiraling away, exploding in midair. What a pathetic king, Shrag. I am now a Super Saiyan. You are nothing but a mere speck in my eyes. Vegeta's fury erupted. Fear finally flickered in Shrag's eyes. He should have anticipated this. He should have guessed it. The Saiyan race is a force to be reckoned with. With each resurrection, their combat power undergoes a monumental transformation. They are a race destined for battle. No, Lord Frieza, save me. Genuine fear gripped Shrag. The terrifying look in Vegeta's eyes, an expression that disregarded everything, radiated a murderous intent. Shrag's desire to fight evaporated entirely. Bang. Boom. Thud. Roar. Shrag was thoroughly beaten, feeling as if every bone in his body was shattering, many already crushed. Moreover, his left arm had been broken, completely obliterated. He clutched the stump, gasping for breath, green blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lord Frieza, help me. Shrag's gaze began to dull. With a staggering difference of 50 million in combat power, he had no room for resistance. He could only call out desperately for Frieza, who had sent him to bear the brunt of this encounter. Frieza could not abandon him in his moment of peril. Creak. The unique sound of footsteps. It seemed to be an innate accompaniment of Frieza. Shrag had provided Frieza with quite the spectacle, and Frieza was not inclined to let Shrag perish so easily. Thus, he made his entrance. Vegeta, after all, Shrag helped you become the first Super Saiyan. Is this how you repay his kindness? Vegeta looked at Frieza, who towered over him, his eyes filled with contempt. With a powerful kick, he sent Shrag flying. Yet he still could not bring himself to eliminate him. Frieza, it was you who obliterated planet Vegeta, and you dare to deceive me into believing it was the result of a colossal meteor. Do you truly think I am a mere child of 3? Vegeta's emotions surged, his golden aura expanding with fervor. Judging solely by the intensity of his energy, Vegeta appeared far more formidable than Frieza. However, in reality, Vegeta's anger only afforded him a slight boost. If his battle power had previously been 1.5 billion, it now barely reached 1.6 billion. Such a meager strength was utterly insignificant in the eyes of Frieza, who possessed a power level of 2.5 billion. Hohoho. Vegeta, I recall you were merely 5 years old at the time. Certainly not a 3-year-old. Vegeta, everyone, Goku, who was undergoing daily treatments, nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 19, Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza's mockery inflicted severe wounds upon Vegeta's pride. Unforgivable. Frieza, prepare to meet your end. The golden aura of a Super Saiyan is unlike any mere imitation or multiplied Kaioken. The battle was nothing short of magnificent and brutally fierce. Yet, no matter how fervently Vegeta attacked, Frieza maintained his signature smile, effortlessly blocking all assaults with a mere hand. It appeared that Vegeta's clash with Frieza lacked the grandeur of Goku's battle with Shrag. However, if one were to witness the extent of the surrounding devastation, they would comprehend the sheer magnitude of destruction unleashed by Vegeta in his Super Saiyan form. At times, Frieza would sidestep, allowing Vegeta's unleashed energy to wreak havoc elsewhere, upon mountains, the ground, or the surface of the water. Striking the mountains caused landslides. Striking the earth resulted in fissures. Crashing upon the water created towering waves, revealing the depths below, where the remnants of countless fish and shrimp lay obliterated. The more they fought, the more impatient Vegeta became, and the more agitated he grew. The more ferocious his attacks became. Soon, his breath quickened, and his movements lost their initial fluidity. Vegeta was no match for Frieza. This Frieza was even stronger than Shrek. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, invigorated by the spectacle before him. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Although he had grazed the threshold, he remained unable to achieve the transformation. If it were a mere imitation of a Super Saiyan, Goku was confident he could manage it. Yet that would not even come close to matching Vegeta's current fighting prowess. Perhaps it was worth a try? The battle between Vegeta and Frieza raged on, but any discerning observer could see that Frieza was merely toying with Vegeta. Frieza had no intention of countering. He simply continued to evade and block with one hand. Yet, even so, Vegeta was on the brink of exhausting himself. Why? Why am I unable to defeat Frieza even after transforming into a Super Saiyan? I refuse to accept this. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is often said that combat power relies heavily on one's battle cries. In this moment of intense frustration, Vegeta once again transcended his limits, and his battle power surged to an astonishing 200 million. In the original narrative, after the battle on Namek, Goku trained for an extended period on Yardrat, ultimately achieving a battle power of 2.5 billion. Although this exceeds Vegeta's current power by 50 million. It is worth noting that Goku attained such strength only after a year of relentless training. This clearly illustrates the extent of Vegeta's current agitation. The golden aura around him swelled once more as Vegeta distanced himself from Frieza, his energy wavering and breath coming in heavy gasps. Frieza, if you possess any courage, do not evade. Behold my ultimate attack. Final flash. Vegeta clasped his hands together, positioning his arms at his sides, twisting his body as he shouted at Frieza. He feared that Frieza, being unscrupulous, might evade his attack, and that his fully unleashed final flash would be unable to alter its course. Should Namek explode, there would be no salvation for him. Vegeta was acutely aware that while Frieza could survive in the cosmos, a Saiyan could not. Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, hurry and summon the Eternal Dragon with Nail and the others. If the planet explodes, we are all doomed. Goku observed the frenzied Vegeta, feeling a twinge of unease. He could disregard his own safety in battle, yet he could not place his son and friends in peril. With the capacity of his mind, he could only conclude that relying on the Eternal Dragon to evacuate them was a stroke of luck bestowed upon him by Chi-Chi's prayers on Earth. Vegeta's final flash would not pause for Goku and the others to summon the Eternal Dragon. Krillin clutched a Dragon Ball, while Gohan grasped the Dragon Radar, scurrying to locate the remaining 6 Dragon Balls scattered among the wreckage of their spacecraft. Just as they set off, Vegeta unleashed his colossal final flash, radiating a pale yellow light, hurtling straight toward Frieza. It resembled a launched rocket, its overwhelming force striking terror into Shrek, whose face turned an even deeper shade of green. With a decisive effort, Shrek utilized the recovery of his energy to perform the body extension technique, regrowing his vanished left arm, before sprinting towards Gohan and the others in search of the Dragon Balls. Attaining immortality was Shrek's greatest desire, having already experienced death once. He harbored an intense fear of it. With even a flicker of hope, Shrek would never relinquish this wish. The power of the energy wave lies in its capacity to unleash energy that is 2 or even 3 times its original strength. Vegeta's current battle power stands at 200 million, while Frieza possesses 50 million more. Now, with the intensity of Vegeta's final flash reaching an astounding 500 million. Should Frieza fail to take measures, injury is inevitable. Stellar Storm. Frieza, with a mighty roar, extended his hands forward, slightly leaning back, as a wave of purple energy materialized and swiftly surged toward Vegeta's final flash. Die! Vegeta bellowed furiously. And one must admit that the Saiyant's voice is indeed formidable. Fortunately, Frieza's anatomy is not akin to that of an ordinary being, and his vocal power rivals that of Vegeta. Ho. Off you go to cool off in the cosmos. As Vegeta intensified his energy, Frieza matched him in strength. At this moment, the disparity in their powers became apparent. The Purple Star Storm was significantly more robust than the pale yellow final flash. The scales of victory were rapidly tilting in Frieza's favor. In the blink of an eye, the Star Storm approached Vegeta, and his final flash was all but fading from sight. Damn it! With a swift motion, Vegeta narrowly evaded the lethal energy wave. The Purple Star Storm merely grazed his arm and cheek, leaving only a slight scar. However, the Star Storm was not merely a name with an appealing sound. Its characteristic was that it could expend minimal energy even in the vastness of space. While it may seem of little consequence, it was capable of obliterating an entire planet. Frieza had previously been working for the god of destruction, Beerus, and this star storm was designed to annihilate as many planets as possible. Ho, Mr. Vegeta. It seems you are not my match. Shall I bring Mr. Goku to the fray? Or perhaps you both would like to join forces? Observing that Vegeta had lost his Super Saiyan form, Frieza let out his trademark laughter once more. Upon seeing Vegeta's defeat, Goku rushed to confront Frieza. Although Goku might not be able to best Frieza, he could not allow him to interfere with Gohan and the others as they summoned the dragon. As for Shrek, Goku had completely forgotten him. Now, permit me to engage you in battle. Thus far, Goku had not witnessed Frieza harm anyone, and he found it difficult to harbor hatred toward him. Therefore, his words bore an added courtesy. Chapter 20. The dragon has appeared, wishes in progress. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an ugly, green dragon emerged in the night sky, appearing exceedingly out of place. Goku was momentarily stunned. He seemed to have overlooked this detail, which was an obvious indication to everyone. The dragon has arrived. Whether one speaks quickly or slowly matters not. Reminded of the absurd wish made by Oolong during his childhood, Goku was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Ho ho ho. Goku, let us pause our battle. I am quite curious what wishes you might make. Goku felt a sense of frustration, having completely missed the implication in Frieza's words. It was not a single wish, but multiple wishes. Up to this point, Frieza's actions had exuded a sense of goodwill. Unlike Vegeta, he had not directly annihilated his subordinate, Shrag. Vegeta betrayed him. However, Frieza, in the face of Vegeta's utter helplessness, refrained from exterminating him entirely. Consequently, the naive son Goku found himself at a loss on how to decline Frieza's demands. Nevertheless, Frieza's words were merely superficial. Did he truly need to regard Goku's thoughts? With no other option, Goku shook his head in resignation and hurried to follow. The dragon of Namek differed significantly from that of Earth. The Earth dragon resembled an eastern dragon with 5 claws, its only distinction being its green hue. In contrast, the Namekian dragon possessed a long tail and exhibited characteristics akin to a western dragon, being considerably larger and, frankly, rather unsightly. Beneath the dragon, there gathered Nappa, Tien, Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, the weakened Shrag, and a slightly recuperated Vegeta. Krillin was the first to shout, "Dragon, please resurrect the Earthlings slain by Vegeta." The dragon remained silent. Vegeta then shouted, "Dragon, grant me eternal life." Following the recent battle, Vegeta decided against growing taller. Immortality seemed a preferable choice. The dragon remained unresponsive. In a fit of excitement, Shrag involuntarily exclaimed in his native tongue, "Oh, dragon, grant me everlasting life." All those who did not understand the Namekian language were left bewildered. This time, the dragon responded, opening its gaping maw, its blood-red eyes fixated on Shrag, uttering words that rendered everyone speechless. "I cannot fulfill your wish. Please state another." Tien immediately called out to Gohan and Krillin. The Namekian dragon requires wishes to be articulated in its language. Otherwise, it will not heed you. Additionally, the dragon can grant 3 wishes. Vegeta, seething with rage, was ready to strike Tien. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and relay my wish." Krillin, in a panic, shouted back at Tien, "Ignore Vegeta. First, resurrect those he has slain." Suddenly, a chilling, mocking laugh echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. They turned to find the pale-skinned Frieza, accompanied by a disheveled son Goku clad in tattered orange martial arts attire. Vegeta gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Frieza, I will not spare you." Frieza ignored him, treating his words as mere barking. His crimson pupils emanated an aura of malevolence, making the dragon tremble at his gaze. "Esteemed Lord Frieza, it has been a year since we last met." The collective intake of breath from everyone, including Son Goku, was palpable. Shrag was utterly confounded. Was the dragon truly an acquaintance of Frieza? This was a revelation akin to a knife piercing one's backside. "You may proceed with your business. Do not concern yourself with that green little fellow below." Only someone as peculiar as Frieza could dictate the dragon to commence its duties. Goku, Vegeta, and Shrag were all left in stunned silence. Frieza showed no inclination to make a wish. Shrag was infuriated but could only suppress his rage. The dragon has declared that his wish cannot be fulfilled. To further provoke King Frieza would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, an invitation to demise. The first to grasp the gravity of the situation was Bulma, for she harbored little fear of Frieza. Naturally, Goku also remained unafraid, viewing Frieza merely as a worthy adversary. Tintin, first bring back to life the Earthlings that Vegeta has slain. Tintin, prompted by Bulma, immediately complied. However, the dragon responded, "I cannot grant this wish. I can only resurrect one person at a time. Please choose another wish." Gohan, Krillin, Bulma, and Goku stood in stunned silence. The dragon appeared formidable, even larger than the Earth's dragon, yet it proved to be disappointingly ineffectual, more so than that novelist, Tai Si. "Gohan, revive me first. Once I am restored, the dragon will revive too, and thus the Earth's dragon will return." Suddenly, a voice unfamiliar to Ten and the others resonated through the space. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed. "Aren't you dead?" Gohan's words left Piccolo exasperated. Was this the appropriate moment to discuss such matters? Do you not have any awareness of the situation? Do you not understand how I met my end, and that you bear significant responsibility for it? Calm down, calm down. Breathe. Gohan, make your wish, quickly." Gohan, realizing the urgency, turned his gaze back to Ten. He looked skyward again, though Piccolo's presence remained unseen. "Uncle Piccolo, are you still alive?" Piccolo, unwilling to engage with Gohan's foolishness, reminded himself to remain composed, as he still had a wish to make. Gohan, you've been so good. For my second wish, let me go to Namek. Tintin's quick tongue had already fulfilled the wish before Goku could intervene. A figure clad in a cloak, nearly identical to Nail, with green skin, descended from the skies. The cloak looked impressive, but if only his head hadn't been buried in the ground, the scene would have been perfect. Seeing Piccolo struggling to extract his head, Gohan rushed forward to assist him. He grasped Piccolo's large foot and, like pulling a radish, yanked him free. Piccolo, irritated, wished for silence. He was nearly on the brink of despair. Gohan, can you let go now? Being held upside down by the leg is quite unpleasant. That wretched dragon had revived him without restoring his strength, leaving him feeling utterly weakened. Noticing Piccolo's distress, Tintin hurried over, her short legs scurrying to his side, and unleashed a green healing beam. 5 seconds later, she struck a pose of completion, feigning nonchalance as she gazed into the distance. Frieza, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to inquire, "Hey, from which martial arts world did you traverse?" Moreover, Frieza was under the impression that he had entered the authentic Dragon Ball universe, as this group was far too comical. Finally, Goku could no longer contain himself and shouted, "I want my third wish." Indeed, it is not unreasonable for Sun Wukong to desire a wish. However, Vegeta vehemently disagrees. Vegeta has reached the limits of his patience. The third wish must be granted to him. No, the third wish must be mine. Grant me immortality. Chapter 21. Truly a combat genius. Vegeta seethes with rage. Yet it proves futile. The dragon gazes disdainfully at Vegeta and, on rare occasion, utters a remark. You overestimate your desires. If I possess such power, would I fear King Frieza? Vegeta is left stunned. What sort of useless dragon is this? Hohoho. The others feel a shiver down their spines. While Frieza revels in delight, he relishes the sensation of being insufferable yet untouchable. One word, utterly exhilarating. Setting aside idle chatter. Since Vegeta's wish has been dismissed by the dragon, it naturally falls to Sun Wukong. With determination, Sun Wukong addresses the dragon loudly. Transfer everyone on Namek, except for Frieza and me, to Earth. Piccolo. Piccolo wishes to voice his dissent, but to his astonishment, the dragon deviates from the norm, not even asking for the Namekian language to be reiterated. This wish is remarkably straightforward. The dragon lets out a grand roar, its immense eyes glowing red. Instantly, only Sun Wukong and Frieza remain on Namek, and even the Dragon Balls follow suit to Earth. Consider the psychological impact on Piccolo at this moment. The skies of Namek brighten once more. A figure plummets from the heavens. Sun Wukong observes as Vegeta crashes into the very hole Piccolo had previously made, curiosity piqued. Vegeta refuses. The dragon's voice resonates helplessly through the sky, then falls silent. As for Piccolo, his heart also rejects this turn of events. Yet with a combat power below 80,000, he lacks the strength to defy the dragon's might. Bah, Kakarot, do not presume to steal the spotlight. Frieza shall be defeated solely by my hand. Vegeta spits out the dirt from his mouth, hands on hips, glaring at Sun Wukong above with immense displeasure. Hohoho. You've made your wishes. Is it not time for me to witness your prowess? If you rely on Super Saiyan techniques, you shall find them insufficient against me. Vegeta feels as if he has been struck by Frieza's relentless barrage. Yet he acknowledges that he cannot currently contend with Frieza, and with stamina still unrefreshed. He can only cross his arms in frustration. Sun Wukong begins to gather energy, swiftly elevating his aura to its zenith, reaching an unprecedented combat power of 3 million. However, Sun Wukong does not cease there. He unleashes a more anguished cry, causing the surrounding rocks and debris to levitate, his energy surging dramatically. Aya! Roar! A golden aura envelopes the white energy waves surrounding Sun Wukong, transitioning into a state of advanced Super Saiyan. His combat power escalating to an astonishing 60 million. Frieza felt a twinge of disappointment, despite Goku's impressive base combat power reaching 3 million without experiencing extreme emotions. He had yet to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. This was somewhat disheartening. Alas, this combat prowess pales in comparison to Vegeta's. You remain far behind. Goku exhaled softly and bellowed. This is not the end. Fivefold Kaioken. What? Frieza gasped in astonishment. Was it not said that the Kaioken could not be utilized in the Super Saiyan state? Had the original narrative deceived him? No. Goku had not fully transformed into a Super Saiyan. He had merely achieved a pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Perhaps that was the reason he could wield the Kaioken. The crimson aura of the Kaioken was undeniably formidable, yet the golden flame of Goku's energy refused to yield an inch, resulting in a striking combination of red and gold. Truly, it was spectacular, far more dazzling than Frieza's purple aura. Vegeta stood agape in disbelief. No, this is impossible. It must be a trick. Though Goku had not yet donned the icy demeanor characteristic of a Super Saiyan, his brow was furrowed, and his eyes gleamed with lethal intent. Let us conclude this swiftly. I cannot maintain this state for long. With that, the the battle erupted into chaos. Goku's power surged to 300 million, surpassing Frieza by a staggering 50 million. This is the nature of the Saiyans, a race that, when given the opportunity, can unleash boundless potential. Caught off guard, Frieza was left with only the strength to defend. Before his combat power exceeded 1 billion, that 50 million disparity was enough to dictate the outcome of the clash. However, Frieza was no novice. With extraordinary innate talent and a resilience rivaling that of the Saiyans, he gradually began to match Goku's movements. In a mere minute, Frieza's power was rapidly approaching 300 million as well. The battle raged on, each strike sending tremors through the very fabric of Namek. The skies crackled with lightning, and the oceans roiled with tumultuous waves. As they fought, mountains crumbled, stones fractured, and the seas formed vacuum zones in their wake. Namek had already suffered significant damage from previous skirmishes, and now, under the duress of their combat, the ground began to fissure, with molten lava surging forth from the depths. Lightning continued to strike down, casting an ominous darkness over the planet, as thick clouds enveloped the entire sphere, a harbinger of impending doom. Such was the consequence of Frieza and Goku's aerial duel. Energy blasts erupted, creating craters in the landscape. Occasionally, a pained cry echoed through the chaos. Either Frieza crashing into the sea or Goku being hurled underground. 3 minutes elapsed, and Frieza's combat power soared to 3.5 billion, steadily climbing ever higher. Originally, Frieza believed he would need to unleash his ultimate technique today. Little did he know that his own physique was equally extraordinary. What Frieza was unaware of was that it was precisely due to his mastery over ki and prolonged meditation deep within the ice planet that he had amassed an immense reservoir of potential within his body. This potential was activated by the immense pressure exerted by Son Goku. Once this potential began to erupt, it would not wane in response to the opponent's strength. It would only stabilize after a complete explosion. 400 million. When Frieza's battle power reached 400 million, it finally ceased its ascent. Frieza reveled in the surge, nearly doubling his power in mere 5 minutes. Yet Son Goku was in dire straits. Despite being in a simulated Super Saiyan form, he was far more ferocious than in his normal state. Coupled with the enhancement of the Kaioken, his body had reached its absolute limit. Gasping for breath, Son Goku felt as if his chest were about to explode. His aura fluctuated dramatically, oscillating between strength and weakness, and even his hands began to tremble. This was not due to fear. Rather, his body was perilously close to its breaking point. Son Goku roared in frustration, wishing he could unleash an even greater multiplier of the Kaioken, if not for the limitations of his body. He was truly unwilling to conclude such an exhilarating battle after merely 5 minutes. Suddenly, the red aura enveloping him dissipated, and the Kaioken state was lifted. Chapter 22. The Destruction of Namek. Frieza shook his head. Although Son Goku had momentarily astonished him, such a tactic could not endure. Frieza was confident that Son Goku would soon lack the energy even to remain airborne. However, reality proved that even in his reborn state, Frieza was still overshadowed by Son Goku's protagonist aura. With a fierce reluctance, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan after the Kaioken was dispelled. Having previously experienced a battle power of 300 million, he immediately possessed that same formidable strength upon his transformation. Though this power was still inferior to Frieza's, it surpassed that of Vegeta significantly. Golden hair, bulging muscles, emerald eyes, and a cold, fierce gaze. This state of Son Goku exuded an aura of invincibility. Yet, this perception was contingent upon the opponent he faced. A mere 300 million in battle power was something Frieza dismissed entirely. Boom. Frieza's fist collided with Son Goku's face. Yet Goku merely tilted his head, his predatory eyes remaining fixed on Frieza. How could such a vast disparity of 100 million be disregarded by Son Goku? In truth, it was not so. The simulated Super Saiyan state, combined with the Kaioken, rendered Son Goku impervious to pain at that moment. It was precisely because he felt no pain that he projected an aura of invincibility. With a formidable and powerful arm, a punch ascended and struck Frieza directly in the abdomen. Despite a disparity of 100 million in battle power, Frieza still felt as though a raging fire ignited within his belly. He clutched his stomach and staggered back a few steps. How careless. He had allowed the entire monkey to land a hit on him, and that too, in a moment of unpreparedness. Spitting out the bitterness from his mouth, Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy that erupted around him. Bang! Bang bang bang. Once again, Frieza and Son Goku engaged in an intense hand-to-hand combat, neither employing energy blasts, but rather indulging in a frenzied brawl. Each clash of fists resonated like thunder, with Vegeta struggling to keep pace with their speed. Gulping. An idea suddenly struck Vegeta's mind. These two are absolute fools. 5 minutes later, the epicenter of their battle erupted with a tremendous sound, as if the sky had been torn asunder, sending shivers down one's spine. A figure hurtled towards the ground at breakneck speed, and it was none other than the spot where Vegeta stood. Alarmed, Vegeta exerted every ounce of strength, rolling and scrambling away, ultimately plunging headfirst into the water. Boom. A crater, thousands of meters in diameter, formed, with Son Goku's tattered battle pants clinging tenaciously to his legs, bearing his upper body. Although he retained a semblance of dignity, Goku's gaze was vacant, his body convulsing as he instinctively curled into a ball. The Super Saiyan transformation had dissipated, and aside from not losing consciousness, he could sense nothing of his own body. In the face of an insensible Goku, Frieza found himself in a precarious situation, but he ultimately managed to bring Goku down. Frieza's energy became somewhat uneven, and his breathing grew noticeably labored. Gradually, he descended to the ground, taking deliberate steps towards Goku. Creak, creak. The signature sound effect of his movement re-emerged. Splash. Coughing violently, Vegeta emerged from the water, scrambling onto dry land. The ferocity of the battle between Frieza and Goku had pushed Namek to the brink of destruction. This planet had sustained irreversible damage. Particularly, the moment Goku crashed into the ground had utterly shattered the planet's core, with less than 3 minutes remaining before its inevitable explosion. With a flick of his wrist, Frieza summoned several spherical spaceships from the Ginyu Force to the battlefield. He knew that Goku was not dead, and Vegeta had not sustained significant injuries. He was in a far better condition than Goku. Vegeta, this spaceship contains an emergency medical chamber. It may not heal you completely, but it will prevent your demise. You must leave. This planet will explode soon. He expressed his anticipation for their growth, hoping that in their next encounter, they would provide him with the same exhilarating combat as today. Oh ho 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 ho. With that, Frieza vanished from his position, and in the next moment, he found himself on the ice planet. Wait. Frieza felt an unsettling sensation, a nagging thought that perhaps he had forgotten something of significance. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, deciding to first solidify his combat power beneath the icy layers. Every increment in battle strength necessitates a period of stabilization. Otherwise, one risks a regression in power. As exemplified by Gohan in the original narrative, after the Cell Games, Gohan diminished in strength, and by the time of Majin Buu, his combat prowess was even less than in his childhood. Such a pity. On Namek, Vegeta had finally arrived beside Goku. Witnessing Goku's agonizing state, Vegeta contemplated delivering a fatal blow. An energy blast materialized in his hand, yet after half a minute, he hesitated and ultimately refrained from executing his lethal intent. You spared me once on Earth. I shall extend you the same courtesy this time. However, mark my words, I shall surpass you, defeat you, and eliminate you. With a forceful kick, Vegeta sent Goku crashing into the nearest spaceship. He swiftly approached, affixing emergency medical equipment to him before activating the ship's launch sequence. With a roar, a fiery dragon composed of magma surged into the sky, signaling the imminent explosion of Namek. Vegeta, recognizing the urgency, quickly boarded a spaceship of his own, initiating its launch and closing his eyes to rest. He had not enjoyed a proper slumber in days and was indeed fatigued. Yet, should another opportunity arise, he would eagerly seize it, for he had not only experienced a significant boost in power, but had also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Moving forward, he resolved to train even harder, vowing to one day surpass both Goku and Frieza. I am the Prince of Saiyans, the most gifted warrior. I shall not be defeated by you. Never. With a decisive click, the hatch closed, and Vegeta's spacecraft followed closely behind Goku's as they soared into the cosmos. Shortly after their departure, Namek erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. In the vacuum of space, sound fails to propagate. Yet the magnificent explosion bore witness to the inhuman fate that had befallen Namek. On Earth, Dodoria trembled as he evaded the molten lava that emerged from the ground, only to be abruptly transported to this serene environment. Bewildered by the tranquil scenery of trees surrounding him, he pondered, who am I? Where am I? What has become of Lord Frieza? Before long, he spotted a group of individuals not far away. Among them lay Shrag, eyes tightly shut. Before Shrag stood a green mountain, or rather, a Namekian of similar stature. A diminutive Namekian was crouched beside the giant, emanating green energy. The two identical Namekians exchanged glances, and an odd tension filled the air. Dodoria then noticed a woman from Earth, one who shared a close bond with Lord Frieza, although he did not know her name. He understood that one protected by Frieza's energy shield was not to be trifled with. As for Gohan and Krillin, he was well acquainted with them, for they were the ones who had rescued that diminutive Namekian. Chapter 23, The Absorbed Evil. The appearance of Dodoria attracted the attention of the crowd, and Piccolo looked at Dodoria's pink flesh with evident disgust. The key detail was the numerous small bumps that made it even more repulsive than his own green skin. Naru cast a fiercely aggressive glance at Dodoria. This plump pink figure was certainly not as innocuous as he appeared. Tion's face was filled with terror, as Dodoria had once led a team that slaughtered their entire village, with Dandan being one of his victims, killed with a mere finger. Son Gohan and Krillin were also prepared to launch an attack at any moment, having witnessed Dodoria's heinous acts. Shrag remained with his eyes tightly shut, enveloped by an unknown energy that rendered him in a deep slumber. It was likely the work of the Elder, only he possessed such enigmatic magic. Bulma had hidden herself behind Son Gohan and Krillin, for Dodoria's appearance was utterly unappealing to her aesthetic sensibilities, instinctively categorizing him as a villain. That youthful, stunning, and supremely noble lady. Might I inquire where King Frieza has gone? Furthermore, where is this place? Why have I suddenly appeared here? Dodoria's combat power was a mere 20,000, and among those present, he could only contend with Krillin, Bulma, and Tian. The elder's prowess was beyond discussion. His sheer presence was somewhat intimidating. Dodoria's tone was unexpectedly pleasant, as he knew that others treating him like a mere animal was inconsequential, particularly because Bulma was a favored guest of King Frieza. Though the reason for Frieza's interest in this frail woman eluded him, it did not deter Dodoria from seeking her favor. As the foremost sycophant, he possessed this awareness. Bulma extended her finger towards herself, a bewildered expression on her face as she questioned, "Are you addressing me, you ugly creature?" Upon reflection, it seemed that the only individual present who could be deemed a lady, youthful, beautiful, and exuding an air of nobility, was indeed her. Thus, although Bulma still harbored disdain for Dodoria, her demeanor softened considerably. When Dodoria heard the term ugly creature, he nearly erupted with rage. Yet the thought of Frieza's formidable presence compelled him to maintain his self-perceived gentle smile. It appeared he was now leagues away from Frieza. Consequently, Dodoria attempted to contact King Frieza via his communicator. However, before his fingers could touch the device, a shadow darted past, and he felt a lightness at his ear. The communicator had been snatched away by Piccolo. Crack! Piccolo recognized the communicator and had no intention of notifying Dodoria if some powerful entity were to be summoned. The Earth's great demon king might find himself slain, and who would he turn to for justice? You. Dodoria wished to curse. Yet he dared not. At that moment, the elder suddenly coughed, drawing everyone's attention towards him. Cottage son, you now go by the name Piccolo, correct? Although Piccolo is reluctant to admit it, he understands that the Grand Elder's words ring true. Indeed, I am Piccolo. The Grand Elder squinted at the fallen Slug and let out a deep sigh. Slug had fled the home planet alongside your father, both being exceptionally gifted Namekians. Unfortunately, Slug was corrupted by malevolence, transforming into a villain of the worst kind. Your fortune surpasses that of Slug. Yet you two are divided by the duality of good and evil, with you embodying the latter. This is well known among Earthlings, as the Ko-sama previously elucidated. However, I can sense that the malevolence within you has begun to soften, granting you the ability to care and fostering human emotions, leading you to willingly assume the responsibility of protecting the planet. Cough, cough. Grand Elder. Nail wished to halt the Grand Elder's discourse, concerned for his frail health. Nevertheless, the Grand Elder gently waved his hand and continued. I have employed a special method to exert control over Slug. However, the evil within him is overwhelmingly dominant, and I cannot seal it for long. With King Frieza absent, and both Goku and Vegeta gone, once Slug awakens, he will obliterate Earth, and none shall be able to prevent it. To everyone's astonishment, the Grand Elder mentioned Frieza, seemingly placing considerable trust in him, which defied logic. Yet, no one dared to interrupt the Grand Elder. They all recognized the truth in his words and were eager to learn of his proposed solution. As the embodiment of malevolence, you possess the capacity to master your heart, presenting an opportunity. If you can absorb the evil within Slug, not only will it augment your own strength, endowing you with formidable combat prowess, but it will also restore Slug to the pure and benevolent Namekian he once was. Piccolo was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He cared little for notions of good or evil. The prospect of becoming stronger was all that mattered. The immense power of Vegeta and Goku had deeply wounded him, igniting a profound hatred for his own weakness. This was an utter humiliation. A battle power of 78,000 may command respect on Earth, yet before Goku, it rendered him no more than a mere ant, easily crushed. How could he, the once formidable Demon King Piccolo, accept such a reality? What must I do? Piccolo's reaction did not surprise the Grand Elder. He remained the wise and enigmatic figure he had always been. Place your hand upon Slug's chest, and I shall draw his evil into your being. All you need to do is maintain control of your true self. Following the Grand Elder's instructions, Piccolo opened his palm, revealing sharp claws, and pressed down firmly on Slug's chest. Prepare yourself. This is about to begin. With a crackling sound, a silvery light enveloped Slug and Piccolo, and all present witnessed a surge of dark energy flowing into Piccolo's palm. Boom! A remarkable aura surged forth, stirring a tempest that bent the trees of the entire forest low. After 30 seconds, the hurricane ceased, and Shrag's presence diminished to a size comparable to that of Naru, devoid of any malevolence, exuding an aura of tranquility and serenity. In stark contrast, Piccolo was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, unleashing a series of furious roars. Appearing exceedingly agitated, control this malevolence. Envision those you wish to protect. Recall the emotions you felt when you sacrificed for them. No, I cannot harm Gohan. With a thunderous roar, An even more ferocious aura erupted from Piccolo, instantly sending the trees of the forest tumbling in chaos. Uncle Piccolo. Chapter 24. The Pitiful Dodoria. Piccolo felt as though he might explode. All he desired was to annihilate everything in sight, whether living or inanimate. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, Gohan rushed forward, embracing Piccolo from behind. Pencil, pen holder, tube, bullet, slingshot. This was a word association game Gohan played while training with Piccolo. Upon hearing this voice, Piccolo's aura dissipated entirely, the darkness in his eyes receding like a tide. This voice represented the only sanctuary within Piccolo's heart, a crucial factor in his ability to regain control. With a deep exhale, Piccolo finally calmed completely, reaching out to pull Gohan from his back to face him. Locking eyes with him earnestly. Gohan, thank you. If it weren't for you, Uncle Piccolo would have lost himself completely. With tears in his eyes, Gohan replied, I knew it. I knew Uncle Piccolo could do it. Gently setting Gohan down, Piccolo clenched his fists, feeling the immense power surging within him. He was uncertain if he could match Goku at this moment, but he undeniably felt himself strengthen manifold. Frieza remarked, Kid, you've merely transitioned from 780,000 to 78 million. Though substantial, you remain inferior. Given Shrag's colossal battle power of 1 billion, Piccolo had only obtained an increase of 92 million, with some of it indeed squandered. However, the advantage of assimilation lay in the fact that Shrag retained his life. Furthermore, Shrag had previously been powerful. Even in his newfound benevolence, he could gradually cultivate his strength. After all, Shrag possessed a physique with a baseline battle power of 60 million. Although his current battle power was merely 400,000, those below 50 million would find it impossible to breach his defenses. Dodoria was terrified. Whoa. The sheer horror of Piccolo was evident, as Dodoria wept in fright. Hearing the cries, Piccolo cast a piercing gaze, instantly rendering Dodoria unable to even twitch in fear. The elder spoke once more. He serves as a subordinate to Frieza, being his most trusted aide, or rather, his lackey. Please do not harm him. The terror of Frieza is unfathomable. Son Goku and his companions stand no chance against him. Piccolo is acutely aware that the Grand Elder's predictions are seldom wrong. And Frieza is not the indiscriminate killer that King Kai described. For the sake of both the Grand Elder and Frieza, it would be prudent to spare Dodoria's life for the time being. However, before Frieza arrives on Earth, Dodoria must remain by Piccolo's side, laboring as a menial worker. Unbeknownst to Dodoria, his fate is sealed, yet he continues to express profound gratitude for the Grand Elder's intervention. Subsequently, affairs on Earth resumed their usual course. Initially, the Dragon Balls were used to resurrect the Namekians slain by King Cold's minions. After 130 days, there was an attempt to revive Son Goku using the Dragon Balls from Namek, but this endeavor failed, as Son Goku was not deceased at all. Bulma was reminded by the Namekians that she could summon Son Goku to Earth, but, as in the original tale, her invitation was declined. As for Vegeta, regrettably, he has yet to gain the recognition of the others, and has been all but forgotten. Even though Vegeta was the first to transform into a Super Saiyan, this fact could not alter the prevailing circumstances. Consequently, the group abandoned this course of action and chose instead to resurrect Yamcha, Tien, and Chaozu. Another 130 days passed, and the dragon was summoned once more. Ultimately, the Namekians used their final wish to transport themselves to a planet suitable for habitation and devoid of human presence. The conclusion was once again a joyous one, as Earth returned to a state of peace. On the new Namek, all the Namekians gathered around the Grand Elder, whose appearance had grown exceedingly frail. From this moment forward, Slug shall be your new Grand Elder. Under his guidance, the Namekian race shall surely experience a renaissance. Upon uttering these words, the Grand Elder's hands fell limply, and tears glistened in Slug's eyes. Now, Slug embodies the purest form of kindness. His thoughts solely focused on how to strengthen the Namekian lineage. On Earth, Dodoria toiled desperately, using his limbs to carve paths and build roads. With his meager wages entirely appropriated by Piccolo to support Gohan, who, due to his voracious appetite, was becoming increasingly difficult for Chi-Chi to sustain alone. As Gohan's uncle, Piccolo felt compelled to assist this child's family. Poor Dodoria worked the hardest yet subsisted on a meager diet, having lost considerable weight. The only silver lining was that Dodoria's combat power had risen to 50,000. While still considered weak, it was an improvement from his previous state. The trainers responsible for this development were none other than Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, and Krillin. This group, once relegated to the sidelines, has finally transcended the limits of Earthlings. Yamcha boasts a combat power of 450,000, Tien stands at 70,000, Chaozu at 40,000, and Krillin, the strongest of them all, has soared to 100,000, solidifying his position as Earth's premier fighter. The era of Master Roshi has long since faded into oblivion. In reminiscence of the past, the once formidable Master Roshi, who could obliterate the moon with a single Kamehameha, has now become a rather lecherous old man, surrounded by a multitude of adoring disciples, rendering it impossible for him to remain grounded. On this particular day, Frieza awakened from the icy depths of the ice planet. His combat power not only stabilized but surged dramatically to an impressive 600 million. After a span of over 300 days, Frieza recalled what he had neglected, his loyal subordinate, Dodoria. With a sigh, he concluded that a visit to Earth was necessary. If Dodoria had not been eliminated by the Earthlings, he was likely still residing there. Glimpsing the clone created by the Dragon Balls, which had successfully assimilated Frieza's cells and was gradually increasing in strength, he noted that it had already reached a combat power of 100 million. However, beyond this threshold, the rate of increase had drastically slowed. Merely possessing a combat power of 100 million was evidently insufficient, so he resolved to nurture it further. His own rapid power advancement seemed to render the clone incapable of catching up, which felt like a miscalculation. Without equivalent combat power, fusion was impossible. Reducing the clone's power would negate the purpose of fusion altogether. What if the fused entity proved weaker than the original? Thus, he decided to continue nurturing the clone, hoping for an unexpected miracle. With a swift motion, Frieza vanished from his location, reappearing on Earth, right beside Piccolo. Chapter 25. Distorting Truth and Reality. Frieza found himself in a predicament. The distance was too great, and the only energy signature he could sense on Earth was Piccolo's, thanks to Shrag's contribution. Upon seeing Dodoria, who had lost considerable weight, Frieza almost failed to recognize his once rotund subordinate. Can one envision the transformation of the formerly plump Dodoria into a chiseled figure with 8-pack abs? If not for Dodoria's distinctive skin color and the minuscule bumps that remained on his body, which had merely shrunk, Frieza would never have guessed this was Dodoria. The moment Dodoria laid eyes on Frieza, a tide of grievances surged within him, and tears flowed freely. Discarding the bun he held, Dodoria was eager to report back to his master. This bun, by the way, was a result of Gohan's compassion, who, unable to bear the sight of Dodoria's meager rations, had requested Piccolo to improve his diet. Otherwise, Frieza would have encountered Dodoria gnawing on scraps left behind by pigs. Hohoho, Dodoria, you appear far more pleasing to the eye than before. Those 8-pack abs are quite impressive. It seems you have diligently trained on Earth. Before Dodoria could utter a word, he was taken aback, as was Piccolo. Piccolo's astonishment was palpable. He was overwhelmed by Frieza's overwhelming presence, having just completed his training. Unaware that Frieza had yet to conceal his combat power, the sheer magnitude of 600 million nearly left Piccolo in a state of despair. Piccolo believed that even if he was weaker than Son Goku, he should not be far behind. However, the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza struck him with a profound impact. Apart from Frieza's ability to probe, others could only gauge their fighting strength by instinct. Yet, without the need for precise data, Piccolo sensed the vast disparity between them. He felt utterly crushed by Frieza's formidable power. Dodoria was taken aback by the recent words of Frieza. True to his role as the most loyal henchman, Dodoria immediately grasped the appreciation embedded in Frieza's speech. Lord Frieza, I am your most devoted subordinate. To avoid bringing you shame, I have trained tirelessly on Earth. I have eagerly taken on all the arduous tasks and fought various opponents, surviving on merely 3 hours of sleep, subsisting on the most unpalatable coarse grains. After nearly a year of relentless effort, I have attained this robust physique. Yet, upon seeing you again, I realize you are the sun above, and I am but a blade of grass below, flourishing only because of your radiant light. Piccolo was once again astonished by Dodoria's shamelessness. No wonder the elder had referred to Dodoria as Frieza's top lackey. His flattery was so excessive that he could hardly keep pace even if he boarded a spaceship. As Frieza reveled in the countless praises from Dodoria, a mechanical insect approached him. Contemplating a possibility, Frieza refrained from destroying the insect, allowing it to collect his cells before sending it away. The others remained oblivious to the insect's presence, only noticing Frieza's sudden shift in demeanor before he waved his hand, diminishing his aura. Piccolo had anticipated a fierce confrontation with Frieza and was pondering how to contact Elder Guru, hoping he could devise a way to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. However, before he could formulate a plan, Frieza's aura swiftly diminished, soon resembling that of Krillin. With a sigh of relief, Piccolo turned to Dodoria. He sincerely cooperated, which nearly brought Dodoria to tears of indignation. After enduring nearly a year of inhumane treatment, this shamelessness seemed to suggest that he should express gratitude. Dodoria was extremely resistant. Frieza, aware of the unfolding events, found Dodoria amusing. Now, discovering that Piccolo could also provide entertainment, he decided to play along. Dodoria, where has your courtesy gone? You are my subordinate. Do you wish to imply that I lack control over my subordinates? Frieza's gaze darkened ominously, exuding a chilling aura that sent Dodoria into shivers, almost causing him to cramp. With a sharp clap, Dodoria abruptly brought his legs together and bowed deeply to Piccolo, exclaiming his gratitude with fervor. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Piccolo for the training regimen he devised. Please accept my sincerest thanks, Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo was taken aback. He harbored a somewhat unrealistic notion. Yet it was merely intended to provoke Dodoria, as he did not truly believe that Frieza was oblivious. However, whether Frieza was aware or not remained uncertain to Piccolo. Yet he was acutely aware that Frieza had echoed his sentiments. This king of the universe is indeed a master of deception. Even Bulma, that unreliable, whimsical girl, seems more trustworthy. Bulma was not mistaken. Frieza is quite affable, though at times he appears less than human. This is clearly a manipulation of his subordinate. A devoted one at that. Your name is Piccolo, is it not? I recall your power level was not so formidable before. Has something transpired that I am unaware of? With a simple wave of his hand, Frieza conjured a table and a chair from his storage space, placing a platter of fruits, those from the Tree of Might, upon it. He tossed one to Dodoria, as if bestowing a small reward upon his subordinate, a display of his authority. Sit, Frieza commanded, comfortably taking his place on the solitary chair. Yet he insisted that Piccolo join him. Where was Piccolo to sit? On the ground or atop the table? Piccolo was tempted to overturn the table in protest. Yet he refrained, for not everyone is as audacious as a crow, willing to act on impulse. He was certain that any hint of defiance would lead to his utter annihilation. In truth, Frieza had no intention of malice. Yet his very presence instilled such a feeling in Piccolo. His appearance was so wicked that even the most cordial demeanor felt insincere. Frieza simply wished to convey, Piccolo, you are rather superficial to judge one by their appearance. Such thoughts are unbecoming of a mature individual. Are you refusing to take a seat? Is this a slight against my hospitality? Frieza mused, tossing a fruit from the Tree of Might into his mouth with all the grace of a glutton. Devoid of any aesthetic appeal, although the fruit bore little utility for him, its flavor was pleasing enough to quench his thirst. Chapter 26. Bulma's family is indeed affluent. Eventually, Piccolo acquiesced and took a seat, though beneath him was nothing but emptiness. Outwardly, he maintained a relaxed posture. Frieza made no mention of it, swiftly devouring the platter of 5 fruits, then gesturing grandly. Mr. Piccolo, do you not enjoy fruit? Piccolo nearly lost his composure. Here was Frieza inviting him to partake before he had finished. Would he dare eat without prompting? Now that Frieza had finished, he chided Piccolo for his lack of appetite. Very well, he indeed had no desire for fruit. A simple drink of water sufficed. Piccolo resolved to change the subject. Frieza narrowed his eyes, as if sensing that the imposing elder had concealed something. Do not misunderstand, Lord Frieza. This secret technique is only effective for my kind. Piccolo, nearly stricken with panic, quickly rose to clarify. Frieza nodded, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor, and once more invited Piccolo to take a seat. Do not be agitated. Take a seat and speak calmly. We have ample time. Dodoria, with a gentle demeanor, floated away to prepare tea, while Piccolo, with a sense of resignation, remained suspended in midair. He contemplated the absence of Dodoria, inhaling deeply before continuing. With the assistance of the elder, I have absorbed the malevolent thoughts of Slug. Much of Slug's formidable power stemmed from those sinister notions, thus I have reaped significant benefits. Piccolo chose to remain silent about Dodoria, recognizing that since Frieza had already let the matter go, there was no need for him to seek unnecessary conflict. Frieza nodded, acknowledging that while the narrative had shifted somewhat, the overall course of events remained largely unchanged without his presence. Judging by the mechanical insect that had recently appeared, it would not be long before future Trunks made his entrance, and in 3 years, the androids would inevitably emerge as well. Frieza pondered for a moment, recalling that it was he who had sent Goku and Vegeta to Yardrat. Evidently, they had learned the instant transmission technique there. Well then, I appreciate your honesty. And in light of that, I shall overlook your actions concerning Dodoria, Frieza declared, dismissively waving his hand as the furniture vanished. Wait, you took my chair. How can you still sit? Piccolo exclaimed, but before he could react further, Frieza had already flown away, seemingly headed towards West City. Piccolo maintained his seated posture, his face turning a deep shade of green with frustration, but lacking the strength to retaliate. He resigned himself to the situation. Where is Lord Frieza? Dodoria lamented, feeling the weight of his misfortune in following a master who frequently vanished without a trace. This time, Piccolo refrained from restricting Dodoria's freedom, instead pointing towards the west. If I am not mistaken, Frieza is likely headed to Bulma's house. Everyone claims that during their time on Namek, Frieza and Bulma had quite a good rapport. Dodoria's spirits soared at this revelation. He discarded the water kettle and soared into the sky, racing towards Bulma's residence. He snatched the kettle he had tossed aside and pursued Frieza once more. Piccolo could only watch in exasperation as his eyes twitched in disbelief. Bulma's home, nestled in the heart of West City, was a semi-spherical structure that occupied a significant portion of the metropolis, a testament to her family's immense wealth. The staggering profits from Capsule Corporation were evident, particularly when compared to Dr. Briefs. However, unlike Dr. Briefs, Bulma possessed the advantage of levitating effortlessly, allowing her to survey her surroundings at will. Suddenly, a ghastly visage loomed before Bulma, and despite her ability to fly, she was startled enough to plummet to the ground. Frieza's face frequently haunted her nightmares, and as time passed, the memory became increasingly vivid. This was not love. It was genuine terror induced by Frieza's visage and piercing gaze. Frieza? What brings you to Earth? Upon confirming that the figure before her was indeed Frieza, Bulma, who had often awakened in fright from her nightmares featuring him, found herself surprisingly less fearful. She hurriedly rose from the ground and seized Frieza's hand, first gazing into his eyes, then examining his square ears, and finally scrutinizing his long tail. There was no doubt about it. This was the genuine Frieza, untamed. Oh ho ho ho. Miss Bulma, it seems you are quite excited about my arrival. Frieza had envisioned numerous scenarios for their reunion, yet he never anticipated it would unfold in this manner. Instantly, he felt a twinge of irritation. Oh well, you must not be that kind of person. This is your first visit to my abode, is it not? Come, let me treat you to a grand feast. Lord Frieza, you cannot simply abandon me. He cast a disdainful glance at Dodoria, but ultimately refrained from kicking him aside. The poor fellow had not enjoyed a proper meal in over a year, and out of sympathy, Frieza decided to take him along for a sumptuous meal as a reward for his unwavering loyalty. Bulma had no objections to Dodoria's presence. After all, even with Frieza and Dodoria's modest appetites, she could easily accommodate as many guests as Goku, the voracious eater, could bring along. The trio arrived at Bulma's dining area, where dozens of chefs in uniforms busily prepared delectable dishes, ensuring that the household could indulge in culinary delights at any moment. The extravagance of it all was truly a privilege reserved for the wealthiest families on the planet. Dodoria's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he swallowed hard, yet he remained rooted in place, unwilling to partake until Frieza made the first move. Go on, eat as you please, but do remember, those 8-pack abs are not to be diminished. Dodoria, as if receiving a royal decree, immediately nodded and expressed his gratitude profusely. Then, the dining hall erupted in a pink storm of culinary indulgence. The reason for Dodoria's previous heft was not without explanation. Chapter 27. The Great Special ultimately came for misery. The Earth of Dragon Ball is remarkably harmonious, home to werewolves, bear people, bird people, and other bizarre species coexisting alongside humanity. Although Frieza was reluctant to admit it, he indeed benefited from this eclectic group. Thus, despite his and Dodoria's unusual appearances, the populace harbored little animosity towards them. This, of course, was contingent upon Frieza donning his sunglasses. Otherwise, many would be frightened into cardiac distress. The emergency heart pills at the pharmacy would likely be snatched up, and the police on flying motorcycles would be quick to charge him with intimidation. Naturally, Frieza did not frequently venture outside. He typically resided within the gravity chamber custom designed for him by Bulma. The chamber could reach a staggering 1,000 times Earth's gravity, yet Frieza currently utilized only 500 times, a level that Vegeta employed during his training in the Majin Buu saga. As for Dodoria, he would regrettably find himself reduced to a mere pulp should he dare to enter. Remarkably, the results have indeed been impressive. Dodoria now possesses a combat power of 300,000, no longer the figure easily overwhelmed by the likes of Krillin and others. With the aid of the gravity chamber, Frieza's strength has progressed at an astonishing pace. Upon sensing the aura of the mighty Trunks, his combat power has soared to an astounding 800 million. Consequently, Frieza has taken up residence on Earth. Yet the affairs of the Frieza force cannot be neglected, for the destruction of certain insignificant planets remains a task assigned to him by the god of destruction, Beerus. Frieza, unable to afford to offend Beerus, has resorted to allowing Dodoria to remotely oversee these operations. After experiencing the benefits of Frieza's training methods, Dodoria is unwilling to part ways with him. Frieza, for his part, permits Dodoria this freedom, as Beerus has not imposed any stringent requirements, merely that destruction occurs. Without exaggeration or bias, Frieza has indeed borne an unfair burden. All of his actions are dictated by Beerus's directives, yet he is branded a villain of unparalleled evil. Today, having concluded his training and reached a combat power of 800 million, Frieza appears to have hit a plateau, no matter how diligently he strives. His strength refuses to escalate further. At that moment, he detects the presence of Trunks. Although the aura is unfamiliar, it unmistakably belongs to a Saiyan, and thus he deduces it must be Trunks. Not only Frieza, but others on Earth also sense this remarkable energy. Consequently, all warriors instinctively head toward Trunks' location. While Frieza has the ability to teleport instantaneously, he opts to take his time, allowing Dodoria to witness the unfolding spectacle first. Having just completed his training, he feels the need to freshen up. As for attire, Frieza believes his natural form suffices. He reasons that once his power reaches a certain threshold, a transformation will occur spontaneously. After a brief bath and a shave of his non-existent stubble, Frieza finally teleports to Trunks' side. Trunks, having already been bewildered, finds his world turned upside down upon seeing his mother approaching as well. His mind races with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? The moment Frieza appears beside him, Trunks' confusion reaches a zenith. Overwhelmed by the day's events, he instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan, drawing his long sword and launching an attack on Frieza. In a flash, Frieza's crimson irises emit two beams of death, shattering Trunks' sword into fragments. Casting a glance at Bulma, Frieza coolly remarks, "Your son has not been properly trained. Allow me to discipline him." Bulma is left in a state of bewilderment, while the others ponder the implications. Fueled by rage, Trunks discards the remnants of his broken sword and raises his fists to strike Frieza. Bang! Whoosh! Boom! Date was sent soaring by Frieza's tail, crashing into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. This was quite disheartening. I am an advocate for environmental preservation, someone who typically avoids trampling on green spaces. How could one be so reckless in the destruction of nature? With a sharp sound, Frieza's foot struck Date's back, propelling him into the sky, transforming him into a mere star before vanishing from sight. Just as Frieza finished his thought, Sun Wukong appeared, gripping Date's shoulder. It turned out that Sun Wukong sensed the fierce battle between Frieza and an unfamiliar entity, fearing for the fate of Earth, and could not resist utilizing instant transmission. He first rescued Date, who was on the verge of breaching the atmosphere, and then, in another instant, he materialized before Frieza. Frieza gazed at the unconscious Date sprawled on the ground, overwhelmed by disappointment. How dare someone with a mere battle power of 2.6 billion muster the audacity to challenge him? With such insignificant strength, what right did he have to lash out in a fit of despair? If Bulma were not your mother, and I had not been indebted to her, that last kick would have sent you straight to the afterlife. However, why dwell on such thoughts? Our spaceship has 3 hours before it reaches Earth. Vegeta may not have mastered instant transmission, but he has acquired another skill, teleportation. Teleportation? Could it be that Husu had concealed something from me? Frieza pondered, contemplating the possibility. Husu responded, "Oh Frieza, I am wronged. Teleportation is a skill that Vegeta mutated from instant transmission. That fellow is indeed a combat prodigy." After assessing Sun Wukong's battle power, it was found to be 8.2 million in his normal state, and upon transformation, it could be calculated by multiplying by 50, yielding a staggering 45 billion. "Hello, everyone," Sun Wukong greeted. Noticing Frieza had fallen silent, and he turned to his comrades on Earth. As for Date, he had not sustained any fatal injuries. He had merely fainted, and Sun Wukong was not overly concerned. Chapter 28. What am I called? Why is this mysterious boy Bulma's son? Is this question truly significant? Wukong, what have you been up to on Yardrath for the past year? Did you find a new wife? A group of people immediately turned their gazes toward Yamcha, leaving him scratching his head in confusion. It was merely a jest. There was no need for such a strong reaction. Sun Wukong also scratched his head. Although Chi-Chi could be quite fiery, her cooking was undeniably delicious. Everyone collapsed in disbelief. Indeed, this was the Sun Wukong they knew, carefree and blunt. Even after his significant power increase and his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. After a year apart, there was much to discuss, especially for Krillin, who shared a deep bond with Sun Wukong. Of course, the most important figure remained Sun Gohan, Sun Wukong's son, who, after a year under Chi-Chi's strict guidance, was eager to venture on adventures with his father. Perhaps it was the Saiyan genes. Every Saiyan possessed an inherent inclination towards combat and action. As the crowd lamented the sorrow of parting, 2 spherical spacecraft appeared in the sky, resembling the vessel that Vegeta had once arrived on Earth. "Everyone, step back. This is my and Vegeta's spaceship, and it is about to land," declared Goku. His words met with no skepticism, even from Frieza, who discreetly moved aside. Frieza's appearance ensured that none wished to stand beside him, save for Dodoria, who would invariably position himself behind Frieza at any opportunity, ever ready to undergo Frieza's rigorous training. With a resounding crash, the spacecraft successfully landed, prompting the crowd to gather around once more. "Uncle Piccolo, the spaceship has legs," exclaimed Gohan innocently, and suddenly, everyone remembered the mysterious figure in a state of unconsciousness. What was his name again? We must save him. In unison, they rushed to the edge of the spacecraft. Particularly Goku, who effortlessly hurled the spherical vessel aside. Though unfortunate for Dubra, who found himself buried beneath the ground save for his feet, he was, after all, a Super Saiyan, and such a minor impact could not harm him. The true peril lay in Frieza's earlier assault. The thrown spacecraft erupted in midair. Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, glared with murderous intent. Kakarot. With a swift motion, Vegeta vanished from sight, so quickly that even Frieza failed to discern how. However, Frieza, sensing the energy, glanced behind Goku, where Vegeta suddenly appeared, adorned with a fiery golden hairstyle, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Goku's rear. This maneuver was all too familiar for Goku, who had been ambushed by Vegeta on several occasions. Initially, Goku could sense Vegeta's energy but struggled to react in time. Yet, he had cultivated an instinctive habit. Whenever Vegeta disappeared, he would immediately vacate the spot, for Vegeta did not always aim for his backside. This instance was no exception. As Vegeta vanished, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared away. Though Goku escaped, The unfortunate Dubra, whom Goku had just rescued from the pit, was not so lucky, as he was sent flying by his own father. Poor Dubra, who had barely recovered from Frieza's near expulsion from the atmosphere, was now sent skyward once again. The might of a Super Saiyan was formidable, with a battle power in the hundreds of thousands, inflicting far greater pain than a mere spacecraft's impact. Thus, Dubra was jolted awake by the force of the kick. Furious, he transformed into a Super Saiyan once more, glaring at Frieza from a distance. Frieza retorted, "That kick was from your father. What are you staring at me for?" In a brief moment, 3 Super Saiyans emerged, their immense energy altering the very atmosphere around them. Once a sky of clear azure, it is now engulfed in ominous clouds, threatening thunder and rain at any moment. Date is poised to charge at Frieza again, but is abruptly halted by Vegeta. "Speak. Who are you? How did you transform into a Super Saiyan?" Vegeta asserts, suspecting that Date must also be a Saiyan. For how else could he achieve such a transformation? Impossible. The only surviving Saiyans are us two, along with your half-breed son. Moreover, his hair is not black, nor is his hairstyle correct. Vegeta, hovering in the air with arms crossed, enumerates the reasons why Date cannot be a Saiyan. But how do you explain his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? Goku interjects, further dismantling the argument. Now who are you really? Date feels a surge of despair, his expression revealing a defeated demeanor, which only aggravates Vegeta further. Meanwhile, Frieza has settled into a beach chair with a small round table, sipping on a watermelon beverage while enjoying the unfolding drama. Date, 2, 6 billion. Vegeta, 400 million. Goku, 4, 5 billion. How entertaining. In the original narrative, Vegeta was not capable of transforming at this stage, and Goku's power was merely 2, 8 billion, stronger than Date, but limited. However, now both Vegeta and Goku possess the ability to easily overpower Date. What kind of sparks will fly between them? I am Harry Potter Conan. Although Date feels that this timeline has become utterly chaotic, he remains concerned that revealing his name might affect his origins. Upon hearing this name, Frieza spits out the watermelon drink he was savoring. Just how powerful is Frieza? The once soft and harmless watermelon beverage hurtles towards Piccolo and the others. Then chaos ensues. The air fills with the sounds of distress and outrage. Bulma, being somewhat petite, is completely shielded by Tien Shinhan due to the angle of the chaos. She turns to him, perplexed, and inquires, "What has happened? Were you ambushed? Wait, did you all just get hit with watermelon juice?" Chapter 29. The conflict triggered by watermelon beverage. It's nothing, just a slip of the tongue. Continue watching the show. Keep observing vigorously. Realizing he has inadvertently stirred the ire of the crowd, Frieza offers a brief explanation. The onlookers glance at Frieza, then reflect on their own bodies still aching from the watermelon incident, ultimately deciding to refocus on the Saiyan spectacle featuring Goku and his companions. Bulma, however, is undeterred. Her boldness stems from her wealth. She swiftly produces a capsule. With a pop, a refrigerator materializes. As she opens the fridge, it reveals an abundance of watermelon beverages. Come everyone, try this. It's the latest invention from Mr. Frieza, and it tastes delightful. Gohan is the first to step forward, inserting a straw and taking a hearty sip, then rubbing the bump on the back of his head, a souvenir from the watermelon incident. Gulp. Oh, Harry Potter and Conan, is it? You play with Vegeta for a moment. I shall fetch a drink. Oh, Vegeta, do not be impatient. I will reserve a cup for you. However, do be gentle. He appears rather fragile. Let's not inadvertently cause any harm. Daz. Vegeta. As he turned away, reverting from his transformation, Goku ignited Vegeta's fury. Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed menacingly. At least leave 3 cups. Goku collapsed to the ground, followed closely by Daz, while Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Gohan, and the others, merely spectators, simultaneously spewed forth watermelon juice. Fortunately, their expulsion lacked the catastrophic force of Frieza's, with even Piccolo merely creating a few small craters in the ground. Frieza was nearly doubled over with laughter. The most distressed of all was Dodoria, as Frieza's subordinate. He was forbidden from laughing, no matter how amusing the situation became, unless he simply could not contain himself. Ah-ha-ha. Oh-ha. He chuckled uncontrollably. At a mere glance from Frieza, Dodoria trembled, suppressing his laughter, though his cheeks quivered and his abdomen convulsed rhythmically. Initially, one might presume that such a scenario would prevent any conflict, leading the group to sit together and enjoy summer beverages. Yet, events seldom unfold as anticipated. Bang! A sound erupted, louder than thunder, as Vegeta clashed with Daz. Boom, boom. The skies echoed with explosive sounds as Vegeta and Daz exchanged blows, creating sonic booms accompanied by rippling shockwaves. The breeze felt rather pleasant, sipping on the chilled watermelon juice while enjoying the refreshing air, truly a delightful experience. Frieza's sentiments resonated with all present. Dodoria, teary-eyed with gratitude, nodded vigorously while biting his straw. It had been a long time coming. He had finally been granted a cup of watermelon juice, vowing to serve Frieza with unwavering devotion henceforth. The battle raged on, as Goku had remarked. While Daz could transform into a Super Saiyan, he was indeed rather feeble in comparison. After a mere 2 minutes, Vegeta grew impatient. Having expected Daz to conceal his true strength, alas, he was genuinely lacking. You are delaying my drink. You deserve to be punished. Slap, slap, slap. After a series of resounding smacks, Daz crouched on the ground, nursing his sore backside. Vegeta disdainfully washed his hands with ice from the refrigerator, then disregarded Goku's gaze. Claiming 5 cups of watermelon juice for himself. Vegeta, you said you wanted 3 cups. Goku, holding a cup in each hand, took a deep sip, and upon witnessing Vegeta's actions, swallowed the mouthful of watermelon juice in one go, his throat bulging. Do not think I did not see that. Kakarot, you are already on your 4th cup. As the crowd collectively raised their eyebrows in confusion, they questioned what peculiar obsession compelled these two to compete over such trivial matters. Thus, Vegeta and Son Goku commenced a watermelon juice drinking contest, leaving everyone in a state of embarrassment. Observe the disparity. Despite their formidable strength, they remained intent on outdoing each other. Inspired by their enthusiasm, Piccolo and the others soon joined the watermelon juice competition, and before long, an entire refrigerator full of the beverage was entirely consumed. A gust of wind swept through, and the often overlooked Daju found himself in a moment of existential contemplation. What was the purpose of his arduous journey to this realm? Was it merely to endure beatings? To receive a swat on the backside from his father? Or perhaps to witness their beverage squabble? That watermelon juice appeared quite delectable, didn't it? Surely. You too feel a thirst. Go ahead, I saved some just for you. Bulma's gentle, sweet, and understanding words made Daju yearn to weep. Ah, how wonderful mothers are. Whether from this timeline or his original one, they always reserve a delightful treat for their child. Galugulu. Delicious, delicious. Thank you, mother. Huh. Oh no. In a surge of excitement, he exclaimed habitually. What to do now? Poor child, so befuddled by the violent antics of Frieza and Vegeta. Bulma gazed at Daju with pity, her heart aching for him. Kid, stop pretending. Who are you really, and how can you transform into a Super Saiyan? With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta summoned a wave of destruction upon the scattered empty cups at his feet. His hair, rising defiantly, radiated an air of haughty independence. Hohoho. Vegeta's skin prickled as he shed a multitude of goosebumps, yet he steadfastly maintained his crossed-arms stance. Defeated but unyielding, he resolved to present an unafraid demeanor. Creak, creak. Frieza approached slowly, exuding an aura that was nothing short of formidable, accompanied by Dodoria, who trailed closely behind, unwilling to part with the substantial amount of watermelon juice bestowed upon him by the tyrant. Frieza, Daju gritted his teeth, nearly crushing his cup of watermelon juice in his grip. Please call me Harry Potter Conan. However, his bravado quickly deflated, and now all he wished for was to ensure his own future existence, oblivious to anything beyond that. Creak. Frieza halted, casting a smirk at Daju, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned warriors. Bulma had become immune to such expressions, having grown accustomed to them. Nevertheless, she understood that whenever Frieza wore that particular grin, it rarely boded well, although she had never witnessed Frieza pass gas or squat. Chapter 30. A terrifying android will emerge in 3 years. Conan, how old are you this year? Where have you sold Ran? Everyone stared in silence. Frieza paused, seemingly out of character. Clearing his throat, he continued, ahem. Conan, is it not time for you to reveal your purpose for visiting this time? I, Frieza, am the true protagonist. In these recent episodes, my presence has been woefully diminished. I neither engage in battle nor seek the Dragon Balls, and I certainly do not train. With my combat power of 800 million, am I not entitled to a little arrogance? I alone could easily crush the 3 of you. Have I become overly boastful? Even with a mere sip of watermelon juice, I find myself irked. Indeed, I am vexed. This was my invention. Yet you all seem to indulge in it more than I do. Ahem, it appears I have digressed. Frieza digress? Nonsense. I am the protagonist. I have every right to voice my grievances. Dazai awkwardly scratched his head, somewhat baffled by this timeline. However, aside from the fact that Frieza is not an enemy and Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan, not much has changed. These are trivial matters. The real concern is whether Dazai can even be born. Conan is Conan, but greetings to all. I have come to convey an important message. Do not question how I know. It's beyond my ability to explain. The crowd collectively frowned, exasperated. What on earth are you trying to say? If you don't speak, what can we ask? Frieza's malicious glare was palpable, clearly displeased. If you remain silent, how will the plot progress? Approximately 3 years from now, on the morning of May 12th, at 10 o'clock, a formidable duo will emerge from an island 9 kilometers to the southwest. Vegeta interrupted Dazai's narrative with disdain. Formidable? Can they surpass me? Dazai paused, contemplating. Indeed, the future androids seem to lack the strength of their creator. If I am to serve as the benchmark, it appears any of them are only marginally stronger than I. As he continued, Dazai's voice dwindled. He could distinctly sense that Vegeta was significantly stronger than himself. and that Mr. Goku might even surpass his father. Furthermore, that ever-smirking Frieza seems to command a considerable amount of respect from his father. Oh, it seems I just endured a severe beating from Frieza. If that is the case, Frieza's power must exceed what it should originally possess. With such a group here on Earth, can the androids truly stir up a tempest? I thought it to be a matter of great consequence. Although I am unsure how you know about events 3 years hence, according to your words, the so-called duo seems rather unremarkable. Bulma was particularly concerned about this matter. After all, it pertains to Earth, her homeland, and it is prudent to seek clarity. Conan, please elaborate on who they are. Are they aliens? Speaking of aliens, Bulma cast a glance at Frieza, who seems to be the leader among them. Turning away, she no longer wished to behold Frieza's greedy visage. Dodoria, as Frieza's first henchman, was incensed to see Bulma disregard his master. How dare you? But then, Dodoria's head was buried in the ground, muffled cries escaping his lips. Frieza's tail gracefully lowered, signaling to everyone that they need not concern themselves with him. Date's face was drenched in sweat, yet he dared not remain silent. They were not extraterrestrials. Rather, they were artificial beings created by Dr. Gero, designed solely for the annihilation of humanity. They had slain Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Piccolo. With Piccolo's demise, the Guardian of Earth vanished, rendering the Dragon Balls powerless, reduced to mere stones. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Master Roshi, and others fell victim to these androids. And ultimately, even Gohan met his untimely end. Upon hearing his own death from Date's lips, everyone wore a peculiar expression. Yet, here they stood, perfectly fine, having just enjoyed some refreshments. At that moment, Date recalled the watermelon-flavored drink in his hand. Noticing the attention directed at his beverage, he hastily bit the straw and took a hearty sip. The watermelon drink possessed a remarkable ability to lighten the mood. The atmosphere brightened once more. After all, who could truly ascertain the veracity of future events? Furthermore, the adversaries had stated that the androids were not as formidable as Vegeta, so what was there to fear? Wait, what about me? You mentioned they perished, yet neglected to mention how I met my end. Goku suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed Conan had failed to clarify his fate. An android? Surely, he must have been involved in the battle. Date froze, nearly choking on the watermelon drink. Goku was actually curious about his own demise. After a fit of intense coughing, Date retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Mr. Goku, you are not part of the confrontation. 2 years hence, you shall succumb to a condition known as viral heart disease, leaving you no chance to engage. Date was well aware of the group's eccentricities and continued, without waiting for Goku to respond. This is a miraculous remedy for heart disease. Take it when symptoms arise, and you shall be fine. Having said this in one breath, Date felt utterly drained. This was mentally exhausting. Moreover, he had urgent matters to attend to. So he hastily produced a capsule containing the time machine and tossed it into the distance. Bang! A time-traveling device, sufficient for one occupant, materialized before them. Oh ho ho ho. Wait, I'm quite intrigued by this machine. Bulma, please examine it and construct one for me as well. Bang! Before Date could board, the time machine reverted to its capsule form, snatched by Frieza. Frieza, return my capsule. The future still requires my presence. I cannot remain here. In a state of urgency, Date resolved to reclaim it. Bang! Whoosh! Ding! Silence enveloped the world, as Date vanished under Frieza's sweeping tail. What Frieza, desire is not for you to meddle with. He tossed the capsule to Bulma with nonchalance. You have 3 days. If you cannot unravel its principles, then you shall take your own life. With that, Frieza elegantly exited the scene. To be precise, he simply vanished. Yet, everyone had grown accustomed to Frieza's elusive nature, leaving little else to be said. Goku, what skills did you acquire on planet Yardrat? The Eternal Dragon merely mentioned that you were there honing new abilities. Please, do share with us. Sun Wukong, scratching his nose, would never refuse Krillin's request. There is not much to it, merely a technique called instant transmission. As long as one can sense the aura, one can swiftly teleport to the side of the other. By the way, when Frieza vanished just now, he employed instant transmission. Where did Frieza go? He arrived on planet Yardrat, seeking out the very Husu who had taught him instant transmission and the transformation techniques. Chapter 31. A talent beyond compare. Frieza's formidable presence suddenly materialized beside Husu, causing Husu to jump in fright, abruptly bringing an end to their battle. Oh ho ho, Husu. You seem quite eager. Are you hoping to relish an extra second before your demise? Husu dared not show any disrespect to Frieza, a being known for obliterating planets at a whim. Shao Dai, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with our esteemed guest. Husu hastily donned his attire, while Shao Dai, wearing a look of dissatisfaction, could only flee, clutching her blanket, intimidated by Frieza's fearsome visage. What brings you here, Lord Frieza, at such an hour? Is there any way I might be of service to you? Just months prior, he had sent away 2 troublesome Saiyans, and now Frieza had returned. How unfortunate for planet Yardrat. Reflecting on the chaos caused by the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta left Husu in despair. Though those areas were uninhabited, The planet itself bore a significant dent. If not for the inhabitants tirelessly seeking materials to mend the damage, the planet would surely face annihilation. Oh, Husu recalled that he had already mentioned this. Regardless, if Lord Frieza wished to hear it, he would oblige. This matter traces back to a year ago. It was a splendid day when Xiao Dai and I. Frieza's crimson gaze swept over Husu, and two unfathomable pits appeared beside him, leaving Husu uncertain whether the planet's core had been damaged. However, Husu had no time for such worries. He was so terrified that he felt his soul scatter, collapsing to the ground. While Husu was indeed the most formidable individual on planet Yardrat, his combat prowess was merely 80,000, hardly a match for a powerhouse like Frieza. Why, Your Majesty, have I spoken incorrectly? My second greatest annoyance is those who speak too much. Frieza showed no interest in Husu's tales or Xiao Dai's plight. Even when they had been engaged in a fierce battle moments ago, Frieza remained as calm as still water, even harboring a hint of disdain. The root of his discomfort lay in his own unbearable pain, an agony he could not reconcile. Curse truck, why must you collide with me? Now, let us discuss the matter of relocation. At this juncture, Husu dared not harbor ulterior motives. He secretly hoped that perhaps, if he played the victim, Lord Frieza might take it upon himself to deal with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Now, he no longer dared to provoke this even more terrifying deity. It seemed that the mugwort burned by Xiao Dai had indeed taken effect. Compared to instantaneous movement, the technique of displacement was far more suitable for combat. Throughout countless millennia, only a rare few had grasped the art of displacement from the concept of instantaneous movement. However, those who had comprehended displacement were truly exceptional individuals, capable of effortlessly defeating foes far beyond their level. After Husu finished speaking, he cautiously observed King Frieza, his eyes filled with a pitiful expression. Frieza felt quite uncomfortable under his gaze, yet he refrained from striking him, his countenance dark as a stormy sky. Are you implying that Vegeta possesses greater talent than I? A common man's ire could spill blood in mere moments. The fury of a king could nearly shatter the fabric of space itself. Husu gazed at the vanished dwelling, trembling in fear. Alas, his newly purchased home had been lost so swiftly. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. I assure you, your talent is undoubtedly the highest in the universe. You simply had not considered this aspect. Oh, Frieza pondered, realizing that this might indeed be true. Influenced by the original narrative, he had fixated solely on mastering instantaneous movement, never contemplating other avenues. The crux of the matter was that he had learned instantaneous movement with remarkable speed. As soon as Husu explained the principle, he had already mastered it. Who would bother to ponder other methods? Articulate the thought process behind displacement. However, Husu found himself unable to fulfill Frieza's request. I cannot, Your Majesty. Each individual who comprehends displacement possesses a unique perspective, which outsiders cannot articulate. That explanation is rather grandiose. Shortly thereafter, Frieza appeared in the distance, then vanished again to another location. Upon reflection, he thought, how utterly bewildering. It truly cannot be described. It seems Husu was not lying. Frieza felt a sense of relief. At least this confirmed that his talent surpassed Vegeta's, as he had grasped it almost instantaneously, while Vegeta had taken several months. Speak. Are there any other similar extraordinary skills? He would not overlook any truly magnificent abilities. Insanity. Smack. This time, Husu could not escape unscathed, having successfully provoked Frieza, who sent him flying with a swish of his tail. You dare seek death, and I shall oblige. If it exists, it exists. If not, it does not. How dare you insult me? Of course, Frieza did not genuinely intend to kill him. Although he was a cold-blooded creature with a body colder than ice, he possessed a human soul and would not sink to betraying those he taught. Annihilating the Zenkai was one matter. He held no familial ties to the Frost Demons. Yet, one individual stood apart, Cooler, who, in the storyline, sought out Goku on Frieza's behalf, only to meet the same fate as Frieza himself. This did touch Frieza's heart slightly. As for King Cold, who sought to take his son as a pawn after his death, he held no place in Frieza's emotional landscape. My king, I meant no disrespect. I was referring to your mental state. Smack. Husu once again soared into the distance. Frieza recognized that Husu's mind had momentarily short-circuited. Yet this was hardly a justification for the insult. Humph. Observing Husu, who had lost 3 teeth, Frieza spoke with a chilling tone. You would do well to consider your words carefully. Although I have no desire to kill you, my patience is not infinite. Now with a few missing teeth. Husu spoke with a slight lisp, yet he had truly gathered his thoughts and articulated himself as clearly as possible. Deep Well Sect, the elite of the Benzine clan, has irresistibly summoned forth the spectral dance. Frieza was utterly perplexed, his brow furrowed in confusion. What in the world are you babbling about? As Frieza's anger mounted, a cold glimmer of murderous intent began to surface, causing Husu's legs to tremble in fear. His already large eyes bulged, bloodshot with anxiety. Suddenly, it seemed as though a thought struck Husu, and he hastily retrieved a yellowed tome from his storage space. After confirming it was indeed the correct book, He eagerly presented it to Frieza. The Neuro Book. Frieza involuntarily uttered the title, and as he recalled Hyusu's earlier words, he began to grasp some understanding. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a healing spell, and Hyusu felt as though he had consumed a senzu bean, his injuries rapidly mending, even restoring his lost teeth. While astonished by his own transformation, Hyusu recognized it was undoubtedly linked to the green light Frieza had conjured moments ago. Lord Frieza, this is the Neuro Book I mentioned earlier. It contains the insights of an ancient master regarding mental prowess, and someone once derived the instantaneous movement technique from its contents. Instantaneous movement. Frieza's eyes sparkled with brilliance at the mention of such a formidable combat skill. After all, that technique had enabled Hit to dominate the entirety of Universe 6. In a flash, the yellow tome was in Frieza's hands. However, upon opening it, his expression turned to one of disbelief. The jumbled text was utterly incomprehensible. Are you certain this isn't merely a cover for a different book? Why is it that the universal script on the outside is legible while the inside resembles gibberish? Hyusu, now steady in his stance and speaking with newfound confidence, retorted, "This is not a cover I fashioned. It is the cover my ancestors crafted." Frieza's face darkened. "What difference does that make? Do not fret, Lord Frieza. You need not comprehend the text yourself. Simply channel your mental energy into the book, and the knowledge within will reveal itself to you." This tome indeed possessed an intriguing and mysterious quality, suggesting that its author had truly mastered the art of mental acuity. Frieza remained silent, directly unleashing his mental energy. Although it was but a fraction, it was sufficient to envelop the book. Hyusu pondered. Indeed, Frieza was impressive. He had never systematically studied techniques for mental energy control, yet he could immediately project his mental force. Judging by Frieza's accomplishment, his mastery of mental energy was already quite formidable. Hyusu had overestimated Frieza. Had it not been for the soul residing within Frieza being a reincarnation, his mental prowess would not have reached such heights. Frieza was oblivious to this. He merely recognized that this neurotic book was genuinely bizarre, capable of driving an ordinary person to madness. Fortunately, Frieza was no ordinary being. He not only remained sane, but also grasped the concepts of flash time and lightning dash. Flash time, akin to Hit's technique, was understood by Frieza. Yet his current control over time was insufficient, measured in mere fractions of a second, rendering it somewhat impractical. Lightning dash, though not as powerful as flash time, enhanced Frieza's speed, enabling him to move 3 times faster than lightning. In essence, flash time and lightning dash constituted a combination skill. By utilizing flash time to conceal oneself in the fabric of time while employing lightning dash, even foes with double the user's combat power could be caught off guard. In a battle, even the slightest advantage could alter the outcome. Indeed, I shall overlook your disrespect, given the merits of this remarkable book. Hyusu had been guarding Frieza for a month, fearful that upon awakening, Frieza would not find him and erupt in fury. Thus he did not dare to leave his side. "How could you have turned into this in such a short time?" Frieza exclaimed. "It has been a month." So long. "Very well, you have worked hard. This time I shall not punish you. However, should I discover any concealment on your part, you know the consequences." I know. I would never dare to hide anything." With Frieza departing, the planet Yardrat was spared, yet Hyusu fell ill. "How is the research on the time machine progressing?" Bulma, startled by Frieza's sudden appearance, retorted, "How could it possibly be completed? It's a time machine, not an airplane. I can't decipher much of the data, and without systematic notes, it is impossible to make progress. At least for now, I lack the capability." This revelation left Bulma quite disheartened. "Give it to me. I will take it to headquarters for further examination." Although Frieza felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood the complexity of the time machine. Granting Bulma merely a month was undoubtedly insufficient. "I cannot resort to such means for release. Destruction is the only option." "Hey, you said it would take 3 days to research, and now a month has passed." Bulma was unconcerned about the potential wrath of Frieza. After all, she had committed no wrongdoing. It seems Bulma has a point. Frieza thought, cursed Hyusu. "Nevertheless, I am certainly not at fault." Whoosh. Frieza vanished. Whoosh. Frieza reappeared. Once again, Frieza found himself in a state of comfort. Regrettably, however, poor Goku was left in a dire situation. Incapable of rising for at least a year and a half. "Prepare exquisite delicacies for me," he commanded Bulma, showing no signs of psychological burden. Especially considering the substantial patent fees owed to him. Why not just go to the restaurant? There's someone available 24 hours a day. Bulma internally scoffed, questioning where all this food was disappearing to. Frieza himself was curious. With the amount he consumed, where did it all go? Regardless, peculiarities abound each year, and this year, they simply happened to be at his residence. In the restaurant, Vegeta was indulging voraciously. A significant shortage of food was becoming apparent, clearly indicating that the kitchen was struggling to keep up. Frieza was at a loss for words. Fortunately, Vegeta, being a Saiyan, was not picky and primarily consumed staple foods. Unlike Frieza's preferences. "Frieza, I challenge you to a duel." After nearly a month of rigorous training in the gravity chamber, Vegeta's combat power had skyrocketed to 500 million. He believed he was now capable of teaching Frieza a lesson in humility. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, your confidence seems to be excessively inflated. Frieza replied. Very well. Once I finish my meal, I shall entertain you. A post-lunch sparring session sounds delightful. Chapter 33. The overly proud Vegeta on an uninhabited planet not far from Earth. Frieza and Vegeta stood 100 meters apart. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with their arrival, particularly as Vegeta let out a primal scream. Unleashing his full power and transforming into a Super Saiyan, the previously gloomy sky brightened. When an individual's power reaches a certain magnitude, even the heavens must yield. Meanwhile, on Earth, Goku and Piccolo were engaged in training at the Baozi Mountain, also working with Gohan. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Goku paused mid-action. Both Piccolo and Gohan gazed solemnly at the sky. That energy, it's Vegeta's. Incredible. What kind of grueling training has he undergone this past month? Gohan exclaimed. Dad, there's another energy. It seems to belong to Frieza. It's terrifying. I feel like my heart might stop. Come on, Gohan, Piccolo, let us find out what's happening. Goku declared, grabbing both of their shoulders. And in an instant, they teleported directly to the desolate planet where Frieza and Vegeta stood. At that moment, Frieza was enveloped in a swirling mass of purple energy, the sheer force of which could terrify anyone. Back on Earth, Gohan had already begun to feel overwhelmed. Now, up close, he could only wish to sit down in defeat. Gohan, to become a capable warrior, one must possess the courage to face all challenges. Goku urged. Frankly, Piccolo was equally astonished by Frieza's aura. The disparity was so vast that he found it difficult to muster the courage to confront him. Yet, could he admit this? Absolutely not. He not only could not concede but also needed to ensure Gohan remained unafraid. Otherwise, he would not be a worthy master. Oh ho ho. Goku and Piccolo have arrived. Why don't you three join forces and face me? It's preferable to being vanquished by an artificial being. As for Son Gohan, with a mere battle power of 300,000, he was scarcely worthy of Vegeta's regard. Vegeta's expression darkened. He was reluctant to admit it. Yet Frieza's aura was undeniably far superior to his own. However, his fierce pride forbade him from acquiescing to Frieza's proposition. No. This is a battle between the two of us, and I shall not permit anyone else to intervene. Prepare to die, Frieza. Bang, 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 bang. A battle power of 500 million still held some merit. Although Frieza had hit a plateau, his strength firmly ensconced at 800 million. It was more than sufficient to deal with Vegeta. Whoosh. Vegeta's teleportation began to activate, allowing him to appear in locations where Goku and the others least expected. This teleportation was indeed quite troublesome. Within the same power tier, Vegeta could dominate solely through his ability to teleport. Goku was loath to admit it. But teleportation was evidently more suited for combat than instant transmission. However, it didn't take long for Goku to realize something was amiss. Vegeta's teleportation had failed each time, as if Frieza were also capable of teleporting. How could this be possible? Frieza could teleport too. What? Piccolo and Gohan were astonished. Yet after observing for a while longer, Goku slowly nodded in acknowledgement. The battle between Frieza and Vegeta raged on. However, as teleportation proved ineffective, Vegeta began to falter. Bang, 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 boom. Vegeta was now utterly on the defensive, unable to retaliate in the slightest. Impossible. This is not happening. Why? Why? Boom. Frieza's sweeping strike sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, creating an enormous crater. Ho ho ho. Mr. Vegeta, it seems I have also mastered your so-called teleportation. Moreover, my battle power exceeds yours. It appears you are powerless against me. This was utterly inconceivable. Lying in the center of the crater, Vegeta maintained his Super Saiyan form, which attested to the fact that he had not sustained severe injuries. No. I am the strongest Saiyan in history. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I shall not lose. I refuse to lose. Roar. Vegeta erupted once more, sending stones from the ground soaring and exploding into dust midair. Ho ho ho, the Saiyans might rely entirely on their roar. Truly, the reputation holds true. In that instant, Vegeta's energy surged dramatically to 800 million, matching Frieza's power. How astonishing. Vegeta's energy was now on par with Frieza's. Piccolo exclaimed in shock. At that moment, he realized how incredibly formidable the Saiyans were. This rate of power escalation was utterly inhuman. No, Piccolo, you are mistaken. Vegeta has entered a perilous misunderstanding. Observe how his muscles have swelled significantly. While his power has indeed increased, it does not guarantee victory over Frieza. Goku sensed something was amiss. He felt that Vegeta was sacrificing certain attributes in exchange for this newfound strength. For instance, speed. If one cannot keep pace, strike their target, then no matter how formidable their strength, it becomes utterly futile. Not so, Sun Wukong. Have you forgotten that Vegeta possesses the ability to teleport? By employing this technique, he can swiftly approach Frieza, thus rendering his power effective. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with realization as he turned to his father, convinced that Uncle Piccolo's words held merit. Yet, Son Wukong shook his head in disapproval. This won't do. While I admire Vegeta's ingenuity in devising this plan, and indeed, his teleportation offers considerable maneuverability, you all seem to overlook one critical detail. Frieza, he too can teleport, and, moreover, his speed surpasses that of Vegeta. Before he could finish speaking, Vegeta, driven by his fierce pride, transformed into a muscular Super Saiyan and instantly teleported behind Frieza, with all his might channeled into his punch. Vegeta was confident he could obliterate even a planet with a single blow. However, the outcome was starkly contrary to Vegeta's expectations. His punch landed on empty air. More precisely, it struck Frieza's afterimage. Frieza materialized behind Vegeta, uncharacteristically devoid of his usual mocking grin, and delivered a precise chop to Vegeta's neck. A jolt coursed through Vegeta's body, a wave of weakness enveloping him, and he involuntarily reverted from his Super Saiyan form, plummeting towards the ground. From his posture, it appeared he was destined for another comical fall. I comprehend now. If Vegeta's tactic were employed against someone unfamiliar with instant transmission or teleportation, it would undoubtedly catch them off guard. Yet, against an opponent like Frieza, who is well versed in such techniques, it proves entirely ineffective, and his own speed deficiencies become glaringly apparent. When it comes to matters of combat, Son Wukong's intellect is never lacking. This is a universally acknowledged truth. Chapter 34, 1 against 3, the planet trembles. This time, Vegeta did not bury his head in the ground, as Son Wukong was there to catch him. Despite Vegeta's unforgivable transgressions on Earth, a bond of mutual respect had blossomed between him and Son Wukong, a testament to the over 6 months they spent together on planet Yardrat. They were not merely rivals, but shared a common aspiration, to surpass Frieza. Vegeta's fierce pride forbade him from being weaker than others, while Son Wukong's pure desire was simply to grow stronger. Though their motivations diverged, both harbored an untainted simplicity that others could scarcely comprehend, and it was this purity within their hearts that propelled their progress beyond that of their peers. Yet, they faced Frieza, a prodigy whose innate talent eclipsed their own, brutally overpowering them. Oh ho ho, what do you say, Son Wukong and Piccolo? Do you have any interest in engaging in some post-meal exercise? Gohan was rendered speechless, while Piccolo's eye twitched. Are you seriously calling this intense battle a mere post-meal exercise? I haven't even eaten yet. At this moment, Frieza found himself utterly bewildered. Did he truly take my casual jest to heart? There are plenty of eateries at Bulma's place. Rather than attempting to explain anything to Son Goku, I shall simply indulge in a meal. Consequently, the chefs at Bulma's residence were on the verge of a strike. Just managing Vegeta had them overwhelmed, and now with Goku and Gohan, who are equally voracious, the situation became even more chaotic, especially Vegeta, who had just devoured a feast meant for 100. How could he still have such an insatiable appetite? Please, show some restraint. Bulma observed this scene, resting her forehead in her hand, extinguishing her cigarette with a decisive flick, and promptly made a phone call. 5 minutes later, a swarm of delivery personnel donned in yellow uniforms, riding hover bikes, appeared at Bulma's residence in West City. Fried rice, fried noodles, steak, fried chicken, roasted lamb, and suckling pig, along with an array of desserts, snacks, and beverages flowed in abundantly. Go ahead and eat. If you can eat me out of house and home, then I'll consider that an achievement. Bulma was generous. She would generally accommodate any requests from her friends, even without being asked. She would find ways to fulfill the needs of those around her during gatherings. After the feast, of course, came the time for some physical activity. This time, even more spectators gathered. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu were present, along with Master Roshi, Oolong, and Puar, and Bulma herself did not miss out either. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Bulma summoned a long table laden with various delicacies, leftovers from the three who had already had their fill. To waste food is a shame, even if one has the means to be extravagant. The onlookers were ready, and the warriors were positioned for battle. This time, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo joined forces to confront Frieza. Although Vegeta was somewhat irked that Bulma had invited the crowd to witness the spectacle, as someone who benefited from free food and drink, he felt he could hardly voice any objections. Goku, on the other hand, was simply eager for a good fight, indifferent to the surrounding commotion. As for Piccolo, he had no say in the matter. With a roar, a surge of energy erupted as the three warriors ascended to their maximum potential. Vegeta at just over 500 million, Goku at 500 million, and Piccolo at 1.5 billion. Boom. Frieza unleashed his full strength, a violent wave of purple energy erupting forth with a combat power of 800 million that instantly dominated the battlefield. Let's go? Huh. Ho ho ho. The battle commenced with an intensity that quickly escalated. Goku took the lead, employing bold and aggressive moves to force Frieza into a direct confrontation. Vegeta utilized his agility, sneaking in surprise attacks while also facing Frieza head-on. As for Piccolo, he thought to himself, who am I? Where am I? Wait for me. I need to locate Frieza first. At last, Piccolo could only unleash the Mekanka Sappo time and again, yet none of his attempts struck Frieza. Instead, he nearly harmed Goku and Vegeta several times. Oh ho ho ho, this won't do it all. You two possess a battle power that far exceeds mine. Yet why are you so utterly ineffective? Frieza's mockery fell indiscriminately, igniting fury in Goku and Vegeta, while Piccolo's face flushed crimson with indignation. How infuriating. Kakarot. Keep him occupied while I prepare my ultimate move. Vegeta, employing his previous tactics, transformed into the muscular form of a Super Saiyan, now unrestrained thanks to Goku's distraction. Piccolo, aim carefully with your abilities. If you cause any more collateral damage, I shall not be merciful. Boom. Bang. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky as Vegeta's punch collided directly with Frieza. With Goku keeping Frieza occupied, the latter disregarded Piccolo entirely. Yet he still had to face Vegeta's blow. The impact was so powerful that it produced a thunderous effect, causing onlookers to cover their ears in pain. Krillin, think of something. At this rate, we shall be deafened. Bulma cried out, feeling as though her head might explode from the noise. Noticing the distress of the crowd below, Goku shouted to Piccolo, Piccolo, go down and protect them. You can no longer contribute to this battle. Bang. Goku was sent flying by Frieza's kick, crashing into a mountain and shattering it to pieces. Oh ho ho ho, being distracted during battle is a grave mistake. Swish. Frieza vanished from sight, reappearing behind Vegeta, ready to strike him down once more. However, Vegeta was not one to be caught off guard. He had already braced himself for defense the moment Goku was sent flying. Thud. Frieza's hand chop struck Vegeta's arms, creating another sonic boom. Fortunately, Piccolo had reached the crowd and enveloped them in an energy shield, which, while trembling, remained intact. After his ambush failed, Frieza retreated, and Goku instantaneously transported to the spot where Frieza had stood. Indeed, your synergy is becoming increasingly harmonious. This makes things far more interesting. Oh ho ho ho. Swish. Bang 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 bang. Frieza unleashed his full vigor once more, and the sky erupted with a cacophony of explosions, causing the entire planet to tremble. Fear flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he realized the planet was nearing its breaking point. Boom boom. 3 minutes later, two figures hurtled from the center of the battle, crashing into the earth, not only creating 2 meteor craters, but also fracturing the entire planet. Bulma screamed, Goku, Vegeta, Frieza. We are doomed. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed Shenron for the delightful bubble tea, and to the ever-enthusiastic Hanxian for their commendable support. My heartfelt appreciation also goes to the generous donations from the brothers Haosheng. I am truly elated. I encourage everyone to continue motivating the updates. Thank you all. Chapter 35. Procuring some fairy beans, just in case. With a whoosh, Frieza materialized beside the gathered company, and with a mere flick of his finger, all present, including tables and chairs, rose into the air. You all owe me a favor. Ho ho ho. In a swift motion, Frieza, accompanied by an energy sphere that included Piccolo, vanished from their original location, reappearing next to Dodoria. Dodoria had been stationed in Bulma's computer room, tasked with remotely controlling the Frieza force. The sudden appearance of so many individuals left Dodoria momentarily stunned. Upon seeing Frieza's visage, he promptly executed a deep bow, exclaiming, All hail Lord Frieza. Chaos erupted within Bulma's residence, the very structure trembling in fright. I cannot continue this work. My heart may give out from the shock. You all should depart. I'll summon my relatives. Such a high salary isn't worth this. Yet, not a single employee dared to voice their intention to leave. The allure of wealth can often be remarkably unpretentious. Frieza offered a few words of encouragement to Dodoria, urging him to focus on his duties. Just as Dodoria exited the computer room, with a sudden whoosh, Goku and Vegeta materialized, collapsing immediately to the ground. Frieza, you are incredibly powerful. After Vegeta succumbed, Goku too could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure and fainted on the spot. He intended to seek out Karin to obtain some senzu beans, as that creature likely had a stockpile. Alas, what was meant to be a leisurely post-meal exercise nearly resulted in catastrophe, leading to the destruction of a planet. Yet, it can also be deemed as having aided Beerus in some small capacity. Lord Frieza, we have made contact with Cooler, who is en route to the ice planet. Just as Goku and Vegeta lost consciousness, Dodoria rushed out to report to Frieza. While most matters could be easily addressed, Dodoria was particularly cautious regarding Cooler. It is said that Cooler possesses the mightiest combat power, commanding respect from even the Frieza force. Casting a glance in the direction Krillin had departed, Frieza mused that he was now sufficiently powerful, and the resilience of the frost demons was indeed remarkable. However, as with all beings, missteps are possible. Thus it would be prudent to prepare a reserve of senzu beans. Additionally, he noted that the burdensome Yachirobe must not squander any more of these precious beans. With a sudden flash, the onlookers gasped as Frieza vanished once more, leaving them to wonder where he had gone to recuperate. They could only hope that Earth would withstand whatever might come next. Korin Tower has existed for an unknown duration. It is said to have been present since ancient times. Even when humanity first emerged on Earth, Above Korin Tower stands a structure that is the inverse of Bulma's home, the bowl-shaped lookout. The deity residing within the lookout is the benevolent incarnation of Piccolo, a being of little merit aside from the creation of the Dragon Balls. In the Divine Hall, there exists a deity attendant named Bobo, characterized by his pitch-black skin, round eyes, and attire reminiscent of Native Americans, riding upon a flying carpet. Frieza harbors doubts, pondering whether there exists a magical lamp alongside this peculiar figure. Setting aside the question of divinity, Bobo remains one of the most enigmatic characters Frieza encountered in the original narrative. Were it not for the emergence of the angels in Dragon Ball Super, Bobo might have been merely an ordinary attendant. Yet, with the existence of angels, the true identity of Bobo becomes a matter of intrigue. Bobo himself has stated that aside from serving the current god Piccolo, he has also attended to the previous divine entity. While Piccolo appears to be aging rapidly, Bobo exhibits a vigorous demeanor, leaving one to wonder how many generations of deities he has served. With a swift motion, Frieza reappeared in Korin Tower, disregarding a Kai robe. The rotund figure, and with a flick of his tail, sent a Kai robe hurtling towards Bulma's residence in West City. Should he dare to return for more senzu beans, he would not be granted the chance to live again. A Kai robe found himself unable to control his body, colliding uncontrollably into Bulma's outhouse. When Yamcha discovered him, a Kai robe was belching and retching, embodying a pitiful sight, utterly devoid of hope. What crime had he committed for merely consuming some senzu beans? Now, not only were the beans wasted, but they had also been contaminated. Was Frieza's act intentional? Surprisingly, it was not. He had no intention of relieving himself, unaware of a Kai robe's unfortunate landing. Ah, Karen, the wise sage, do present your senzu beans. Frieza's audacity was well known to Karen, who, from his elevated vantage point, was acutely aware of Frieza's deeds on Earth. While not entirely malevolent, he could hardly be deemed a benevolent figure. Following his whims would lead to favorable outcomes. Defying him, however, would yield no mercy. Take Yamcha, for instance, the unfortunate soul who had to endure Frieza residing in his girlfriend's abode, indulging without reservation. How could he remain at ease? He had no knowledge of Frieza's capabilities. He merely sensed an ominous presence looming over him. Thus, he uttered unflattering remarks about dining at no cost, even bringing along a subordinate to partake in this free feast. Yamcha's words were not unfounded, but they were met with a forceful rebuttal, as he was nearly at the brink of collapse. With a sigh, Karen felt a sense of helplessness. Were it not for his vigilant guard over a Kai robe, constantly providing him with senzu beans, Yamcha might well have faced dire consequences. Karen resolved to comply with Frieza's demands. Mr. Frieza, I have only 30 senzu beans available. May I retain a few for emergencies? Karen spoke truthfully, as the 30 beans represented his harvest from the past year. 20 will suffice for my needs. After all, these beans are not particularly appetizing. Frieza once indulged in the peculiar delicacy, yet found it rather unpalatable, characterized by a raw and off-putting flavor that left a sense of nausea. Nevertheless, its efficacy was undeniable, regardless of one's physical state, as long as the severed limbs remained. A single magical bean would ensure a complete restoration. The speed of recovery was astonishing, revealing its unique merits. Indeed, Mr. Frieza proved to be a figure of reason. Master Korin earnestly extolled this virtue, and promptly produced a small pouch containing 20 magical beans. Frieza, not one to hesitate, waved his hand, effortlessly storing them within his spatial compartment, a 2-meter square space that proved quite practical. Ensure that a portion of the annual yield is reserved for me. Should any troubles arise on Earth, I shall not stand idly by. This was certainly true, for Frieza had once been a denizen of Earth himself and would not wish to see it fall into ruin. Of course, if he were the one to bring about its demise, that would be an entirely different matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Frieza. Master Korin expressed heartfelt gratitude. Exchanging magical beans for the promise of a formidable ally was indeed a precious bargain. With a whoosh, Master Korin observed the now desolate Korin Tower, devoid of Frieza's presence. Lord King Kai, it seems Frieza is not as malevolent as you described. On North Kai's planet, a short, stout figure adorned with 2 antennae shook his flesh, the antennae twitching as he spoke. However, Frieza's brother, Cooler, is truly a villain of the utmost degree. The 4th update has arrived. Good afternoon, everyone. Chapter 36, Fraternal Discord. At long last, the instigator Frieza departed from Earth, allowing life to return to its tranquil state. Just as Frieza exited Bulma's residence, another permanent resident, Vegeta, arrived. It was not the culinary delights of Bulma's household, nor her beauty that drew Vegeta. Rather, it was the gravity chamber, a contraption seemingly tailor-made for Saiyans. Vegeta trained under 300 times Earth's gravity. Recognizing the significance of a solid foundation, he diligently maintained his regimen in such an environment. At 500 times gravity, one would require the transformation into a Super Saiyan to move freely. Sun Wukong recalled the gravity chamber's critical importance, having spent his journey to Namek within one. Consequently, he requested Bulma to construct a large gravity chamber for him. Money was an inconsequential thought for Wukong. Such considerations never crossed his mind. For Bulma, it mattered little, after all. A gravity chamber was hardly a hefty expense. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien once more ventured to the Supreme Kai's temple, believing that training there would yield greater benefits. The gravity chamber, given their physiques, proved somewhat detrimental. They lacked the resilience of the Saiyans and Frieza. Earthlings, with their inherently shorter lifespans, were ill-suited for such apparatuses, as it would only hasten their aging process. The Saiyans, in contrast, enjoyed a longer lifespan, coupled with prolonged youthfulness. In the past, Yamcha nearly met his demise while testing the gravity multiplier employed by Frieza, a staggering 500 times Earth's gravity. This harrowing experience is one of the reasons for his animosity towards Frieza. Although Yamcha had never witnessed Frieza's terrifying power firsthand, he was acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. He felt impotent about Vegeta's extended stay at Bulma's residence, harboring unspoken resentment. The trauma inflicted by Frieza had left him psychologically scarred. Krillin, he lamented. There are now two Super Saiyans on Earth, Goku and Vegeta, who have both attained extraordinary power. And looming behind them is the even more fearsome Frieza. Can the androids truly stir any significant upheaval? Yamcha felt a twinge of despondency, believing that no matter how diligently they trained, they could never catch up to Goku and his companions. They had already established themselves as the pinnacle of Earth's warriors. Was there any merit in continuing their arduous training? Krillin clasped his hands together in prayer, only for his expression to shift as he berated his disobedient hands. Damn these wretched hands. I refuse to become a monk. I haven't even held a girl's hand yet. Ugh, stupid hands, stop pretending to be pious. Suddenly, a slap landed on the back of Yamcha's head, and Tien and Kairatsu observed a figure vanish into the ruins of the sacred temple. Huh, where did Yamcha go? What was he just asking me? In an instant, Tien and Kairatsu distanced themselves from Krillin, fleeing far away. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the forehead of the Supreme Kai, while Bubbles maintained his nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of mastery. Bubbles, do you think the temple can withstand their ruckus? With wide, perceptive eyes, Bubbles responded, Supreme Kai, do not forget that everything within the sacred temple can be restored with but a single thought of yours. There is no need for concern regarding their potential destruction. Ha ha. Indeed, let the storm rage on with even greater ferocity. In a secluded jungle on Earth, a warrior named Dodoria, donned in battle attire and adorned with small bumps on his head, emerged after a fortnight of searching. He had finally fulfilled King Frieza's command. Gazing at the time machine before him, covered in moss and boasting a gaping hole on top, Dodoria felt a surge of emotions. He first marveled at Frieza's uncanny foresight, then at his own success in locating it. Monaka, the finest courier in the universe, had never erred in his deliveries. However, Monaka had yet to encounter Goku and his companions. Otherwise, there would be no telling what mistakes might arise, especially with the mischievous Goten and Trunks. Additionally, there was that unpredictable Beerus. Today, Monaka had accepted the commission of a certain individual to deliver an item to the ice planet. The item was a wooden box containing a tape. The sender was Goldo, and the recipient was Frieza. To be fair, Monaka demonstrated remarkable professionalism. Despite the frigid conditions of the ice planet, he managed to deliver the package, albeit nearly turning into a frozen statue. His dedication is a quality worthy of admiration. The Iceman is, of course, Monaka. Encased within the ice is the very wooden crate from before. Upon returning to the palace, Frieza shattered the object Monaka had sent with a mere flick of his finger, yet to his astonishment, the videotape within the crate remained intact. Dodoria, play it, he commanded. Are you deaf? Frieza's gaze sharpened, only to recall that Dodoria had been left on Earth. You there, play it, he directed towards a bald man with gray skin. The man, seemingly dull-witted, inquired, Lord Frieza, are you calling me? My name is Tagoma. Were it not for the absence of personnel in the palace following King Cold's demise, Frieza would have relished the opportunity to allow Tagoma to experience the rigors of training. Go, play it now. Frieza was both curious and eager. He wondered if his elder brother, Cooler, had amassed some rather intriguing footage that might elicit Frieza's impatience. Tagoma, though somewhat slow-witted, was quick in his actions. Soon, a large screen illuminated with an image. Frieza paused, recognizing the scene. It was familiar. On the screen, King Cold was seen imbibing wine when suddenly, Frieza made an appearance. What the? Frieza's eyes widened, and beams of destructive energy shot forth towards the playback device, obliterating both it and the tape into smithereens. The image vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the words thanking the viewer for using a Changhong television. Frieza's frustration surged. This advertisement was utterly absurd. Cooler, he seethed, incensed by the realization that within King Cold's spaceship, Cooler had installed surveillance, capturing Frieza's patricidal act in full view. Had he just recently traversed into this realm? Or had he only just slain King Cold? He might have felt a modicum of fear towards Cooler. After all, Cooler had consistently maintained his peak form, boasting a battle power of 4.7 billion. This is not his final strength. However, Frieza, in his current state, felt no trepidation towards Cooler. Even if his power were to double, Frieza would remain unfazed. He preferred his current appearance, finding it more aesthetically pleasing than sporting additional horns. Moreover, there was an element of nostalgia. The present Frieza embodied the image held within his memories, profoundly unforgettable. Chapter 37. The Frozen Clan Lacks Kinship. Having just delivered a swift annihilation to the videotape, Frieza's brow furrowed, though his lack of eyebrows rendered the expression somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, in the realm of Dragon Ball, the absence of eyebrows was not uncommon, thus he had grown accustomed to it. Thud! A heavy object fell outside the palace, prompting Frieza to exhale a sigh. Cooler has arrived. Let him come. To slay one is a crime, but to annihilate thousands is to exhibit true prowess. To massacre the multitude is to reign supreme. Creak, creak. This time, it was not Frieza's footsteps that echoed, but those of Cooler entering the palace, a sound distinctive to their race. Frieza, my dear brother, you have accomplished what I have long desired. How shall I express my gratitude? As soon as Cooler laid eyes on Frieza, his words brimmed with fervor. Yet the temperature within the royal palace plummeted, sinking below even the chill outside. Hohoho! It is merely something you wish to do, but lack the courage for. What do I, Frieza, have to fear? Yet, you, after all these years, have shown no improvement whatsoever, your power level merely rising from 4.7 billion to 5 billion. A most disappointing endeavor. If Cooler had not entered with his unabashed murderous intent, Frieza would not have responded with such sharpness. After all, this Cooler was the one who boldly sought vengeance on Earth for him. It now appeared that Cooler merely utilized that pretense. Within Cooler's heart, there existed no semblance of familial affection. Or perhaps, the Frost Demon lineage was devoid of such sentiments altogether. Upon hearing Frieza's mocking laughter, Cooler's face involuntarily twitched. He could not fathom why his brother's peculiar proclivities were so strange. Frieza, it seems you are quite confident. Are you unaware that I can transform once more? Cooler crossed his arms, attempting to look down upon Frieza. However, he soon realized he could not. When did you grow taller? Cooler exclaimed incredulously, for the Frost Demon race, once matured, could not alter their physical form aside from transforming, let alone grow so significantly in stature. Hohoho! If we are to fight, let us cease this banter. With that, two beams of death shot from Frieza's eyes, instantly piercing Cooler's chest. Yet, Frieza felt no triumph. His gaze shifted to the left. There, Cooler's form began to materialize, while the previous iteration of Cooler swiftly dissipated. Humph, a child's trick. Cooler scoffed, flicking his tail dismissively before slamming it down, causing the ground to crack open into a bottomless chasm. However, the icy planet had one advantage. It was resilient. The fissure quickly refroze, as if the recent events had never transpired. Cooler had no desire for further dialogue. He erupted with energy, a purple wave of power exploding forth, sending Tagoma flying into oblivion. The fate of Tagoma mattered little to either Cooler or Frieza. Despite Cooler's outburst, Frieza remained unperturbed, viewing the 5 billion power level as inconsequential. Clang! The two fists collided, and Cooler was sent hurtling out of the palace, crashing onto the distant icy surface, scattering a flurry of ice crystals. With rage in his eyes, Cooler rubbed his arm in disbelief. That punch had nearly incapacitated his left limb. Good. I see where your newfound confidence stems from. Your strength has indeed increased. However, this is all in vain, Frieza. You have successfully provoked me. With a roar, Cooler unleashed another surge of energy, preparing to transform further. Only then would he stand a chance against the current Frieza. Boom. Galati was once again thrust beneath the icy surface, and Frieza remarked coolly, "Your prattling is excessive." Extending his right hand, he pointed his finger at the deep pit where Galati resided, unleashing a beam of death energy, 10 times thicker than the one emitted from his eyes. Boom. Even the most robust ice planet trembled under the force of this attack. As massive ice blocks erupted from the surface, fissures sprawling across the vast icy expanse. Frieza, you seek your own demise. With a roar of fury, Galati burst forth from the ice, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Hohoho! I once believed you, my dear brother, were formidable. But you are nothing but a worthless pretty face. Even a Saiyan could withstand such feeble assaults. Though Galati possessed immense power, he lacked the mastery of energy manipulation that Son Goku and his companions wielded, rendering this confrontation pointless in Frieza's eyes. Transform, I grant you time. I wish for your demise to be justified. In the past, when Frieza effortlessly dispatched King Cold, his power level stood at a staggering 2.5 billion, while King Cold could still undergo 2 transformations. Frieza had denied him even the slightest opportunity, knowing the king was unable to utilize his full potential at that moment. Galati's eyes blazed with fury, yet he did not relinquish the chance to transform. He had underestimated Frieza and overestimated himself. At this moment, he was gripped by a profound fear of death. Upon viewing the surveillance footage, an epiphany struck him. He could execute a sneak attack akin to Frieza's, perhaps even more elegantly. Convinced that Frieza had merely ambushed King Cold rather than truly defeating him, Galati had dared to confront him. Now, he could no longer afford to underestimate Frieza, for he indeed possessed the power to kill him. You shall regret this. Ha! You will surely regret it. Observing Galati still had the audacity to chatter. Frieza swiftly teleported before him and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. The impact caused Galati's eyes to bulge and his mouth to open wide, expelling a viscous green liquid that was indistinguishable between bile and blood, eliciting a wave of disgust from Frieza. With a renewed surge of energy, Galati let out another agonized roar, propelling him 1,000 meters away. Whether I regret this or not, you have yet to feel it. But I know you must be regretting your excessive prattle now. 10 seconds. For some reason, I shall grant you another 10 seconds. If you cannot complete your transformation, then embrace death. A glimmer of determination ignited in Galati's eyes. He needed not 10 seconds. 5 would suffice. Moreover, even in your transformed state, you shall still meet your demise. Just a reminder, 3 seconds have already elapsed. Galati froze momentarily. Frieza's words were a distraction, and he was counting down. Without hesitation, Galati fervently gathered his energy. A cacophony of bone-cracking sounds resonating as his body began to undergo a transformation. Frieza, I shall let you experience the bitter taste of defeat. As Gula transformed, he continued to prattle on, while Frieza calmly counted. 7, 8, 9, 10, time's up. Boom. Chapter 38. The Tyranny of Gula. Frieza enters the wrong theater. By the time Frieza reached 9, Gula had completed his transformation. 2 stout appendages resembling antennae protruded from his forehead, striking a pose reminiscent of a celebratory gesture. His ears extended, morphing into 2 additional antennae, and with one more addition, he resembled a star. His white-armored chest muscles, abdomen, and limbs turned a deep purple, and his height increased significantly, matching Frieza's stature. Frieza too had the capability to transform, yet he resolutely refrained from doing so, for his path diverged from Gula's. He preferred the Saiyan style of altering hair and color, though he was incapable of such, as Frieza possessed no hair. Frieza, now, it is your turn to taste the agony of suffering. Do not resist, it is quite exhilarating. Gula regained his confidence, but alas, Frieza's swift movement shattered his composure. Hohoho! You bang! Frieza's mocking laughter ignited Gula's fury, unleashing a staggering battle power of 1.5 billion. His iron-hard fist struck Frieza's chest with tremendous force. Boom! Taken by surprise, Frieza was unable to evade the blow and crashed through the entire palace. Amidst the rubble, Frieza coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pain in his chest ignited his rage. Had he not retreated at the last moment, absorbing part of Gula's strike, he might have found himself incapacitated given the nearly doubled power disparity. Boom! Frieza was enraged. Purple energy surged into the sky as he unleashed over 800 million in battle power, obliterating the palace ruins around him. Creak, creak. 1.5 billion in battle power? Is that all there is to it? Oh, proud Frieza, can you not muster a smile? Soon, you will join our deceased father. Roar. Gula let out a horrifying cry and charged at Frieza with remarkable speed, the purple energy surrounding him noticeably larger than Frieza's. Frieza dared not underestimate him. Aware of the clear disparity in their combat prowess, a direct confrontation would surely spell disaster for him. Thus, Frieza repeatedly utilized his teleportation to evade Gula's onslaught, leveraging his incredible speed to deliver several punishing blows. However, in his current form, Gula was not only powerful and swift, but possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Frieza's assaults upon Gula did not inflict the severe damage they once did. Indeed, Gula merely summoned his energy to deflect a significant portion of Frieza's might. Frieza, all you do is flee, yet you cannot defeat me. Such rapid movement must consume a great deal of stamina. I wonder how long you can endure. Gula unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, with Frieza resembling a lone boat amidst tumultuous waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet valiantly evading each oncoming tide. Boom! Gula struck the ground with a tremendous force, causing the entire ice planet to tremble. Ice layers shattered, and colossal ice blocks rose from the earth, while other areas sank into the depths. In the distance, Frieza appeared, his breath becoming increasingly labored. The nearly doubled disparity in their fighting power, coupled with the recent skirmish, left Frieza visibly fatigued. Ho! Gula, today you shall witness my most formidable trump card. You are fortunate to be the first to behold it. With a dramatic flair, Frieza clasped his shoulders, and the aura surrounding him shifted from purple to black, then transformed into a dazzling spectrum, speckled with shimmering starlight. Sensing the impending danger, Gula instinctively unleashed a shockwave towards Frieza. However, to Gula's astonishment, the moment the shockwave struck Frieza, the starlight within the multicolored aura flickered fiercely. A sound reminiscent of a creature expelling air echoed as Gula's shockwave dissipated into nothingness. Frieza's energy continued to escalate, quickly reaching a staggering 2.4 billion. Ho! Gula, this is my trump card, the triune wave of stellar transformation. Gula paused, bewildered. What is this triune wave? Frieza displayed a mocking grin, taunting him. Are you feeling uncultured for not understanding? Allow me to enlighten you. The triune wave triples my combat power. While it may not provide the extravagant multipliers of the Kaioken, stellar transformation lacks its detrimental side effects and lasts long enough to make you question your very existence. The Kaioken, whether at double or 30 times, imposes a toll on the body. Many speculate that Son Goku's viral heart disease stems from consuming the super divine water. Yet Frieza believes it is more closely linked to the Kaioken. When the body's limits are reached, it can collapse, presenting the perfect opportunity for external viruses to invade. Thus, possessing a robust and healthy physique, while refraining from excessive strain, is the true foundation of revolution. Frieza did not believe that merely tripling his combat power with the triune wave would suffice to defeat Gula, which is why he had not pushed himself to a greater level of power. When he first mastered stellar transformation, he realized it was incomplete. Only after he perfected it did he learn the triune wave. The first level, named Heavenly Pillar, was dismissed with disdain for its triviality. The second level, Twin Dragon's play with the Phoenix, represented a profound pain in Frieza's life. Consequently, he had refrained from using stellar transformation until he comprehended the triune wave. Although the name triune wave might seem trivial, it carried a certain subtlety. Tremble, Gula. You shall soon meet your end. With that, Frieza vanished, leaving Gula utterly bewildered. Having truly lost sight of him, Frieza found himself in a state of bewilderment. He had merely intended to relocate and power up, yet he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Here, the air was filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The atmosphere was gentle and benign. Before him stood a man with a tuft of white hair, short in stature, with skin of a grayish hue. Beside him was another man, bearing skin of a similar color to Dodoria, his face lined with numerous wrinkles. At that moment, both men appeared utterly horrified as they beheld the menacing Frieza, their bodies paralyzed by fear. Wait a moment. Is that not the supreme Kai Shin and his attendant Kibito? How on earth did I end up here? This is certainly not the time to engage with them. These arrogant fools would only complicate matters. Killing them would disrupt the narrative. Time to make my exit. Hello. Farewell. With that, Frieza instantaneously teleported away. Chapter 39. Gula was consumed by a black hole. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. Frieza reappeared, delivering a powerful kick to Gula's shoulder, sending him plummeting deep into the earth, perilously close to the core of the ice planet. Should Gula indeed reach the core, he would likely be transformed into a frozen statue, unable to awaken for countless millennia unless someone were to extricate him. This was a critical flaw of the Ice Clan. Upon encountering extreme, frigid temperatures, they would involuntarily seal themselves away, only to be released once the sealing individual adapted to the temperature. However, retrieving someone from the icy core was no easy feat, and Frieza had no intention of testing the waters. What if he inadvertently sealed himself away? After countless years, he might emerge as an invincible being. But what kind of world would await him then? Without the Dragon Balls, without Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, and the Dragon Ball universe, what would be the point of it all? Boom. Trembling violently, Gula emerged, ice shards cascading from his form. His mouth chattered incessantly, clearly indicating that even an Ice Clan member was greatly affected by the frigid temperatures near the core. Frieza, you shall pay for this. You will pay. Gula's energy surged once more, yet it was in vain. This was merely a manifestation of his fury, with no significant enhancement to his combat prowess. Faced with Frieza's overwhelming power of 2 per billion, Gula's fate was sealed. Relying on sheer rage for strength was not a talent of the Ice Clan. It was a skill reserved solely for the Saiyans. Back on Namek, even during his first transformation into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's wrath had driven his power from 1.5 billion to 2 billion, a staggering increase of 1/3. Goku, fueled by anger, had achieved a combat power of 3 billion upon his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan. It is essential to note that, even at full power, the first stage of Super Saiyan was capped at around 1.5 billion, a feat only achieved after Goku's demise. Of course, Gula and Frieza, belonging to the Ice Clan, were also part of the extraordinary group endowed with unique abilities. Gula's final transformation bestowed him with an astonishing increase of 1 billion in combat power, reaching an overwhelming total of 15 billion, which rendered Super Saiyan power obsolete. Hohoho. Shout all you want. Your cries will fall on deaf ears. No matter how loud you scream, you cannot surpass my might, proclaimed King Frieza. I hear you. A voice, steeped in humility, emerged unexpectedly. It was Tagma, hiding behind a massive ice block. This revelation was somewhat humiliating. With a swift motion, 2 beams of death emanated from Frieza's eyes, piercing through Tagma's left chest and abdomen, leaving 2 gaping wounds. Blood poured forth, only to be immediately frozen by the frigid temperatures of Ice Star, preventing Tagma from bleeding excessively and polluting the environment. Hohoho. This time, no one will hear your cries. Go on, shout as much as you like. Frieza, I am still alive. Tagma's heart, unlike others, resided on the right side of his body. Thus the lethal beams had failed to claim his life. Gula was left in shock. Ahahaha. Frieza, are you attempting to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my power? Frieza's face darkened, an inky blackness enveloping him. This insufferable fool. Has he lost his mind? In a fit of rage, Frieza extended his finger, a beam of death striking Tagma squarely on the forehead. Tagma perished, breath leaving him in an instant, silenced by his own imprudence. Frieza, you shall perish. Gula had been gathering strength, waiting for the precise moment when Frieza, consumed by fury, would slay Tagma. Now, a sphere of energy, 1,000 meters in diameter, coalesced in his hands, and he forcefully directed it downward towards Frieza's head. Destruction sphere. Frieza's gaze sharpened. The potency of Gula's attack was formidable. Should it strike Ice Star, not even the core would remain intact. Additionally, the clones he had summoned through the dragon would also be obliterated. He could not allow Gula to destroy what he had painstakingly created. Do I, Frieza, lack dignity? Stellar energy wave. A radiant, 7-colored energy wave erupted from Frieza's hand, hurtling towards Gula's destruction sphere with incredible speed. The disparity in their power was insurmountable. Even without a protagonist's aura like Goku's, Gula could not withstand Frieza's counterattack. No, no. Frieza, have mercy. I am your brother. Swish. The stellar energy wave pierced through the destruction sphere, propelling Gula into the vastness of space. As in the original tale, Gula was thrust beyond the atmosphere, hurtling towards the cosmos. However, unlike the original, no sun-like star awaited him near Ice Star. Instead, he faced a looming black hole. Upon entering the black hole, both Gula and Frieza's stellar energy wave vanished without a trace, their fates unknown. However, Frieza was certain that as long as he did not collide with an indestructible celestial body, such as the sun, which could vaporize energy blasts with its extreme heat, Cooler would merely be gradually consumed by the energy waves. Having entered a black hole, it remained uncertain whether Cooler was alive or dead. Frieza felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had exerted himself too forcefully and had not directly annihilated Cooler on the spot, an oversight. Had Frieza unleashed the same star-cutting energy blade that had slain King Cold, Cooler would have been utterly dismembered, followed by a devastating shockwave to incinerate any remnants. Nevertheless, even if Cooler survived, he would never pose a threat to Frieza. Should he dare to emerge again, Frieza would simply obliterate him once more. With a sigh, Frieza gradually exhaled, reverting from his transformation. Indeed, the star transformation could be sustained for a considerable duration without straining his body, yet Frieza swiftly opted to relinquish this state. Remarkably, after his initial use of the transformation, he had unexpectedly found himself on King Kai's planet, which astonished him greatly. During the recent battle, he had sensed the starlight surrounding him continually infiltrating his being. Frieza harbored a suspicion that this starlight was the so-called divine power. If this divine power were controllable, Frieza would embrace it without hesitation. However, upon entering his body, this starlight inexplicably repelled his soul. How absurd. This revelation alarmed Frieza and explained why he had exerted himself excessively, inadvertently sending Cooler into the icy depths of the frozen star. Was it because my soul did not belong to this realm that the divine power rejected me? This thought echoed in Frieza's mind. After the incident with Dagoma, he feared that other anomalies might appear on the frozen star and overhear his musings. After all, this was Frieza's greatest secret, without exception. Chapter 40. Return to King Kai's realm. Lord Frieza, I beg you for mercy, save me. Indeed, Frieza's caution was well placed, for Dagoma, who should have long since perished, had inexplicably revived once more. At this moment, Frieza found himself somewhat intrigued by Dagoma. His resilience was rather impressive, surviving against all odds. Frieza had lost the inclination to kill him again. As the saying goes, one may kill once or twice, but not thrice. Having slain Dagoma twice already, a third execution would verge on inhumanity. Though many believe Frieza to be inhumane, he has always perceived himself as a person, albeit a rather unconventional one. Yes, indeed. That is precisely the case. Since Dagoma had not died, and, despite being killed twice by Frieza, still referred to him as Lord Frieza, his loyalty was commendable. Furthermore, while his combat prowess was lacking, his potential for growth was immense. In Dragon Ball Super, upon his initial appearance, he was capable of battling Gohan, even overpowering him in a rather grotesque manner. There may be a significant decline in Sun Wukon's combat prowess due to his neglect in training. However, even at its worst, it must still be in the range of several billion, at least. This Tagoma, appearing exceedingly frail, possesses a potential far surpassing that of Dodoria. Yet, it seems his intellect is somewhat lacking. A surge of green restorative energy was unleashed, mending Tagoma's injuries, after which Frieza commanded him, yes, esteemed Lord Frieza. His speech does not resemble that of a dullard. Regardless, these are trivial matters. The primary objective now is to unravel the mystery of the soul being repelled by divine power. Initially, consulting the Eternal Dragon would have been the swiftest approach. Yet having recently visited the Supreme Kai's realm and memorized the essence of Supreme Kai Shin, it would be more prudent to inquire him directly. Although Supreme Kai Shin lacks a tangible aura, it does not imply he is devoid of presence. Indeed, divine essence is quite unique, allowing Frieza to pinpoint it with precision, no matter the distance. With his index and middle fingers pressed together against his forehead, he focused momentarily. Whoosh! Frieza vanished before Tagema's eyes, suppressing his fury. Tagema began to contact the headquarters of Frieza's army to request the dispatch of personnel for the reconstruction of the palace. Little did Frieza know that the recent blow to his head had dramatically expanded Tagema's consciousness. Swish! Frieza found himself once again in that idyllic, serene place, the Supreme Kai's realm. Supreme Kai Shin and his attendant, Kid, displayed expressions akin to encountering a ghost. Soon, Kid was the first to regain his composure, shouting at Frieza, "Frieza? How dare a mere mortal from the lower realms trespass into the Supreme Kai's domain repeatedly? Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Kid, this is but my second visit. Wherefore the claim of repeatedly?" Frieza retorted, "Lack of education is not your fault, but pretending to be cultured when one is not. Now that is your folly. Thus, you shall endure 3 of my punches." Kid scoffed disdainfully, while Supreme Kai Shin wore a mocking grin. Then, Frieza made his move. After battling against Gula and utilizing his stellar transformation, Frieza finally broke through his limits, his combat power soaring to 1 billion. Bang! Crack! Boom! A trio of lightning strikes hurled Kid into a mountain, leaving not even his grotesque head nor his exaggerated feet visible. Despite the formidable nature of the Supreme Kai's realm, Frieza wrought considerable devastation upon its surface. The melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blooms faded away, tranquility vanished, and the battlefield bore witness to 2 craters and a collapsed mountain. Supreme Kai Shin maintained his sardonic smile, completely taken aback by the events that unfolded in mere moments. Since when could the Frost Demon clan enter the Supreme Kai's realm? Since when could Frieza, that weakling, annihilate Kid in an instant? It seemed that Frieza's exhibited combat prowess had surpassed even his own. Alas, he still fell short in comparison to the likes of Majin Buu. Otherwise, not only would he not mind Frieza's actions, but he would also go to great lengths to win over this harbinger of death. Lord Kai Shin, how long do you intend to maintain that smile? Kid is not dead. However, he will remain unconscious for the time being. Just a moment ago, the final blow struck directly at the nape of Kid's neck, and with such force, it is unlikely he will awaken for at least 10 days or more. The primary issue is that Kid talks too much and fails to discern the disparity in strength, which is quite irksome. Frieza, even while you wreak havoc in the northern galaxy, I have yet to confront you. Who, pray tell, has granted you the audacity to provoke me in the realm of the Kai Shin? Shin is concerned with only one matter, Majin Buu. Yet, paradoxically, he is most hesitant to focus on Majin Buu. He fears that his attention might lead the sorcerer Babidi to discover Buu's hidden location, which would spell disaster for him. Majin Buu resides in the northern galaxy, and every move made by Frieza is under Shin's scrutiny. However, Frieza's lack of combat prowess fails to garner his concern. The realm of the Kai Shin? To me, it is merely a larger planetary body, devoid of any mysterious allure. My purpose for visiting the Kai Shin realm is simply to request your assistance. If you agree, that would be agreeable, should you dare refuse. I would not hesitate to seek out the sorcerer Babidi. There exists something on a certain planet in the northern galaxy that piques Babidi's interest. Buzz. Lord Kai Shin trembled, instinctively taking 2 steps back, his face a mask of terror. You, how do you know this? It is impossible. In the entire universe, aside from myself, no one knows where he is. Speak. Who informed you? After the shock, only anger and fear remained with Lord Kai Shin. Oh ho ho ho. My dear Lord Kai Shin, does it truly matter who informed me? The crucial question should be whether I would divulge this information to Babidi. Frieza's words left the Kai Shin momentarily speechless. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. The terror of Majin Buu is something that those who have not experienced it firsthand will never comprehend. Shin regained his composure. The situation had not yet reached its nadir. What he needed to do was to placate Frieza. You propose that if you agree to eliminate the individual who disclosed this information and ensure it remains confidential, I shall grant you 3 requests. As a Kai Shin, Shin's willingness to make such concessions to prevent Majin Buu from wreaking havoc across the universe is commendable, marking him as a competent deity. However, this cowardly disposition, especially when matters concerning Majin Buu arise, causes Shin to lose his composure, revealing the most ineffectual of behaviors. He is a contradictory individual, yet also authentic and pure. Oh ho ho ho. Excellent. I can assure you that the only individuals aware of that fellow's whereabouts in this universe are you and I. Upon hearing this, Shin let out a significant sigh of relief. Everything remains within manageable limits. As promised at 6 o'clock, I have arrived late, having just driven out to the countryside. The delivery has arrived. Wishing everyone joy. Chapter 41, The Method of Soul Fusion. I swear by the Frozen Demon Clan that I shall never disclose the whereabouts of that individual to anyone. Is this acceptable? Frieza was equally exasperated. How could the Supreme Kai, Shin, compel him to make such a vow? Absurd. Did he truly care for the lives of the Frozen clan? Surely, the Supreme Kai must still be in a stupor. Very well, you may present your requests, limited to 3, and I reserve the right to choose whether to assist you. Humph. Frieza dismissed Shin's words entirely. Disagree? I shall force you to comply. Shin was taken aback, having anticipated that Frieza would make outrageous demands, and was contemplating how to evade them. Yet, the requests turned out to be rather modest. If only Shin were aware that Frieza's soul did not belong to this world. Would he still hold such thoughts? Alas, there are no if-onlys. Given your circumstances, it is only natural for your body to reject a newly fused soul. However, this dilemma is quite manageable. The first method involves expelling the foreign soul from your body. The second method utilizes the properties of the Patera earrings to forcibly merge the 2 souls within you, thereby creating a new one. Then I shall request the use of the Patera earrings. This request posed no challenge for Supreme Kai Shin. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, and as his fingers spread apart, a pair of earrings appeared in his palm. They were yellow, identical to the ones currently worn by Shin. Mortals are typically unqualified to wear Patera earrings, but since I have acquiesced to your request, I shall make an exception this once. Frieza disregarded Shin's ramblings and quickly donned the earring. However, a tragic mishap ensued. It was one thing for his ears to be rectangular, but they lacked any protrusion whatsoever. How on earth am I to wear this? After yet another moment of self-deprecating humor, Frieza found himself at an impasse. Is there no other method? As you can see, my ears are rather unique. Shin was speechless. How could such a thing occur? Truly, strange occurrences abound each year, and this year seems particularly rife with them. Fear not. You need not wear it on your ear. As long as it is symmetrically placed, it can be affixed elsewhere on your body. Humph. Frieza was enraged. I am a man of impeccable principles, and you dare suggest I engage in such ludicrous acts. This is intolerable. In a flash, Frieza teleported to a secluded location where he believed no one could see him. Damn it, here goes. Oh, it hurts so much. The first earring was successfully placed, causing Frieza to break into a sweat. Oh, there's a hint of pleasure. Humph. Before Frieza could ponder the source of this unexpected sensation, he was engulfed in a dizzying whirl, and a colossal vortex manifested within his mind. 2 figures emerged from the swirling depths. One was Frieza himself, and the other was Ho Chin. With the assistance of this vortex, the 2 souls commenced their fusion. Soon, Frieza completely lost consciousness. Shin, utilizing his abilities, swiftly located Frieza and witnessed all of Frieza's actions firsthand. Then he laughed. A joyous laugh, reminiscent of a child. Consider this a little punishment for trespassing into the King Kai's realm and treating me with such disrespect. However, I am not deceiving you. This earring truly can merge with your soul. The life of the King Kai is remarkably simple. Throughout the long years, he has passed the time playing Goku. Each time Shin made a move in Goku, Kid would immediately respond loudly and prepare tea and the game board. But this time, Kid's voice was notably absent. It seemed that Kid had been knocked unconscious by Frieza. Well, I suppose I shall count ants instead. The ants Shin referred to were not the ants that populate the King Kai's realm, as such a species is not permitted there. Rather, Shin's ants were the newly born lives on a planet that had just given birth to humanity, and he counted how many new lives had appeared that day. The King Kai continued to enjoy his leisurely, monotonous, yet delightful daily life. Meanwhile, Frieza remained lifeless in the depths of the ice planet. The merging of souls proved exceedingly challenging. The original soul belonged to Ho Chin, who was not originally from the Dragon Ball world, making the fusion far more difficult than anticipated. Time flowed relentlessly, indifferent to Frieza's slumber. Soon, a year had elapsed, and Frieza's fusion was nearing completion. During this time, astonishing events unfolded on Earth. Firstly, after a night of revelry, Bulma surprisingly found herself entangled with Vegeta, who had been rendered senseless. This time, Yamcha was left utterly green with envy, as if countless alpacas were grazing upon the green pastures on his head. Yet, Yamcha found himself powerless to change the situation. After all, he had been unfaithful, always seeking the company of other women after his training sessions instead of turning to Bulma. Loneliness, emptiness, and coldness. Women require care and companionship, even if Vegeta was a training fanatic, spending nearly every hour of the day in the gravity chamber. Nonetheless, Vegeta never stepped foot outside Bulma's home, did he? Such a devoted man was precisely what Bulma needed at that moment. Naturally, the two of them became involved. And before long, Bulma exhibited signs of pregnancy. Now, aside from researching new projects, Bulma meticulously nurtured her body each day, for within her lay the absurd fruit of her union with Vegeta. Surprisingly, Vegeta had also changed somewhat. Perhaps the tension of the original narrative had lessened, as he surprisingly agreed to accompany Bulma on a trip. Vegeta's transformation made Bulma fall head over heels for this seemingly aloof man. Furthermore, in a gesture of consideration for his pregnant wife, Vegeta even proposed to obtain a driver's license, solely to embark on spontaneous road trips with Bulma. Life requires a sense of ritual. Constantly flying had grown tiresome. Meanwhile, Kiki was in a fury at Baozi Mountain, her resounding voice causing the very house to tremble thrice. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss, while Piccolo was filled with regret. Why had they bestowed such a fortune upon Gohan's family? Was it not the case that having too much money led to foolish endeavors, such as embarking on a self-driving tour? Gazing at the luxurious aerial vehicle parked outside, Piccolo could only lament to the heavens. Thus, within the grandest driving school of West City, three formidable figures emerged. One was Vegeta, his hair soaring like flames. Another was Sun Wukong, with a crab-shaped hairstyle, a naive expression, and a muscular physique. And the last was Piccolo, radiating an unmistakable shade of green. Even more so than Yamcha. These three brawny men were poised to present an extraordinary spectacle within the driving school. Let us await the unfolding drama. Chapter 42, The Driving School Storm. West City Driving School is renowned worldwide, boasting vast grounds, state-of-the-art facilities, and an abundance of instructor vehicles, all of which rank among the finest globally. Naturally, the tuition fees are quite steep, and only those from affluent families can afford to study here. However, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Piccolo were unconcerned. Vegeta, enjoying the fruits of his wealthy wife's labor, felt no guilt in spending. Sun Wukong was oblivious to monetary matters, as Piccolo had previously provided ample funds for his family, seemingly inexhaustible. After all, Doria had single-handedly constructed 3 highways around the globe, earning a small fortune in the process. Let us spare a moment of sympathy for Doria. As for the written examination, given the exorbitant fees of the driving school, it was unnecessary for the trio to participate. Vegeta's instructor was a muscular man, Sun Wukong's was an elderly gentleman, and Piccolo's was a seemingly demure woman. The instructors explained the functions of the clutch, brake, accelerator, and gear shift, demonstrating each with precision. Among them, the muscular man's movements were the gentlest, the elders were the most practiced, and the female instructors were the most exuberant. Before long, it was time for the three to test their driving skills. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was no stranger to high technology. Having frequently encountered it under Frieza's command, driving an aerial vehicle was child's play for him. Piccolo, endowed with superior intellect, also took to it with ease. Sun Wukong, however, was different. His mind was consumed with combat instincts, and he initially mistook the accelerator for the brake, crashing into a blast wall in mere seconds, utterly destroying the first instructor vehicle. Fortunately, Sun Wukong acted responsibly, quickly rescuing the elderly man from the wreckage, thus averting a tragic fate. In this first round, Vegeta and Piccolo decisively triumphed over Sun Wukong. Once all three became familiar with the vehicle's controls, they set off on the road. Vegeta soared into the sky without hesitation, leaving the muscular man utterly enamored, his voice taking on a melodious tone. Vegeta found this utterly repugnant. Piccolo drove with remarkable steadiness, yet was ridiculed by his female instructor, who mocked his impressive physique, revealing him to be nothing more than a coward, his skin and bile sharing a hue. Enraged, Piccolo simmered. Under the meticulous guidance of the old man, Sun Wukong finally mistook the accelerator for the brake once more, surging ahead and dominating the scene. Vegeta, utterly disgusted and on the verge of a tantrum, watched as Sun Wukong zipped past him, igniting his fury. Kakarot, must you compete with me even in driving? Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, Vegeta pressed down fiercely on the accelerator. In an instant, he punctured the car, the accelerator having vanished within the vehicle. The car was rendered inoperative. Piccolo, pushed to his limits, witnessed Vegeta's vehicle incapacitated and Sun Wukong's reckless speed, prompting him to assert his masculinity by flooring the accelerator. After a brief pause, Piccolo's car shot forward like a cannonball, swiftly catching up to Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Vegeta discarded the wrecked car, single-handedly halted a speeding instructor's vehicle, yanked the student from the driver's seat, and took over. The muscular man, surprisingly responsible, also climbed aboard that vehicle. In an instant, Vegeta activated his racing mode. This spectacle left the muscular man trembling, exclaiming, "Mr. Vegeta, you are incredible. Let us revel on a yacht tonight." Buzz! Vegeta nearly erupted, initiating a teleportation mode with the car. The muscular man turned pale with fear, exclaiming, "Is this sorcery?" Within the vast driving school, only 3 cars remained racing wildly, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo. The speed soared to 580 miles per hour. The roar of the vehicles was audible outside the school, intermingled with excited screams from women, terrified shrieks from the muscular man, and the old man's anguished cries. Then came the school's loudspeaker announcement. "Attention! 3 students exhibiting aggressive behavior are racing within the premises. For your safety, please vacate the roadway and seek refuge in sturdy buildings. We are urgently contacting the transportation department for assistance. We are also reaching out to psychiatric hospitals for support. Please be advised. Please be advised." Important information repeated thrice. As for Sun Wukong and his companions, they disregarded the broadcast entirely and continued their reckless driving. Leading the charge was Sun Wukong, followed by Piccolo, with Vegeta trailing behind. However, Vegeta activated his special ability, teleporting to the front position, prompting Sun Wukong to unleash a Kamehameha for acceleration, reclaiming the lead. Piccolo, not to be outdone, drove with one hand while firmly gripping Vegeta's car with the other, ready to latch on whenever Vegeta teleported, all the while unleashing energy waves at a speed that rendered him nearly invisible. In that moment, the three raced fiercely. Even the reinforcements summoned by the driving school could only flee in panic. The car is out of fuel. One might wonder, what a trivial concern. In this modern age, who still requires that contraption known as gasoline? The Kamehameha wave is far more efficient. Vegeta continued to maneuver, while Piccolo incessantly unleashed his energy blasts. And Goku's Kamehameha never ceased. Indeed, Goku had long since relinquished the need to grasp the steering wheel. Just moments ago, the Elder, in a fit of excitement, urged him to steer, and Goku complied, completely liberated in spirit. Consequently, the muscular man fainted, and before losing consciousness, the Elder consumed an entire bottle of emergency heart medication. Yes, the whole bottle, even swallowing it whole. The only one remaining conscious was the female instructor, who, entranced, caressed Piccolo's elongated arm. Before long, Vegeta and his companions ceased their circles within the driving school and set forth into the wilderness, creating quite the commotion along the way. Fortunately, they instinctively avoided colliding with pedestrians and buildings, thus sparing the surroundings from considerable damage. Mr. Piccolo, can your magnificent form also expand and contract freely like your hands? At last, the infatuated instructor voiced her long-held curiosity, prompting Piccolo to lose his composure. With a fierce glare, she too succumbed to unconsciousness. Following the fate of the other two instructors, unhindered, Piccolo felt invigorated, his speed surging once more. A flash of golden light appeared, followed swiftly by another. Witnessing this, Piccolo exclaimed in frustration, "Can you two handle this? If you dare, don't transform." Would Vegeta heed him? Would Goku concede defeat? The speed of Vegeta and Goku escalated once again, yet Piccolo steadfastly held onto Vegeta's vehicle, maintaining a secure position at the rear. Meanwhile, at Bowsy Mountain, Gohan was diligently completing his homework when he spotted 3 cars soaring overhead, causing him to cry out in astonishment. Mom, I saw Dad and Uncle Piccolo. The one in front is Uncle Vegeta." Kiki, equally incredulous, chimed in. "Gohan, your father's driving skills have become exceptional on just the first day. He truly is worthy of being my man." Gohan, with wide-eyed innocence, gazed at the vanishing vehicles and then at the lingering energy blasts. "Mom, don't you think Dad and the others are driving with energy blasts?" Kiki was instantly rendered speechless. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Vegeta. A ghastly amalgamation of white and purple, none other than Frieza. As he materialized, the 3 cars barreled toward him. Boom, boom, boom. Special report. In the southwest direction of Bowsy Mountain, a 3-car collision has occurred. The perpetrators are suspected to be 3 irate driving school students from today in West City. Fortunately, the instructors have been safely transported to the Central Hospital of West City. Driving schools must closely monitor the health of their students to prevent such egregious incidents from occurring. The West City Police have officially issued a warrant for the apprehension of Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, now classified as escaped mental health patients. Anyone encountering these 3 is advised to keep their distance and promptly contact the hotline. The 748 hotline is on standby at all times. Upon hearing this news, Frieza laughed until he was doubled over in pain. Chapter 43, The Warrior's Surging Power. Ultimately, the driving licenses for the trio were procured by Bulma, who even went so far as to alter their names. This incident became a source of shame for them. Fortunately, training offered a reprieve from such trivial embarrassments, and time, as it often does, dulled the memory of the 3 madcap individuals from driving school. On one particular day, when Frieza opened his eyes, he sensed that the Dragon Ball warriors were flying towards the southwest. He understood that it was time for the androids to make their entrance. In the past 2 years, Frieza had not engaged in frenzied training. After successfully merging with his original soul, the divine energy within him ceased to reject him. He also unraveled the reason for his presence in the Kai Shin realm. It was the divine energy within him that caused the disturbance. As his soul did not belong to this world, the divine energy sought to harness the power of the Kai Shin to eradicate this aberration. Unfortunately, Frieza's combat prowess was too formidable. The Kai Shin was utterly powerless against him. Moreover, due to a break in his lineage, Shin had lost many of his skills as a Kai Shin and did not even recognize Frieza's predicament. Frieza refrained from intense training because his combat strength was rapidly increasing even without it. During these 2 years, he had once again utilized the 3rd form of his stellar transformation, the Triad Wave, and had voraciously absorbed the divine energy within him. Within this divine energy lay an ultimate technique, the Ultra Instinct. Although he had yet to grasp even the fundamentals of the Ultra Instinct with the divine energy currently within him, this did not deter his desire to master it. His instant transmission had also seen considerable improvement, advancing from a mere 1,000th of a second to a remarkable 1/10 of a second. while still of little consequence. This indicated that Frieza would eventually achieve a time frame of 1/100th of a second, the minimum required to effectively utilize instant transmission. When Hit first appeared, he had mastered the 1/100th of a second, allowing him to freeze time for that duration, enabling him to attack while his foes remained immobilized. With increasing proficiency, this time could extend further, with Hit's record standing at 4/10ths of a second, terrifying indeed. However, there were weaknesses. The usage of instant transmission required time as well. If an opponent could surpass the user's speed significantly, they could counter it. For example, in the Tournament of Power, the Universe 11 fighter, Dispo, managed to break through instant transmission using supersonic speed. Feeling the surge of his ever-increasing combat strength, Frieza reveled in the sensation. A staggering combat power of 1.5 billion. This was without even activating his stellar transformation. Even if Saru had fully transformed, he would not stand a chance against Frieza. Only the lightning-fast Saru could pose a challenge. As he brushed his teeth while showering, life felt exceedingly pleasant. Despite Frieza's current form making romantic entanglements highly improbable, should they arise, they would undoubtedly be of a platonic nature. Quite a vexing thought. Nevertheless, Frieza was unable to alter this reality for the time being. Life must go on, and it ought to be lived comfortably. After enjoying breakfast at Bulma's restaurant, Frieza instantly teleported to the warrior's side. It is noteworthy that Vegeta was exceedingly displeased with Frieza's prolonged stay in his home, particularly as he had even usurped the naming rights of his son. Although he secretly cherished the name Trunks, Frieza's arrival captured the attention of all, who merely cast a fleeting glance his way. His demeanor was somewhat aloof and capricious, causing them to hesitate in approaching him. The key issue was that Frieza was unclothed, and upon this realization, despite their rationality, they felt a sense of embarrassment in associating with him. Gazing at Goku, one could discern that his base power level had ascended to 12 million, and in his Super Saiyan form, it reached approximately 600 million. Vegeta was on par with Goku, with a power level barely surpassing a few tens of millions, insufficient to sway the balance of victory in their battles. It is also worth mentioning Gohan. In the original narrative, Gohan had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet Frieza could clearly sense that Gohan was capable of transformation, with his base power level having reached 8 million. If he possessed such a power level and could not transform into a Super Saiyan, Frieza would boldly proclaim it live, perhaps even while upside down. Piccolo was somewhat alarming, having undergone considerable enhancement. Despite concealing his power level, the detection techniques would not deceive. His power level had surged to a staggering 400 million. Quite absurd. However, upon reflecting that he himself had attained 1.5 billion, the realization that his opponent was still far beneath him was somewhat reassuring. Despite Piccolo's diligent efforts, he remained relegated to a mere supporting role. This was a world of Dragon Ball where power levels were generally inflated. Specifically, those associated with Frieza experienced a qualitative transformation in their combat prowess. Yamcha, 100,000, more than doubling his previous level. Tien Shinhan, 150,000, also roughly doubling. As Frieza sensed he had reached a critical threshold, crossing it would yield explosive growth. Kaiatsu, with a mere 50,000, had evidently fallen behind, his limits evidently reached. As for Bulma, Frieza and others preferred not to discuss her. Her power level was a mere 100 points, a staggering tenfold decrease. Lastly, the mightiest warrior on Earth, Krillin, boasted a power level of 300,000. Truly, Krillin deserved the title of Earth's strongest human, with ample potential to surpass the million mark in the future. Soon, the group had devised a plan to separately search for the androids, of which Frieza held little interest. His presence was primarily to observe whether historical events would unfold as anticipated. At that moment, a pink whirlwind approached from the distance. Adorned in a snug vest and loose-fitting trousers, the vest allowing him to showcase his six-pack abs. Frieza had once praised his abdominal muscles, an accolade that had remained etched in Dodoria's mind, prompting him to diligently pursue fitness daily. Indeed, Dodoria, having eschewed the gravity chamber, had attained a power level of 1 million, truly earning his title as Frieza's foremost subordinate. Moreover, he was the foremost sycophant, a fact universally acknowledged. Suddenly, Frieza's gaze sharpened as he turned towards a distant town, where two unique energies manifested. These were not mere ki, for he could not perceive his opponent's aura. However, Frieza was able to sense their energy, a delightful surprise brought forth by his detection technique. How long it had been since he had laughed so heartily. Dodoria trembled with exhilaration, akin to savoring an old popsicle on a sweltering summer day. One of the figures was an elderly man, presumably Dr. Gero, whose energy level astonishingly reached 600 million. The other, a rotund fellow with a lightning rod atop his head, also boasted an energy level of 600 million. This surpassed the original narrative by threefold, making things quite intriguing. It appeared that these androids could indeed bring him considerable amusement. However, casting a glance at his subordinates, Frieza was instantly filled with ire. Were they merely here to flaunt their chiseled abs? Did they not possess an inkling of their own combat potential? After all this time, he had trained them rigorously. How could they be such a disappointment? With a swift motion, Frieza delivered another decisive blow to Dodoria, who felt elated. Believing that with 1,000 or so more such encounters, he might just transform into Super Dodoria. Alas, how could the illustrious cosmic Emperor Frieza have taken on a subordinate with a tendency for masochism? Could he not diligently train in the gravity chamber instead? Dodoria countered. How could I possibly seize the opportunity to shine if I remain cooped up? If I stay hidden for too long, the audience will forget me. Chapter 44, Uncle Treasure. Son Gohan. Perhaps it was divine intervention that spared Yamcha, or perhaps Frieza's arrival had inadvertently empowered the androids, leading to their inflated egos. In any case, this time, it was not the unfortunate Yamcha who fell victim to the androids, but rather the alarmingly green demon King Piccolo. His fortune fared better than Yamcha's. He was just ambushed by Android 19 when Son Gohan fortuitously discovered him. While others might be seen as pampered sons, Gohan was an uncle's boy, not in the sense of the historical figure Qin Shubao, but in a manner that indicated a closer bond with his uncle. Upon witnessing his uncle Piccolo under attack by the android, Gohan was consumed with fury and transformed into a Super Saiyan without a moment's hesitation. His combat power soared from 400 million to an astounding 600 million, augmented by his wrath, though Gohan's anger had its limits, varying randomly. With a single kick, he sent Android 19 hurtling away. In his rage, Gohan lost control, inadvertently causing 19 to crash through numerous flora and towering buildings, resulting in chaos on the island. Fortunately, the damage was not catastrophic, merely a financial setback. Just how terrifying was Gohan's fury? One glance at Android 19's dented visage would suffice to illustrate the point. This android possessed an energy level of 600 million, equivalent to that of Ki. Android 19 could hardly control its own body, only coming to a halt after colliding with another small island. At that moment, all the warriors hastened toward this location, accompanied by the presence of Android 20, Dr. Gero himself. Originally, Son Goku was meant to be the first to engage in battle, but in his fury, Son Gohan discarded the conventional approach, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Android 19. Despite possessing an energy level of 600 million, Android 19's energy had significantly diminished following Gohan's surprise attack, allowing Gohan to dominate the engagement. Tien, filled with emotion, remarked on the situation, while Yamcha and Kairatsu nodded in agreement, and Krillin felt a swell of pride for his student. Son Goku, being Krillin's senior, made Son Gohan his nephew in the martial arts hierarchy. Die. Son Gohan's fighting style was unlike that of others. He relished the act of shouting as he fought, which added to his formidable presence. As the battle progressed, the energy reserves within Android 19 plummeted, leaving it with less than 400 million. Panic set in. Initially, Gohan's battle power soared to 600 million, but as fatigue set in, his explosive power waned, and he too was left with under 400 million in combat strength. Although Gohan appeared to be the aggressor, his instincts told him that if the battle continued at this pace, he would ultimately be outmatched by the androids. Special beam cannon. With a dramatic gesture, Son Gohan placed his hands on his forehead, unleashing a massive energy wave directed at Android 19. From a distance, Frieza shook his head in disappointment, recognizing Gohan's actions as a path to his own demise. Indeed, Android 20 laughed at the sight. Facing the energy wave, Android 19 wore a sinister smile, a sight that did not escape Piccolo's notice, causing him to inwardly exclaim in alarm. With a wicked grin, Android 19 presented his palms toward the special beam cannon, revealing a glass orb nestled within his hands. A miraculous event unfolded as Gohan's energy wave was absorbed by Android 19. Gohan, panting and in disbelief, gazed at the unfolding scene, while Android 19 erupted into laughter. It seemed that 600 million was indeed the upper limit for Android 19, contrary to the original narrative. It could not gain additional power after absorbing energy waves. With a swift motion, Android 19 initiated a counterattack, launching itself at Gohan with a headbutt that was astonishingly fast, even creating a sonic boom. Look out! Gohan dodged. The frantic cries of the others finally roused Gohan from his stupor, prompting him to muster his energy to evade. Unfortunately, his stamina had waned, and in his moment of distraction, he was a beat too slow to evade the impending strike from Android 19. If Son Gohan were struck by that blow, he would either perish or sustain grave injuries. The lightning rod atop Android 19's head is no mere decoration. It is a lethal implement capable of impaling Gohan. In such critical moments, reliance on an uncle proves far more dependable than any paternal figure. Long before the abnormality of Android 19 was acknowledged, Piccolo had already shed his gravity gear, elevating his power level by an astounding 50 million, bringing it to 4,500 million. As Gohan found himself unable to evade, Piccolo rushed to shield him, crossing his arms in a defensive posture to withstand the ferocious attack from Android 19. A thunderous boom reverberated through the expanse, sending shockwaves into the ocean and causing numerous fish to flip onto their backs, succumbing to a state of lifelessness. Despite the staggering disparity of 1.5 billion in power levels, Piccolo ultimately thwarted the fatal blow from Android 19. Though his hand was punctured, he was a master of the body extension technique. This minor injury was of little consequence. Vegeta, with arms crossed, displayed no emotional response to the unfolding scene. In stark contrast, Goku, perhaps realizing his failure in paternal duty, erupted in fury. The golden aura that surged forth was a testament to the blazing anger within Goku's heart. With a resounding crash, his strike nearly sent the island plunging into the depths of the sea, while Android 19 was driven through the island and into the abyss below. Goku's combat power soared to 6.5 billion. That moment of rage propelled him from 600 million to 65 billion, exemplifying the emotional volatility of the Saiyan race. Frieza, however, found himself rather bored by the spectacle. This battle failed to ignite his enthusiasm. He considered conversing with King Kai Shin or perhaps playing a game of Go to pass the time. Just as Frieza contemplated departure, he sensed Goku's energy plummeting at an alarming rate, from 65 billion to a mere 300 million. This rapid decline was utterly abnormal. If he were ensnared by androids and had his energy siphoned, it would be understandable, yet Goku had only just unleashed his might, sending Android 19 to the ocean floor, where it had yet to resurface. Goku's predicament did not escape Frieza's notice, nor did it elude anyone else's. Bewilderment painted their faces. Only Vegeta bore a contemplative expression. The situation escalated further. Goku's energy continued to dwindle. After being struck down again by Android 19, creating a massive crater, Goku could no longer maintain his Super Saiyan form. Daddy, Goku, old man, humph, Kakarot is such a useless fool. Hohoho. Chapter 45. The unfortunate child returns for more torment. Hohoho. This fool is having a heart attack. If you do not administer his medication soon, he will surely meet his demise. Witnessing Krillin administering a magical bean to Sun Wukong merely alleviated his injuries. However, Sun Wukong continued to clutch his chest with a visage marred by agony. In terms of intellect, he paled in comparison to the cunning Daria. At least Daria, during his moments of irritation, could adeptly endure a beating, showcasing a certain strategic acumen. The androids 19 and 20 contemplated intervening, but upon seeing Vegeta position himself before them, they were deterred from taking reckless action. They were acutely aware of Vegeta's formidable prowess. Despite their database being outdated by several years, they dared not underestimate him. Sun Wukong's combat power had recently surged beyond theirs, and while Vegeta was slightly inferior to Sun Wukong, the gap was negligible. This was their honest assessment of both warriors. However, placing Sun Wukong ahead of Vegeta was simply intolerable for him. Scrap metal. You shall experience the iron fist of the Saiyan Prince and witness whether your dilapidated forms endure or if my fist proves more formidable. Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although his combat power did not match Sun Wukong's furious peak of 6.5 billion, it still reached a staggering 600 million, a terrifying force in its own right. While the androids possessed similar energy levels, they lacked Vegeta's battle instinct and the innate Saiyan fervor to unleash their power. Vegeta was not arrogant enough to entertain the notion of fighting two opponents simultaneously. His focus was solely on delivering relentless blows to Android 19. Dr. Gero, the creator of Android 20, felt a twinge of discomfort. Why was he being so thoroughly disregarded? Was it the fragile appearance of his glass dome that led them to believe he was not resilient enough to withstand a confrontation? Dr. Gero could not fathom it. Yet he resolved not to interfere. Defeating this group would serve to further diminish their arrogance. However, this time Dr. Gero underestimated the situation. Android 19 was no match for Vegeta's might. Even without utilizing his teleportation skill, Vegeta had already reduced Android 19 to a state of disarray. Scrap metal. The sound of explosive impacts echoed as one of Android 19's arms disintegrated, oil spewing across the ground, a revolting, viscous yellow substance. Ah, my arm. Do not fret. You shall soon find your other limb in a similar predicament, Vegeta declared, teleporting effortlessly in front of Android 19 as if he were destined to be there. In a swift motion, he wrenched the remaining arm from its socket, followed by a kick that severed the android's head entirely. Ugh, a robot is still a robot, and all that splatters upon me is merely oil. Vegeta's fury reignited, with arms extended, palms facing Android 19's body and head. He unleashed two energy blasts after a brief charge. Turning his gaze to the astonished Android 20, he scrutinized the glass dome encasing its brain, feeling a stir of nausea within. Next, it shall be your turn, he declared. Vegeta accelerated, intent on eliminating Android 20. However, he found himself halted mid-flight as a bullet-shaped spacecraft appeared abruptly before him. Raising his gaze, he recognized a familiar face, Conan, the time-traveling figure from another dimension. Yet, the timing of this unexpected appearance seemed rather peculiar. Was it a mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Due to Conan's interruption, Android 20 had already fled. And with the androids lacking any discernible energy signatures, the pursuit would prove exceedingly challenging. Dart, equally bewildered, sat within the time machine, witnessing an elderly figure hastily retreating, certainly not the androids he had come to know. With a click, the time machine's hatch opened, and Dart leapt out, swiftly transforming the craft into a capsule for concealment. He had spotted Frieza in the distance, recalling the moment when Frieza forcibly seized the time machine. Frieza flicked his tail dismissively, exuding an air of disdain. Uffed, I've already acquired a superior machine, currently under study at headquarters. Why would I covet your dilapidated contraption? Dodoria, my lord, ours is the true scrap. Pray tell, who were you just battling? Dart surveyed the desolate island, perplexed by the devastation. Perhaps sensing that the battle had concluded, Bulma approached, gently cradling Trunks, her power level at a mere 100, making flight quite arduous. Dart's heart raced with concern, fearing that his unreliable mother might plummet, resulting in the demise of his counterpart in this timeline. Vegeta, consumed by ire, directed his frustration towards Conan, whom he recognized by name, blaming his sudden appearance for allowing the enemy to escape. Life is an endless struggle. Battle is the very essence of a Saiyan's existence. He seized Dart by the collar, bellowing, I was on the verge of finishing off the last android. And your untimely arrival allowed them to slip away. You dare inquire whom I was fighting? Dart, completely bewildered, pondered whether the fleeing figure was indeed an android. Was this timeline's android an elderly man? No, that could not be right. Androids were typically portrayed as youthful, a male, stoic and cold, and a female, radiant and striking. There was no reason for an old man to fit that description. As for Android 19, Dart could no longer discern its true form, reduced to a pile of shattered remnants. Moreover, Mr. Vegeta, your battle prowess is truly formidable. Such strength could undoubtedly annihilate those two androids in an instant. Piccolo, with his sharper intellect, interjected, are you suggesting there are more androids than just these two youthful forms? However, your assertion that Vegeta could dispatch them effortlessly is flawed. While their power may not surpass his, it certainly would not be significantly inferior. Vegeta was acutely aware of the extent of his strength, understanding that Gohan was no match for him, and he could merely hold his ground against Gohan at best. As he, Date, was struck heavily by number 19. The stark disparity between the two became painfully clear. He found solace in the fact that Son Gohan was able to hold his own against No. 19 for such an extended period during his furious outburst. This adopted son of his was truly worth the affection. Ah, Date. It's time for you to reveal your true name, for little Trunks has already made his entrance into the world. Date's expression stiffened. Indeed, the infant cradled in Bulma's arms was undeniably a younger version of himself. Although he detested Frieza's laughter, Date felt no inclination to conceal his identity any longer. Being referred to as Conan was indeed a bit irksome. Greetings everyone. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Slap. Vegeta promptly knocked him to the ground with a forceful strike. A glob of phlegm landing on Date's face. Who is interested in knowing who you are? You've been rambling for ages while the androids have vanished. Uffed. Frieza erupted into laughter. Indeed, Date was the one who needed to step up. Otherwise, the spectacle would soon become a snooze fest. Here as hoping for a satisfactory outcome. Amipa. Wishing everyone joy in their viewing and a life rich with flavor. Good night. Chapter 46. The Tragic Heir. Date felt utterly aggrieved. Each time he appeared, he was met with violence, and each time it was at the hands of his very own father. The crux of the matter was not that he was afraid to retaliate, but rather that he simply could not match the might of his opponent. Over the past 3 years, Date had diligently trained against the androids, yet his battle power barely reached 2.9 billion, rendering him utterly outmatched by Vegeta's 6 billion. Oh, Vegeta, are you not the least bit curious about the identity of the person you just pummeled? Creak, creak. The unique sound effect accompanying his entrance, coupled with that insufferable laughter, made it clear that apart from Frieza, no one else in all 12 universes could compare. Who else could it be? Given that his name was not genuine, and considering his hair color, I could only think of my son. Truth be told, Vegeta was quite displeased with the altered hair color of his offspring due to Bulma's genes. The androids could flee as they wished. They were hardly formidable foes. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no desire to engage. Primarily, it was Trunks' hair color that irked him, prompting him to knock Date down in frustration. Date felt tears welling up. While he could endure the beatings from his father, he could not fathom why Vegeta would spit on him. Vegeta, you dare strike my son, I shall not let this go. Bulma, despite having given birth, had not lost her fiery temperament. With a swift motion, she tossed aside the bothersome little Trunks and charged at Vegeta. This scene sent shivers down Vegeta's spine. True, Date was his son, but that was the future version, not the present. No matter how displeased he was with little Trunks, he was still his child. Whoosh. Vegeta rushed to protect his son. Slap. Bulma delivered a stinging blow to Date's face as he was just getting back on his feet, leaving him utterly bewildered. His mother had actually struck him. On that very day, within a span of less than 30 seconds, they had engaged in a mixed doubles match of their own. What a grievance, he wanted to cry. Wah! Little Trunks cried for him, discarded by his mother and caught by his biological father, who held him up by one foot. It was utterly unreasonable for him not to weep. Bulma, this is truly our son. The Elder One represents the future. Why are you so agitated? Vegeta yelled at Bulma while lifting a substantial mass, not merely a lump of flesh, but rather a Trunks. Little Trunks, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, simply felt an overwhelming sadness that needed to be expressed. A thin stream of water cascaded from the heavens, perfectly landing on the face of Big Trunks, swiftly cleansing away the remnants of his distress. Even Frieza could not bear to watch. Big Trunks was genuinely pitiable, consistently subjected to relentless bullying. The first encounter was somewhat tolerable, as he was outmatched in strength and had been thoroughly beaten by Vegeta and himself. However, this second time, he had been slapped by his parents and, to add insult to injury, had urinated on his own face. Frieza, in a fit of rage, thought to himself, how absurd. You can relieve yourself. You possess a child's innocence. You think you're so impressive, don't you? Bullying me, are you? Frieza's fury grew, and he surveyed the scene, noting that only Vegeta appeared somewhat resilient. Vegeta, under Frieza's scrutinizing gaze, felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident that Frieza was not in a good mood. With a swift kick, Frieza sent Vegeta flying. Fortunately, Vegeta had released Little Trunks just in time, and Big Trunks, undeterred by the humiliation, caught Little Trunks in the nick of time. Otherwise, Little Trunks would have vanished from sight, just like Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed in shock. Frieza, what are you doing? Why did you kick my man? Trunks, hurry. Take me to your father. Little Trunks glanced at Big Trunks, who reciprocated the look, finally realizing Bulma was calling for him. Reluctantly, yet genuinely concerned for his father, Big Trunks shot a fierce glare at Frieza, cradled himself in one arm while holding Bulma in the other, and hastened toward the direction where Vegeta had vanished. Krillin, Tien, Piccolo, and Gohan observed the unfolding events, questioning whether they were meant to confront the androids or to deal with the androids. Piccolo was the first to react. Addressing the group, the direction in which the androids fled aligns with where Vegeta disappeared. We must follow them quickly to prevent them from getting hurt if a fight ensues. Krillin also had a realization, exclaiming, and Bulma, if she encounters the androids, it will undoubtedly lead to trouble. Tien added, Krillin, you should worry more about the two of us. Bulma is protected by 2 Super Saiyans, while we have no one to defend us, and our combat power is considerably lower. Gohan, ever protective, declared, it's fine. If you cannot handle them, run first. I'll have Uncle Piccolo hold them off. Piccolo, taken aback, could only respond with a silent expression. Frieza, watching the departing figures, particularly Krillin and Tien, felt an ominous sense of foreboding, as if the winds whispered, the brave shall venture forth, never to return. Had he not traversed into the body of Frieza, but instead transformed into any of the Earthlings, such as Krillin, without the aid of a system, how would the circumstances have unfolded? Upon reflection, becoming Frieza, albeit at the cost of certain pleasures, is not entirely unacceptable. Alas, it is best to investigate further. The androids 16, 17, and 18 are expected to make their appearance soon, and with the likes of 19 and 20 having gained considerable strength, one can only wonder how formidable these creations will be. Moreover, Cell is a being from the future, so his combat prowess should remain stable. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the celestial transformation. As for Gohan, he can bask in his own ineptitude. Possessing a modicum of power has led him to reckless folly, ultimately resulting in the demise of his own father. Such a disgrace. Frieza, in his former life as a viewer of Dragon Ball, found Gohan's actions particularly infuriating, betraying his father. Even if he now embodies Frieza, does not absolve him from the role of a traditional antagonist. Villains seldom meet favorable fates. It is far more gratifying to exist in a morally ambiguous realm, covertly maneuvering without detection. Sensing the energy of Android 20, Frieza vanished in an instant. He minimized his aura, ensuring he did not alert Dr. Gero and his associates. After casting a glance at Androids 17 and 18, he descended deeper into the earth. Android 17, a 17-year-old youth, exuded an air of cool arrogance, his energy level measuring at 900 million. Android 18, the twin sister who was born just moments earlier, possessed silky, light golden hair, a flawlessly smooth visage, and an enviable physique, with an energy level of 800 million. Upon observing the shattered incubation chamber, Frieza recognized that unforeseen changes were afoot. A small hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, lay before him, perfectly fitting the size of a certain future being. Chapter 47, The Unconventional Androids. Boom. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, or perhaps destiny, but the location where Vegeta landed coincidentally marked the entrance to Dr. Gero's laboratory. The force of Vegeta's landing could be gauged by the collapsed mountain that bore witness to his might. This impact posed little threat to Vegeta, a Super Saiyan. But the inhabitants of the laboratory were far less fortunate. While they did not suffer catastrophic injuries, they were indeed entombed alive. Not only were androids 17 and 18 affected, but so was Frieza, who found himself buried deeper within. As for Dr. Gero, Transformed into Android 20, he remained doomed to the fate wrought by 17. The singular silver lining was that he was already buried, sparing him the horror of a lifeless corpse exposed to the elements. Thud, thud, boom. Android 17 erupted from the depths, carrying an enormous stasis pod, accompanied by the female Android 18. The third explosion, caused by Frieza's disturbance, obliterated the entire mountain. Cloaked in a violet aura, Frieza hovered in the air, his expression dark and foreboding. In a surprising twist, Frieza found himself buried alive, a situation that, while not physically harmful, was laden with profound humiliation. Upon witnessing Vegeta rising from the earth, shaking his head, Frieza instantly grasped the gravity of the predicament. It was undeniably awkward, a stroke of luck that was anything but ordinary. Swiftly, the others arrived at the scene, notably Daz, whose fury ignited upon seeing androids 17 and 18. Unlike Vegeta and Bulma, however, Daz managed to maintain his composure, gently placing Bulma on the ground and cradling little Daz in her arms. Android 17. Android 18. Prepare to meet your demise. He roared, his power soaring to 300 million. Fueled by rage, he surged forward, charging at Android 17. With a swift motion, a collision ensued. Alas, Daz's misfortune was far from over. Challenging an adversary with a staggering 900 million in power proved to be a foregone conclusion. This time, Daz did not vanish into the sky. He was caught by Gohan. This is impossible. Android 17 cannot be this formidable. I should be able to match him, he exclaimed. Incredulity etched on his face. Vegeta, filled with disappointment towards his future son, reflected on the matter. While power could be honed through training, intelligence was a different conundrum altogether. Contemplating the absence of a viable solution to remedy this intellectual shortcoming, Vegeta resolved to engage the androids in battle first. Apologies, but Vegeta chose to selectively forget. You are androids 17 and 18, correct? Let us fight, he declared boldly. I refuse, came the immediate response. I also refuse, echoed 18. At that moment, Android 17 activated the dormant pod labeled 16. From it emerged an exceptionally tall figure, a creation more akin to a male robot than a mere man, crafted entirely of metal. Android 16's existence raised questions. If Dr. Gero possessed such prowess, why alter us at all? 18 pondered, tapping her fingers against his metallic arm, producing a resonant sound that sparked her curiosity. Originally, 17 and 18 were mere humans, selected by Dr. Gero for transformation into androids. Despite retaining their human essence, they were now infused with nanotechnology, altering their minds and equipping them with emergency, shutdown mechanisms and self-destruct features. Most critically, the transformation process had been excruciating, leaving them with a profound loathing for Dr. Gero. Why do you refuse to battle me? Weren't you created to eradicate humanity? Vegeta inquired, bewildered. Android 17 lifted his gaze towards the distant Vegeta and asked, who told you we were destined to annihilate humanity? We are humans ourselves. Oh, you mean Dr. Gero? His directives were never about exterminating humanity. The task he assigned to me was to pursue Bulma. How ridiculous. You are a man. Is it truly difficult to pursue a beauty? And I, of all people, am tasked with seducing Sun Wukong, leading to the disintegration of his family. Cursed old man. Cursed mission. The wind continues to howl, and all present are left in astonishment by the mission articulated by androids 17 and 18. Bulma's heart quivers, yet she feigns ignorance. Diligently examining the injuries of the great warrior, Son Gohan points to himself and then turns to Piccolo, saying, Uncle Piccolo, did that female android just say she wants to tear my family apart? To separate my father and mother? With a heart full of sorrow, Piccolo gently ruffles Son Gohan's hair, closing his eyes in resignation. If we are not hallucinating, then you heard quite clearly. Do not worry, Gohan. Uncle Piccolo will not abandon you. These words are spoken as though Android 18 has already succeeded, and Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi are indeed separated. In that moment, Frieza stands frozen, bewildered by how the narrative has taken such a bizarre turn. It seems we have transitioned not into battle, but rather into a youthful romance. Perhaps a tale of a love triangle? How utterly absurd. However, amidst all this, one cannot overlook the simmering rage of Vegeta, who has been openly scorned and is now faced with the prospect of his woman being wooed by another, a potential betrayal. The great warrior stands dumbfounded. A cacophony of turmoil raging within him, his thoughts racing. I must escape this timeline. It does not belong to me. I want to leave. I want to find my mother. Yet, do you think this is where the story concludes? Not at all. Android 18 first compares her height with Android 16 and then inquires, Big guy, what is your mission? With pure eyes turned skyward, Android 16 lets a solitary tear of machine oil fall. My mission is to make a movie. And only when my popularity surpasses that of Optimus Prime can I befriend the small animals I adore. The wind continues to whistle, and the plot races down a crooked path. Bang! A time-traveling machine appears, and the great warrior, with a face full of despair, prepares to flee. Bang! The time machine morphs back into a capsule, this time not by Frieza's hand, but by Bulma's quick reflexes. Do not rush away. Although this timeline has undergone intolerable changes, your future remains unaltered. You must grow stronger to save the desolate future. The great warrior pauses, realizing the wisdom in his mother's words, unable to muster a rebuttal. To ensure you can withstand your father's training, I will safeguard this capsule. When your father acknowledges you, and you feel capable of defeating the future androids, I shall return your time machine. Mother. The great warrior is moved to tears by Bulma's words, kneeling before her. In this world, only a mother truly cherishes her child. Oh ho ho ho. Bulma, you simply wish to see how splendidly your future son has grown, and how much he is adored by the girls, do you not? The great warrior is momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up at his mother. He observes Bulma's eyes darting away, her face flushed with the embarrassment of being caught in her own thoughts. And so, the great warrior contemplates his impending withdrawal from the world. Chapter 48, a Dragon Ball rendition of anxiety for everyone. Daitai remained unfazed, while Vegeta harbored no interest nor leisure to intervene. At this age, one ought to be independent. What vexed Vegeta was the blatant disregard he faced. First, his challenge to battle was declined, and then, right before him, the audacious declaration of intentions to pursue his woman was uttered, though Bulma feigned ignorance. Such insolence was intolerable for Vegeta. Did he truly believe he was oblivious to Bulma's racing heartbeat and flushed cheeks? In a moment of sheer indignation, Vegeta's golden aura surged to unprecedented heights. Enveloped by shame and fury, he erupted. His battle power soared by an astounding 200 million, instantly reaching the staggering level of 800 million, even catching Frieza off guard. This Saiyan was truly beyond comprehension. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta's fist collided with Android 17's chest, which was met with his crossed arms. Nevertheless, the sheer force caused the ground behind 17 to fracture mercilessly. Frieza's gaze sharpened as he channeled divine energy into the earth beneath him, striving to reinforce the terrain. Once the battle commenced, everyone's focus shifted back. Even Daitai, now anxiously observing the clash between Vegeta and 17. Reluctant to engage, 17 had already discerned his mission objective. The fact that his opponent had sired offspring was irrelevant. His sole concern was fulfilling his task, which would permanently deactivate the devices within him. He had no choice. Just as Vegeta unleashed a frenzied assault upon him, 17 was left with no alternative but to defend and counter with all his might. Though there existed a disparity of 100 million in battle power between 800 million and 900 million, combat was not solely determined by raw strength. Particularly, Vegeta's unpredictable appearances in astonishing locales rendered 17 increasingly exasperated. He had endured numerous blows, collapsing peak after peak, leaving behind craters of varying depths across the ground. His attire lay tattered, and a gash marred his face. Touching the wound on his cheek, 17's anger flared. After all, he relied on that visage to woo Bulma. A scar could prove detrimental to his mission's success. Vegeta, you seek death. With a hum, his aura surged, conjuring a translucent barrier that thwarted Vegeta's next strike from behind, executing a sweeping motion. Pressured, 17 was compelled to deploy his energy shield, a life-saving technique he could utilize only thrice within a day. Bang! Thud! 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 Vegeta was caught off guard by this kick. Aside from his tried-and-true teleportation against Frieza, he found himself halted by this pretty boy, colliding with several mountains. It was only then that Vegeta managed to dissipate the impact of 17's strike. Enraged, he bellowed in fury. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I am the prince of the Saiyans. Dare you covet my woman? I shall ensure you can never call yourself a man. Frieza seemed to hear the background music typical of battles in Dragon Ball. Didida, didida, dida, dida, didida, 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 didida. Hello, Chi-Chi, has Goku stabilized? Oh, I see. A bead of sweat appeared on Frieza's forehead. That was unmistakably Bulma's ringtone. The situation was absurd, like a plow meeting a musical staff. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta received a headbutt from number 17, and both of them instinctively cradled their heads and squatted down. Ultimately, it was Vegeta's superior resilience that prevailed. He clenched his fists at his waist, slightly bent his knees, and opened his mouth wide to unleash a furious howl. Aya! Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta transformed into his muscular Super Saiyan form, his muscles swelling to an impressive size, much to Bulma's astonishment. If it weren't for the bump on his head, he would have appeared even more formidable. However, this only added a hint of humor to the scene. Frieza couldn't help but chuckle. He was unsure why his sense of humor had become so low. But Vegeta's appearance indeed amused him. In this muscular form, Vegeta's combat power skyrocketed to 1.2 billion, undeniably terrifying. Whoosh. Aware that his speed was lacking in this state, Vegeta decisively chose to teleport. He delivered a brutal kick aimed at number 17, intent on shattering him. Number 17 was caught off guard, still dazed. He and number 18 possessed eternal energy, immune to fatigue from prolonged combat, yet they could still feel pain. Against an opponent of similar strength, this move would have been effective. However, Facing an enraged, muscle-bound Vegeta rendered his instinctive defense utterly futile. Number 18 had already covered her eyes, envisioning the disastrous outcome. Her immediate thought was not to save number 17, but to lament that he would never complete his mission. Among Vegeta's group, only Frieza had the power to prevent this impending catastrophe. Yet, why would he intervene? Having lost his physiological characteristics through his journey, Frieza wished for everyone to share his fate. Thus, he not only refrained from stopping Vegeta's actions, but also learned much from them. Envisioning using such a kick on anyone he found displeasing in the future. Just observe Vegeta's kick. Its angle, force, and speed were impeccable. Frieza watched with delight, savoring the spectacle. Boom. Huh. That sound seemed off. Wasn't it supposed to be the sound of shattering? Did he just obliterate number 17? Was such violence truly necessary? The wind blew, and as the dust settled, Vegeta found himself buried underground, his body convulsing as though life were slipping away. His head was submerged in the earth, depriving him of oxygen. Roar. A golden wave of energy erupted, fueled by his fury. Roar. A purple wave of energy surged skyward. Frieza was furious. He was thoroughly engrossed in the performance when the hulking figure of number 16 unexpectedly emerged to cause a disturbance. Was this not an intentional provocation? Whoosh. Whoosh. Both Date and Frieza sprang into action simultaneously. Bang. Whoosh. Clink. Date was sent flying by Frieza's tail, and this time, even Gohan was unable to catch him. Krillin, with his hands on his forehead, sighed. Trunks truly has a short memory. How many times has he been beaten already? Tien, blinking his 3 eyes, surprisingly extended a hand and began to count earnestly. The first time was when Frieza sent him soaring. The second time was when he was struck by a spaceship. And the third time, bang. Number 16 was kicked in the chin by Frieza, propelling him skyward, while Frieza recalled Vegeta's earlier movements. Whoosh. In a flash, he appeared before number 16, delivering a kick with even greater speed and precision than Vegeta. This kick was nothing short of magnificent, unparalleled, a thunderclap from the heavens. Ouch. My foot, my foot, my foot. It's going to be ruined. Dragon Ball's rendition of Anxiety, presented for all. Lyrics by Little Golden Turtle, sung by Frieza. At this moment, Tien finally uttered the next line, including Bulma's slap. That makes it 7 times, doesn't it? Poor Trunks. Bulma was enraged. With her hands raised, she aimed her small pepper spray at the two. Trunks, shoot. Do not accuse me of being verbose. Each of my pieces is around 2,400 words. Far more substantial than those that barely reach 2,000. As long as everyone enjoys themselves, my expectations are modest. If you smile, be it a cold smirk, a mocking grin, a joyful laugh, or an involuntary chuckle, I have achieved my goal. Lastly, good morning to all. Chapter 49. The farcical comedy comes to a close. The crotch kick is an ominous technique. Vegeta used this move and found himself buried in the earth, only saved from suffocation by Frieza. Following suit, Frieza also employed this technique, suffering severe injuries to his leg. Not only did he sustain physical harm, but he also serenaded a tune, creating a legendary song within the Dragon Ball universe, Anxiety. Those who wield this technique pay a hefty price. What of those who have narrowly escaped or already tasted its consequences? Number 17 remained in a half-squat position with his knees tightly pressed together. Large beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, a manifestation of his fear. Number 16, however, was different. His body was remarkably resilient, yet he too was sent reeling. Not from urine, but rather a yellowish liquid, likely oil. Despite possessing a combat power of 1.2 billion, he too felt the pangs of discomfort. Fortunately, he lacked any vulnerable parts to be shattered, rendering him somewhat fortunate. Nevertheless, he too would pay a painful price. If no one came to repair him, he would inevitably become scrap metal once his oil ran dry. Save me, Miss Bulma. You are the embodiment of wisdom, kindness, beauty, nobility, elegance, grace, and virtue on this planet. Please, considering that my intention to tread upon your man is misguided and acknowledging that I too belong to the realm of technological marvels, assist me in sealing this oil leak. Miss Bulma, I implore you to rescue him. I promise to refrain from pursuing you for now. After all, I shall not grow old, and you are still youthful. Whenever you find that Vegeta is no longer of use, perhaps you might consider me instead. Frieza has ceased to complain about his aching feet, and Vegeta no longer gasps for fresh air. They are both astounded by the audacity of these two androids. However, do you believe this is the end? No, there is yet more shamelessness to unfold. Indeed, Miss Bulma can indulge in a fleeting dalliance with my brother, and I can engage in a similar pretense with Son Goku. Yes, there is no fault in this arrangement. By the way, is Son Goku's household in dire need of funds? Number 17. What do you think about robbing a bank to treat Son Goku to a night out? The laughter echoed. Piccolo and Gohan were bemused, but Tien, Krillin, Bulma, and even Frieza could comprehend the jest. Date, if future androids are tasked with such trivial missions, why is there so much fuss? Suddenly, a luminous point appeared from behind the crowd, moving swiftly and radiating golden light. Could it be a divine gift of gold for number 18? Ah, hugs. Bulma's expression darkened, and she was determined to let Piccolo experience the wrath of the youthful essence once more. Piccolo hurriedly took flight, having just been doused in a rather unfortunate manner, still feeling quite uncomfortable. Being a demon, he feared nothing more than the essence of youth. Who was not aware that this essence wards off evil? That recent encounter cost him a significant loss of combat power. Stop right there. Date, an intriguing entity. Even while being knocked unconscious by Frieza, maintained his Super Saiyan form. It was only when Piccolo confined him under his arm, subjected to an unbearable stench, that Date slowly regained consciousness. Quickly, let me go, please, I beg you. Date was on the verge of collapse, and the moment he touched the ground, he began to retch uncontrollably. Piccolo rubbed his nose and reassured the crowd. It's nothing, he merely fainted. A little vomiting will do him good. The onlookers collapsed in laughter. Not far away, behind a stone, a pair of exceedingly malevolent eyes observed the scene, only to vanish back underground. Frieza cast a glance in that direction but perceived nothing. Moments ago, he had sensed the gaze upon him, but when he turned, the feeling had dissipated, and the entity's combat power registered at a mere 8 points. Only slightly superior to the weakest of fighters. Perhaps it was some beast, never mind. He surveyed 16, 17, and 18. These three were neither the malevolent beings of the future nor the type to seek only Son Goku's demise. Their mission was rather peculiar, yet overall, they posed no intent to harm. This left the Dragon Ball warriors with no justification for their belligerent behavior. Frieza certainly had no inclination to engage in battle with the only individual present boasting a staggering power level of 1.2 billion. Confronting such an adversary would result in mutual suffering. Inflicting casualties while sustaining significant losses himself was a strategy he would not entertain. Instead, he preferred to engage in casual banter with the Kai Shin, perhaps indulging in a game of Go, while simultaneously imparting a lesson to Kid. Moreover, Frieza was curious to experiment with the Kai Shin sword. In the original narrative, Son Gohan had drawn the sword while his power was diminished, approximately at 1.7 billion. Given that Frieza now possessed over 1.5 billion in strength, he saw no reason why he wouldn't be able to wield it. Frieza departed. Yet a resolution was still required on site. Bulma was the first to speak up. I can assist in repairing number 16. And number 18 is welcome to stay at my home for a while, but as for number 17, it's best if you keep your distance. At the mention of number 17, Vegeta's gaze ignited with fury, prompting Bulma to hastily amend her statement. In truth, Bulma believed these two were still children at heart. She thought a reasonable discussion about life might persuade them to abandon their mission. Suddenly, Krillin interjected, Bulma, could we ask Shenron for assistance in restoring their human forms? Or at least to deactivate the devices controlling them? Son Gohan's eyes lit up. Being an academic prodigy, his mind was quick. That's right, Aunt Bulma. Haven't you already gathered the Dragon Balls? We could wish for them to have completed their mission. Indeed, this was a splendid idea. For the sake of Earth's peace, familial harmony, and to diminish the presence of a certain young man pursuing a married woman, as well as to rescue a girl intent on aiding Son Goku. Bulma made her decision. Vegeta, however, was irked. The recent humiliation of being bested by a mere robot weighed heavily on him, and Bulma's assertiveness only fueled his ire. With an indignant huff, he cast a piercing glare at number 16 before vanishing in a flash. Number 18, unconcerned by Vegeta's sentiments, readily agreed with Bulma's proposal and bestowed a kiss upon Krillin, the one who had first suggested it. Instantly, Krillin's face flushed crimson. In a reflexive gesture, he clasped his hands together, murmuring an incantation, only to be startled by a sudden realization. In a swift motion, Krillin struck his left hand toward his right. Tianjinhan, witnessing this spectacle, retreated several hundred meters in alarm. A tragic scene unfolded. As the left hand aimed to strike the right instinctively dodged, producing a sharp, resounding crack. The sound was particularly clear and resonant, and upon closer inspection, Krillin recognized a familiar visage. A louder crack resounded as number 18 delivered a swift blow, sending Krillin hurtling into Tianjinhan's embrace. Tianjinhan's 3 eyes widened in astonishment, bloodshot with disbelief. Why, despite keeping his distance, had he not escaped the inevitable? Yamcha, where are you? This should be your task. Whoosh. Ding. Uncle Krillin. Uncle Tien. I have come to rescue you. Such is the innocence of Gohan, who was the first to dash forward. He certainly did not wish for these two to circle the earth. Piccolo sighed, and then took off. Din looked at Porunga, their eyes wide in silent communication. Oh, a hug. Chapter 50. A new crisis. Who is Earth's savior? Din gazed at the little Porunga, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Hugging oneself felt quite peculiar. Is Dad all right? Din had lost his father during infancy and remained unaware of the man his father truly was. With all knowledge relayed through his future mother, Bulma, he only knew that Vegeta was immensely proud and fiercely competitive. Although Vegeta had not been defeated by the delicate Android 18 as in the original tale, and even managed to nearly incapacitate Android 17 during his transformation, he nevertheless fell to a robot. Despite the element of surprise in his defeat, a loss is still a loss. Just moments before Vegeta departed, his eyes were filled with resentment and anger, evident to all. As a fellow man, Den felt the unacknowledged bitterness buried deep within Vegeta's heart. That bitterness, of course, was directed at Frieza. Den could not fathom why this timeline had become so chaotic. He adamantly refused to believe it was due to his arrival. When he first came, Frieza was already on Earth, exhibiting an utterly terrifying power level. Trunks, do not overthink it. Your father may be proud, but he is also incredibly resilient. Nothing can truly break him. Trust me, Vegeta will recover swiftly. As Bulma, Vegeta's wife, she may not have had a wedding ceremony or even a marriage certificate. Yet this did not diminish her profound understanding of Vegeta. Proud. That was in the past. The current Vegeta possesses only pride. His royal lineage further imbues him with a sense of pride that others cannot fathom. He will prove through action that he is the strongest. Mother, may I go see father? However, Bulma shook her head at Dend, speaking with earnest gravity. Dend felt his face flush crimson. Both his young mother and his future mother shared such eccentricities. Thus, Dend rode on Paranga's back, one hand steadying himself while the other embraced his youthful mother. As they soared towards West City, accompanied by the three androids, it was utterly absurd. Upon returning home, everyone was astonished to find Vegeta already standing in the yard. If you make even the slightest ill move, I will annihilate you without hesitation. Even you, big guy. If Frieza could defeat you, I am equally capable. He did not. As in the original, stand atop a mountain in meditation, for this blow was not insurmountable. You see, Trunks, your father is indeed a very attentive person. Father truly cares about us. Dend was deeply moved. He finally believed his future mother's words. Your father, indeed, cares for us immensely. It was true. Trunks, come to the gravity chamber. Have you been playing in the mud all these years? The furious shout of Vegeta echoed within the gravity chamber. If you wish to confront the future androids, you must rely solely on yourself. I, Bulma, will not allow my son to be inferior to that Gohan. The son of Goku. Daz quickly nodded, pulling the reluctant little Trunks down from his neck and placing him into Bulma's embrace. Yes, with that. Daz dashed towards the gravity chamber, glancing back at the trio of androids before closing the door. Everyone follow me. Xiao Chong, you take Android 16 to the lab for a structural assessment. Bulma called the androids into her home, simultaneously instructing a household robot. Android 16 followed the robot, attempting to cover his groin area as oil seeped from him. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18, under Bulma's guidance, headed to the bathing area to cleanse themselves. The bathing room in Bulma's residence was spacious enough to accommodate both genders, with sufficient partitions for privacy. Over there are some clothes. Feel free to choose whatever you like. As the world's richest woman, Bulma had an abundance of high-end garments. Gratefully, Androids 17 and 18 entered the bathing area. Bulma approached a safe, entering the password. Upon unlocking it, she beheld the shimmering Dragon Balls, all 7 gathered together. The Dragon Balls had nearly become a private treasure of the Bulma household, and even the Supreme Kai could only watch, too intimidated to cause trouble there. It was not for the sake of fairness. It was akin to an old man courting disaster, inviting misfortune. Inside the gravity chamber, Trunks struggled against the immense weight of 300 times Earth's gravity, still adjusting to the pressure. No transforming into Super Saiyan. You must learn to move freely in your base form and achieve swiftness like the wind. Vegeta admonished, disappointment evident in his tone. It's a miracle you can even transform. I'm sorry. Daz lowered his head, offering no resistance to his father's reprimand. Lift your head. As my son, you must embody the pride of a Saiyan. I, Vegeta, am a prince, and so are you. The pride of a Saiyan prince does not allow for submission. In the Bao Bao Mountain, Goku was no longer in pain. When Gohan, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan arrived, they found Goku peacefully snoring, bringing relief to everyone. As long as Goku was safe, they believed the Earth was secure, with the androids proving harmless. What could be more pressing than Goku's ailment? Indeed, something was. In the divine realm, the Supreme Kai furrowed his brow. Moments ago, a creature had ambushed the inhabitants of a small town, leaving nothing but abandoned clothing behind. This revelation startled the Supreme Kai. The creature's growth rate was astonishing, and its malevolent aura was overwhelming, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Bobo accompanied the celestial deity, his gaze perpetually tranquil, as if no event could stir a significant emotional upheaval within him. Bobo, I sense an immense calamity is about to befall Earth. This feeling is exceedingly strong. Perhaps this time I truly shall depart. For the first time, a flicker of compassion appeared in Bobo's eyes. Fear not, celestial deity. Earth is protected by Son Wukong, Vegeta, and now Piccolo, whose strength has vastly increased. They will safeguard our world. The celestial deity turned his gaze towards another realm, where individuals were vanishing at an astonishing speed, leaving one in utter disbelief. Let us hope so, but my intuition is potent. This time, not even Piccolo, nor Son Wukong and Vegeta, may prevail against this malevolence. Bobo's eyes exhibited a momentary tremor. The the first sign of such profound fluctuation. Indeed, Frieza harbors a sense of righteousness. He is not as malevolent as the Kais claim. Frieza embodies both good and evil, yet possesses his own moral compass. Furthermore, I can sense that he genuinely seeks to protect Earth. Having previously reinforced the geographical integrity of the battlefield, Frieza can save the planet. The celestial deity regarded Bobo with intrigue. It was the first time he had spoken so extensively. Let us hope so. Where indeed is Frieza? In Chapter 51, the pain of 360 strikes. Where is Frieza? He resides within the realm of the Kais, sipping tea brewed by Kid, engaged in a fierce battle with Kai Shin. The chessboard is nearly full, yet no victor has emerged. Frieza's visage contorts with fury, while Kai Shin's eyes wander. Kid stands at a distance, wiping away beads of sweat. Genuinely concerned that if Frieza were to lose, he might unleash his wrath upon him. Kid has endured enough. Each encounter leaves him half dead, and the pain is excruciating. Ho ho ho. Kid, come here. I promise not to strike you this time. Kid's eyes gleamed with hope. Could it be that Kai Shin finally empathizes with his servant and intends to concede to Frieza? Kid scurried over, congratulating Frieza for his victory in the 361st round. Bang. Whoosh. Boom. Ho ho ho. Although I have triumphed, why must you specify the round number? I genuinely did not intend to strike you this time. Shin interjected. Kid? Oh, he has already fainted. Shin, I have heard whispers of a Kai Shin sword in the sacred land, one that no Kai Shin has ever been able to draw. Kid's ears perked up. Boom. Whether it was due to the multitude of beatings Kid had endured, enhancing his resilience, or the mention of the Kai Shin sword by Frieza that ignited his excitement, he suddenly revived. Frieza, you must not lay a hand on the Kai Shin sword. It is the treasure of the Kai Shin realm. Smack. The world fell silent once more. This is what it means to exert pressure. Kai Shin awkwardly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Once upon a time, Shin found himself inexplicably grateful to Frieza for sparing him the humiliation. Each time he was defeated, Frieza would only take his frustrations out on Kid, never once laying a hand on Shin himself. The Kai Shin sword was indeed present, yet it was embedded in one of the hardest boulders of the Kai Shin realm, making its extraction a formidable challenge. As you mentioned, no Kai Shin throughout history has ever succeeded in pulling it free. For it is said that the one who can do so will become the mightiest being in the universe. Shin spoke earnestly, even exaggerating for the first time, hoping to dissuade Frieza from coveting the sword. Would Frieza truly be swayed by his words? Absurd. Enough of your prattle, let me there. I refuse to believe that. Even without the company of women, I cannot extract this worthless relic. Shin fumed, outraged that Frieza would dare to compare the Kai Shin sword to mere scrap metal, and even invoke women in such a comparison. This was intolerable. Glancing at Kid, he hoped this time the latter would not awaken too soon. Frieza, I challenge you to a duel. A cruel smile crept across Frieza's lips, his already small eyes narrowed menacingly, a visage that made Shin recoil in terror. I grant you one opportunity to rephrase your words. Shin composed himself. He had long recognized the disparity between them, knowing full well he could never toy with Kid as Frieza did. Frieza, if you dare, bind my hands and feet. Frieza paused, incredulous at Shin's audacity. Very well. But should you lose, you must take me to the Kai Shin sword. If the Kai Shin realm were not so vast, Frieza would have never allowed Shin to lead him to such a trivial object. With a swift motion, Frieza launched himself like a cannonball, his battle power soaring to an astounding 1.6 billion, charging directly at Shin. Indeed, it was 1.6 billion. After kicking Android 16 and playing 2 rounds of Go, his power had increased by another 100 million. Shin braced himself for battle, but Frieza's speed was so overwhelming that Shin could not even perceive his form. It was exasperating. The Kai Shin may have had their challenges, but he was well aware of the feeling of being outmatched. Even if he were not, Frieza could certainly make him feel that way. Android May 16th have been devoid of certain attributes, yet he too had experienced the sting of defeat. With a swift crack, Frieza's tail lashed out, striking Shin with tremendous force. Despite Shin's complete defensive preparations, the difference in their power levels was insurmountable, an entire 800 million. Without a doubt, Shin was sent hurtling through the air, consciousness fading as he soared. Frieza, seizing this rare opportunity to strike Shin openly, would not allow him to slip into unconsciousness so easily. After 361 rounds of their game, he had finally won the last match. With a flick of his fingers, a stream of green restorative energy enveloped Shin, instantly reviving him. I'm unscathed? So, this is the extent of your abilities, Frieza? Shin shouted defiantly. Prepare to meet your end. It seems you are merely a pretty facade devoid of substance. Smack. Shin once again found himself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Yet another strand of verdant restorative energy. Oh ha ha ha. Frieza, come at me, do it again. Slap. After 36 encounters, Frieza panted heavily, alternating between striking and saving, truly a spectacle beyond comprehension. At this moment, Shin had regained his senses, realizing he was being toyed with by Frieza. who was mercilessly alternating between pummeling and rescuing him. How outrageous. Frieza, 360 times. And this is only your what, fourth attempt? What's the matter, feeling weak already? Frieza's gaze hardened. Thwack. A magical bean materialized from thin air, which Frieza devoured ravenously. Instantly, the once feeble Frieza was rejuvenated. Today, if I don't make you question your very existence, I shan't be called Frieza. Slap. Again. Slap. Once more. Slap, slap, slap. Again. After 300 encounters, Frieza had consumed 8 magical beans. Xian's eyes had dimmed. The once mechanical repetition of again had finally faltered into submission. No, not again. Slap. Including that last one. There are still 59 more. This is your fault for being so mouthy, for denying me the use of my limbs, for neglecting to assign genders when you created the frost demons. Boom, boom, boom. Sometimes, even I am at a loss regarding the frost demons. This burden is not mine to bear. In the realm of the Kais, the darkest day in history had dawned, with endless wails reverberating throughout. Kid had long been startled awake, yet he dared not move or utter a sound, fearing not only Frieza but also the disgrace it could bring upon the Lord Kai. The 360th encounter. Xian, your merits have reached their zenith. Bang. The once impenetrable realm of the Kais now bore a crater 1,000 meters in diameter, and at its center, Xian had truly fainted. Frieza, too, felt weary, primarily from the relentless swinging of his tail, even one as robust as he was panting heavily, continuously rubbing his tail. After consuming the 10th magical bean, Frieza no longer felt so fatigued, yet his spirit remained somewhat subdued. With a mere stretch of his hand, the fruit of a spiritual tree appeared, unparalleled in its restorative properties against mental fatigue. To use it merely to boost combat power would be the most extravagant waste. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Frieza felt as though he had been reborn. Though such a battle was exhausting, the sheer monotony of unilaterally beating another was tiresome, yet prolonged exertion served as excellent training. 18 billion in combat power, with no systematic training, merely venting through strikes had granted him a remarkable 2 billion increase. Piccolo would surely weep in despair. Dieter had already fainted in the gravity chamber. Over 2 days, he had endured Vegeta's hellish training, culminating in a transformation that yielded a mere 400 million in combat power. Yet, the trials and tribulations Dieter faced far surpassed those of Frieza. Dad, may I please take a moment to relieve myself? If you keep this up, I might just end up defecating from the sheer force of your blows. Get lost. After a laborious effort to temporarily seal the hole on the 16th, Bulma finally began preparations to summon the Eternal Dragon, only to be startled by the commotion emanating from the gravity chamber. Chapter 52, A Bunch of Unruly Beings. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Bulma paid no heed to the father-son duo, instead entrusting little Trunks to Android 18, as he seemed to take great delight in caressing her silky, golden hair. Night fell, and suddenly, a disheveled Goten burst from the gravity chamber, his clothes tattered and his hair wild, bellowing, "Clear the way. I can't hold it any longer." A gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a cacophony of flatulence. "Mortal, why must you summon me in such a foul environment?" The dragon remarked, visibly unimpressed. Bulma, feeling a wave of embarrassment, managed to shrug it off, her thick skin serving her well. "You are the Eternal Dragon, and that series of flatulent sounds was merely produced by that vanished child, unrelated to us." Android 18, cradling little Trunks, regarded the dragon with curiosity, remarking, "By the way, that dragon meat seems rather delectable." Ahem. Let go of your foolish thoughts, 18. The dragon is here to aid us in removing the devices from our bodies. If you wish to feast, it can wait until next time. Android 17 interjected, his arms crossed as he discerned his sister's intentions. The dragon quipped, "This batch of summoners appears rather frivolous. Speak your wishes. I can grant you any desire." Suddenly, 16 raised his head, interjecting before Bulma could speak. "My wish is for 3 additional wishes." Both 17 and 18 were taken aback, while little Trunks exclaimed, "Oh, so soft." Bulma collapsed to the ground, and a visible bead of sweat trickled down the dragon's forehead. "That wish is beyond my capability." Without hesitation, 17 chimed in. "Then let me and Lazuli return to being ordinary humans." "Impossible. Impossible. Can you not make requests within my power?" "Goodness, you nearly shattered my composure." The dragon exclaimed. "Might we start afresh?" The group fell silent in disbelief. Bulma finally regained her footing and, with an apologetic tone, said, "I apologize, dragon. Please disregard these 3 unsophisticated ruffians. Allow me to make a wish." "Do proceed. My time is invaluable," the dragon urged. Bulma, undeterred by the dragon's tone, cleared her throat and shouted, "Eternal Dragon, please remove the self-destruct devices from within these 3 androids." At last, the expressions of the 3 androids turned grave. This was the best solution they could conceive. They dreaded the notion of the seemingly ineffectual dragon declaring, "That wish is unattainable." "That wish is quite simple." The dragon's eyes flashed, and a radiant red light burst forth. "Done. Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Bulma immediately shouted, 17, quickly, leave all the Dragon Balls with me. Whoosh. 17 vanished from sight, appearing before the dragon's immense head. Why do you still linger? As number 17 gazed at the colossal dragon, confusion enveloped him. The divine dragon sighed. Never mind, never mind. It's not worth the trouble. With that, the divine dragon vanished, and number 17 swiftly grasped the distant Dragon Balls in his hands. Here, they've turned into 7 stones. I assure you, I did not engage in any deceitful tricks. I am uncertain if this is the doing of the divine dragon. Bulma, drenched in sweat, reassured, it's all right. It will all be restored in a year. How are you feeling? Her concern was palpable, particularly for 17 and 18, whom she found rather pitiable. As for 16, being merely a robot, he fell outside her sphere of sympathy. Number 17 lightly touched his abdomen and nodded. I feel quite well. Seeing you invigorates me. Suddenly, an explosive sound echoed. The gravity chamber erupted. Vegeta, incensed, activated his Super Saiyan muscle form. No. I was merely jesting. I am perfectly fine now. The self-destruct device is gone. I couldn't be better. Number 17, drenched in sweat, bore a deep psychological scar from that kick. However, the bomb inside me is no more, and my mission has ceased, yet I still wish to frolic with Goku. Do you not feel the same? Number 17, now infuriated, declared, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute. And remember, I am your brother. My name is Lapis. Vegeta retorted, regardless of whether you are Lapis or not. If you dare to flirt with my woman, you are finished. With a resounding thud, number 17, with a combat power of 900 million, stood no chance against Vegeta's muscular form exceeding 1.2 billion, and was effortlessly sent flying, disappearing from sight in an instant. Vegeta contemplated delivering another kick, only to find that number 17 had vanished. He glanced at 18, who was cradling her little one, and thought better of it. Shifting his gaze to the towering 16, he noted a large piece of steel covering his lower half, instantly recalling Frieza's unsettling presence. At that moment, Vegeta lost all desire to fight. Have Bulma prepare another gravity chamber. Trunks requires further rigorous training. With that, Vegeta placed his hands on his hips, ignoring the others entirely, and strode towards the bathing room. Don't take it the wrong way, everyone. That's just Vegeta being himself, with no ill intentions. Ha ha ha. He turned to 16, remarking, that unsightly thing down there of yours needs a proper repair at Bulma's place. As for himself, he intended to visit the Buns Mountain to see Goku. If the opportunity arises, I shall confront him. If not, I shall create one. Following number 17's departure, 18 also took her leave. Bulma, having overheard 18's parting words, was left trembling in disbelief. What wish was granted here? Why does everyone seem so utterly disoriented? Suddenly, a striking figure emerged from the ground, his eyes brimming with malevolence. Scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing Kid had yet to awaken, King Kai Shin exhaled in relief. With a flamboyant snap of his fingers, Shin restored himself to his most splendid form. Hohoho. At last, you have chosen to awaken. Now, shall you guide me to the King's sword? Please rouse Kid. He possesses the ability to teleport us there. The god of destruction, Shin, has finally grasped the meaning of being a discerning individual. Though the journey to this realization has been rather harrowing, Frieza harbored no intentions of rescuing Kid. Instead, he languidly remarked, if you continue to sleep, you may never awaken. With a sudden perk of his ears, Kid instantly materialized, appearing clean and pristine behind Shin. Lord God of Destruction, I assure you, I have only just awakened. The corners of Shin's mouth twitched, and tears welled in his eyes. How could I, the illustrious God of Destruction, have forgotten that Frieza had a tail to wield? Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and lead us to the King's sword. You two have squandered enough of my time. Frieza's piercing gaze nearly terrified Kid into submission, prompting him to grasp Shin's shoulder and vanish in an instant. Frieza, enraged, exclaimed, you have forgotten about me. With a swift motion, Frieza teleported to Kid's location. Yet upon surveying the surroundings, he found neither Kid nor Shin. Frieza, unwilling to concede defeat, declared, I refuse to believe I cannot capture you. As both Frieza and Kid found themselves utterly exhausted, it was Frieza who ultimately triumphed, delivering a swift kick that sent Kid and Shin tumbling to the peak of a mountain. Boom. How dare you toy with me? Can't you simply stand still? Kid felt a profound sense of grievance. He dared not pause. If he did not seek out Frieza, he would surely face a merciless beating. Moreover, why could Frieza not remain in place and wait for him? It was utterly unfair. Receiving 2 disappointing reviews had left him feeling despondent. If I were to adhere strictly to the original narrative, it would be quite simple, but what would be the value in that? When one reads fan fiction of Dragon Ball, is there not a desire for something uniquely inventive? Why must it be this way? I genuinely strive to write with effort, aiming to elicit a smile from my readers. Chapter 53. Do you wish to insert or not? Upon an inconspicuous pillar of stone, the hilt of a sword protruded outward, with 3 figures standing in its vicinity, none other than Frieza and the god of destruction's attendant. The god of destruction maintained his suave demeanor, while Kid appeared rather unfortunate, sporting a significant bump on his head. A healer who cannot heal himself, Kid could mend anyone but, like Frieza, lacked the courage to allow him to tend to his own injuries. It was quite vexing. Is this truly the King's sword? It resembles the original, yet it merely reveals its hilt, offering no means to grasp it. It is not entirely impossible to seize. At least 2 fingers could manage to grasp it. Suddenly, with a peculiar cry, Frieza startled Kid, causing him to tumble off the stone pillar, while Shin soared into the sky. Since their encounter with Frieza, the two had become akin to startled birds, genuinely traumatized by the tyrant's presence. The ground quaked, and the stone pillars trembled. Frieza unleashed a forceful blow near the sword's hilt. He needed a point of leverage, after all. However, to his astonishment, only a shallow imprint appeared around the hilt, failing to inflict the damage he had anticipated. It seemed this pillar was no ordinary stone. Frieza had once pondered while reading the original tale, if the sword could not be extracted, why not simply shatter the area? Whether characters in the original considered this. Frieza was oblivious. All he knew now was that this approach was futile. It appeared that a certain enhancement of sealing had fortified the stone. Unless the sword of the Kai was drawn, it was utterly impossible to inflict any harm upon the pillar. Seeing that Frieza merely sought to retrieve the sword of the Kai and did not intend to unleash violence upon him, Shen relaxed enough to offer a suggestion. Then tell me, how does one extract it? Should I use just 2 fingers? He quipped, fearing that Frieza might retaliate with a beating that would leave him incapacitated. Step aside. I shall attempt the energy blade, Frieza declared, with a surge of energy. He conjured a violet blade of energy from his fingertips and commenced a frenzied assault on the pillar. It must be said, the sealing implemented by Beerus through Whis was indeed formidable. Frieza exerted tremendous effort before finally gouging out a small cavity, just large enough for him to grasp the sword's hilt with both hands. Kid, come restore my energy, Frieza commanded, though Kid hesitated, fearing Frieza might be frightened. What nonsense? Frieza scoffed. You all step back. I shall begin. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he bent down, grasped the hilt, and bellowed, Ya. Rise for me. Yet, there was not a hint of reaction. Quack, quack, quack. For reasons unknown, crows seemed to inhabit the Kai realm, nearly provoking Frieza into a fit of rage. I refuse to believe this. If even Goku can accomplish it, surely I can as well. Thus began Frieza's audacious endeavor to draw the sword. Shen and Kid stood at a distance, cheering him on. Go Frieza. Pull the carrot. Pull the carrot. Hey yo, pull the carrot. Alas, it stuck. Frieza, you can do it. Frieza was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed from frustration. Ya. Get off me. Suddenly, with a vigorous tug, Frieza managed to extract a significant portion of the sword of the Kai. Shen and Kid fell silent, their mouths agape in disbelief, their faces awash with existential doubt. No, I do not wish to emerge. It is not yet time. A voice, ancient and resonant, emanated from the sword, leaving the trio astounded. Shen and Kid were baffled by the voice's origin, but Frieza recognized it instantly. Is that not the voice of the old Kai, merged with the witch? How many generations ago was that? Stop your prattling. You shall emerge today, whether you like it or not. Frieza exerted even more force, yet the sword stubbornly burrowed deeper into the earth. I shall not come out. Get out here, Frieza insisted, exerting all his might once more. I will not emerge. The furious Laozi declared today would be the day of reckoning. The third form of stellar transformation, the triad overlapping waves, was unleashed by Frieza. In an instant, Frieza's power surged threefold, escalating from 1.8 billion to an astounding 5.4 billion. Come forth, he bellowed. In a swift motion, the sword was drawn, yet it slipped from his grasp. The King Kai's sword was flung away by Frieza, hurtling towards King Kai Shin. The visage of Shin turned pale with dread as he shouted, Kid. Kid heard the call but feigned ignorance, aware that this was a summons to his demise. He was not a fool. The King Kai's sword pierced Shin's shoulder, dragging him swiftly away into the distance. My hands are numb. Ha. Do you dare challenge me? Do you mistake me for a sickly cat? Frieza inquired, noticing only Kid remaining. Where's the sword? Kid swallowed hard, sensing that Frieza, at this moment, seemed far more divine than the King Kai. The 7-colored waves of energy, the dazzling starlight, blinded Kid's titanium alloy eyes. The oppressive aura left him trembling. Just how terrifying was Frieza's combat prowess? Frieza, stop that sword. Frieza, observing the scene, smirked as he saw Shin twirling around the King Kai's realm with the sword embedded in him. Frieza pressed his hands against Shin's back. Shin coughed up blood, severely wounded by the combined assault of the King Kai's sword and Frieza. Fear not, I shall extract the sword, Frieza proclaimed, grasping the hilt of the King Kai's sword and pulling with great force. Don't pull it out. But alas, Frieza had already drawn the sword. Please, no? Blood gushed anew from Shin's shoulder, his face paling further, eyes bulging in horror. I told you, no one enjoys being impaled by a sword. Very well. Let me remove it. Stop. Frieza, holding the King Kai's sword, queried Shin, do you want it or not? You are truly difficult to please. Shin fell silent, his breaths growing shallow. Kid, have some compassion and save him. What kind of servant are you? Kid had lamented to Frieza countless times. Lord King Kai, hold on. I am coming to your aid. At that moment, the King Kai's sword emitted another cry. Release me. Release me. My sealing time has not yet elapsed. Frieza, ever obedient, pondered the implications, for within that sword lay the seal of an ancient King Kai, whom he hoped to utilize. Ahaha. Very well, I shall let go. With that, the King Kai's sword plunged once more into King Kai Shin, this time piercing directly into his abdomen due to the angle. Ugh. Frieza, I will not relent. Shin, unable to bear the pain any longer, prepared to retaliate. No, do not insert here. Place it back where it belongs. The voice of the old Kai echoed once more from the sword. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Frieza's mouth as he grasped the hilt with one hand. Shin gasped in horror. Chapter 54. The one who should pull me out ought to be a handsome man with golden hair. Uft. Tui. Ugh. I implore you. Please, no more inserting and pulling. Shin truly wept, tears flowing uncontrollably. This scene was so pitiful that even Frieza could not bear to watch and began to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, the old Kai continued to insist that something was amiss. But how could Frieza see it any other way? Shin was pierced all over except for his head. Kid, you save him first. Once he is safe, we shall discuss where to insert the sword. Kid was already too shocked to speak, having witnessed Frieza stab the old Kai right in front of him, leaving him riddled with wounds. It was fortunate that the old Kai possessed a robust vitality, otherwise, he would have surely perished by now. Without further ado, Kid placed his hands upon the old Kai Shun, and a brilliant light flashed, gradually stabilizing Shun's aura. Had it not been for the countless holes in Shun's garments, no one would believe that just moments ago, he was covered in gaping wounds. Yet still, the old Kai within the sword was clamoring about something being amiss. Is he healed yet? I want to insert. Whoosh. Shun vanished from the spot in a flash. Genuinely terrified, this Frieza was utterly devoid of decorum. Boom. Frieza unleashed a storm of celestial energy, obliterating the stone pillar into fragments. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked up at the collapsed pillar and inquired. Shun was at a loss for words. It seemed that Frieza was fully aware, yet chose to stab me with dozens of swords. Hey, Frieza, what is your battle power in this state? Can you take on Majin Buu? Frieza ignored him. He had no intention of confronting that seemingly invincible creature at the moment. The combat power of number 16 and the others had undergone a dramatic transformation. Who knew what the indestructible monster would become if he intervened? For the sake of caution, it was better to tread carefully. Ho. Old Kai, stop your incessant babbling. The one who sealed you is now asleep and will not concern themselves with your fate. You have two choices. The first is that I can destroy the sword, and you can emerge. The old Kai shouted. Two. I choose two. The second choice is for you to come out yourself. The old Kai retorted. You little brat. You have no respect for your elders. If I could come out myself, why would I remain trapped inside? Wait, this isn't right. The timing is off. And the person is wrong. Why would I come out? I refuse to. Frieza could not fathom what was incorrect about the time or the individual. Pray tell, when is the right time and the right person? The old Kai, with a sense of longing, proclaimed. The one to pull me out should be a handsome man with golden hair. Absolutely not you. You bald, sexless creature. Roar. You old fool. Do you have any idea that you have crossed my taboo? Ah! Frieza grasped the hilt of the sword with one hand and the blade with the other, unleashing a frenzied scream as the King Kai's sword contorted irregularly in his grasp. No! Exclaimed Shin. The King Kai's sword. Cried Kid. A cacophony of cracking sounds echoed as Shin and Kid stood frozen in disbelief. Breathing heavily, Frieza hurled the broken sword to the ground, then spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the severed blade. You old fool. Show yourself. With a sudden bang, an elder appeared before them, a stout figure with a broad face, pointed fox-like ears, deep bags under his eyes, a visage lined with wrinkles, a traditional Japanese mustache, and a mere tuft of hair atop his head. This was the ancient King Kai from 15 generations past, possessing a unique magic capable of unlocking potential within individuals. Old man, do not presume upon my patience. You expect a golden-haired individual to release you? Do you wish for him to arrive riding a rainbow cloud? Coughing. The old King Kai replied nonchalantly, since I'm already here, it must be fate. His demeanor was far more composed than before, leading Frieza to suspect that the elder was merely toying with Shin through him. Enough of your chatter. I know you can unlock human potential. You were summoned by me. So now unleash that potential. Frieza demanded. Wait, Frieza, do you even know who he is? Shin exclaimed, bewildered by Frieza's familiarity with the King Kai's sword. What kind of King Kai are you? You seem utterly clueless. I am the King Kai from 15 generations prior. Your ignorance is truly disappointing. Shin's jaw hung open in disbelief as he stammered. The King Kai from 15 generations ago. Frieza, growing impatient after having entertained the King Kai long enough, declared, let us not prolong this any further. My patience is waning. The elder sighed in resignation, stating, Very well, but you must agree to one condition. A sense of foreboding washed over Frieza. This old King Kai was akin to Master Roshi. It seems you understand. Let us not dwell on it. The elder's eyebrows quivered with a mischievous grin. Frieza, recognizing the elder's intentions but compelled by necessity, produced something he had long prepared. It was imperative not to be overly domineering. A life solely of violence was unwise. With a flourish, a plethora of magazines appeared, each featuring images of elegantly dressed women, which sent the old King Kai into a state of sheer delight. Sheen and Kid, overwhelmed, coughed up blood and collapsed. Excellent, excellent. Take a seat, and I shall commence unlocking your potential. The old King Kai gathered most of the magazines, leaving only one, as he perused its pages while occasionally wiping his drool. Meanwhile, Frieza finally achieved his desires. While on Earth, a commotion ensued. Android 17 had been sent flying by Vegeta no less than 10 times, illustrating the android's unwavering determination. Bulma was almost moved to tears by this relentless spirit. Goku awoke, and upon opening his eyes, beheld a golden-haired beauty before him. However, Sun Wukong remained true to his nature. He not only disregarded the enchanting maiden before him, but also brusquely pushed her aside, exclaiming, "Chi-Chi, I'm hungry, is there any food?" This left Android 18 feeling quite disheartened, prompting her to rush to the mirror and examine her reflection, convinced of her unparalleled beauty. Chi-Chi had already succumbed to slumber. Lulled into sleep by 18, while Gohan and Piccolo were deceived into heading to Bulma's residence. Sun Wukong had been asleep for 3 days, his hunger becoming unbearable. With a swift instant transmission, he sought out Vegeta, knowing that Bulma's home was a veritable haven of culinary delights, available around the clock. "Oh, Conan, is that you?" Dent, dining with Vegeta, was suddenly caught off guard by the mention of Conan, causing him to choke, noodles spilling from his nose. "Kakarot, this is my son, Trunks." "Not some Conan." Sun Wukong was taken aback. "No way, has your food been injected with hormones? How has Trunks grown so much?" Vegeta, unable to contain himself, expelled a chicken leg from his nostrils. As Vegeta and Trunks coughed, Sun Wukong commenced a ravenous feast, devouring food with astonishing speed. Dend and Vegeta exchanged glances, both arriving at the same conclusion. That Kakarot must be doing this on purpose. In the city of Fark, all inhabitants had mysteriously vanished, marking it as the 13th city on Earth to experience such disappearances. In the city of Bichi, residents had disappeared overnight, leaving only scattered clothing behind. In the Heavenly Temple, the old Kai's brow furrowed deeper with concern. The situation had escalated to a perilous level. "Piccolo, come to the Heavenly Temple." While en route to Bulma's, Piccolo suddenly widened his eyes, glancing at the distant sky, uncertain of why the old Kai summoned him. He was aware that the Kai would only seek him out in dire circumstances. "Gohan, you go on ahead to Bulma's. I must make a trip to the Heavenly Temple." With that, Piccolo accelerated towards the temple, relying on his own flight speed rather than instant transmission. Fortunately, his battle prowess was formidable, allowing him to reach the Heavenly Temple swiftly. Chapter 55. The interloper and the attention-seeking cell Sun Wukong had satisfied his hunger. Gohan was also stuffed, and Piccolo had arrived, along with the Dragon Ball warriors, gathering in the dining area of Bulma's home. Piccolo brought forth startling news. The true evil was not merely the so-called Android 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, but rather an unknown entity that was continuously evolving. The seriousness of the situation had been conveyed by the Kai, and even the news was reporting on it. Wait. I know about androids 19 and 20, but who are 16, 17, and 18? Everyone had forgotten that due to his heart condition, Sun Wukong was still unaware of the unfolding events. At that moment, Android 18 entered, cradling Chi-Chi in her arms, accompanied by 17, whose face bore signs of swelling, casting a somewhat evasive glance towards Vegeta. "Chi-Chi, mother." As Sun Wukong beheld the figure of Android 18 cradling Chi-Chi, a memory sparked within him. Upon awakening, he had seen someone drawing close to him, holding Chi-Chi in their arms. In a similar vein, Chi-Chi had once approached him, particularly during the subsequent events that left him feeling rather unsettled, far more exhausting than battle itself. "What have you done to my mother?" Son Gohan, familiar with Android 18 and her intentions to disrupt their family unit, felt a surge of anger. He had believed that Bulma had wished upon the Eternal Dragon, ensuring their safety, yet here was his mother, ensnared by the villainous Android 18. Gohan yearned to unleash his fury, but Android 18 interjected first. Oh. Chi-Chi is merely asleep. Listen to her breathing, is it not steady? Gohan, do not be agitated. Your mother is fine. Can you first enlighten me as to what transpired? Piccolo, ever articulate, swiftly recounted the events, causing Sun Wukong's eyes to gleam with excitement. Everyone knew that Wukong thrived in the presence of formidable foes, and they assumed his exhilaration was due to that. Little did they know. "Hey, could you perhaps make my nights less exhausting? Will you cook for me?" The collective response was one of disbelief. Bulma facepalmed, relieved she had not competed with Chi-Chi for Wukong's affections. Vegeta delivered a sharp rap to Wukong's head. Stop your antics. Such matters are not merely about fatigue. Wukong, puzzled, replied, do you not find it tiring? I would rather engage in battle. Vegeta chose silence. While Android 18 began to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. I do not know either. Krillin interjected. Then why did you kiss me back then? Stop. Bulma erupted, unable to endure the chaos any longer. This relationship has devolved into utter confusion. Now, let us redirect our focus to the monstrous entity threatening humanity. Her commanding presence silenced the room, for Vegeta's partner was not to be trifled with, and their ongoing battle had indeed yielded results. With Bulma's influence paramount, Piccolo, possessing the most authority on the matter, seized the metaphorical microphone. Ahem. According to the Supreme Kai, this unknown creature has grown to a terrifying magnitude. The group awaited further elaboration. Ahem, that's all. Bulma's frustration was palpable as she felt the floor beneath her succumb to the weight of their predicament. In essence, let us seek out this monster and engage in combat. If victorious, all will be well. If defeated, we must simply survive. Wukong's proposition, though straightforward and effective, bore great risk. Vegeta held no objections, his gaze fixed on Android 17. You shall remain at my side, daring not to stray from my sight. This time, I assure you, I will not falter. 17 felt a chill as he tightly crossed his legs. He had no choice. He was no match for that muscle-bound behemoth. If it weren't for the opponent's speed slowing down when delivering kicks, number 17 would truly be at a loss. May I stay by your side? Number 18, with her delicate demeanor, yearned to be near son Wukong, though she wished for nothing of the sort. This calamity was all the fault of that infernal Dr. Gero. Son Gohan, supporting his mother, erupted in anger. Absolutely not. Son Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, why Gohan? Son Gohan could only respond with a silent expression of despair. Regardless, a throng of individuals had set out to confront the mysterious creature attacking humanity, leaving West City inhabited solely by Bulma and the ever-busy number 16, who continued to beautify the scrap metal. Oh, and there was Chi-Chi, who had consumed an ample amount of sleeping pills. Only then did Vegeta find solace. While it was now Son Gohan's turn to be on high alert, in a certain island city, Cell had just consumed every last inhabitant, feeling he had amassed sufficient energy. He no longer concealed his aura. It was time to unleash his fury and roar in rage. The moment his energy emanated, Son Wukong and the others detected him and hastened their approach. Son Wukong arrived first, his instant transmission proving remarkably swift. Accompanying him were number 18 and Son Gohan, who had no choice but to cling tightly to Son Wukong, as number 18 stubbornly adhered to him like glue. Son Gohan's gaze remained fixed on his father and number 18, anxious about any unspeakable incidents that might transpire, despite his ignorance of what could possibly happen. Helplessly, he grasped his father's other hand firmly. Vegeta and number 17 were also racing toward them, and on the way, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Was it not Son Wukong who annihilated the Red Ribbon Army? Why is your target Bulma and not Chi-Chi? Number 17 shrugged, equally exasperated, replying, I can't help it. The system indicated that at the time, Chi-Chi was not yet with Son Wukong. The woman closest to him then was Bulma. Vegeta fumed, feeling as though he had picked up a rotten shoe. No, Bulma had a single bloodline. Damn Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero quipped, hey, I'm already dead. Once all the Dragon Ball warriors convened, Cell had finally exhausted his rage and howls. Son Wukong was the first to speak, asking, who are you? And why do you possess the aura of all of us? Vegeta followed closely, his tone dripping with arrogance. Why ask? Let us subdue him first. Dodoria interjected. Why do you also have the aura of Lord Frieza, yet not mine? Piccolo glanced at the nearly invisible Dodoria and was astonished to find that his aura had grown significantly stronger. You're far too weak. Were you overlooked? Dodoria, incensed, pointed at Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin, exclaiming, they are even weaker than I am. I am now a man with a battle power of 2 million. Yamcha received a critical hit of 100 points. Tien Shinhan also received 100 points, while Krillin sustained only 50 points due to his slightly greater strength. Silence. What role does a lackey have to play? Date crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Doria. In this futuristic world, he was nothing more than the refuse that perished at his father's hands on Namek. He held not an ounce of affection for him. Sheru was somewhat bewildered. How had their conversation devolved into infighting? I should be the main character here, he exclaimed. Ahem, be quiet. The coughing elder interjected. Today I, Son Gohan, shall exact vengeance on Doria for my 3 uncles. Sheru pondered. Who am I? Where am I? Weren't you all searching for me? Why do you not look at me? He was now in his complete form. Did they not realize the gravity of the situation? I have not absorbed androids 17 and 18. Goodness, I cannot endure this any longer. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan, without transforming, began to mercilessly pummel Doria. Sheru, infuriated, roared, do not strike him. If you must hit someone, then strike me. Consequently, all eyes turned to Sheru, including Doria, who bore the marks of a severe beating. Everyone, let us unite. Let us first vanquish this greasy man covered in spots. The brawl officially commenced. Good morning, everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not alter my style. Chapter 56. Sheru's display of Tai Chi in the Kai Shin realm. Frieza constantly reminded himself to endure, to restrain his impulses. A moment of weakness could jeopardize his grand plans. Observing the old Kai Shin with bubbles forming on his nose, Frieza reassured himself that he was not asleep, that he dared not succumb to slumber. Frieza was undergoing the most excruciating torment in history, relying solely on mental fortitude for comfort. Meanwhile, on Earth, a grand spectacle was unfolding, a battle of heroes against the formidable Sheru. Sheru's combat power soared to an astonishing 1.5 billion upon his entrance, a fact unbeknownst to Frieza. Yet, in Frieza's absence, none could withstand such overwhelming power. Goku, blessed with prodigious talent, had always been ahead in the original narrative, but with Frieza's arrival, he was often overshadowed by Vegeta. At present, Goku's battle power stood at 6.5 billion, while Vegeta, in a non-muscular state, boasted 800 million, Piccolo 4.5 billion, Gohan 4.5 billion, Date 400 million, Android 17,900 million, and Android 18,800 million. Those beneath a billion were hardly worth mentioning. These figures revealed that Goku had significantly diminished due to a heart ailment, and aside from Piccolo, he could only best a couple of children in combat. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he had been saved by Android 18 on 2 occasions, causing her to expel several liters of blood in the process. Sheru indeed proved formidable. Facing a throng alone, he remained unfazed, exuding confidence as if he were a ruler surveying his domain. With a left hook, Doria vanished. With a right hook, Tien, Yamcha, and Krillin retreated in unison. A sweeping motion rendered Gohan powerless, while a single whip strike incapacitated Date. A decisive gesture left Piccolo unconscious, and with a flourish, Goku lay defeated. In a moment of intense confrontation, the 18th unit stumbled to the ground, inadvertently clutching onto Sun Wukong. With a swift maneuver, the 17th unit regrettably exited the fray. Meanwhile, Vegeta, transformed into a muscular form, braced himself against the onslaught. However, the muscular Vegeta's defenses crumbled under the relentless assault. As if sealed within an impenetrable barrier, Vegeta's movements were rendered futile by Cell's extraordinary speed. Thus, the chaotic brawl concluded, with the seemingly defeated Cell emerging as the victor. Observing the fallen warriors strewn about, a smile played upon Cell's lips as he remarked nonchalantly, I hadn't even completed my set of Tai Chi before you all collapsed. As for Dodoria, he was no longer present, having vanished into the ether, leaving his fate uncertain. Logically, if Yamcha survived, Dodoria might not have perished either. Yet who could say? Such were the repercussions of forcefully seizing the spotlight. What of the 16th unit? Why had he not made an appearance? With the absorption of the 16th unit, I could ascend to become the universe's most formidable ultimate form, Steel Cell. Frieza was also nowhere to be found. Perhaps he was too terrified to show himself. Regardless, I am invincible now. Exterminating you all would only bore me. The Saiyan cells propelled Cell on a whimsical journey, leading him to a historic decision. I have resolved. 10 days. I grant you 10 days to grow stronger. Afterward, I shall host a competition known as the Tournament of the World's Greatest Martial Arts, or rather, let us call it the Cell Games. With a mocking laugh, Cell departed, fulfilling Sun Wukong's earlier advice to avoid death if defeat was imminent. Upon encountering the group, Bulma nearly lost her grip and fell, startling both Dend and Vegeta, who almost exacerbated their injuries in shock. 16. Go fetch the Senzu beans from Korin. Bring them all. In an instant, the 16th unit leapt into action, causing cracks to emerge across Bulma's plaza upon landing. With this weight, I could fetch a decent sum selling scrap metal, he declared before taking off towards Korin Tower at breakneck speed, one hand shielding his groin and the other striking a heroic pose. His stealthy approach ensured that Cell could not detect him. Yet, why did he still cover himself when he no longer leaked oil? It's nothing, just a habit. It keeps me warm. 5 minutes later, the 16th unit returned carrying a large ceramic jar. All the Senzu beans are right here. The group rejoiced. Such a sizable container indicated that Korin had been generous this time. Sun Wukong was the first to rush forward, only to be taken aback upon opening it. 1, 2, 4, 6, 5, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. How can there only be 6? As Sun Wukong counted, the others began to sense something amiss. Hadn't he just counted to 7? Vegeta, enduring the pain of cramps, kicked Sun Wukong away in frustration. You fool. You can't even count properly. 17, you count. 1, 10, 20, 30. The group breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there must be at least dozens. The 17th unit reached in and pulled out all the Senzu beans. In total, 10. They fell to the ground with a thud. Excellent. That statement holds no flaws. The one at fault is undoubtedly Kakarot. That fool has counted to 7 only to proceed with counting 3, 4, 5, and 6. Truly a paragon of absurdity. Hey, shouldn't we be getting something to eat? I'm beginning to hallucinate. Krillin, mustering his strength, staggered over to Android 18 and embraced her, clinging to her like a lifeless dog. Goku, how have you lost weight? Wham! Krillin spun around a full 3,600 degrees, and this time, it was indeed a hallucination. Krillin had forgotten that androids 17 and 18 possessed eternal energy. They weren't fatigued, merely aware that confronting Cell was futile. Astonishingly, Krillin contemplated taking advantage of the situation to flirt with Android 18. What a reckless endeavor. Akin to a bald head striking a great bell. Android 18 rubbed her hands thoughtfully, reflecting, "Oh, this feels quite effortless and enjoyable. This bald fellow does have his merits. Moreover, seeing him diminishes my admiration for Goku considerably." Ding, 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 ding. Everyone was revived to full strength. Although only 10 senzu beans were available, they sufficed for the group. Androids 17 and 18 required none, and the others consumed only 8. Goku, feeling a slight increase in his power post-resurrection, noted an increment from 6.5 billion to 7 billion. Hardly a significant enhancement, perhaps even less than what a mighty shout would yield. Hey, Bulma, prepare some more senzu beans. I may need to shout frequently in the future. Vegeta kicked forward, exclaiming, "Let Chi-Chi prepare them. No one is allowed within 3 meters of Bulma." Vegeta had become overly tense due to 17's presence. Meanwhile, Bulma felt as if she had consumed honey, a sweetness enveloping her heart. At last, they all regained their composure and began strategizing on how to confront Cell's game in 10 days. Vegeta, I know of a place where 1 day of training equals a year. Shall we go? Goku recalled the hyperbolic time chamber, deeming it the most fitting time to visit. Vegeta glanced at 17, suppressing his impulse to agree, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Not unless you help me eliminate 17. 17. The group collapsed once more. In the frigid expanse of the Earth's polar regions, a pink-skinned man with 8-pack abs was laboriously crawling, tears of regret streaming from his eyes. Damn that author. If I hadn't sought my own doom, you wouldn't even remember me. But alas, the author reigned supreme, and he could only endure. Meanwhile, Frieza was losing his composure. Chapter 57, Frieza's Return, words left unspoken. The old Supreme Kai initially circled around Frieza, and he bore it. With each step the old Supreme Kai took, bubbles emerged from his heels, releasing years of foot odor. Yet, Frieza continued to endure. As the old Supreme Kai sat idly, chuckling at a magazine, he dozed off, bubbles escaping from his nose, and Frieza gritted his teeth in silence. This was an experience that Gohan had already endured in the original work. Frieza had no reason to withstand it. However, you should never, ever. Frieza, you possess divine power. My potential development is of no use to you. How absurd. Several hours prior, patience had worn thin. Frieza's fury was palpable, and he did not merely send the old Kai flying. Even the snickering Shun and Kid were swept away in his wrath. With a swift movement, Frieza appeared beside the old Kai, circling the Kai's realm alongside him. The old Kai, being of advanced age and not particularly adept in combat following his fusion with the witch, now possessed exceedingly diminished fighting prowess. As he struggled to keep pace, his mouth barely opened, emitting only incoherent sounds of distress. Frieza, exasperated, delivered another tail swipe, sending the old Kai crashing to the ground. As for Shun and Kid, they were free to continue their laughter and flight. Cough, cough. Oh dear, my old bones cannot withstand such antics. If you wish to play, find them instead. The old Kai, his heart racing, remarked while gesturing towards Shun and Kid, who had completed a circuit of the Kai's realm. Frieza, with his patience all but exhausted, struck the ground with his tail. I suspect you have acquired a skill only attainable through divine mastery, which has augmented your divine energy significantly. Given your current level of power, you are likely on par with a planet god, Frieza declared, decisively unleashing his stellar transformation. Under the combined forces of the triune waves, Frieza's combat strength tripled, enveloped by a radiant aura of 7 colors, sparkling like distant stars. Is this the skill you spoke of? The old Kai, entranced, murmured. Indeed. It is the stellar transformation, a technique so profound that even deities struggle to comprehend it. It is truly remarkable. Can you elevate it to a higher tier? Perhaps the 4th style, mountain crossing, or the 5th style, white dragon digs. Frieza's lips twitched at the absurdity of the names, wondering why such whimsical titles had been bestowed upon this technique. I cannot. I have only recently grasped the triune waves, and I have yet to fathom mountain crossing. The old Kai nodded, then shook his head in regret. What a pity. You may reach the pinnacle of mountain crossing, but due to the peculiarities of your race, the intricacies of white dragon digs will remain beyond your grasp. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that only 2 individuals have mastered the stellar transformation thus far, the Grand Minister and now you. Your future is indeed limitless. Upon hearing the name of the Grand Minister, Frieza trembled with realization. It became clear why the Grand Minister had been able to derive the ultimate mastery from the stellar transformation. It was a skill exclusive to him. Are you suggesting that if I maintain the state of stellar transformation, I can amass greater divine energy and eventually surpass the Grand Minister? Frieza inquired. The old Kai, taken aback, coughed nervously. You dare to entertain such thoughts? Do you not comprehend the length of time the Grand Minister has devoted to reach his current level? It appears that the old Kai Shin himself is rather oblivious. How awkward. There's no need for concern. While the stellar transformation has no adverse effects, your body is not yet ready to bear excessive divine power. Remember, extremes often lead to reversals. Press on. You have already qualified to become an angel. As long as you do not meet the same fate as Liu Bei, whose demise was so untimely, you stand a chance. The old man is indeed an old man. His speech is so flowery, it's rather unbearable. Ho ho ho. In light of your enlightening me, I shall refrain from tormenting your frail bones. Frieza departed with great flair, completely disregarding the dizzying circles that Saiyan and Kid had been spinning in. The old Kai Shin gazed at Saiyan, who continued to zip past him. Feeling utterly helpless, he simply could not intervene. Well, perhaps reading a magazine would prove more entertaining. On Earth, as Frieza made his appearance, he happened to overhear Vegeta proclaiming his intent to eliminate Android 17. Ho ho ho. What new absurdity has Vegeta concocted? I hope it doesn't backfire like the infamous low blow technique. Speaking of which, that was a shared agony for both Vegeta and Frieza. Android 17, now terrified, sat on the ground while Android 16 instinctively covered himself, both wearing expressions of sheer exasperation. Are you two done yet? Cell has granted us only 10 days. If you cannot defeat him then, Earth will face annihilation. Upon hearing Cell's name, Frieza's interest peaked. Cell was undoubtedly the perfect candidate for testing the low blow technique. Cell has emerged, but 17 and 18 seemed just fine. How could you possibly lose? At this moment, Cell should barely possess 500 million power level, right? I know not where you heard that Cell seeks to absorb both me and 17. All I know is that Cell desires to absorb 16. Android 18 was notably displeased. She had no intention of being consumed by that hideous creature. What? That defies logic. Well, it's not entirely implausible. After all, Cell has absorbed the version of himself from this timeline, and the androids here have become significantly stronger. Thus, the version of Cell that absorbed his younger self might have also transformed considerably. A multitude of individuals found themselves perplexed by Frieza's convoluted references to Cell, left wondering which Cell absorbed which. Frieza showed no inclination to clarify. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Goku. Your fighting prowess is woefully inadequate. Have you not considered training to enhance your strength? With a round belly, do you truly wish to be outmatched even by Vegeta? Vegeta. Frieza, if you wish to criticize Kakarot, then do so, but do not involve me. I am far superior to this waste. With a flick of his tail, Frieza sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, a habit formed from his recent encounters with Saiyan and Kid. You all should train. Merely watching you is disheartening. I shall go confront this so-called Cell. Ho ho ho. As Goku headed for the room of spirit and time, Vegeta, gritting his teeth, rose from the ground, insisting that he would eliminate Android 17 before permitting anyone to proceed. How about this, Vegeta? Gohan and I will keep an eye on Bulma to prevent her from being stolen away. I mean, to ensure Android 17 doesn't take her. Bulma, please refrain from striking my head. Otherwise, I shall find myself famished once more. Piccolo, unable to endure the farce any longer, insisted that this absurdity must come to a swift conclusion. The hyperbolic time chamber accommodates only 2 individuals at a time. Thus those who remain outside must safeguard Bulma while decisively eliminating the brainwashed Android 17. This proposition garnered unanimous approval. Even Android 17 confidently assured that he would indeed be vanquished. Thus, the order of entry into the time chamber was established. Vegeta and Din would enter first, as Vegeta intended to emerge first to obliterate Android 17. Following them would be Goku and Gohan, the father-son duo, while Android 18's adorably pitiful expression was utterly endearing. Subsequently, it would be Piccolo's turn, followed by Androids 17 and 18. However, Androids 17 and 18 asserted that they did not require training, for their stamina was eternal. Yet they could not augment their combat strength through training. To enhance their power, they could only wait for a thunderstorm. Goku, ever curious, inquired why that was the case. Chapter 58, The Tai Chi Circle and the Gatling Gun. Why must it be during a thunderstorm? Androids 17 and 18 remained tight-lipped, as it was a source of their anguish. Meanwhile, where was Cell? At that moment, Cell had discovered a plane, intending to construct a tournament arena reminiscent of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament, albeit on a grander scale. Perhaps due to Cell's absence from the television station, no human army came to confront him this time. Cell had no interest in dealing with ordinary humans, instead standing quietly upon the arena. An hour later, suddenly, Cell's eyes flew open, his gaze fixed ahead as his entire being began to tremble. 10 days. Such an interminable duration. Standing here is utterly tedious. Ho ho ho. How about I keep you company to pass the time? The tailed Frieza suddenly materialized before Cell, startling him into taking a step back. Upon recognizing the visitor, Cell chuckled. I thought you had turned into a timid turtle. Previously, your minions appeared, yet you remained absent. Frieza frowned, then feigned a moment of realization. Oh, you're referring to Dodoria? How did he end up in the far northern lands? Cell smirked, his demeanor taunting as he replied, I did it on purpose. It matters not. What I did not anticipate was that you had achieved your final form so effortlessly, which indeed surprises me. After battling for 1.5 billion. It seems no different from the original tale. Cell was exhilarated. Finally, someone recognized his complete form. It was a hard-earned acknowledgement. Cell exclaimed in delight. Frieza, perplexed, responded with confusion. Cell, brimming with excitement, reiterated, let us form a brotherhood. In this world, you alone understand me. Frieza scrutinized Cell, whose form was predominantly green, adorned with black spots, with a head resembling a pistachio, and two wing-like appendages resembling melon seeds sprouting from his back. This creature dared to propose a bond with the Cosmic Emperor? Did he not comprehend that he was a hybrid? Such a creature has the audacity to suggest an alliance with the ruler of the universe? Cell, you are courting death. You may insult yourself, but do not dare to insult me. The purple energy surged skyward, unleashing an astounding battle power of 2 billion. The arena, which Cell had only just constructed, was instantly reduced to rubble. Merely drawing the sword of the Kais elevated his power by another 200 million. Such audacity. Goku and his companions, who were watching over Android 17, were immediately taken aback by Frieza's overwhelming aura. Gohan exclaimed, how powerful. Yamcha added, indeed, it is astonishing. I feel utterly incapable of resisting. Goku declared, no, I must witness this battle. Android 18 pleaded, don't leave me behind. Android 17 echoed, yes, go quickly. Piccolo shot a sidelong glance at Android 17, rest assured. If we go, we will take you with us. Krillin chimed in, I'll accompany you, 18. Android 16 timidly stated, I'm scared. Thus, a consensus was reached. Leaving Android 16 to guard the home while the others, endowed with battle power, instantaneously transported alongside Goku to the scene. Cell, seething with fury, felt disrespected after having regarded Frieza as a worthy ally. The Buddha teaches not to be angry, he thought, but what nonsense. In his rage, Cell grasped the true essence of the Saiyans. It was the primal urge to roar. How dare you insult the mightiest Cell in history? I shall end your life. With a furious bellow reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, Cell's battle power surged by another 200 million. If Frieza's power was a result of the old Kai's restraint, Cell's strength was purely derived from his lion-like roar. Although the difference between 1.7 billion and 2 billion may seem slight, it represented a pivotal 300 million variance that could sway the tides of battle. However, Goku, who struggled with simple arithmetic, was not equipped to comprehend such vast numbers. Now the fun truly begins. The clash erupted as Frieza and Cell exchanged blows. Fists met fists, feet met feet, tails met wings, and from the outset, their confrontation was evenly matched. With each collision, waves of energy radiated outward, forcing Goku and his friends to retreat. Goku's blood surged with excitement, but alas, he found himself firmly embraced by Android 18, unable to break free. Dad, this time I won to stop 18 from holding you. Their battle is beyond your involvement. Goku felt a crushing blow from his son's words. With a series of intricate movements, opening and closing hands, executing a right whip, elbow strikes, turning pushes, and graceful maneuvers, Cell completed a full set of 42 forms of Tai Chi regrettably. The technique that had proven invincible against Vegeta and others had little effect on Frieza. Do you think that a mere earthling can grasp the mysteries of Tai Chi? Dream on. He taunted. Behold, the Tai Chi cycle, where yin and yang intertwine, transforming yin into yang and vice versa, allowing it to flow seamlessly, like a boundless cycle. As the saying goes, form is emptiness. My apologies for the digression. The battle raged on with a cacophony of strikes and energy bursts. Frieza has traversed dimensions. Having been tutored in Tai Chi by the legendary Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong, he has watched Dragon Slayer no fewer than 10 times. His mastery of Tai Chi is nothing short of extraordinary, sending Cell into a frenzied retreat. Truly remarkable, indeed, this is the essence of Tai Chi, the pinnacle of martial arts. What Cell exhibited previously was merely a pale imitation. I must seek out Frieza to impart his wisdom upon me. Son Goku, ever the martial arts enthusiast, finds himself deceived, alongside Cell and Frieza, who both hold this charade in the highest esteem. Strangely enough, it is not just Goku who has been misled. Even Piccolo is baffled, questioning whether such circular movements could wield such power. Yet if that were not the case, how could Cell possibly be at a loss in defense? Ultimately, it is the level-headed Android 18, whose mind is solely occupied with the notion of sacrifice, who poses a critical inquiry. By calculations, Frieza's combat power stands at 2 billion, while Cell's is at 1.7 billion. Is it not expected that Cell would falter against Frieza? Bang, 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 boom. Cell has abandoned close-quarters combat, resorting to launching energy blasts. Employing the princely technique, Frieza, undeterred, assumes a defensive stance, embodying the final gesture of Tai Chi, before seizing his own tail and aiming it at Cell. Behold Frieza's Gatling gun. Oh ho ho ho! In that moment, the battle transcended mere physical confrontation, evolving into an interstellar clash. Goku watched, utterly entranced, while Piccolo and the others were left aghast. Is combat truly capable of such evolution? Hey, Frieza, will your tail not explode from the heat? Do you think Android 16 would adopt such a tactic? Queen of Sacrifice, perhaps you should inquire with 16. Boom. At last, Cell could no longer withstand the onslaught. He unleashed a barrage of 1,000 energy spheres, of which only 3 struck Frieza, akin to a mere tickle. However, Frieza's Gatling gun was astonishingly swift, firing 5,000 energy spheres, with at least 4,000 finding their mark, leaving him in a dire state, his skin devoid of any green hue. Stop. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. I've lost my tail, and you still have yours. This is unfair. Bang. Did Cell truly think he could call for a halt? Was Frieza to forfeit his dignity? With a swift and merciless kick, he sent Cell soaring into the sky, who descended in a comedic pose, covering his groin, only to crash heavily to the ground on his knees. A howl of despair escaped Cell's lips upon impact. Those who witnessed this scene shuddered in unison. Android 17 even began frothing at the mouth, rendered speechless by fear. Android 18, the sole woman present, found herself blushing fiercely. Chapter 59, Cell's complete form evolves once more. It is no wonder that Cell, who boldly claims to be the strongest in history, endures such inhumane treatment from Frieza. Frieza, you lack martial ethics. Fortunately, I share your characteristics. Otherwise, my blissful existence would have been obliterated by you. Frieza? And then, he erupted in fury. I have compelled you to expose my wounds, to spew forth your venomous words, to wail like a banshee, and to feign death. Initially, Cell could withstand it, his tongue unleashing insults that Frieza could scarcely tolerate. Yet, as time wore on, his defiance devolved into anguished cries, ultimately leading to his defeat at Frieza's hands. As he lay on the ground, clutching his groin in a charade of lifelessness, Cell felt utterly exhausted, his body ached, and his heart was even heavier. Bang, bang, bang. But she ultimately restrained herself, fearing the same fate at Frieza's hands. I cannot contain myself any longer. Boom. Frieza was catapulted back by a colossal wave of energy, unable to maintain his footing despite his battle power of 2 billion. In that moment, all witnesses beheld Cell's form rejuvenating, his once pitch-black visage transformed into a vibrant green, particularly the black spots on his body that began to glimmer. His aura remained golden, yet it was laced with streaks of lightning, crackling ominously, a sight to behold. Furthermore, Cell's wings shifted from black to a regal purple, exuding an air of elegance and allure. Cell had not merely transcended the limits of Super Saiyan 1, he had evolved into a form akin to Super Saiyan 2, the Lightning Cell, and had undergone a mutation. Was this an evolution? Had Cell's wings not changed color, he would have remained the Lightning Cell, with a battle power barely reaching 1.9 billion. But now, the situation was markedly different. Frieza, with a mere glance, discerned his opponent's power. 2.5 billion. An increase of a staggering 1 billion from his previous dormant state. Android 18 murmured, Goku, do you have any idea what your battle power is? Goku, exasperated, brushed aside Android 18's persistent hand and retorted, based on the data, do you think I can calculate that? Android 18 paused, recalling Goku's notorious insensitivity to numbers. Dropping the pretense, she stated flatly, your battle power is currently 700 million, while Frieza's stands at 2 billion. Yet, Cell's power has surged from 1.7 billion to 2.5 billion. Goku turned to Gohan, his expression grave, and inquired, how many billions is 2.5 greater than 2? Gohan. The crowd groaned in despair, lamenting their fate. Hohoho. Goku, your mathematics must have been taught by Master Roshi. He is surely weeping in the restroom now. Android 18, perplexed, pondered why Frieza appeared so unfazed despite being at a disadvantage. She believed that should they engage in another bout of combat, Frieza would undoubtedly be the one to falter. All that talk of Tai Chi and circular motions were mere theatrics, devoid of true intent. She dared not voice the thought that Frieza's power, while inferior to Cell's, was still greater than her own. If Frieza were to lash out in anger, she would have no chance to escape. Frieza, I must truly thank you. It seems my body possesses the ability to resurrect even from the brink of death, and now I am indeed the lightning perfect form. Are you frightened now? Could Frieza truly be frightened? Such a notion was preposterous. Do not mention his transformation, even without it. A mere disparity of 500 million in battle power renders him powerless. Buzz. Frieza vanished. Bang. Observing Cell being kicked into the sky once more, Frieza chuckled. Ho. You shall descend. Were it not for Frieza reinforcing the ground with divine power, Cell might have plunged into the very core of the earth. Of course, Employing divine power to fortify the ground does not detract from Frieza's combat prowess, and he has yet to discover how to incorporate divine energy into battle. Cell knelt on the ground, his hands still clutching his head, resembling a pistachio, which had been driven deep into his neck. His eyes bulged with indignation and fury. Huh. With a mighty shout, Cell's head popped back out, restoring him to his elegant form. Frieza, I concede that your speed is impressive, but it is futile. The gap in our combat power is insurmountable, and you cannot defeat me. This time, Cell resolved to take the initiative. He could no longer remain on the defensive. He launched himself at Frieza with a knee strike, but as Frieza raised his arms in defense, Cell executed a sudden sidekick, catching Frieza off guard. Although Frieza quickly attempted to block with his left arm, he was still pushed back by the force. Seizing the advantage, Cell charged again, lifting his sizable foot to deliver a powerful kick at Frieza. Whoosh! Cell's forceful strike met only air, as Frieza had teleported to a distance. In that moment, Frieza's playful demeanor vanished, his eyes narrowing slightly, the crimson pupils glinting with a predatory hunger. His blood-red tongue flicked across his lips, a visage that nearly terrified Android 18 into tears. She cast a pleading glance at Goku, desperately seeking protection. Goku, however, was too preoccupied. The overwhelming aura from Frieza compelled him to transform into a Super Saiyan involuntarily. Evil, cold-blooded, ferocious. With Goku's limited vocabulary, he could muster no better descriptors for his feelings towards Frieza. Not only Goku, but everyone instinctively entered battle mode. This was the might of the Overlord. He could share in laughter with everyone, but once he grew serious, none could withstand the gaze of Frieza, a visage that had haunted Bulma's dreams for half a year. In the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai observed Piccolo's diminutive battle power, then turned to witness the overwhelming malevolence emanating from Cell and Frieza, finally making a resolute decision. On King Kai's planet, the rotund King Kai plopped down onto the ground, his entire frame trembling. Frieza, the very embodiment of evil, had arrived. In the Kai Shin realm, Shin and Kibito halted their flight, along with the Elder Kai, as they gazed into the crystal ball before them. Shin wiped the sweat from his brow. Kibito. This malevolent aura seems even more potent than that of Majin Buu. Kibito sank to his knees. Lord Supreme Kai, we are still alive. How wonderful. The old Kai's face turned pale. How could such a nefarious being gain the recognition of divine power, regardless of the thoughts of others? Cell felt an unfamiliar sensation known as coldness. The chill emitted by the Ice Clan was truly bone-chilling. Hee, you have successfully enraged me. A wave of purple energy surged forth, followed closely by a jet-black aura that soared into the sky. Clang, creak. Cell rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the sight before him. How could you possibly transform? Into what exactly? A touch of fervor was indeed necessary. Good afternoon, everyone. I received a gift of $29 yesterday. I can enjoy a bottle of cola today. Thank you. Chapter 60. The most ferocious expression uttering the most shameless words. Creak. Clang. Clang. Surrounded by the black aura, Frieza emerged from the smoke, his footsteps resonating with a metallic clash. Although Frieza retained his previous appearance, his entire form shimmered with a metallic black hue, illuminated by a captivating purple crown atop his head. Crackle. The purple electricity sparked continuously, creating a dizzying spectacle. If Frieza's pale skin once conveyed a sense of fragility, he now exuded an aura of unyielding strength, akin to steel. Even the smoothness that neither touched the heavens nor the abyss appeared remarkably solid. With each step Frieza took, the hearts of those present skipped a beat, causing Cell to instinctively retreat a step. Android 17 paused his frothing, while Android 18 refrained from taking advantage of Goku. They exchanged glances. A frenzied glint appeared in their eyes. They had not previously explained why their combat power surged only during thunderstorms. This was because their method of enhancement involved being struck by lightning. Could one even speak of such a thing? A body that thrived under lightning? Though they were androids, they still had their pride. As for one wishing to woo Bulma, and the other seeking a taste of blood, that was merely a result of the perverse tasks assigned by Dr. Gero, who had indoctrinated them to fulfill these missions. This explains why, even after the devices within them were removed, they could not forget their objectives. Straying from the point, upon witnessing the purple electricity surrounding Frieza, Android 18's eyes glimmered with avarice. She yearned to test whether engaging in battle could empower her through lightning strikes. However, the last shred of rationality held her back. Being a girl, she had to maintain some decorum. Android 17, upon recalling Frieza's formidable kick, also quelled the urge to rush forward and absorb energy. Hohoho, Mr. Cell. Transformation isn't solely your domain. Are you afraid? Was Cell afraid? He was. The combat power Frieza wielded, merely from his aura, surpassed Cell's by more than double. Thud 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 thud. As Sheru swallowed hard, he continually retreated. Suddenly, Frieza sprang into action, not moving from his spot, but charging forward, delivering a shoulder tackle directly to Sheru's chest. However, The disparity in their combat powers left Sheru utterly unprepared to respond. A powerful shockwave erupted, forcing everyone to stagger backward. Even Tien had to grasp onto Android 17 to maintain his balance. A figure soared through the air, and Tien could do nothing to intervene. Such terror. How formidable is Frieza's power now? Piccolo shouted at Android 18, who, shielding her eyes with one hand, managed to reply with great difficulty, 53 billion. Astonishment spread not only among the onlookers, but also left King Kai Shin with his mouth agape in disbelief. Suddenly, Shin leapt up in excitement. This is fantastic. Frieza's power combined with the transformation might just be enough to defeat Majin Buu. With a resounding thud, Frieza landed another punch into Sheru's abdomen, causing him to clutch his stomach and stagger backward, retching in despair. He was unwilling to accept defeat. No, if I could absorb Android 16, if I could transform into my ultimate form, I would not fear you. Frieza halted momentarily, his once malevolent gaze softening slightly. Just when Sheru thought Frieza might spare him, Frieza vanished. Bang! Sheru's eyes widened in horror, his eyeballs bulging as he spasmed skyward. This time, he lacked the strength to shield himself. He was beyond repair. Frieza, not again. It's unfair. Why can you assume your metallic form while I cannot absorb Android 16? As Sheru crashed back to the ground, his lower half was reduced to a mass of pulp, yet he continued to scream defiantly. With a burst of Piccolo's genes, Sheru managed to regenerate his lower half, though his energy had significantly waned. Quite resilient, I see. I suspected you were ideal for practicing that technique. Flawless. He jeered. 1 leg, 2 legs, 4 legs, 8 legs. 3 legs. Son Goku, is your mathematical talent contagious? Goku, utterly bewildered, responded with a blank stare. The onlookers fell to the ground once more. Frieza, enraged, could not accept that he too was a high emotional intelligence brute who could not count to 10. Bang! This time, Frieza refrained from using his infamous low blow. Instead, he executed a powerful sidekick aimed at Sheru's body, employing maximum force. Then, Sheru exploded. Indeed, he burst apart, raining down a deluge of blood and dismembered flesh, with one particularly gruesome piece still retaining Sheru's eye, blinking as if to ask, what just happened? Ugh. Android 18, being the first female present, was overwhelmed and promptly vomited. Krillin, feeling unwell himself, managed to find something for Android 18 to contain her retching. Tien, touching his own torso, pondered curiously, why is my athletic physique exposed again? Where are my clothes? As Son Gohan succumbed to nausea, retching uncontrollably, Son Wukong gently patted his back, simultaneously brushing away the remnants of his distress. Unable to bear the sight, Piccolo narrowed his eyes, swiftly manifesting Son Gohan in his grasp, tenderly supporting him. Let it all out, let it out. Before you know it, you'll grow accustomed to it. Number 17 recalled Vegeta's declaration before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, pondering whether he would meet a fate akin to Cell's explosive demise. Instantly, Number 17 rolled his eyes, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Hohoho. I merely exerted a fraction of my strength, and you're already crumbling? Your physique is lacking. A gust of wind howled as a light drizzle began to cleanse the gruesome atmosphere. Cell's final eye closed. He understood that this time, he wouldn't even have the chance to utilize his body expansion technique. Although Frieza taunted him mercilessly, he remained in his transformed state, for according to the original narrative, Lightning Cell was not so easily vanquished. It seemed that as long as a certain chip remained intact, Cell could be reborn. Frieza refrained from obliterating Cell with a death ball, eager to observe the extent of Cell's potential growth. If possible, he wouldn't mind if Number 16 were absorbed as well. Sure enough, despite the remnants of flesh scattered about, Cell materialized abruptly. With a resounding thud, the resurrected Cell made his dazzling entrance. Although his battle power had only increased by 500 million, from 2.5 billion to 3 billion, it was a significant enhancement, outpacing even Frieza's own growth rate. Nevertheless, Cell was still no match for Frieza, who had no intention of completely eliminating him. Hohoho. Cell, you truly are tenacious. Cell, suppressing his fury, growled softly, Frieza. Suddenly, his expression twisted into a fierce snarl, radiating an astonishing aura. 3 billion in battle power was no idle boast. Aside from Frieza, all present were mere weaklings. I beg you, allow me to complete the Cell games. His fervent declaration left the onlookers in shock, causing those who had just risen to the ground once more. This was the most ferocious of expressions paired with the most pitiful of words. Had their values been utterly shattered? Hohoho. Give me one reason, just one reason not to kill you now. Cell abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. I shall provide you with 3 reasons. The first, Dr. Gero assigned me a mission during my creation, to host a tournament that would determine the fate of Earth. The second, I am capable of further evolution. As the Cosmic Emperor, you, Frieza, surely yearn to battle the ultimate form of me, do you not? Only then would I be worthy of your esteemed status. And third, within me lies your unparalleled cellular genes. I am, in essence, your progeny. Frieza was taken aback, as were Goku, Piccolo and his son, and Krillin. Android 17 had ceased his frothing at the mouth. He had discovered a new frontier. Android 18 too had stopped, casually discarding Tien's attire, staring blankly at Cell. Krillin's gaze was fixated solely on Android 18, while Tien continued to admire his physique. Yamcha, it seemed, had perhaps bumped his head on a rock and lost consciousness. Chapter 61. Krillin's Desperate Strike for Love. Frieza could not help but exclaim, Dr. Gero, you truly are a remarkable talent. You crafted these androids. And yet the tasks assigned to them are increasingly bizarre. Android 16 becoming an actor is one thing, but 17's mission to pursue women and 18's task to dismantle a happy family is quite another. Upon reflection, it appears that Cell's assignment is the most reasonable of them all. Frieza was reluctant to see Cell's game come to an end, for it was a cherished anime from his childhood, albeit now slightly difficult to accept. Overall, it had not diverged too far from its original essence. Indeed, it had merely strayed a tad, a minor inconvenience. But I have another function. If I could just devour androids 17 and 18, I could disrupt their nanostructures, rendering Dr. Gero's hypnosis ineffective. Patience, I can still manage. Just look at my tail, it can handle the task. Frieza glared. Must you be so repulsive? Taking advantage of my inability to relieve myself? Furthermore, who instructed you to lift that hypnosis? Is this not more enjoyable? Observe. Krillin has already begun to upgrade to a devoted admirer due to Android 18's audacious thoughts. With just a glance, Cell instantly cowered. He feared nothing in the world. Save for Frieza. Stand still and do not move. Within 10 days, should you so much as let out a fart, I will ensure you fail your mission. Others may be oblivious, but Frieza was well aware that Cell was hyperactive. He had only stood for an hour before complaining it was taking too long. Thus, Cell was rendered speechless. Then, elated, he thought, standing still for a mere 10 days is a small price to pay for my life. Let us not even mention his need to relieve himself. Even if he did, he could hold it in, at least without making a sound. All he needed to do was clench his tail tightly and slowly. Even if a foul odor wafted through, there would be no noise to accompany it. For instance, Cell had just discreetly tested this theory, and indeed, it went unnoticed by Frieza. Curiously, Frieza inquired, why is your face flushed? Hohoho, you, my boy, have great potential. Keep standing firm and stay alert. If an airplane flies overhead, I permit you to take it down. Cell, puzzled, could only comply. For fighting was certainly not an option, at least not before absorbing Android 16. As for after that, he was uncertain, but he was confident he would be the strongest. Hohoho. Frieza had reverted from his black iron transformation. He had not desired this, but his current power level only allowed him to remain in that state. He wondered when he might ascend to bronze. If only it were as straightforward as being bronze in that mobile game. Curse that little golden turtle. It insists on being black iron. The crux of the matter is, this contraption barely enhances combat power, merely doubling it by a smidgen. It's utterly dismal. Frieza vowed never to assume that form again, as dark as it may be. It truly echoes the saying, from Africa, indeed. Frieza departed, leaving chaos in his wake. Cell observed a group of individuals in the distance, witnesses to his shameless display, and he felt an overwhelming urge to silence them. Alas, Frieza forbade any action. He genuinely felt paralyzed. Number 17 pointed at himself, asking, are you referring to us? Number 18 nodded earnestly. With our combat strength, how could we not be considered the littles? Just look at that one still dazed. Perhaps he is unworthy of being among Frieza's littles. Yamcha endured a million-point critical hit from number 18. Hey, bald head. Stop clinging to me. How can I complete my mission if you keep this up? Krillin felt despondent. He was unaware that number 18 was meant to be his wife. Yet he was spellbound by that kiss. So, can you abandon the mission? Number 18 pondered, glancing at Cell and then at Krillin, struck by an idea. How about you give Cell a low blow, and I'll consider abandoning the mission. She was certain that Krillin would not dare. But how could she fathom that a love-stricken fool might react so wildly? Krillin's eyes instantly turned a furious red, veins bulging on his arms. A sight that terrified Tien. Having tasted Krillin's anguish before, Tien resolved not to retreat this time. 100 meters felt too short. He needed to distance himself significantly. With a whoosh, Tien soared towards West City, shouting, Krillin, I support your pursuit of love. I'm with you in spirit as you take action. Before departing, Piccolo shouted, Krillin, if you don't kick, you're no man. Son Goku was aware of number 18's interest in him and initially intended to counsel Krillin, but ultimately sighed instead. Krillin, I'll accompany you. Once it's done, we'll instantaneously flee. Gohan. Number 17 covered his face with both hands, exclaiming, No, please, don't let me witness this. I beg you. Whoosh. In a state of extreme distress, number 17 fled, carefully avoiding chaos, before Cell could annihilate him. He dared not stray from the group's sight, lest Vegeta concoct a plan for him. Step by step, Krillin slowly advanced toward Cell. He was frightened. Yet he gambled on Cell's reluctance to defy Frieza's orders. As Cell watched Krillin approach, he felt his rage boil. Hurry up. Why are you dragging this out? Cell longed to bellow. I'm mentally prepared. Come at me. I promise not to retaliate. Step by step, at last, under number 18's astonished gaze, Krillin was dragged to Cell's side by Son Goku. Cell, thank you. Son Goku. Krillin was nearly paralyzed with fear. What on earth did that thank you even mean? However, the thought of Android 18 watching him, along with the assurance that Sun Wukong would instantaneously transport him away, ignited a spark of determination within him. So be it. If it meant losing his head and gaining a large scar, he would emerge victorious once again in 18 years. With a mighty shout, Krillin summoned all his courage. That breathtaking kick, rivaling even Frieza's perfect angle, was unleashed. Clang. Ouch, that hurt. Krillin found himself echoing Frieza's famous tune, Anxiety. Where had Sun Wukong gone? What about Gohan? And Android 18? Why was only the unconscious Yamcha left standing? As Krillin gazed at the now darkened face of Cell, he disregarded the pain in his foot and swiftly performed a backflip to position himself protectively in front of Yamcha. Thank you, Yamcha. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, Gohan glared at his father, indignantly inquiring about Krillin's whereabouts. Sun Wukong was taken aback. What the? In a flash, he vanished from his spot, reappearing right beside Krillin and Yamcha. A glance at the immobile Cell, then at Krillin's swollen leg resembling that of a pig's trotter, brought him amusement. Was Cell wearing his armor backward? It appeared Krillin had sustained a shock. Furious, Krillin shouted, Wukong, you promised to take me with you in your instant teleportation. Why didn't you deliver? He felt as if he might spew blood from his rage, vowing that he would indeed grow his hair. In his exasperation, Krillin kicked the peacefully slumbering Yamcha. Ouch, that hurts. Truly, a tragic tale. Meanwhile, Android 18 was soaring towards Bulma's home, having been left behind without Sun Wukong's teleportation. Yet, her mind was filled with visions of Krillin's gallant stance. Krillin, how handsome you are. If only you had longer hair, I would abandon my mission and follow you wholeheartedly. Cell pondered. At last, can I enjoy some peace and quiet? It turns out, the feeling of solitude is quite delightful. Number 16, you must come in 10 days. Chapter 62, even cowardice must be natural. Krillin, I'm preparing to grow my hair. Don't let it slip through your fingers next time. Sun Wukong remarked. Are you talking to me while looking at Android 18? She retorted, turning to Sun Wukong. Krillin, the moment your hair grows out is when I will release my hold on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong interjected. Are you looking at me while speaking to Krillin? As 18 and Krillin locked eyes again, they simultaneously exclaimed, Wukong, you should go eat. Sun Wukong replied. From a distance, number 17 kept his gaze fixed on Bulma, muttering to himself, Lazili has already found a way to break the mission. What about me? Am I really supposed to train with the techniques Frieza mentioned? Even if I must train, at least give me the manual. Until I see that manual, I will absolutely not resort to self-castration. In a huff, he tossed aside the fruit knife Frieza had given him and headed to the cafeteria. He made up his mind. He would indeed choose the Tianzi Pavilion, as mentioned on the 17th. The restaurant owned by Bulma has seen a threefold increase in the number of chefs, and the kitchen has expanded considerably. The storage for ingredients now rivals that of the largest vegetable market in the world. Yet, despite these enhancements, many chefs have succumbed to exhaustion. One chef, before fainting, lamented, Miss Bulma, I cannot endure this work. I fear I may earn my keep, but not live to enjoy it. Left with no choice, Bulma resorted to hiring chefs globally, implementing a 3-shift system. At this rate, my family's wealth will finally be reduced by a digit. My father will undoubtedly take pride in me. If she could hear Bulma's musings, would she consider ending her life in despair? Alas, she cannot hear. Even if she were to float nearby, it would be futile. For the gates of Bulma's residence are exceedingly sturdy, guarded by robots. Even a pavilion drifting outside is sacred and inviolable, belonging to the Bulma family. As he savored gourmet dishes while watching live reports of missing persons in the city on television, Frieza felt quite elated. The day passed swiftly. Goku and Gohan departed, their bellies round and their belts loosened significantly. Gohan, eat well. The food in the hyperbolic time chamber is not particularly appetizing, and we will be inside for a year. Why isn't T-Mom awakened yet? It's for the best. Otherwise, how could I take you to the time chamber for a year-long adventure? Let us cheer up. Look at Vegeta. His aura is truly astonishing now. Vegeta, overhearing Goku's words, felt pride swell within him. Forever in his Super Saiyan form, he exchanged a smile with Date. Powerful, immensely powerful. Frieza glanced at Vegeta, momentarily taken aback, but soon accepted the situation. If Goku could master the technique to maintain his Super Saiyan state, alleviating the physical strain of transformation, Vegeta would undoubtedly be capable of the same. Moreover, since the Android saga, Vegeta's battle power had consistently surpassed Goku's, a trend exacerbated by Goku's illness. Yet, Vegeta's inherent talent played a significant role as well. Vegeta's battle power stood at 2 billion, possibly increasing further upon unleashing his full potential, making him nearly equal to perfect Cell in strength. Unfortunately, Cell had evolved due to Frieza's intervention. One could only wonder if the muscle form would still hold any efficacy when reaching full Super Saiyan power. Date, with a battle power of 1.5 billion. Seemed somewhat lacking, though one could understand, given his unstable foundation. And what of number 17? What was he up to? He stood beside Frieza, occupying the position originally belonging to Dodoria, exuding an innocent demeanor. He did not intend for this. He simply could not help himself whenever he encountered Bulma. Thus, he approached Frieza, the one capable of overpowering Cell. Lord Frieza, your loyal second-in-command requires your protection. Dodoria is the foremost among the elite. Thus the 17th must settle for a lesser status. He remains oblivious to Frieza's sentiments towards Dodoria. Nonetheless, Dodoria's survival is worthy of his consideration. Dodoria is diligently striving to extricate himself from the Arctic Circle, an acknowledgement of self-awareness. Vegeta cast a glance at Frieza, lacking both the ability to probe and the capacity to measure combat power like the androids. Frieza, this is a matter of my household. Do you intend to interfere? Vegeta now brimmed with arrogance, confident in his ability to conquer all. What of Cell, or the Tai Chi 42 stances? All utter nonsense. To demonstrate his superiority, he resolved to challenge Frieza's authority. This being who eats, resides in, and sleeps within the confines of his wife's domain has long been an eyesore for Vegeta. Dodoria's capacity to generate wealth is common knowledge. Why should he indulge in free sustenance? Vegeta remained unaware of Frieza's black iron form, the star transformation, or Frieza's current combat prowess. Someone informed him, Lord Vegeta, as a subordinate of King Frieza, I consider myself your rival and feel it is my duty to impart some information. Firstly, your battle power is 2 billion, while King Frieza's power has stabilized at 2.8 billion post his battle with Cell. The 800 million gap renders you incapable of defeating him. Moreover, this is not your personal affair, as neither I nor Bulma are your family. You and Bulma have not celebrated a wedding nor possess a marriage certificate. The words of 17 were piercingly sharp, nearly choking Vegeta in their bluntness. You lie. Bulma and I have children, 2 of them. Frieza erupted in laughter at Vegeta's proclamation. Hohoho, pray tell. Aside from Trunks, who else? Bulma, cradling little Trunks, was utterly bewildered. When had she given birth to 2 children? Mom, it's me. And me. Big Trunks, feeling a lack of acknowledgement, could not contain himself. Indeed, it is Big Trunks and Little Trunks. Both are my progeny. Bulma and I's offspring. It seemed there might be a modicum of truth to it. Hohoho. Then, Mr. Vegeta, do you wish to engage in combat with me? Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, indicating a burgeoning desire for battle, considering Vegeta's 2 billion combat power. With a little more effort and some teleportation, there was potential for a formidable clash. Engaging in physical activity is beneficial for both body and mind. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, while Big Trunks displayed a fervent desire for battle, the atmosphere becoming gravely tense. Vegeta glared fiercely, surveying everyone. Upon noticing their reluctance to meet his gaze, he stepped within 5 meters of Frieza. Big Trunks was exhilarated, his blood surging with excitement. The sudden spike in his power instilled an inexplicable confidence, compelling him to seize the moment. I shan't fight. I am not foolish. I merely hunger and wish to eat. Vegeta plopped down onto a dining table, seizing a roasted piglet and beginning to gnaw on it with fervor. Vegeta, overwhelmed by a surge of energy, raised his fist in indignation. Yet, in an instant, he was left speechless, his incredulous expression betraying him as he exclaimed, Father, how could you behave in such a manner? Frieza turned his icy gaze upon Vegeta, instantly recalling the myriad torments he had previously endured. Vegeta reassured himself, reckless abandon is unwise. Henceforth, I shall be the sole warrior of my future. I must remain composed. To maintain such composure, the first step is to fill my belly. This roasted piglet is my utmost favorite. Father, why have you not left me a morsel? A chorus of laughter erupted as the guests spat out the delicacies they had been holding in their mouths. Those who recognize the tides of circumstance are indeed wise. Mr. Vegeta, you are a true paragon for our kind. Hohoho. The following day arrived swiftly, and under Frieza's protection. Number 17 finally felt emboldened to walk with his head held high. However, he dared not provoke Bulma again. After all, he had no certainty whether the tyrant truly would shield him. More pressing was the fact that Frieza wished for him to test the ultimate secrets of the Kaioken technique. 17. I trust you as much as a ghost. You shamelessly wander around unclothed. At that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber swung open, and 2 wild beings emerged. Goku and Gohan had completed their training. Goku appeared relatively unchanged, whereas Gohan's hair cascaded down to his waist. He was ready for the world. Last night, I was infuriated after browsing Douyin, but alas, I could not voice my frustrations. Good morning, everyone. Rabbit, strive onward. Chapter 63, Chi-Chi awakens. The Tianzi Pavilion cannot exist without him. Upon seeing her beloved son, Chi-Chi was momentarily bewildered. Who is this? Is this wild child truly my son? I merely took a nap. How could Gohan not only have grown taller, but also transformed into a savage? Furthermore, Chi-Chi noticed someone even less refined than her son addressing Bulma as mother, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Is that Trunks? Has Trunks been raised on pig feed? Oh, and Bulma is cradling another child. Judging by the hair color, it must also be Bulma's offspring. Recalling the lavish gifts Bulma had presented upon Gohan's birth, Chi-Chi felt compelled to extend her congratulations. Oh, Gohan, why on earth are you not emulating the good examples? Can children really dye their hair? And at such a tender age, being a boy, why are you donning colored contact lenses? Frieza. Instantly, the facade shattered. Ho ho ho. Goku, your family is the most normal of all. I can no longer endure this. I feel an urge to strike her. In a flash, Frieza vanished without a trace. Chi-Chi, having witnessed Frieza's departure, turned to Gohan with difficulty, inquiring, Gohan, was that just now an Ultraman? The floor of Bulma's home lay in shattered disarray. On Earth within the Dragon Ball realm, global warming had not taken hold. The injured Dodoria staggered onward, weary, famished, and resolute. Upon his arrival on Earth, Dodoria was burdened with a multitude of tasks and subsisted on meager provisions. Yet, he did not exhibit the frailty he now displayed. Lord Frieza, my most loyal servant is nearing his end. If you possess any semblance of spirit, please manifest it. As soon as Dodoria's words fell, Frieza, with a scowling visage, materialized before him. Dodoria's eyes were drawn to those unforgettable feet, particularly the 3 toes that he felt an incessant urge to worship. Mr. Dodoria, are you perhaps cursing me? Dodoria shuddered involuntarily. He had not intended such an outcome. He merely wished to pray to Frieza as if he were a deity in his moments of absence. Oh, Lord Frieza, please, hear my desperate pleadings. I truly regard you as the god of my heart. You must believe me. The Heavens Pavilion cannot exist without me. Devoid of my presence, it lacks a soul. Frieza, however, did not retaliate physically. He neither struck nor kicked, nor did he lash out with his tail. Dodoria's overwhelming excitement had merely exacerbated his injuries, compounded by his faintness from hunger. Am I truly that fearsome? Dodoria could have held on for half a day longer. Yet upon seeing me, he fainted outright. A surge of verdant restorative energy emanated from Frieza's fingertips and swiftly entered Dodoria's body. His injuries began to mend. Yet the gnawing hunger and the tension within him remained unresolved, leaving him still in a state of unconsciousness. With a flick of his tail, Frieza coiled Dodoria's form and vanished from the spot. Upon reappearing, he found himself in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Moments ago, Shin had reached out, hoping for an intimate discussion. Frieza had no desire for such heart-to-heart dialogues. However, he wished to avoid the overly dramatic presence of Chi-Chi. Thus, he accepted the invitation to the Supreme Kai's realm. First, procure some sustenance for my subordinate. Without waiting for Shin to respond, Frieza tossed Dodoria to Kid. Kid, while lacking in combat prowess and intellect, excelled in instantaneous movement and healing, making him a superior version of the ever-energetic. Furthermore, as a divine servant, Kid could conjure an abundance of delectable dishes with a mere snap of his fingers, proving that wealth pales in comparison to divine power. Before we discuss anything else, let's engage in a game of Gamoku. 3 rounds, best of 5. If you win, I shall depart. If I win, you shall indulge in a few of my musings. Shin readily acquiesced to Frieza's terms, confident that defeating Frieza, renowned for his poor gaming skills, would be an effortless endeavor. All right, you cannot possibly win against me. Frieza smiled, and the old Supreme Kai, in a fit of excitement, slapped Shin on the head, leaving him momentarily stunned as he arranged the table and set up the game board. You impulsive simpleton. Did you even comprehend what was said? You think you can win? I understand, and I assure you, I shall not lose. Smack. Shin fumed. What now? The old Kai was exasperated. You should lose. Kid Buu has run far away. He truly is a clever little rascal. Frieza sighed, his patience waning with the presence of the old Kai, a creature who had lived for millennia. With a wave of his hand, a tablet with 10 gigabytes of storage appeared before the old Kai. It was far more captivating than a magazine, complete with sound and motion, surpassing mere images. The old Kai's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he extended his hands and exclaimed, Give it to me. Give it to me. I want it. Frieza, startled, tossed the tablet aside, prompting the old Kai to scramble on all fours in pursuit. Woof, woof. Shenron was left speechless, taking note of Frieza's peculiar way of amusing himself with the old Kai. Surely, Frieza was the only one who would treat the Kai as a pet. Little did the old Kai realize Shenron's thoughts. Had he been aware, he would have revealed that Frieza was merely the second to do so. The first had not only toyed with him like a dog, but had also imprisoned him for several millennia. The match of Go commenced. Frieza against Shenron. In the first round, Frieza placed his 8th black stone, forming a 5-star connection, thus achieving victory. In the second round, Frieza subtly signaled to Shenron not to go easy on him, but Shenron inadvertently triumphed. The third round was already heating up. Frieza pondered each move for an extensive time, while Shenron, drenched in sweat, feared winning by mere chance. Meanwhile, on Earth, Chi-Chi had finally vented her frustrations and turned to Bulma, her demeanor transforming into a gentle breeze. Miss Bulma, is this your second child with Vegeta? How adorable. Have you named him yet? Chi-Chi clapped in delight. Trunks, what a splendid name. As always. Miss Bulma has a knack for beautiful names. She exclaimed. What did you just say this child's name was? The floor of Bulma's home once again endured an inhumane treatment, but Bulma remained unfazed, and Dr. Briefs was indifferent. To her surprise, Bulma's mother even wished to arrange a dinner date with the muscular Tien. Would Tien ever agree to such a proposition? Launch, with her blue hair, was manageable when calm, but once she sneezed, she was sure to leave a trail of scars. Gohan discreetly covered his mouth with one hand and whispered to his father, Dad. After our intense training, we want to evoke envy in everyone, but I fear Mom might spoil it. No one has inquired about our combat abilities yet. Goku, leaning on one hand, mused, I was right. Your mother would do well to sleep a little longer. Piccolo, crossing his arms, nodded in agreement, fully understanding. Gohan, puzzled, responded. Uncle Piccolo, what do you mean by nodding? Does it matter if Mom sleeps or not? Chapter 64, Frieza, be gentle. Chi-Chi was bewildered. Why? After merely a brief nap. Had her son grown so much? And now there was even a visitor from the future? Oh, the older Trunks did indeed resemble the younger version. Save for the differences in hair color, one with lavender strands and the other with golden locks, the latter being a mischievous child. Chi-Chi could understand the hair color aspect. Her two men were quite fond of dyeing their hair, rendering it rather unremarkable. What does it mean to come from the future? My mind is simply not equipped to comprehend it. To deal with Chi-Chi, Goku has a clever strategy. Chi-Chi, I'm hungry. The dishes prepared by Bulma's chef are not as delectable as yours. Could you please make something for me? As anticipated, Chi-Chi's attention was instantly diverted. She glanced at her son. Despite his long golden hair being somewhat glaring, she could not bring herself to find fault with him. Gohan nodded earnestly, realizing that cooperation was essential at this moment. Otherwise, it would be an unending ordeal. Chi-Chi, now cheerful, sang as she rushed to Bulma's kitchen, selecting only the most exotic ingredients, lizards, frogfish, and pythons, all of which were Goku's favorites. At last, the atmosphere in the dining room returned to a semblance of normalcy, though what constituted normal in this context? True normalcy would not include the presence of androids 17 and 18. They ought to be residing in the divine realm above. Piccolo had contemplated leaving during Chi-Chi's monologue, but he was concerned about Gohan facing reprimand, so he stayed vigilant. With Chi-Chi gone, he seized the moment to hasten to the room of spirit and time. Vegeta observed the father-son duo, both in their Super Saiyan forms, with a hint of disdain. Imitating my tactics, devoid of originality. Kakarot is nothing more than that. As for Android 17, he was there, remarkably obedient after Frieza's departure. Vegeta could command him to serve dishes, but he would never dare to serve drinks or wipe the tables. So tell me, Kakarot, what is your battle power? Before the transformation, it was impossible to gauge strength merely through energy sensing, hence Vegeta required 17, who possessed a microcalculator within him, for assistance. Goku's battle power stood at 2 billion, while Gohan's was at 2 billion. Puffed, Daz exploded, splattering Vegeta's face with his incredulity. He had previously taken pride in his own power of 1.5 billion, only to discover that Gohan, significantly younger, was now on par with his father. And Goku had even surpassed him. As for Frieza, comparisons to him only brought forth bitter tears. If Vegeta's full power as a Super Saiyan had not reached its limit, Goku's Super Saiyan had achieved a complete 100 power output. Once unleashed, his battle power could surge even further. In a moment of excitement, Daz's Super Saiyan transformation was undone. After all, he had been struggling to maintain it since leaving the room of spirit and time. A battle power of 1.5 billion was not sufficient for him to sustain this form for an extended period like Vegeta and the others. Vegeta was far from pleased. Kakarot was merely a nuisance. Back on Namek, he had suddenly caught up and even sought to surpass him. Now, the situation was no different, despite a previous gap of 200 million in battle power. Within a single day, Kakarot had equalized and even surpassed him by another 200 million. This was quite disheartening. I must remind you all, once the Saiyans' battle power surges, they tend to lose their composure. Android 18's voice resonated, drawing everyone's gaze towards her. Krillin immediately raised his glistening bald head, wearing an expression of haughty pride. Although he stood several meters away from Android 18, his possessive demeanor was unmistakable, even if no one else could see it. Upon hearing Android 18's words, Goku seemed to recall a certain memory. He had not forgotten about Chi-Chi, yet now, the specifics eluded him. As for Cell, now more aptly referred to as Lightning Cell, he was the one Krillin had kicked with such force. Vegeta rolled his eyes, irately reminding everyone, if you have something to say, just say it. Whining women are the most bothersome. Bulma puffed her cheeks in anger. In the corner, the massive Yajirobe sheepishly scratched his head and apologized, saying, I'm truly sorry. I'm the most obedient person here. I just instinctively complied with the request of the male host. Tien quickly covered Yajirobe's mouth, exclaiming, "Do you not see Vegeta's expression? He is a Super Saiyan now. With just a finger, he could crush you." To take advantage of a free meal and yet be unable to control one's tongue was simply too much. Android 18 waved her hand dismissively near her nose. Clearly unimpressed. "Vegeta, hold your ground. Lightning Cell's current power level is 3 billion, which exceeds yours by a staggering 1 billion. Vegeta was unaware of this, but Goku, of course, was well aware. Remarkably, Goku refrained from his usual antics and nodded solemnly. He too remembered that upon leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, he intended to inform everyone that their current power levels were inadequate to confront Lightning Cell. If they wished to avoid being swept away as they had before, they needed to train once more. Krillin, curious, wondered why Goku had emerged after only a day when it was said one could spend up to 48 hours in the chamber. Realizing this, he spoke up. Upon hearing the words Amitba, Krillin instinctively brought his hands together in prayer. However, that was where it ended. Everyone distanced themselves from him, except for Gohan, who grasped Krillin's hand to prevent any further chaos. Vegeta believed Goku's words. During his own year in the time chamber, he nearly succumbed to the urge to exit prematurely, especially since he had Trunks as a son. The feeling of suffocation was unimaginable for anyone who had not experienced it. "No worries, we have 8 days left, ample time to recover before going in for another round. This time, Kakarot, you go in first." When it came to quick thinking, Bulma and Vegeta could easily outsmart most individuals. They were indeed a formidable pair. In a brief moment, Vegeta realized the key to why Goku consistently surpassed him. Even in the anime, Goku always made his entrance last. If his power level was not extraordinarily exceptional, what justified such a finale? Perhaps Frieza's arrival had influenced Vegeta, prompting this epiphany. Thus, this time, Vegeta resolved to be the one in the spotlight. Perhaps the words spoken on the 18th unlocked the vital pathways of Vegeta. In any case, not only did Vegeta endure, but he also contemplated extensively. Goku, on the other hand, was not burdened with such thoughts. His limited capacity for contemplation rendered him incapable of pondering matters beyond combat. "No problem. On the 7th day, Gohan and I will venture in, and on the 8th day, you shall enter with Trunks." Why a day early? Yamcha seized a fleeting opportunity to interject, feeling as though he was being overlooked even before the saga of Dragon Ball Super had truly begun. Tien, instinctively raising his hand, caused everyone to instinctively distance themselves from him. Realizing this, he shot a glare at Krillin, who was stifling laughter, before finally speaking. "In the eve of a great battle, we ought to rest well for a day, replenishing our spirits. Given Goku's habits, he will undoubtedly indulge in a grand feast before he is satisfied." The others nodded in understanding, while Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Only Tien truly understands me." In the realm of the Kai Shin fixated intently on the chessboard, and after a prolonged silence, he finally made his move. He had won this round. It was not by design, but rather due to the solitary vacant position on the board. What choice did he have? The 4 white pieces were interconnected, yet Shin had hesitated to occupy that space, only for Frieza to refrain from obstructing him at the end. He found himself in a rather helpless predicament. "Frieza, hohoho, be gentle in your approach." Chapter 65, The Method to Defeat Majin Buu. Far at the edge of the cosmos, within a black hole, a beam of multicolored energy emerged, facing a minuscule figure that struggled against it. This figure bore 4 horns upon its head, its chest encased in a white armored muscular shell, while the rest of its body was adorned in purple. Boom! A planet that obstructed the path of the multicolored energy beam erupted violently. It was the sole celestial body in the vicinity, a perfect hit. Finally, Cooler extricated himself from the grasp of the multicolored energy beam, successfully escaping. As a distinguished member of the Ice Demon clan, surviving in the cosmos posed no challenge for Cooler. Surveying his surroundings, Cooler's mouth moved animatedly, his emotions running high. His expression twisted into a fearsome visage. Alas, sound could not traverse the cosmos, and all his venomous curses went unheard. Voiceover: "I curse your very essence. I can survive in the cosmos, but I am not a spaceship. There isn't a single planet nearby. How am I to traverse such distances?" Surprisingly, he was not cursing Frieza, but rather lamenting the distance. It was a miracle he hadn't perished. Naturally, whether Cooler would wither away in the cosmic void was of no concern to Frieza. After acquiescing to Shin's request, he began to stretch his limbs. Having been seated for too long, maintaining the posture of placing his pieces, it was time to move about. Moreover, since Shin had proactively requested a spar, Frieza would certainly not disappoint him. Although Frieza could not fulfill requests like the Eternal Dragon, nor could he impose restrictions like the Namekian Dragon, he was more than capable of accommodating Shin's modest request. The process was excessively brutal, too gruesome and violent, to spare the younger generation from such horrors. Let us merely denote it with 6 ellipses. In any case, within the span of 3 hours, the voice of Shin resonated throughout the realm of the Supreme Kai, attesting to Frieza's measured approach, ensuring his victims remained capable of uttering sounds. "You cannot be serious. Must I both fight and rescue? It is utterly exhausting. The old Supreme Kai stood in shock. Kid was taken aback, and the well-fed Dodoria was equally astonished. Saiyan felt a profound sense of despair, yearning to discuss Majin Buu with Frieza, yet his voice failed him, rendering him mute. How frustrating. Do you not have something to articulate? I have provided you with an opportunity, yet you remain silent. What is the meaning of this? The old Supreme Kai was taken aback by Frieza's words, swiftly putting away his tablet and gesturing towards Kid. You, attend to Saiyan's healing. Frieza has forgotten to administer recovery to him. Kid quickly grasped the situation and cast a holy heal spell, knowing he had plenty of holy light spells at his disposal. A simple healing was no burden. He would not resort to interference, which rendered the opponent invincible at the cost of one's own life, an utter foolishness he would never employ. Oh ho ho. If you do not speak soon, I shall truly take my leave. I am quite busy, with so many planets awaiting their destruction. I maintain a sense of professional integrity. Saiyan inwardly scoffed at the notion of professional integrity, considering it a direct affront to the Supreme Kai. However, the old Supreme Kai discerned the underlying message. Are you working for him? Oh ho ho. Old man, your perceptiveness is commendable, but do refrain from uttering names. Otherwise, several millennia may not suffice. And even tens of thousands of years could be a possibility. The old Supreme Kai understood the gravity of the matter and wisely chose to refrain from further discussion on that topic. Though Saiyan remained puzzled, it was of little consequence. What truly mattered was persuading Frieza to confront Majin Buu. Frieza, can your dark form, when employing the celestial transformation, contend with Majin Buu? Thud. Frieza leaped up and struck Saiyan on the head, exasperated by his thoughtless inquiry. Firstly, that is not merely a dark form, it is the black iron form, which I refer to as black iron Frieza. Secondly, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I need not invoke the celestial transformation to surpass Majin Buu. However, slaying him is a formidable challenge. Thirdly, I shall not engage Majin Buu at this time. That fiend cannot be vanquished by mere energy, even if I possess greater strength. I can only weaken him indefinitely. Killing him is utterly impossible. Frieza was no wielder of spirit bombs, nor did he possess the capacity for annihilation. His signature techniques were the celestial destruction wave and planetary annihilation bomb. Yet, truth be told, those methods could not obliterate Majin Buu completely. Majin Buu was not akin to Cell, who could regenerate as long as his core remained intact. Majin Buu could resurrect as long as a single cell survived. Moreover, each of Majin Buu's individual cells was remarkably resilient, capable of transforming into smoke to revive. Simply relying on shockwaves would prove futile. Frieza did not mention that if he could master the Ultra Instinct technique, even with just 10 of its power, he could easily annihilate Majin Buu. After all, the version of Ultra Instinct he acquired from the Celestial Transformation is the complete form, unlike the simplified version that Son Goku possesses. The full version is indeed formidable, yet it is infuriatingly difficult to learn. Despite Frieza's unparalleled comprehension, he has only managed to grasp a mere 0.000001. How frustrating. His instant transmission technique has seen some improvement, advancing from 0.01 to 0.02, a significant leap. Quite astounding. As for his teleportation and electric strike, those can be employed at will. However, at this moment, he finds little need for them, and indulging in frivolous spending for cosmetic upgrades is rather pleasant. Though the black iron skin is merely a brave warrior-esque guise, he anticipates that an epic skin will soon follow. If even you cannot defeat Majin Buu, how on earth can anyone hope to vanquish him? Saiyan cradled his head, expressing his agony. The recent thrashing felt utterly pointless. Ho ho ho, it is not entirely impossible. But why the rush? He is peacefully slumbering inside his egg, neither seizing your possessions nor encroaching upon your beloved. It seems rather excessive to perpetually call for violence. Upon hearing Frieza mention a solution, Saiyan instantly perked up. Material wealth is inconsequential, as a millennium-long singleton. He does not even know who his partner is. Whatever happens is of no concern. Saiyan values not the past, but the future. Do not divert my line of thought. I demand to know what method exists to utterly eliminate Majin Buu. Spare me your vague chatter. Saiyan's words caused Frieza's eyes to narrow, an aura of malevolence emanating from him. Who does he think he is? Attempting to assume the role of Frieza's superior? Does he not know how King Cold met his end? Slap. The ignorance of the younger generation has been taught a lesson. Consider him inconsequential and move on. The old Kai Shin was taken aback. He was not afraid that Frieza would kill both of them, for Frieza surely intended to spare one of their lives, knowing of the esteemed individual. Nevertheless, one must discern the gravity of a slap from that of death. No second chances. Elder, take the time to teach him how to be a god. He should not constantly adopt an air of superiority as if he possesses my strength. Ho ho ho. Alas, you seem rather pitiable. I shall share a few methods with you. First, the ultimate skill invented by the North Kai, the spirit bomb. Second, destruction. For specifics, consult the old man. I lack the time for explanations. Third, Within the fourth layer of celestial transformation, there exists a technique called direct assault on the yellow dragon, which, empowered by divine might, can also completely eradicate Majin Buu. Fourth, culinary emotions. Xian's mouth gaped in disbelief. The first is merely a technique devised by a minor Kai? What is this second one, destruction? The third sounds quite plausible, but Frieza has already stated that he has yet to master the fourth layer. The most absurd of all is the fourth. What is the notion of gastronomic affection? Frieza would never divulge such matters to Shun. He possesses a myriad of methods to eliminate Majin Buu, for he is Frieza, a man with his own ulterior motives. Shin wished to inquire further, but alas. Frieza had vanished. Where had Frieza gone? Swiftly, Shin employed his divine powers to investigate. Before long, he located Frieza's presence, who was currently beside an individual with green skin, accompanied by many others of the same hue. Chapter 66, Galactic Marauders. This planet, abundant with mushroom-shaped trees, bears a striking resemblance to the former Namek. Not only that, but it is also home to numerous Namekians. Indeed, this is the very clan that departed from Earth, and the current leader is none other than the once nefarious Namekian. Slug. Frieza's sudden teleportation to this location was prompted by a debt owed to the Grand Elder of Namek. The one who summoned Frieza was Neru, the veritable second strongest Namekian, as the likes of Piccolo are absent. Ah, Slug, have you transformed back into a benevolent Namekian? Neru inquired. What is it that you summoned me for? The wind howled, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Even more uncomfortable than Slug was a quintet, four of whom sported uniformly orange hair, while the fifth donned a turban, obscuring his hair, but likely sharing the same hue, with pointed ears. Each adorned a pair of golden conical earrings and possessed pale green skin. Boss, it seems we are being overlooked, remarked Peter. Be more confident. Omit the word seems. Buchan, you are obstructing my view. I warned you to refrain from overeating. Zanjia, as a girl, you should stay safely behind me. Your words render my sword rather unsteady. Silence, all of you. Have you forgotten who the true protagonist is? My apologies, Boss Bojack. The commotion was considerable. Boss, that individual has rectangular ears. He must have hearing issues. Neru wiped his brow, realizing that refraining from speech might not only offend Slug and the 5 members of Bojack's crew, but also provoke the reinforcements he had summoned. Frieza, we Namekians are suffering greatly. In just a few years, this planet has sealed away 5 galactic marauders. See, it is still possible to clarify matters without the incessant prattle from those fools over there. Ah, your fortune is indeed extraordinary. Do you wish to expend that favor in exchange for my intervention against them? Neru glanced at Slug, sensing that he had overshadowed Slug's prominence. Fear not, Neru. As long as I can save my kin, my own reputation is of little consequence. Neru rejoiced, finding this new Grand Elder to be quite dependable. That is not the way, Lord Frieza. Could you please summon Gohan and the others to assist us? Can't we save this favor for another time? The 5 members of Bojack were taken aback, and Shrag appeared equally astonished. Ah, no, you truly are a clever little rascal. This way, we shall not deplete our goodwill. Ho ho ho, have you thought this through? Are you certain you wish to expend a favor for me to notify Gohan? Shrag was met with a swift slap, sending him tumbling to the ground. No, that is not it, Lord Frieza. Nell has simply had a bit too much to drink. We are requesting your help to resolve the crisis on Namek. Shrag came to a realization. According to Frieza, regardless of the circumstances, they must utilize their favor. What of Gohan and his crew? What if those Saiyans were unable to contend with the adversary? Frieza certainly seemed more reliable. Upon hearing this, Frieza decisively turned, finally fixing his gaze upon the group of galactic ruffians. Ho ho ho. Very well. Who am I to dismiss reason and integrity? Bojack, I must inquire. How did you manage to break the seal? Frieza's tail struck the ground, his expression darkening. A gust of wind swept past, whisking away a bead of cold sweat from Frieza's brow. Is this truly a long story? Although he did not comprehend why North Kai was still alive or how the seal had been lifted, he dismissed it as trivial. These individuals, incapable of even achieving Super Saiyan Level 2, were merely suitable for warming up. Zanya was indeed striking, her delicate features complemented by her soft green skin and flowing orange locks, her smile exuding the sweetness of a first love. Alas, her capabilities fell short. A brief scan revealed the combat power of the group. Vados, the one wielding a sword with a banana-shaped head, was defeated by the Great T in the original story, boasting a power level of 800 million. Peter, the short one adorned with an Indian cap, possessed a peculiar ability to manipulate others, though it proved ineffective against the electrically charged Super Saiyan 2, also with a power level of 800 million. Bujin, the tall one with a pineapple-like hairstyle and orange sideburns, might have ingested some expired substance, altering the color of his hair, yet he held a slightly higher power level of 1.2 billion. Zanya, the sole female, with her charming appearance and petite stature, had a commendable power level of 1 billion. Bojack, the leader of the group, possessed the ability to transform, though he could only evolve once, holding a pre-transformation power level of 1.7 billion, comparable to that of Cell in the original narrative. Ho ho ho. Do you wish to engage in a one-on-one duel, or shall it be a free-for-all? The members of BoJack had been sealed for quite some time. Unaware of the legend of Frieza, thus BoJack was unfamiliar with him. However, observing Frieza's unwavering demeanor, only a day post-seal, he did not take the situation lightly and deemed it prudent to clarify. One-on-one, or a brawl, what difference does it make? Frieza flashed his signature grin. Ho ho ho. A duel means I shall face you 5 individually, and a brawl means I shall confront you 5 alone. BoJack was infuriated, just released from his seal, only to be toyed with. Did they truly believe the galactic ruffians were mere pushovers? You are finished, regardless of who you are. The 5 of us shall compel you to kneel and sing your submission. Brothers, charge. Very well, leader. Baidu, the first to dash forward, is a swordsman. And a swordsman is defined by one word: speed. There is a saying that aptly describes a swordsman. Death is like the wind, always at my side. Whoosh. Bang. Baidu surged ahead with unparalleled swiftness, and in his departure, he vanished even faster, only to be met with a tremendous explosion. A mushroom cloud materialized in the distance. And at the epicenter of the blast, not a single hair remained. Baidu. As BoJack and the others glanced back at Frieza, a flicker of panic appeared in their eyes, for the man before them had effortlessly obliterated Baidu with a mere flick of his tail. Frieza casually seized Baidu's longsword, thrusting it into the ground as though it were a mere walking stick. Peter! BoJack cried out, and in an instant, Peter understood. In a straightforward battle, they might not stand a chance against this bare-skinned adversary, but when it came to cooperation, they had practiced for years while sealed away. Although Baidu's demise would disrupt their coordination somewhat, they would still perform admirably. Peter made his move, beams of light shooting towards Frieza, causing him to cry out in agony. Bukin seized the opportunity and immediately joined forces with BoJack and Zanjia. BoJack delivered a powerful punch aimed at Frieza's abdomen, while Zanjia descended from above, targeting the back of Frieza's head. Bukin, a tank-like melee fighter, launched a formidable headbutt at Frieza's chest. The weak fear the strong fear the mad, and the mad fear those who risk it all. Yet Frieza, neither mad nor reckless, was undeniably powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Zanjia was sent flying by a tail swipe, collapsing to the ground, feeling utterly drained. That tail strike had hit her sensitive spot. BoJack's iron fist missed its mark, only to be swatted away by Frieza, who redirected him towards Peter, who was casting spells in the distance. Bukin also failed to land a blow on Frieza, but in his overexertion, he was unable to halt his rapid advance. He barely managed to stop just before colliding with Shrek. A drop of blood appeared on Baidu's sword, chilling to the bone. Ho ho ho. Is it not amusing? Do you not feel that victory is within grasp? Chapter 67, An Accidental Overexertion. Boom. BoJack ultimately failed to control his own body. Frieza's strength was beyond his comprehension. Peter was unprepared, lacking the explosive power that Nelu possessed, unable to concentrate all his might into a singular effort to intercept the human bomb. A tragic scene unfolded. BoJack inadvertently detonated Peter, a rain of blood cascading down, leaving BoJack in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Did I just reduce my own subordinate to ashes? Glancing at Zanjia, who was unable to stand and trembling on the ground, BoJack felt a wave of frustration wash over him. As I glanced towards the towering figure of Bujin amidst the ranks, I am astounded to see him positioned defiantly before a throng of Namekians, striking a pose as if to charge forth. Bujin, what are you doing? This is hardly the time for games. We require you to draw their ire. The leader exclaimed. Is Peter all right? Zanjia trembled as she spoke, her words igniting a flicker of indignation within BoJack. Nonsense. Peter is merely holding back. He has not even unleashed his full power. Even so, he remains the strongest among us. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Bujin collapsed to the ground. His body cleaved evenly in two from the crown of his head. A collective gasp erupted among the more timid Namekians. The once formidable villains who had rendered the Elder and the Great Guardian incapable of self-sustenance would have perished were it not for the few among them skilled in healing magic. Now, witnessing their nemesis so brutally bisected before their eyes sent waves of terror through the crowd. At that moment, BoJack's gaze fell upon Baidu's long sword. Still embedded in the earth, crimson droplets cascading down its blade. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. They had been sealed away for countless ages, only to emerge now, facing imminent demise. This defied all logic. Shouldn't their release have been marked by an exhilarating display of power, followed by a mocking taunt before they were subdued or obliterated? They had just arrived, without slaying a single foe, and those 2 incapacitated individuals had already been revived. Were they not simply famished, left wanting for sustenance that this group refused to provide? Had Bujin not remarked upon the delectable nature of the Namekians, claiming they offered a delightful flavor? Yet, they had yet to take any action. Who are you? BoJack stammered in disbelief. Ho ho ho. I am the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Frieza's laughter oozed with derision, yet BoJack found himself too intimidated to retort. The Emperor of the Universe, Frieza? He bellowed. Turning to Zanjia, who had managed to regain her footing. Have you heard of him? The Namekians trembled in fear, while the Supreme Kai Shin wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly shaken. Goodness, this Bojack is courting death even more recklessly than we are, Shin lamented, rubbing the spot where the elder Kai had chastised him, nearly brought to tears by his misfortunes. Bojack may be in dire straits, but Frieza would not truly execute you. However, he would certainly crush that popo. That is Bojack. Ah, yes, I am aware. He is quite notorious. Kid, having fallen prostrate, served as a cushion for Shin. Zanya instinctively shook her head, then immediately nodded fervently. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped a grave pitfall orchestrated by her leader. Was it not the time to feign admiration for the legendary figure? You've never heard of him. The chilling tone of Frieza sent a collective shiver down the spines of the Namekians, led by Shrag. Had winter truly descended upon Namek? Would the freshly planted trees succumb to the frost? Who had claimed that Namek was devoid of winter? Bojack may be cold, but he refuses to back down. Oh my goodness. What is the Cosmic Emperor? What is Frieza? I am the Cosmic Marauder, and the entire universe shall tremble at my presence. You have provoked my wrath. Let Bojack unleash his fury. I shall tear you apart. Roar. Bojack's attire has been shredded. Not merely shredded. He has also dyed his hair in a fashion reminiscent of the Saiyans' transformations. It is not a blinding golden hue, but a vivid, demonic crimson. His hair has changed, yet Bojack's transformation is far from complete. The shredding of his attire is but the prelude. Next, he shall inflate his muscles. Though not as exaggerated as Vegeta's super-muscled form, he is not far behind, at least in appearance. Power levels sorta 1. 8 billion 1. 9 billion 2. 1 billion, 21. 1 billion. Huh. Frieza chuckles, not in his usual mocking manner, but genuinely amused by Bojack's transformation. The Saiyans achieve a 50-fold increase in power. Even Frieza's black iron form, despite its shortcomings, manages to double. Bojack, with his audacious transformation, has surged by 4. 1 billion. This is surely not as overwhelming as a Saiyans battle cry. If he were to maintain this transformed state, perhaps Frieza would not be laughing. But with such grandiosity and such a lackluster outcome? Hohoho, Mr. Bojack, may I inquire of you, why not maintain your current form instead of reverting to your previous state? This appearance is quite intimidating. At last, Bojack completes his transformation. Panting slightly, his throat parched, seemingly having cracked his voice during his earlier bellow. Ha! Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you. Zanya, do tell him why. Zanya leaps several hundred meters high and shouts, because the team must maintain a uniform hair color. Whoosh. As Zanya lands, she is already far from the battlefield. Frieza, my king, eliminate this pretentious fool. Whoosh. The wind returns, and Bojack is left dumbfounded. What is happening? Am I not formidable enough? Have you not seen this red hair? Are your eyes blind? Oh ho ho. Mr. Bojack, are you perhaps from Team Rocket and Pokemon? Since you have sincerely revealed this to me, I shall compassionately show you what a true transformation looks like. Frieza's hands clench tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. His power level is increasing at an alarming rate. 3 billion, 4 billion, 5 billion, 7 billion, 10 billion. Buzz. A tremendous wave of energy surges forth, then erupts violently, sending sand and stones flying, as a fierce wind sweeps through, blowing away even the Namekians. Even Zanya struggles to maintain her footing, her body uncontrollably sliding backward, carving a deep trench in the ground. Boom. The vibrant, multicolored energy waves surged skyward, transforming the serene atmosphere of Namek into a tumultuous spectacle, as the ground trembled and fissures began to appear across the once peaceful planet. Slug and Neru found themselves propelled far back, finally halting their retreat by clutching a slender jade pillar of a pale green hue. Although Zanya was seething with indignation at the audacity of these two, she found herself momentarily unable to intervene. The sheer pressure emanating from Frieza was overwhelmingly intimidating, rendering her body devoid of any strength. Bojack was left utterly astonished, his jaw nearly scraping the ground, not due to any unusual size, but rather from the sheer shock of the moment. What manner of creature is Frieza? After being sealed away for merely a millennium, how has the world transformed so drastically? This is the aura befitting an emperor of the cosmos. This is the true essence of a cosmic ruler. The intergalactic marauder is merely a farce. Zanya, you were right. Indeed you were right. Frieza's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. He had exerted himself a tad too forcefully. Initially, he aimed only to transform into a black iron form, but inadvertently shattered that threshold, leading to an awkward predicament. The metallic clangor continued to resonate, and his combat power surged dramatically, exceeding even that of black iron. 8 billion. Oh ho ho ho. Bojack. This is what transformation truly entails. This is unparalleled excellence. Chapter 68. The Ruined Namek. A colossal crater marred the surface of Namek, from which a figure enveloped in radiant, 7-colored energy slowly emerged. It floated into view like a specter, devoid of flowing locks and a white gown. Frieza, his entire being shimmered with a green luminescence, reminiscent not of Namek's hue, but of ancient bronze, harmonizing with the vibrant energy waves and those merciless, crimson eyes that could quell a child's nighttime cries. Suddenly, an unmistakable orchestral score erupted across Namek, a soundtrack reserved for grand entrances. Ho-ho-ho-ho. Alas, that derisive laughter dissipated into nothingness, yet none cared to notice. In this moment, Frieza stood as the unequivocal monarch, a deity surveying all beneath him. It turned out that the first form of the stellar transformation was not futile. Rather, it served as the key to transcend the limits of his physical form. A towering pillar. How vividly it depicted the energy waves ascending without a hint of excess. Perfectly contained. Bojack, do you comprehend what true transformation entails? This is merely my second transformation. There are more to come, and while I cannot ascertain their full extent, the golden form is assuredly within reach. Frieza was in high spirits. Although this form remained unstable, akin to the initial transformation of Sun Wukong in the original tale, his muscles had significantly expanded, imposing a considerable strain on his body. Were it not for the divine power of the stellar transformation alleviating this burden, Frieza might not have succeeded in soaring to Bojack's side. King Frieza, Bojack realizes his mistakes. From now on, Bojack will serve you. Please spare my life. Bojack is not entirely incapable of sensing ki. Although he lacks the expertise of Earthlings or the inhabitants of the planet Yardrat, he is acutely aware of the immense chasm that separates him from Frieza. Given that a power level exceeding 30% implies the capacity for instantaneous annihilation, Frieza has already reached a point where he could extinguish Bojack with a mere flick of his finger, in the face of such a monstrous foe. If Bojack were to display defiance, it would not be bravery, but sheer folly. You? Unworthy, Frieza declared, extending a finger and shaking it side to side, his words chilling Bojack's heart. As the saying goes, anger arises from the heart, and malice manifests in one's courage. In full knowledge of his impending doom, Bojack committed an astonishing act. Thud. Oh, King Frieza, I beseech you, consider me as insignificant as a passing breeze. By the way, Zonya, I've never touched her. None of my brothers have. She is still untouched. May I present her to you? Smack. Frieza executed a mid-air flip, his bronze-green tail striking Bojack squarely on the forehead. Bojack vanished, not into ashes, but reappeared on the opposite side of Namek. From the spot where Bojack had just disappeared, a torrent of lava erupted skyward. This spectacle resembled a head being severed, with blood shooting into the air in a similar fashion. Hiss. Zonya was left in shock, while Shrag and Neru nearly fainted from despair. Frieza's earlier strike had undoubtedly shattered the core of the new Namek. After barely 3 years on this planet, it was on the brink of explosion. Shrag felt as though each heartbeat was a countdown to the planet's demise. Neru, do you think it was right to summon Frieza for assistance? This question plunged Neru into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he gravely replied, Frieza would never act with malice. You must trust him. Neru winked forcefully at Shrag, who instantly grasped the implication. Yes, King Frieza did not act with intent. Absolutely not. Internally, he thought, regardless of his intentions, we cannot place blame on him. Our survival hinges on Frieza's whims. Do not underestimate Frieza's rectangular ears. They are quite perceptive. Frieza vanished once more. When he reappeared, Bojack flew out from the same hole, nearly scorched to a crisp. Had it not been for his formidable power and the protective aura surrounding him, he would have been reduced to nothingness. Ha ha ha. This is quite amusing. It's like playing whack-a-mole. Bang. Pop. Boom. Time became irrelevant, yet the new Namek transformed into a burning planet, riddled with countless penetrating scars. The Namekians floated in the air, cautiously dodging the fiery serpents that leapt skyward. The Namekians were engulfed in sorrow, not due to the imminent destruction of their planet, but rather because the arduous efforts of the past 3 years had all been in vain. Suddenly, Frieza relinquished his bronze form, panting heavily. The bronze Frieza had become an unbearable burden on his current combat prowess. Even with the enhancement of the star transformation, he could no longer withstand it. Casting a glance at the battered Bojack and then at the raging inferno that was Namek, Frieza smacked his forehead in realization. What a calamity! He had come to assist, not to wreak havoc. Yet what was the outcome? The entirety of Namek lay in ruins, and whom could he turn to for justification? Frieza, exasperated by his own recklessness, delivered a kick to Bojack, sending him flying like a mere ragdoll towards Zonya. Ho ho ho, my dear Zonya, make sure to hold on to him tightly. Shrag, gather everyone together. I shall transport you all from this place. Shrag was nearly moved to tears. Frieza had not forgotten them, even as despair loomed heavily upon them. Previously, Shrag and Neru had been steeped in self-recrimination. Neru had even struck the elder Namekian, Bitchi, across the face multiple times, weeping bitterly. It's all my fault. Why did I summon Frieza for assistance? Shrag, equally distraught, had also slapped the swollen face of Bitchi in regret, exclaiming, It's not your fault, it's mine. I thought Frieza was more reliable than Gohan. Elder Bitchy pondered, contemplating whether he too should deliver a few slaps to himself. Finally, at the brink of Namek's explosion, Frieza, fatigued at last, experienced a moment of conscience and resolved to teleport everyone to safety. The sound of thuds echoed, not from the planet's destruction, but from the Namekians falling to the ground like dumplings. King Kai Shin gazed in shock at the multitude of green-skinned beings. Kid was about to erupt in fury, questioning if Frieza regarded the King Kai realm as a refugee camp. He was on the verge of unleashing a tirade. Just as he rose, Kid caught sight of Frieza's impassive visage. Suddenly, Frieza smiled. Kid nearly collapsed in fright. Frieza's smile was far more terrifying than his frown. I shall check for any injured. The old King Kai, keeping his distance, clutched his tablet, drooling in a stupor, preferring to remain oblivious to the chaos around him. Ho ho ho, Mr. Kid. I am quite satisfied with your performance this time. At last, you understand who the true master of this realm is. Kid seethed with frustration, while Shin was buried in his own thoughts, and the old King Kai remained engrossed in his sage videos. Lord King Kai? Upon hearing Shrag's words, Kid nearly lost his composure, thinking the Namekian could not distinguish genders. How could they address such a robust man as sister? Nevertheless, he remained irked. I am not Lord King Kai. I am but a humble servant. Shrag shoved Kid aside, his gaze fervently fixed on Shin's tuft of hair. I know you are not. With such an unappealing visage, how could you possibly be the esteemed King Kai? Kid. It felt as though he had suffered a devastating blow of 12.8 billion, nearly leading to his immediate demise. Frieza paid no heed to their antics and promptly appeared before Zanjia. Oh ho ho ho. Your beauty is exquisite. Shall I introduce you to someone? Zanjia. Bojack, on the verge of death. So, it turns out you do not cherish beauty, but rather enjoy bestowing it upon others. Thud. Uft. Frieza, sensing Bojack's thoughts, firmly planted him into the ground, leaving only his toes exposed. Frieza does not adore beauty? Who would dare utter such claims, for he would unleash a staggering 200% of his combat prowess. This is a deep-seated anguish within him that no one should mention, not even the little turtle. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Guess who Zanjia belongs to? Guess correctly, but there is no prize. Chapter 69, The Grand Gift from Frieza. Frieza was unconcerned with the ownership of Namek. Even if they settled in the realm of King Kai, he would harbor no thoughts on the matter. They lack combat power. The dragon, neither this nor that. The key issue is he is a calamity incarnate. After his rebirth, Frieza has obliterated 3 planets, the first being Namek. The second was an uninhabited planet destroyed by digestive exercises, and the third was again Namek. Is he a harbinger of disaster or not? The planet obliterated by Gula's black hole was unknown to Frieza, thus it does not count. Come, accompany me to a place where your ideal partner awaits. As for him, he is quite a splendid gift as well. Frieza vanished once more, restoring tranquility and harmony to the realm of King Kai, although it now occasionally echoed with mischievous chuckles. Cell had stood atop the shattered arena for a full 6 days, inundated by an endless deluge of bird droppings, which led Frieza to discover a mentally crumbling Cell when he arrived. Oh ho ho ho. I shall not allow you to move. You may still release some energy to cleanse yourself. The energy Cell possessed. Frieza would not even permit him to release a mere fart. While gas and energy waves are fundamentally different, they ultimately converge. Cell truly dared not. Thank you, thank you. Merely 5 days of silence had rendered Cell so inarticulate. It seems this punishment significantly impacted him. Thud. The gelatinous form of Bojack was unceremoniously tossed before Cell, his bones shattered, with only the faintest breath of life remaining. Cell scoffed, but dared not retaliate. Even if Frieza were to point at a stone and say, hey, absorb this, and you will grow stronger, he would unhesitatingly comply, knowing he could simply shatter it and expel it. Kidney stones, after all, are not a grave concern. Cell's tail suddenly elongated, descending upon Bojack, only to be seized by Frieza mid-flight. Alas, you are rather repulsive. Cell. Zanjia trembled. Ultimately, Frieza released his grip, merely curious to observe, with no intention of entering himself. He is formidable, yet not foolish, and he would never stoop to engage in trivial pursuits. Gurgle, gurgle. Zanjia's originally pale green visage turned a deep shade of green, a reaction both of disgust and fright. No, no, no. Lord Frieza. I consume ordinary sustenance. I do not partake in human flesh. Frieza smirked, having just heard the sound of Zanjia swallowing, mistakenly believing she was merely salivating. He had no qualms about suggesting that Zanjia could roast a piece of Cell's thigh. After all, that creature could regenerate, and at an astonishing speed. Oh, ha ha ha. Cell, I've conceived a brilliant scheme for profit. Let us set up a stall and sell meat. You can cut a piece, and it grow back. What a risk-free venture. Zanjia instinctively recoiled several steps, while Cell hastily shielded his tail, choking. This won't do. Your flesh is green, and others might fear we are poisoning them, which would not bode well. Besides, you lack the necessary certification. Swallow it down quickly. Or shall I prod you with a stick? Frieza chuckled again, his eyes squinting with amusement. which sent a chill of sweat coursing down Cell's spine. Gulp. At last, Bojack was consumed, not a trace remained. Roar. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, as Cell unleashed a tormented roar. It echoed like a dragon or a tiger, a primal beast's bellow. Cell's furious howls were accompanied by excruciating agony, causing him to convulse. His power surged rapidly, soon reaching 3.5 billion, with no signs of abating. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. Recently, my power inadvertently escalated to 4 billion, leaving me with a sense of invincible emptiness and solitude. Indeed, Cell, you have not disappointed me. Continue, continue. In that moment, the people on Earth screamed in terror, and the warriors furrowed their brows deeply. This aura was all too familiar. It was the 6th day, and Goku and Vegeta had not re-entered the room of spirit and time, yet they did not remain stagnant. After all, their current power levels were indeed inferior to Cell's. Bulma had installed several gravity chambers, averaging 12 explosions daily, a testament to her wealth, allowing such extravagant expenditures. However, just moments ago, all the gravity chambers erupted simultaneously. From the wreckage emerged Goku, Vegeta, Dend, Gohan, and Piccolo. Oh, Piccolo has yet to fuse with the Supreme Kai, but that would likely occur soon. This is Cell's energy. How can it be? How can it possess such overwhelming strength? Piccolo gasped, veins bulging on his forehead. A mix of disbelief and sheer helplessness. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone's countenance. Goku's usual nonchalance vanished, while Vegeta's confidence was once again shattered. In many respects, Vegeta's efforts surpassed those of any character within Dragon Ball. Remember, anyone. Yet, no matter how hard he toiled, nor how he pushed himself to the limits, there would always be someone who effortlessly surpassed him, if given the choice. Frieza's current soul desires to inhabit none other than Vegeta, rather than the androgynous Frieza. Enraged, Frieza exclaims, "Kakarot. I shan't bother." The plight of Vegeta evokes sympathy. His pride stirs deep emotions, and his competitive spirit surpasses that of Goku. In terms of lineage, he stands above Goku. Yet, he lacks the myriad fortuities that Goku has encountered. Kakarot feels a pang of sorrow. Vegeta's feelings are exceedingly complex. Over the past few days, his battle power has soared to 2.3 billion, matching Goku's strength, which is the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Both Goku and Vegeta yearn to transcend Super Saiyan, yet they have yet to succeed. Only Goku, with a restrained glimmer of hope in his eyes. However, with Cell's sudden surge, his battle power escalates uncontrollably, leaving Goku uncertain. Number 17. Speak. Speak of what? Number 17 replies, perplexed. Number 18, concerned about 17's mental acuity, takes over the conversation. Cell's current battle power is at 3.8 billion, soon to reach 3.9 billion, with no signs of slowing down. The data relayed by number 18 sends chills down everyone's spines. They are keenly aware that even the mightiest trio, including Goku, only stands at 2.3 billion. Dabura barely reaches 1.8 billion, gritting his teeth to endure. At this moment, number 17 recollects that each time Bulma appears, he experiences a fleeting moment of distraction, causing him to miss Vegeta's intent. 40 billion. No, wait, 41 billion. It's still rising. On Cell's side, Frieza's laughter persists while Cell's furious roars echo continuously. The contrasting sounds create a peculiar spectacle. The very atmosphere of Earth shifts dramatically with Cell's wrath. Fierce winds howl, relentless rains pour, and tsunamis surge forth, painting a picture of apocalyptic despair. Were it not for Frieza's divine power shielding the planet, catastrophic landslides and fissures would ensue, resulting in countless casualties. At last, Cell ceases his roaring, and Frieza's mocking laughter subsides, leaving Zanya's heart nearly ceasing in rhythm. How terrifying this is indeed. Gasping heavily, Cell draws breath like a raging bull, while Frieza remains at ease. Oh ho ho. It seems you failed to absorb Bojack perfectly. Your battle power is merely 4.5 billion. Rather disappointing, wouldn't you say? Cell sneers, despite his previous agony, relishing the exhilarating aftermath. Cell begins to unleash his fury, convinced that, with his current power, he can surely best Frieza. This is the consequence of acquiring Saiyan cells, a common flaw among Saiyans. Once their battle power surges, they fall prey to blind overconfidence. Number 17 exclaims, "Hold on to something. Here it comes." Goku trembles with excitement. Fear? Impossible. At worst, he might be beaten to a pulp, but a single Senzu bean would restore him to vitality. Vegeta's countenance darkens. He feels a twinge of fear. This may indeed be the critical distinction that renders Vegeta inferior to Goku. Sun Wukong is fearless, while Vegeta remains gripped by trepidation. At that moment, a pair of small hands brushed against Vegeta's trembling ones. Slowly, Vegeta raised his gaze. Chapter 70. The one who detests weapons the most. The one holding Vegeta's hand was Bulma, the one who understands him best, not Sun Wukong, nor Deju, but Bulma, with whom he shares his bed. "You are the strongest." A jolt of electricity surged through Vegeta's mind, and he felt he had grasped something. He shouted, creating a cacophony, a hallmark of the Saiyans, now glorified by Cell. Roar. Crackle. The golden energy surged skyward, while purple lightning crackled with a resounding pop. Cell's eyes transformed into a vibrant green, and the spots on his skin began to emit a crimson glow. His wings remained purple, yet shone with an even more dazzling hue. Frieza, what is my battle power now? Cell's voice resonated with magnetism. Were it not for his unsightly appearance, he would indeed be a strikingly handsome figure. Swish. The warrior made his entrance, as Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and brought everyone to the scene. Gazing at the crater formed by Cell's explosive power, Number 17's voice trembled, yet he dutifully continued his role as commentator. Cell 4. 8 billion. Number 18 was incensed by her inept brother. What a 4. 8 billion? Your master is here. What are you afraid of? Frieza is present. Do you still wish to be the second lapdog? The first lapdog, Dodoria, lamented, Frieza, my king. Have you forgotten me again? Woo. Number 17 instantly perked up. Indeed, he was a man with a master. What a 4. 8 billion? Today. He would slap Cell's face. Number 17 grew emboldened, disregarding the onlookers. Like a proud warrior, he strode with unwavering steps toward Cell. The warriors exchanged glances of admiration. If one must be, let it be number 17. His pace was neither fast nor slow, yet it reminded Cell of the bald-headed figure's past actions against him. Whoosh. Cell struck. He had endured long enough and was ready for an all-out battle. If number 17 dared to stand out, he would be the first to obliterate him. Absorbing him completely, he would spare not even a pile of muck. Frieza's recent actions had led Cell to believe he could grow infinitely stronger. Thus, number 17 was nearly paralyzed with fear. Frieza, your most loyal servant is about to be obliterated. With this exclamation, the once imperious pride vanished in an instant, and the warriors collectively crumpled to the ground. What a revelation. It turned out to be a mere fade. Number 18 remained standing. Having found her beloved Krillin, she was reluctant to act foolishly. Instead, she simply placed a hand on her forehead, murmuring, this silly brother. Still so endearing. Swish. Bang. A larger meteorite crater emerged, sending Android 17 flying like a ragdoll. As he hurtled towards Vegeta, he was kicked away, soaring towards a woman with vibrant orange hair. In the position where 17 had previously stood, Frieza was enveloped by a kaleidoscope of energy waves. Despite the staggering disparity of 800 million in battle power, Frieza ultimately managed to repel Cell's onslaught. However, the force of the clash inadvertently affected 17, resulting in a whimsical tumble akin to a car ride, one that was entirely automated, devoid of 17's control. Zanya, taken aback by the unexpected assault despite her distance, found herself embraced by 17, leading to an unanticipated role that claimed the cherished first kiss she had safeguarded for years. Just like that, it was gone. Get off me. Zanya fumed, while 17, equally awkward, wished to comply but found himself immobilized by the turbulent air generated from Frieza and Cell's battle. Bang. Boom. Frieza remained in his base form. With his lower battle power, he could gradually adapt, possessing an extraordinary talent that allowed him to grow stronger with each encounter. After all, wandering the universe was far more entertaining than mere training. Please, just get up, Zanya pleaded, on the verge of tears, feeling as though she were being crushed. I can't get up. Can you at least move your weapon away? Are you trying to skewer me? Zanya's innocence shone through. She had no inkling of what it truly was. 17 felt a wave of embarrassment. It was not his intention to remain in such a predicament. Yet, as a man, carrying a stick as a weapon was rather customary, was it not? I can't move it. My hand stuck. Zanya fell silent in disbelief. Another deafening clap of thunder resonated, seemingly exploding right next to her ear, forcing her hand back to the ground. Not only that, but she felt as if she had been struck again, rendering her even more feeble. Hohoho, my dear sir, do relish your lovely wife. This is my gift to you. Not even the top henchman receives such treatment. Cell seethed with rage, confronted by Frieza, a creature more bizarre than he could ever be, keeping pace with him in such a brief span and now capable of multitasking. Is it necessary to crush one's spirit like this? Frieza, I want you to perish, roared Cell as the seven-colored energy surged skyward, the sheer force of it intimidating enough to terrify anyone. The bronze-green aura left Cell stammering in fear. With a battle power increase of just over 4 times, Frieza's power surged from 4.5 billion to an astonishing 18.8 billion. Frieza couldn't help but jest. Why must there always be a trailing 8? Is this how one wishes to thrive? If prosperity is desired, why not send the likes of Dodoria to do the work? Hohoho. Cell, what do you mean by your stammering? Cell, now entirely composed, reached an unprecedented level of calm. Henceforth, regardless of how powerful he became, or how his ego inflated, he vowed to adhere to one rule: never provoke Frieza. Esteemed Lord Frieza, I merely wish to offer you a gentle massage of your shoulders and legs. Surely you understand my intentions. as I am your nominal son. Saiyan no longer intervened in the assault, and Android 17 had lost the will to wield his weapon. As a warrior, he desired to vanquish his opponent with his bare hands. With a determined roll, Android 17 lay flat upon the ground, absorbing the most audacious words in history, and he smiled. Indeed, as long as he clung tightly to Frieza's thigh, he would not be cast into oblivion. Goku, Vegeta, Dap, and Gohan bore witness once more to the very essence of shamelessness. Bulma was absolutely correct. In this world, there is no limit to shamelessness. Only an escalation of it. Cell epitomized this truth. Ah, Mr. Cell, it seems you have disrupted the punishment I bestowed upon you. How do you propose I chastise you now? Frieza was adept at exerting dominance. After all, it was not the first time he had engaged in such matters. With 3 toes slightly curled, he scratched his right foot with his left, and then an idea struck him. You shall remain here for another 10 days. The rules are quite similar, but you must assume the position of a golden rooster standing on one leg, and you must open your mouth towards the sky. Cell was petrified, and everyone gasped in disbelief. The warriors pondered if such a punishment was too lenient. Cell wished to simply smash himself into the ground. He yearned for an end. Standing as a golden rooster was trivial, merely a peculiar sight to endure. But opening his mouth to the sky, that was for receiving bird droppings. This was intolerable. A warrior could face death, but not humiliation. Flames of fury ignited in Cell's eyes. He could bear it no longer. With a mighty shout, he assumed the position of the golden rooster. He had to endure further. Cell extended his arms, fingers together and pointed downwards, bent one leg, and finally tilted his head back, opening his mouth wide. An unidentified crystalline liquid dripped onto the ground. Cell wept. In that moment, all present felt a pang of pity for him. Goku, hands on his hips and a pained expression, remarked, "Do you not think Cell is pitiable?" Vegeta, arms crossed, chose to remain silent. Dap nodded slightly, glanced at his father, and opted to keep his mouth shut. How could Gohan allow his father to feel awkward? Father, I too find Cell quite pitiable. Piccolo snorted. Humph, he brought this upon himself. Krillin emerged from behind Android 18, undeterred by any embarrassment in comparison to his girlfriend, and cheekily asked, "Shall I give him another kick?" Android 18 blushed, retorting, "You should reconsider this hobby. What goes around comes around." Krillin shielded himself, exclaiming, "That is terrifying. Ah, Zanya, I found him for you. How could you leave him lying there? Remember, to marry a chicken is to follow the chicken. To marry a dog is to follow the dog. Husbands and wives align. Men toil, while women weave, and so on. You should hasten to lead him to the bridal chamber." Zanya was 1,000 times unwilling, yet she dared not refuse. A glance at Android 17's youthful visage revealed he was indeed handsome, though his arm was broken and he was a weapons wielder. She, Zanja, is an ancient warrior, harboring an intense disdain for those who wield weapons. Even a swordsman like Vados elicits her profound contempt. He is utterly useless. Not only is his hand severed, but he also carries a stick with him. Such individuals are the lowest in her eyes. Frieza was taken aback. Is number 17 a stick wielder? He had never witnessed that. Vegeta suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Without regard for the willingness of the two, he seized them by their necks and soared into the sky. Oh, I must see number 17's weapon. Chapter 71 unfolds with new developments. What does number 17's weapon truly look like? No one knows. Perhaps Zanja is aware, but certainly not at this moment. Currently, everyone is gathered at Bulma's residence. As per tradition, the dining room is the meeting point. Gohan pondered. Is he truly not an Ultraman? Why does he resemble the galaxy so closely? Gohan swiftly covered his mother Chi-Chi's mouth. Her audacity was astounding. Hush, hush. He is Frieza. It takes but a tail to strike your son. Goku interjected. It only takes a tail to strike your man. Piccolo remarked nonchalantly that it requires merely half a tail to deal with your son's godfather. The conversation among Gohan's family prompted all to distance themselves. They were undoubtedly courting disaster. Even Piccolo had been influenced negatively. Frieza elegantly sliced through his steak, while Zanja begrudgingly massaged his shoulders, primarily because she lacked the strength. Number 17 stood nearby, a white towel draped over one arm, balancing a tray adorned with steaming towels. The pressure Frieza exerted on the gathering was palpable. He was the sole one seated, while the others dared not take a seat nor approach within a 5-meter radius of him. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the space, revealing a wrinkled, red-skinned figure accompanied by another red-skinned individual covered in lumps, a little vest accentuating his remarkably sculpted abdominal muscles. Kid did not wish to attend, yet he found himself compelled to come, while Dodoria wept inconsolably, eliciting tears from all who beheld him. Frieza, this is your delivery. Please sign for it. Frieza, eyes closed and cheeks puffed, paid no heed to the package. Bulma, this steak is problematic. It's impossible to chew. Kid was taken aback. Dodoria, who is that? He is the foremost sycophant. Rest assured, King Frieza, I will personally prepare a meal for you. Soon you shall indulge in the finest steak in existence. Upon encountering King Frieza, his spirit soared with delight. Behold, this is the hallmark of the foremost sycophant. far surpassing number 17. Oh ho ho, Mr. Dodoria. I long for your culinary skills. Where had Kid gone? Upon being overlooked, he chose to ignore Goku and the others, promptly departing. Bulma cradled little Trunks, gracefully approaching Frieza. A delicate wrist, as pale as snow, extended towards him, holding 2 capsules in her palm. Mr. Frieza, this is my small token of appreciation, a house and the latest model of a flying car. Wishing number 17 and Miss Zanjia a splendid marriage. On the 17th. With a sullen expression and silence, Zanjia blushed, equally mute. Zanjia, do you understand the concept of manners? Frieza's sinister voice immediately sent a shiver through the golden couple. Bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, they chorused, thank you for your generous affection, Miss Bulma. Vegeta was quite pleased with Bulma's actions. This way, 17 would no longer pester his woman, allowing him to venture out freely. Good morning, esteemed viewers. This is the Tianxia and number 1 television station, bringing you live coverage. Thanks to reports from concerned citizens, we hastily arrived on the scene to discover this bullet-shaped machine. Experts have identified it as a spacecraft, albeit rather small in capacity. The sudden broadcast on television captured everyone's attention, even eliciting a hint of surprise in Frieza's eyes. This was not part of the original plot. The image on the screen was unmistakably that of a time machine, identical to the one used by Date. The only difference was that the top cover had been shattered, a situation distinct from the one used by Cell, whose glass top had melted away. Dodoria, holding a perfectly cooked medium steak, neither too much nor too little, caught sight of this scene on television. Upon meeting Frieza's gaze, his legs began to tremble. Struggling to suppress his urge to urinate, he carefully placed the steak before Frieza and knelt down with a thud. Bang! Dodoria jumped, momentarily fearing he had exploded. After checking himself and confirming he was unharmed, he noticed that Frieza remained seated, unperturbed. Suddenly, a time machine identical to the one on television appeared, save for its missing top cover. Date stood in shock. Trunks, how many time machines did I actually create in the future? Curious, Bulma inquired. Already aware that this contraption had originated from her future, but still captivated by its mystery, as she had yet to comprehend its underlying principles. Date, wearing a bittersweet smile and a hint of sorrow, replied, Mom, the future world has been devastated beyond recognition. Producing a single time machine has required the collective effort of the entire nation. How could we possibly create multiple ones? Bulma felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly retrieved a capsule box from her bag and placed it in Date's hand. Tears welled in Date's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. I thank you on behalf of my mother. Uffed. Vegeta had an unsettling feeling of being betrayed by himself, yet he couldn't pinpoint where the issue lay. This was indeed quite vexing. Oh ho ho ho. Can we set aside the emotional display? Don't you all sense that events have taken an unexpected turn? After all, this is a suddenly appeared time machine. Who could possibly have traveled here in it? Frieza's words jolted everyone out of their sentimental reverie. Indeed, who was this person? The warriors and Frieza possessed differing levels of awareness. While Frieza anticipated the arrival of Cell, he remained oblivious to the identity of this new threat. Suddenly, the entire planet trembled as a ferocious and ruthless aura manifested somewhere on Earth, a presence vast yet intolerable. Habitually, everyone's gaze turned towards number 17, the designated commentator. There, one could see number 17 engaging in flattery with Dodoria. Greetings. You must be the esteemed number 1 of the Heavenly Pavilion. I am the humble number 2. I have long admired your illustrious reputation. Number 17, unabashedly, was showering compliments upon his nominal superior. Indeed, the Heavenly Pavilion is a remarkable place. And even though you hold the title of number 2, one must uphold the honor of our establishment. Lord Frieza demands absolute loyalty. You have already received Lord Frieza's favor. But that Zanka requires further training. She has yet to awaken to her duties as a member of the Heavenly Pavilion. Blah blah blah, exclaimed number 17. Blah blah blah, echoed Dodoria. Zanka, little sorceress, transform. This spectacle left not only the warriors dumbfounded, but also rendered Bulma utterly speechless, while Frieza felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. That aura we just sensed, there are no records of its origin in the database, yet its battle power is merely 1.5 billion. Goku remained exhilarated, declaring, a 1.5 billion power level, yet so malevolent. This promises to be an exciting battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta felt a nagging unease. The aura bore a familiarity that was unsettling, leading him to believe it would not be straightforward. Stealing a glance at Bulma and Trunks, his resolve solidified. Whoever it may be, a battle power of 1.5 billion that is so audacious must be taught a lesson. Frieza's eyes gleamed with intensity, his crimson gaze rendering all who met it unable to hold their stare. Let us proceed. Although this presence is not overwhelmingly powerful, its wickedness must not be allowed to wreak havoc upon Earth. If Earth is destroyed, we shall all perish. Piccolo, ever the responsible one, could not fathom the notion of losing the planet he called home. Goku laughed heartily. No worries. I can instant transmission. I can escape. A large iron ladle, typically used for cooking, came crashing down upon Goku's head, causing him to leap up, clutching his skull. Goku, you can flee. But what about Gohan and me? Kiki's frustration boiled over. Ah, I see. I'll go teach him a lesson right away. Hold on tight. I'll take you with me. With that, Goku and his companions departed, yet Frieza did not follow suit immediately. Number 17 and Zanka remained behind, having shifted allegiances. Nothing could disturb Frieza's elegant enjoyment of his steak. Ah, Mr. Dodoria, your skills remain as impeccable as ever. How about I gift you a tail? Dodoria, elated, willingly turned his back to Frieza. Your Majesty, please be gentle. Frieza, repulsed, grimaced in disgust, deciding to take matters into his own hands. Boom. A howl. Whoosh. Cling. Chapter 72. Unreasonable conflict begins. Sun Wukong and his companions found themselves in a picturesque locale, filled with fragrant blossoms and melodious birdsong. The landscape featured majestic mountains, towering trees, and a cascading waterfall. Regrettably, the waterfall had ceased to flow, and a figure enveloped in golden energy emerged at its center. The eruption of this energy had caused fissures to appear in the cliffside. The individual possessed an extraordinarily muscular physique, surpassing even the muscular forms of the Super Saiyans. With prominent veins protruding, exuding an undeniable aura of strength. Gulps resonated through the air, and Krillin, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, "Doesn't that person resemble a Super Saiyan? Look at his golden aura." With a thunderous crash, a crimson figure, resembling a human bomb, struck the muscular man in the waterfall, producing a metallic clang that underscored the latter's formidable physique. A cry of anguish erupted from Dodoria, shattering the tranquility of the scene, prompting the waterfall's occupant to finally lift his head. This individual sported a wild, explosive hairstyle reminiscent of Trunks, his torso bare, adorned with golden metallic rings around his neck and wrists. A tattered red cloth was wrapped around his waist, complemented by a lavish golden belt. Most striking were his eyes, devoid of pupils, seemingly shrouded in a misty white, akin to cataracts. Yet, when he gazed upon the onlookers, an unsettling chill permeated the atmosphere. Cockroach, cockroach, cockroach. A cacophony ensued. The air vibrated with a resonant hum. Lo and behold, it is the old version of Broly. Someone exclaimed. Excitement tinged with dread. We've yet to deal with Cell, and now a more formidable foe emerges. What shall we do? Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Broly's energy surged rapidly, approaching the staggering threshold of 2 billion. At that moment, Frieza made his entrance, immediately revealing the identity of the bellowing, muscular figure. Broly. Though perplexed by the term old version, Vegeta's eyes narrowed sharply. The name bore a striking resemblance to Saiyan nomenclature. Furthermore, this individual had just shouted cockroach. Could it be? Vegeta, he is a Saiyan, born with a battle power of 10,000. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, he is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta was momentarily stunned by Frieza's proclamation, his attention momentarily diverted from Broly's furious roars. Born with a battle power of 10,000? The legendary Super Saiyan. Cockroach. Suddenly, Broly's energy halted at the 2 billion mark, before he lunged towards Sun Wukong with astounding speed. The sheer velocity of his massive form caused the air to crackle with explosive force. Get out of the way, Piccolo shouted, swiftly pulling the weaker Tianjinhan and Krillin to safety, while Den hurriedly guided Yamcha away. Sun Wukong bellowed, "Ha! Gohan, let me take this one." Boom. As the two fists collided, although Sun Wukong's punch was relatively small, his combat prowess surpassed that of Broly. The force of their clash sent Broly stumbling backward uncontrollably. However, the ground beneath Sun Wukong's feet crumbled instantaneously, creating a vast impact crater that obliterated the pristine beauty of the surrounding landscape. Cockroach. Cockroach. Bear. Broly found himself at a disadvantage, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, and his fighting spirit surged once more as he charged at Sun Wukong again. The sounds of their battle echoed, a relentless flurry of blows resounding in the air. Sun Wukong relished the fight, but it seemed utterly senseless. There ought to be a reason behind such fierce aggression. Who could withstand this onslaught? As the battle intensified, Sun Wukong could no longer afford to speak. Yet, how could Frieza let him down? After all, there were many spectators. Broly, it turned out, was born on the same day as Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wukong's propensity for loud crying, he had inadvertently frightened Broly, thus sowing the seeds of enmity. The crowd was taken aback. Such a reason. Such a source of hatred. How formidable. Frieza pondered further. Could it be that Sun Wukong's loud cries amplified his combat strength at an accelerated rate? The ability to instill a lifelong trauma in Broly through mere cries was indeed a remarkable power. Boom. Father. Wukong. Old son. Humph. That useless cockroach. Sun Wukong was slammed into the ground by Broly's punch. Glancing skyward, Broly's hair had transformed from golden to a vibrant grass green, and his aura radiated with the same hue. This green was distinct from Piccolo's deep shade. Broly's green shimmered with a fluorescent quality. Cockroach. Broly's energy surged once again, his voice now surpassing even Sun Wukong's in volume. With a hum, Broly sprang into action, his muscles bulging beyond count, rendering even Dodoria's 8-pack abs insignificant in comparison. A deep pit 1,000 meters wide formed, the surrounding earth cracking before quickly mending under some unseen force. Bang bang bang. From within the pit came the relentless sound of strikes, as Broly rained down punch after punch upon Sun Wukong. Though most were deflected, several still landed with resounding impact. Bear. Sun Wukong erupted, utilizing his innate advantage of a powerful voice, his combat strength soaring by an astounding margin. This exceeded the limits of Super Saiyan 1, and faint currents of energy flickered, though they never fully materialized. In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong delivered a knee strike that sent Broly flying. Adadadada. Kakarot. Broly seemed fixated on uttering that one phrase, and suddenly he grew even larger, unleashing a punch that struck Sun Wukong in the abdomen. Before Sun Wukong could be sent flying, Broly seized his head with one hand. A cruel smirk played upon Broly's lips as he accelerated towards the ground, forcefully pressing Sun Wukong's head down as they neared the earth. Kakarot. In a swift motion, Broly conjured a sphere of energy, vibrant green and astonishingly powerful. The reverberation was so intense that it caused the very earth to tremble, resulting in the collapse of numerous structures and countless casualties. Frieza furrowed his brow, indifferent to the lives lost. Yet he held a particular disdain for excessive damage to the earth and its inhabitants. Hold on to me, he declared, surprisingly devoid of his usual mirth, addressing the assembled crowd with a light tone. Despite his inner reluctance, Frieza found himself connected with each individual, including Vegeta, one after another. In a flash, Frieza and the group vanished, only to reappear before Broly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, with Yamcha exclaiming in terror, I don't want to die yet. With that, the sound abruptly ceased, and a multitude of figures vanished from the Earth's surface. A droplet of bird droppings fell, landing squarely on Cell, who felt utterly frustrated. He had long been aware of Goku's battle with a formidable opponent, recognizing that both combatants possessed a level of power that caught his discerning eye. Regrettably, he dared not intervene. Ho, Cell, let us go. At such a pivotal moment, it was impossible to overlook the presence of Cell, who also bore the cells of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 73, The Tragic Tale of Super Saiyan. This narrative unfolds on a planet known as Bupas, vast and remarkably robust. Here, no animals roamed. It was a realm of pure vegetation. Today, a group of beings, entirely out of place, had arrived. Humans. This band of individuals chose to envelop themselves in a phenomenon known as Ki, exhibiting hues of white, gold, and green, alongside one particularly smooth-skinned individual enveloped in a striking purple aura. They intended to engage in an exhilarating battle, and now, let us introduce the characters about to take the stage. The purple Ki belonged to Frieza, who had yet to unlock the first layer of his star transformation, a towering presence that, while not enhancing his combat strength, allowed him to transcend the physical limitations of his own body. Frieza's battle power stood at an impressive 4.6 billion, a significant increase from his previous 4.5 billion, having gained 100 million merely from a hearty steak. Dodoria's culinary skills were indeed commendable, and the quality was exceptional. The golden Ki represented the Super Saiyans, including a battered Goku. Proudly crossing his arms was Vegeta, the taciturn Gohan, and the most composed of the Saiyans, Trunks, future Trunks. Goku's peak power reached 2.4 billion, having recently surpassed this milestone, though it had diminished to below 2 billion due to injury and exhaustion from a previous encounter. Gohan's pinnacle power was 2.3 billion, harboring an astonishing reservoir of energy within. Vegeta, with his 2.3 billion peak power and ability to warp, could face foes beyond his level. Future Trunks, with a peak power of 1.8 billion, displayed a somewhat unstable foundation yet possessed remarkable tenacity. The white aura was significantly smaller than the golden and purple auras. At this moment, Krillin possessed a battle power of 2 million, Tien had 1.5 million, and Yamcha held 800,000. Oh, and there was a red, muscular man with a meager battle power of 20, who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, likely gravely injured. There were also 2 individuals without auras, one male and one female. The man was handsome and the woman strikingly beautiful. They were known as Android 17, dubbed the one with a battle power of 900 million, and Android 18, whose title of Blood Queen had been revoked, boasting a battle power of 800 million. He was the primary figure behind this conflict. Broly, now possessing an astounding battle power of 2.8 billion. The female, petite and charming, bore a hint of sorrow on her face, her vibrant orange waves of hair failing to conceal her essence as the 1 billion battle power Zanya, and also the intended partner of Android 17. As for the last individual, cast aside on the ground, filthy and retching, he was a peculiar sight, his body predominantly green, covered in black spots, with purple wings on his back and a syringe-like tail affixed to him. This was a summary provided by the little turtle commentator regarding the competitors' tasks, and now, let us welcome the first contestant to the stage. Buzz. Broly was indifferent to the commentator's remarks. His singular aim was to eliminate Kakarot, who had nearly driven him to madness. After all, why had he endured the arduous journey through the time machine, if not to confront Kakarot, who had succumbed to illness in the future? Accepting his death was inconceivable for Broly. He must personally deliver the fatal blow. Goku's plight was excruciating, akin to consuming bitter herbs. However, there was no room for retreat as he charged forward. Bang! Their iron fists never collided, for Vegeta had intervened. Broly. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I am the strongest Saiyan. I am the true Super Saiyan. Ah! With a dramatic flourish, Vegeta extended his right hand, fingers curled into a fist, thumb raised and pointed at himself, boldly declaring his supremacy as the mightiest Saiyan. In an instant, Broly, uninterested in idle banter, pressed Vegeta to the ground with force, lifting him only to slam him back down repeatedly. This relentless grip on Vegeta's head disrupted his signature move. Instant transmission. After half a minute, Trunks finally reacted, shouting "Dad!" with a battle power of only 1.8 billion. Trunks could no longer afford to hesitate and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Broly's back. The impact was considerable, yet it was futile. Broly, without a glance at Trunks, continued his cycle of lifting and slamming, his eyes radiating a chilling white light that sent shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta's agonizing screams echoed relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. Trunks' attacks did not cease, whether they were jabs, hooks, roundhouse kicks, or vertical slashes. They could not even slightly perturb Broly. At last, the Great Rush concentrated its energy into a sphere approximately 100 meters in diameter and struck Broly's head with tremendous force. Boom. The audience, who had kept their distance, could distinctly feel the tremors of the planet beneath their feet, as if it were lamenting the intrusion of these humans and the havoc they wreaked. The world fell silent. An expansive crater emerged, and 3 figures materialized at its center. One was the imposing, muscular Broly, his vibrant green hue almost alarming, yet he appeared utterly unscathed. The second was the panting Great Rush, his fists clenched tightly. A look of disbelief etched across his face. The final figure lay prostrate on the ground, the golden aura of Super Saiyan still radiant, indicating that he had not yet been defeated. Vegeta, Trunks, Goku and Gohan were filled with excitement. Broly was astonishingly powerful, surpassing their wildest imaginations. Goku and Gohan flared with energy, ready to assist. However, Frieza stood before them, obstructing their path. Hohoho. Mr. Goku, young Gohan, perhaps you should wait a moment. The situation is not as dire as you presume. This mere 2.8 billion in battle power of Broly cannot inflict fatal harm upon Vegeta, who possesses 2.3 billion in such a short span. Trunks appeared to be weakening. Yet in truth, he had sustained no injuries. He was simply fatigued from the strain. Goku and Gohan exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to trust Frieza, for despite his eccentricities, he was not entirely malevolent. Krillin and Yamcha also shared a look, their eyes wide with astonishment. Particularly Tien, whose third eye gleamed with an intensity that suggested a formidable beast was about to emerge. Android 17 and Zanjia obediently followed Frieza, with Dodoria being dragged by 17. Grumbling all the while, I sensed a calm before the storm. Android 18 brushed her hair back, glancing at Goku, her cheeks slightly flushed. She quickly turned to Krillin, whose bald head provided a cooling effect. Cell finally finished expelling his energy, feeling utterly drained. Lord Frieza, do you require my assistance in dealing with that green-haired one? I sense his limits extend far beyond this. With the cells of a Saiyan and a mind capable of precise calculations, Cell perceived Broly's unparalleled potential. The optimal strategy was to strike decisively while the opponent remained unawakened, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Frieza shook his head. Hohoho. You? Unfit for such a task. It is not yet your time to shine. Remain there and practice your balance. Cell, feeling foolish, regretted his impulsive words. At last, Broly unleashed his might upon Trunks. With a single, devastating punch, Trunks was sent sprawling far away, losing his ability to maintain his Super Saiyan form mid-air. This was the dire consequence of a shaky foundation. When confronted with an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, one can easily be toppled. If only Trunks could enter the hyperbolic time chamber once more and train under Vegeta, perhaps this predicament could be rectified. Alas, they had yet to make a second trip. Trunks. Broly. I want you dead. Roar. Buzz. As Trunks was hurled away and fell to the ground in his normal state, Vegeta's aura surged dramatically. Crackle and pop. Bolts of electricity crackled around Vegeta, his hair seemingly thickening and lengthening slightly, transforming into a blazing fiery hairstyle that looked even more formidable. With emerald irises and an expression imbued with lethal intent, Vegeta transcended every Super Saiyan present in that moment. He surpassed himself, and in doing so, surpassed the very essence of Super Saiyan. Oh ho ho ho. Chapter 74. It should never have come to this. Gohan's eyes widened with realization. He had long sensed he was on the brink of a breakthrough, yet always felt something was amiss. Now, he understood, it was the pinnacle of emotion, particularly profound feelings. Goku, feeling considerably relaxed, sat on the ground and murmured, I thought Gohan would be the first to break through. I never expected Vegeta to surpass him first. This time, you have truly outdone me. Android 18 exchanged a glance with Android 17. This surge of electricity seemed quite promising. Having longed for an improvement in their combat prowess, they were now eager for advancement. Oh ho ho ho. Mr. Super Saiyan, how long can you withstand this onslaught? Vegeta, fuming, retorted, you fool. I am a Super Saiyan too, not a Super Saiyan. Broly. Meet your demise. Broly. He wanted to protest that he had not even mocked his opponent. Kakarot. Broly raised his gaze and spotted Goku seated on the ground. Filled with hatred greater than all else, Broly bellowed. Buzz. Broly charged forward, fixating on Goku as his target. Vegeta. Am I not a Super Saiyan too? Is Kakarot's name not worthy of respect? Boom. The planet trembled once more. Broly's furious fist struck Frieza with tremendous force. It was not a case of Broly misdirecting his anger. Rather, Frieza had fortuitously obstructed Broly's path. The shockwave rippled outward, sending everyone reeling. Android 17 grasped Dodoria's leg to activate a protective shield, while Zanya clung to 17's arm, feeling a newfound sense of security emanating from him. Frieza glanced at the massive fist resting upon his chest, seething with rage. Broly, your gaze is misguided. It needs correction. Oh ho ho. Frieza executed a complete 360-degree spin and launched a punch directly at Broly's chin. As Broly was sent soaring into the sky, Frieza swiftly repositioned himself above him. With his legs bent and his tail raised high, Frieza clenched his fists and struck down with tremendous force upon Broly's head. Whoosh! Broly plummeted like a human projectile towards Vegeta. What a moment! Today marks the pinnacle of my battle, Vegeta thought. Vegeta's rage surged once more. His golden aura now rivaling that of Cell, and his combat power skyrocketed to a staggering 4.8 billion. Super Saiyan 2 represented a 100-fold increase in power, equating to double that of a Super Saiyan. In contrast, Cell, the hybrid, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Vegeta, the quintessential Saiyan. Especially considering Cell's previous enhancements were far less potent. Thud. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta first caught Broly's descending form with both hands and hurled him skyward. The explosive force of 4.8 billion combat power unleashed a flurry of rapid punches and dazzling kicks that left Broly wailing in distress. Kakarot, Kakarot. Boom. The green energy surged once more, the combat power escalating to 2.8 billion again. It seemed as if he possessed no limits, particularly with his iron-like physique. Aside from the slight damage inflicted by Frieza's 2 attacks, even Vegeta's blows appeared negligible. Gulp. Android 17 instinctively swallowed hard. Initially, he thought Vegeta was a freak of nature. Then he believed Cell was the true anomaly, but now he realized that Frieza was the genuine monster. Now, 17 considered Broly to be the ultimate freak, as his combat power surged inexplicably, shattering all conventional rules. Broly's stature increased once more, the verdant hue of his aura intensifying, and his already exaggerated muscles swelled further. Gulp. Broly's current combat power reached an astonishing 5.6 billion. Cell, precariously balancing on one leg, nearly shed tears of emotion, realizing that King Frieza was indeed protecting him, preferring to let him stand alone rather than face certain death. Kakarot. Clap. Broly seized Vegeta's arms with his massive hands and delivered a powerful headbutt to Vegeta's skull. The impact sent tremors through planet Parsi, causing peaks to collapse and water flows to reverse. Vegeta's scream was deafening. In this collision, Broly remained unscathed, while Vegeta was left in tears. He had witnessed shameless tactics before, but this was a reckless exchange of mutual destruction. While Vegeta writhed in agony, another headbutt came crashing down, a third, a fourth. It seemed that if no one intervened soon, Vegeta might very well meet his end in the next collision. Boom, boom. Aside from Frieza and the allies standing beside him, Android 17, Zanya, and the unconscious Dodoria, everyone else had already charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. A series of strikes failed to impede Broly's furious onslaught. Goku, in a state of urgency, shouted, I am Kakarot. If you dare, face me one-on-one. Broly's luminescent white eyes gleamed with intensity as he halted his assault on Vegeta. Raising his gaze, he disregarded the others who were attempting to subdue him and focused on Goku. Enraged, Kakarot, Kakarot. Instinctively, Broly seized the unconscious Vegeta and hurled him towards Goku. Goku, taken aback, exclaimed, What the? You're not playing fair. Thankfully, Goku reacted swiftly, utilizing instant transmission to evade the attack. Vegeta, now discarded like a mere punching bag, turned to glare at Goku, his fury reigniting. Kakarot. Roar. Bang. 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 With a single surge of rage, Piccolo and Krillin, who were assaulting Broly, were sent flying. Piccolo felt utterly humiliated. Throughout his life, he had always been able to keep pace with Goku, yet now he found himself reduced to a mere bystander. Akin to Yamcha, he was indignant. He was unwilling to accept this. Special beam cannon. Gohan gasped. Broly was terrifying, and Uncle Piccolo's technique would surely fail, likely inviting Broly's retaliation. Thud. The special beam cannon struck Broly squarely on the temple, but after a cloud of smoke cleared, not even a black mark remained. Buzz. Broly vanished, only to reappear. Bang. Piccolo lay in a pool of blood, his hands, once raised to fend off Broly's brutal assault, now vanished from sight. Uncle Piccolo. Broly, I will make you pay. I will destroy you. Damn it. This is unforgivable. Roar. Crackle. Gohan was consumed by rage. He could no longer contain his emotions and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. A cascade of golden hair fell between his eyes, and his gaze was even fiercer than Vegeta's. You are doomed. You may strike my father, you may attack Vegeta, and you may even confront Frieza, but you shall never, ever harm my Uncle Piccolo. Aya. Roar. This fury surpassed even Vegeta's recent wrath. In his rage, Gohan was far more formidable than an angry Vegeta. Whoosh. Bang. Just as Broly prepared to deliver a fatal kick to Piccolo, Gohan launched him into the air with a powerful kick. This time, Broly's body was visibly dented. Everyone understood just how resilient Broly's muscles were, yet Gohan's kick caused even those hardened muscles to yield. It was evident that Gohan's strength had reached an extraordinary level. Chapter 75, Gohan's Outburst. Cell's Warm-Up. Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of pride. His son had achieved remarkable success, even surpassing the joy he felt for son Gohan himself. Piccolo, meanwhile, had regained the ability to sit up and move his hands, yet he chose to feign death. If he did not maintain this facade, how could son Gohan unleash his full potential? Now, apart from Frieza, all their hopes rested solely on son Gohan. Frieza was not one to be commanded by anyone, and thus, they had to rely on son Gohan. Piccolo understood all too well the astonishing power that could erupt from son Gohan when fueled by rage. Even during Gohan's youth, he recognized this potential. Gohan did not disappoint Piccolo. He had become stronger than ever before. At the onset of Super Saiyan 2, his combat power was a staggering 100 times the norm, and with time, that limit could only increase, just as it did with Super Saiyan, where the basic multiplier was merely 50. Speak up, number 17. Number 17 was now acutely aware of his mission as a competent combat power detector. He had to undertake the crucial role of commentator. Frieza, at present, son Gohan's combat power stands at 6.5 billion. Yet I can't shake the feeling that this state is somewhat unstable. At this moment, Krillin had successfully rescued Vegeta and Dend, opting to join forces with number 18 and approach Frieza. Although Frieza appeared formidable, he seemed far less terrifying than that madman Broly. As for Cell, Krillin did not perceive him as a secure threat. Each time he recalled that audacious kick from earlier, a chill ran down his spine. Gohan's combat power surged during moments of fury, a phenomenon he had witnessed before. When Raditz arrived, and when Vegeta came to Earth, Gohan had unleashed astonishing strength. This explosive power was indeed formidable, yet it was fleeting, imparting an impression of instability. Krillin addressed number 17's inquiry, expressing his own curiosity. Could Gohan truly defeat Broly? He called out to son Wukong, having grabbed Vegeta's foot for the second time, each instance leaving his adversary on the brink of collapse. What a calamity this was. Son Wukong was reluctant to miss witnessing his son in battle, yet he was acutely aware of the gravity of life and death. Unlike Frieza, who could maintain a cheerful demeanor while observing the conflict before him as Dodoria gasped for breath, Wukong could not afford such indifference. With a swift motion, son Wukong vanished. In the blink of an eye, son Gohan confronted Broly. One was the image of an undeveloped child, while the other towered as a giant over 3 meters tall, creating a striking disparity at first glance. However, when the clash ensued, it was Gohan who dominated, relentlessly pummeling Broly. The visceral combat ignited the blood of those who witnessed it. Regrettably, the planet bore the brunt of their fury, with crater after crater forming, and the earth quaked violently. More terrifying still, entire mountain ranges were vaporized. Boom, boom, boom. You shall perish, you shall perish, you shall perish. Broly was once again knocked to the ground by Gohan. The disparity in their power levels was not insurmountable, merely a difference of 900 million. However, Gohan's fury unleashed an astonishing burst of strength, making a purely numerical assessment rather misleading. Once, twice, thrice, Broly was once more slammed into the earth. At this moment, numerous fist imprints marred Broly's chest, and scratches adorned his face. Unforgivable. Kakarot. Kakarot. Suddenly, Broly caught sight of Goku's arrival, and in an instant, his rage surged yet again. Boom. As Goku appeared, he was jolted by the collision between Gohan and Broly, instinctively tightening his grip. Crack. Krillin stood in stunned silence. while Tien's three eyes widened in disbelief. Yamcha was left speechless, tears welling up in his eyes. Well, maybe a little senzu powder wouldn't hurt. Even Frieza was rendered speechless by Goku's antics. Oh ho ho, Mr. Goku, are you learning the art of butchery? Too bad you lack the legendary 8-foot serpent spear. Guan Yu raised his green dragon crescent blade, commanding, release him at once. I shall cleave this impostor of my third brother. The events had unfolded. And what could be done? Senzu powder it is. After all, it is better than bean juice. Gohan was still embroiled in battle, but he was gradually falling behind. His explosive power was limited, and his fighting strength had dwindled to around 4.8 billion, while Broly's surged to 6 billion. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically, and with the roles reversed, Gohan was soon to falter. Piccolo, no longer feigning death, had regrown his arm and flew to Frieza's side, exclaiming, Goku, don't waste any more time. Gohan can't hold on much longer. Broly is simply inhuman, growing stronger with each strike. Frieza had already discerned that Gohan was barely sustaining himself through fleeting bursts of power, utterly devoid of offensive capability. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that Goku had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Charging in would be a death sentence. Even if he did transform, it would merely be a futile effort. It seemed the only option was to let that golden rooster take center stage. Frieza was thoroughly entertained, finding this spectacle more captivating than many television shows. Oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, do some warm-up exercises. Be careful not to cramp your legs. Cell, in a fit of rage, begrudgingly complied. Damn Frieza, forcing me to warm up? Do you think I am Sakuragi Hanamichi? Then oh ho ho, Mr. Cell, don't overdo it. You might just bury yourself alive. Cell's battle prowess stood at 4.8 billion, and even a casual warm-up caused the earth to tremble, sending him deep underground, surrounded by towering mounds of dirt. At the heart of the battle, a small figure soared forth, the golden aura still shimmering around him. But a heart-wrenching scream nearly caused Piccolo to faint from anguish. Gohan. Goku rushed forward, catching his son, unable to contain his paternal concern. Rubbing Gohan's head and pinching his cheeks, Goku proudly declared, well done, Gohan. You have surpassed your father. I am so proud of you. Dad. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, his body reverting to its black-haired state, even starting to snore. He was utterly exhausted, while Goku battled Broly for a mere 5 minutes. And Vegeta endured a beating from Broly for 10. Gohan had fought against Broly for no less than 20 minutes. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan also noticed Piccolo rushing towards him, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, he could enjoy a peaceful slumber. Kakarot. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise, mirroring Goku's own headache. This Broly was an absolute monster, completely oblivious to the concept of halftime or substitution rules. Quick, Piccolo, grab my hand. Let us move behind Cell. Yes, that is the plan. Piccolo clasped Goku's waist, and in a flash, the three of them appeared behind the panting Cell. This fellow truly had overexerted himself. Chapter 76, nearly exploding twice. Cell twisted his waist, as even a pose like the golden rooster stands on one leg was quite taxing. Mid-twist, Cell noticed Goku, Piccolo, and the snoring Gohan, and was perplexed. How had these three managed to sneak behind him? Hey, you guys aren't thinking of imitating that red-haired one and giving me a 1,000-year kill, are you? I am no Shigeru Tanaka. I have needles behind me. Cell felt all the hairs on his body stand on end. These individuals were utterly shameless, resorting to low blows and ridiculous antics. Could they not find someone else to torment? Ignoring his twisted waist, Cell sought to vacate this spine-chilling locale. Suddenly, he noticed Goku and Piccolo's expressions shift from mischievous grins to sheer terror. Terror? What were they afraid of? I never intended to kill them. Whoosh. Goku vanished. Wow. This instant transmission is incredibly useful. I must learn it as well. Bang. Cell barely registered what was happening before he found himself deep underground, accompanied by a green muscle-bound figure. Broly. Bang. Cell was struck by Broly's fist, propelling him further into the earth before bursting back up to the surface. It was merely a matter of angle and the immense size of the planet that spared its core from destruction. Otherwise, this blow could have led to the planet's explosion. Gulp. That was exceedingly fierce. Thankfully, we managed to dodge in time. This Broly is nothing short of a madman. Piccolo struggled to swallow. The recent scene having been truly terrifying, his slight frame could not withstand such force. His mind wandered as he suddenly felt a powerful tremor beneath his feet. Oh no. Piccolo and Goku hurriedly retreated, realizing that Frieza and his crew had vacated the area without a single warning. How utterly untrustworthy. Bang. As Piccolo ascended into the air, Cell was forcefully propelled forward by Broly's overwhelming strength. Broly, you madman, you scoundrel. You skewed my needle. With a splatter. The chaos continued. Oh ho ho. Mr. Cell, keep it up. I have faith in you. If you can withstand his relentless assault for half an hour, I shall grant you the privilege of absorbing Android 16. Everyone instinctively retreated far from Frieza, save for Android 17 and Zanya, who dared not move. Even Dodoria remained still. having succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Frieza cast a glance at Dodoria, deeming the punishment sufficient, muttering, "A servant's life is not worth taking." With a flick of his wrist, a beam of green light pierced Dodoria's body. 5 seconds later, Dodoria opened his eyes, while during that brief interlude, Cell endured an unthinkable beating. Yet, thanks to his formidable resilience, the amalgamation of numerous cells endowed him with an incomprehensible capacity to endure pain. Boom. 10 minutes passed, and Cell's hands exploded. 12 minutes in, his feet disintegrated as well. Yet, these were trivial matters. Cell possessed the extraordinary ability to regenerate. 15 minutes later, with a resounding crash, Cell was no more. Kakarot. Kakarot. Broly had slain Cell and now frantically sought Goku, sending a chill down Goku's spine. Blast it. I must fight. Give me some of that Senzu powder. Goku realized he could no longer hide. Broly was clearly targeting him. If he did not confront him directly, this nightmare would never conclude. As the last remnants of Senzu powder entered his stomach, Goku felt his strength restored. With a resolve to face death, he decided to engage Broly in a life-or-death battle. Dad, let me go? I can still hold on for a while. Kakarot, you can't. Let me, Vegeta, go. Let Gohan join me. At this moment, Vegeta shed his arrogance, recognizing that Broly was not an opponent he could face alone. However, why were they all casting sidelong glances at Frieza? A thunderous collision erupted. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. The sound was deafening, causing Yamcha to faint outright. Tien's third eye flickered momentarily before he too succumbed like Yamcha. Isn't it said that living off others is a skill in itself? Krillin remained unscathed, shielded by Android 18's energy barrier. Thank you, Lazuli. Android 18's cheeks flushed slightly. But she quickly retorted, call me Android 18. Very well, Lazuli. With a sharp clap, a green figure plummeted from the heart of the battle, crashing violently into the ground. Broly, relentless in his onslaught, dove down, unleashing a colossal energy blast towards the fallen Cell. Indeed, it was Cell who had been struck down by Broly's might. He had not perished. He had resurrected once more. Though this revival did not significantly enhance his combat prowess, he was undoubtedly stronger than before. Before his resurrection from the brink of death, the amplification ratio was staggering. For instance, Son Goku could elevate his power from 90,000 to 5 million. An unfathomable increase. However, now the ratio has diminished significantly. After his revival, Cell's power surged from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. Though this marks a 700 million increase, when converted to 10,000s, it amounts to a mere 70,000, a rather insignificant enhancement. Moreover, this considerable boost was only achieved after Cell had accumulated a considerable amount of rage. Let us not forget that Vegeta was also on the verge of death. After consuming a Senzu bean and recovering, his battle power merely rose from 4.8 billion to 5 billion. In other words, Vegeta's current standard battle strength is only 50 million. Regardless of the circumstances, Cell has indeed advanced further, yet he remains insufficient to contend with Broly. For Broly is a true anomaly. His combat prowess eludes scientific explanation. It appears that his strength is merely fueled by rage, seemingly limitless. The moment Broly senses even the slightest disadvantage, he spirals into a frenzy, causing his power to soar uncontrollably. At this juncture, Broly's battle power has skyrocketed to 7 billion. An unfathomable figure. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud, unlike anything ever witnessed before, erupted, accompanied by a multitude of shockwaves, creating a truly spectacular scene. At the epicenter of the explosion, another deafening roar resounded as Broly's massive foot, measuring 60 yards, ruthlessly struck Cell's midsection, obliterating his lower half. Lord Frieza. Lord Frieza, is the time up? I truly feel I am about to perish. Sob sob sob. The humiliation Cell felt was profound. He had not mounted a single counterattack, being either pummeled or blown apart. Now, he acutely sensed that his chip had not absorbed sufficient energy. Should he be destroyed once more, he would be utterly annihilated. Hohoho. Mr. Cell, merely 29 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed. Can you endure another 30 seconds? Cell was furious. Yet, he was genuinely terrified. Those 30 seconds could equate to several deaths. Suddenly, Cell ceased his cries. All traces of his agony vanished, and even his breath faded away. Broly, with his cataract-laden eyes, cast a disdainful glance at the head of Cell, then turned away, resuming his search for Son Goku. Kakarot, Kakarot. Chapter 77. The King Appears. Broly's ruthlessness knows no bounds. Upon hearing Broly's beastly voice, particularly as he called out the name of his Saiyan compatriot, Son Goku felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. What had he done to provoke this? In his youth, he was prone to tears, yet was that ever within his control? Furthermore, it would have been better had he simply called him Son Goku. With no means to evade, he resolved to fight to the death. Son Goku, casting a sidelong glance at Frieza, proposed, let us combine our efforts. I cannot face this monster alone. Vegeta instantly grasped the situation and replied, Kakarot. This time I have surpassed you once more. Even in death, It shall be worth it. Gohan, though uncertain, was resolute. Father, I shall stand by your side. Date was in a state of deep conflict, ultimately exclaiming, Mr. Sun Wukong, though my combat prowess may be somewhat lacking, I implore you to allow me to join the fray. Piccolo, casting a sidelong glance at Frieza, coolly interjected, Old son, since Gohan has already gone, I cannot fall behind. Turning his attention away from the seething 18, Krillin addressed those beside him. He gestured toward the unconscious Tien and Yamcha, continuing, Moreover, I must tend to them. As long as they remain awake, I will certainly fight alongside you. Even in death, I fear not. A green light enveloped Tien and Yamcha, and they gradually roused from their stupor. Krillin was at a loss for words when suddenly, the voice of Cell pierced the air. It turned out he had been feigning death merely to stall for those 30 seconds. Lord Frieza, 30 seconds have elapsed. I beg you to take action. In that moment, a single number echoed in the hearts of all present. 666. This notion resonated within them, yet none dared to voice it aloud. Now, Cell had taken the initiative. Lord Frieza, you are the mightiest ruler in the universe. I beseech you to engage. Tien, with his third eye gleaming, swiftly shut it tight. Unable to utter such shameless words, he still had an ace up his sleeve. Once he unleashed his Kamehameha, he would be invincible. Clearly, he had not yet fully regained consciousness, still suffering from the aftereffects of his previous incapacitation. Krillin glanced at 18, who understood instantly, turning her gaze towards 17. Her eyes laced with a hint of menace. 17 shivered involuntarily, caught in a mental struggle between his elder sister and his own survival. Lord Frieza, the second in command of the Tien Shinhan sect, requests to engage. The others gasped in astonishment. What audacity! What courage! To be like 17 is truly commendable. Ho ho ho. This king grants it. 17 was momentarily stunned. Granted? What do you mean by granted? Wait a moment. Just now? Lord Frieza, I misspoke. I was overly excited. It was a slip of the tongue. 17 was sent flying by Frieza's kick, colliding headlong with Broly. 17 felt his heart sink. With a combat power of only 900 million, this was akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Bang! Boom! Broly swatted away an annoying fly, finally spotting Sun Wukong amidst the chaos. The downside of cataracts was that his vision was affected, making it difficult to locate anyone. Collapsed on the ground. 17 gasped for breath. The energy shield had indeed been formidable, saving his life once more. Frieza was incensed. Ho ho ho, you dare strike my minion? Even when striking a dog, one must regard its master. You, cataract-ridden fool, today I shall teach you your place. With a swift motion, Frieza vanished from sight, only to reappear before Broly, the once purple energy waves now encased in a kaleidoscope of colors, surging skyward. A pillar reaching for the heavens. Bang! Oh no, I forgot to transform. Frieza's base combat power stood at a mere 4.6 billion, yet he was abruptly sent flying by the overwhelming force of Broly, who possessed a staggering combat power of 7 billion. Ah, you wretched scoundrel, I shall not spare you. With a roar, a vibrant aura enveloped him, dark at its core, signaling Frieza's transformation. However, this time, he merely evolved into Black Iron Frieza. Unfazed by Frieza's new form, Broly's gaze remained resolute. He understood that if he eliminated all foes before him, Kakarot would have no means of evasion. What, then, was the battle power of Black Iron Frieza? Remarkably, it soared to 11.8 billion. This formidable strength was more than sufficient to dominate Broly, and had it not been for Broly's astonishing defense, he might have been annihilated in an instant. Despite the absence of the Golden Frieza transformation, Black Iron Frieza was still a force to be reckoned with against Broly. Broly found himself utterly defenseless. Although Black Iron Frieza retained a sleek and alluring physique, it paled in comparison to Broly's bulging muscles. Yet, the numbers did not deceive. Each strike from Frieza elicited agonizing cries from Broly, leaving behind massive craters upon the planet's surface. On planet Bupas, one wondered if the name had been a poor choice. Kakarot. Kakarot. Ah, Kakarot. Broly collapsed, having just endured a devastating blow from Frieza, the 720-degree spinning Lushan, Rising Dragon. This technique was the signature move of Purple Dragon, and Frieza, aspiring to transform into Golden Frieza, had employed a move akin to that of the Golden Saints. Was that not excessive? The ferocity of the attack had forced Broly to spit out a mouthful of blood, a testament to the fact that even his superhuman physique could not withstand such power. For the first time, Broly had been struck to the point of bloodshed, and then, he descended into madness. This time, it was a complete descent into fury. Ah, Kakarot. Boom. With a surge, Broly's aura doubled, his combat power skyrocketing to 14 billion. An explosive and unreasonable increase. At that moment, while Broly's physique did not expand further, his hair grew longer and turned an even deeper shade of green. Streaks of black lightning coursing through him, reminiscent of a voracious serpent. It was terrifying. Goku and the others were left dumbfounded. Was it truly necessary to be so reckless? To disregard their feelings in such a manner? Vegeta knelt, murmuring, This is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. The oppressive aura stemming from his bloodline. I cannot bear to acknowledge it, yet it extinguishes any desire I have to fight. Trunks felt a pang of sorrow for his father, who, despite his immense pride, had been reduced to this state. Let him calm down. He must find his own way through this, he thought, aware that others could not assist him in this struggle. Though Piccolo scoffed at Vegeta's reaction, he too felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. It was not merely Broly he felt this against. Even in the presence of Frieza, Piccolo sensed a profound inability to resist. 18. What is the current disparity between Broly and Frieza? Clint had succumbed to despair, fully aware that he could not contend with any of them, yet curiosity still lingered within him. Android 18 glanced at Clint, pursing her lips as she remarked, Do you really wish to know? The outcome may be quite disheartening. Clint cast a glance at the despondent Vegeta, steeling himself as he replied, Speak. For some individuals may only find rebirth through utter defeat. Unfamiliar with Clint's thoughts, 18 nonetheless conveyed the truth. Frieza stands at 11.8 billion, while Broly reaches 14 billion. Goku was taken aback. Was that over 100 billion? He mused. I can't even count that on my fingers and toes. Gohan, is 140 minus 118 equal to 42? Gohan remained silent, and the others exchanged glances. Goku, are you serious? Chapter 78. The king transforms again. Broly descends into madness. In the movie. Perhaps you are not the strongest, yet you are truly limitless. Broly had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Frieza. He was a complete lunatic. An unrestrained beast. Such a being would care not for your words. Only the iron fist would suffice. The battle erupted once more, with fists and feet flying. As one delivered a punch to the abdomen, the other retaliated with a kick. Frieza's fist struck Broly's face, swiftly followed by a full 360-degree spin, landing a kick to Broly's chest. Crack. Did you think Frieza's moves were so simple? No. His obsidian-like tail crashed down upon Broly's crown. This sequence of strikes sent Broly reeling back several dozen meters. Kakarot. Broly bellowed. Frieza. Frieza echoed back. The two exchanged blows, each shouting, their voices intertwining in a cacophony that left Goku and the others utterly petrified. How could a fight manifest in such a manner? Frieza. Kakarot. Frieza. They competed in volume, one voice deep and boisterous, the other sharp and piercing. After a full 3 minutes, Frieza clutched his throat, wishing for death, feeling that without a hefty supply of throat lozenges, he would never recover. However, this outburst bore fruit. Frieza. Frieza. Look, had he not successfully diverted Broly's focus? Goku felt a wave of relief. Truly, Frieza was a good soul, drawing the flames of battle toward himself. Frieza. Frieza. Da-da-da. Bang bang bang. Goku and the others exerted every ounce of their strength to barely keep pace with the two combatants, their hearts racing with exhilaration. At last, Broly disregarded all decorum. Facing an opponent weaker than himself, he repeatedly struck empty air, initiating an interstellar conflict. Countless green energy blasts erupted from Broly's hands, with Frieza, refusing to be outdone, retaliating in kind. In close combat, Frieza relied on his speed and agility to evade direct confrontations, while in long-range combat, he was more than a match. Frieza extended his arms, his fingers as dark as ink splayed wide, and black energy orbs began to materialize between them. Behold my whirlwind poison dragon. Frieza commenced an accelerated spin, deftly evading Broly's energy blasts, while simultaneously unleashing orbs of energy rivaling Broly's own. The two engaged in an extraordinarily intense exchange, surpassing even the prince's combat style. It was an unrelenting bombardment from every conceivable angle. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Ho-ho-ho. As the battle escalated, Broly's fury intensified, while Frieza reveled in the chaos. Suddenly, with a swift change in tactics, Broly caught Frieza off guard, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Fortunately, in his black iron form, Frieza withstood the blow, sustaining only minor damage. However, Broly's ferocity erupted uncontrollably before Frieza could escape. Broly seized his tail. Whoa. Bam. Oh. Bam bam. 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 Ho ho ho. Broly hurled Frieza to the ground repeatedly, each impact eliciting pained screams from the tyrant. Yet, true to his nature, Frieza maintained his mocking laughter. Ho ho ho. Finally, Frieza, thoroughly enraged and frustrated, transformed once more. His skin took on a bronze hue. No longer the resilient black iron, but now embodying an epic visage. His battle power surged dramatically to 18.8 billion. This stark contrast of 4.8 billion in power allowed Frieza to break free from Broly's grasp. Ho ho ho. Come on, let us have some fun. You, come here. With newfound confidence, Frieza was certain that Broly had no chance of retaliating. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Witnessed the technique of descending footwork. In an instant, Frieza vanished, then plummeted from the heavens. Not with 5 fingers, but with 3 clawed toes. Frieza's divine foot. Bam! Despite Broly shielding his chest with both hands, He was forcefully driven into the ground, only to emerge moments later from the other side of the planet. Frieza vanished again. It was time for the whack-a-mole mode. Ho ho ho. Bam, bam, bam. Goku and the others stood aghast, gazing at the battered planet, with towering geysers of lava erupting. Everyone's faces turned pale. On planet Bupus, humph. I shall not crumble like Namek. I am planet Bupus. The planet endured, rapidly repairing itself. Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Boom. Broly, indeed, was relentless. His unparalleled might erupting once more. Thud, 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 thud. Broly's muscles swelled once more, his stature soaring to new heights, his hair erupting wildly, cascading like a tempestuous mane. Did you think this was the culmination? Not at all. The green hue enveloping Broly deepened, and more significantly, a singular green circular energy shield surrounded him, with the energy waves surging to unprecedented levels. Gulp. All the warriors could not help but swallow hard. Oh, but it was not just that. At least Tin and Yamcha were again rendered unconscious, and this time Krillin could not escape this misfortune. For Android 18 was too preoccupied to attend to him. Din's heart trembled in disbelief, unable to fathom that this suddenly emerging behemoth could become so overwhelmingly powerful. A glimmer of fear flickered in Gohan's eyes. His already wavering fighting spirit faltered. Vegeta remained in a dazed state, while Goku continued to exude an exuberant enthusiasm. Piccolo, oh. He clutched his head, racked with pain. Zanya clung tightly to Android 17's arm, trembling all over, struggling to contain her urge to relieve herself. Android 17 disregarded the unconscious Dodoria, his right hand gesturing animatedly as he provided an enthusiastic commentary on the battle. Breaking news, Frieza's combat power stands at 18 billion, while Broly, that cunning beast, has surpassed 28 billion. Broly's combat power has doubled once again. Crack. Boom. The planet trembled. The planet Bupus emitted an enraged roar, and colossal bolts of lightning descended, their might instilling fear in all. Android 17's eyes lit up, and Android 18 immediately turned to him. They nodded in unison, shaking off Zanya, and swiftly soared toward the crimson lightning in the sky. Cell stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, his eyes bulging, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He swallowed hard and muttered, "Well, there you have it." Suddenly, Frieza appeared beside Cell, striking him down with his tail before vanishing once again, leaving behind only a parting remark. "Next time you utter that drivel, I'll pluck your needle." Chapter 79. The King unleashes his full power. In the face of Broly's utterly irrational might, Frieza began to feel a twinge of headache. At this moment, Broly had attained the most formidable form from the cinematic realm. His muscles bulged with an undeniable dominance, his towering presence exerting immense pressure. Those luminous white eyes, that wild green hair, and most notably, the protective green energy shield encasing him. Ordinary energy spheres not only struggled to breach Broly's physical form, but even to penetrate that formidable barrier remained uncertain. Swish. Frieza tested the shield's defensive capabilities, unleashing 2 crimson beams of death from his eyes. Unlike typical energy spheres, these death beams possessed formidable penetrating power, a quintessential method of piercing through barriers. Yet, astonishingly, the death beams failed to breach the energy shield's defense, merely causing it to quiver momentarily before returning to its original state, as if the death beams had never existed at all. In light of the circumstances, it seems that only close combat remains. Broly, incensed by Frieza's death beam, moved with such swiftness that a violent sonic boom erupted around him. Clang. Frieza's iron fist collided with his chest, though he deftly blocked it with his arms, quickly retaliating with a knee strike while his tail coiled around Broly's neck. In an instant, Frieza unleashed a barrage of punches, landing blow after blow upon Broly's form, forcing him to retreat a few steps. Merely a few steps. The disparity in their powers, nearly 100 billion, rendered such an advance hardly significant. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts created countless deep craters upon the surface of planet Bupus, merely a result of their aerial skirmish. Frieza, Frieza, bang, boom. Broly swiftly landed a punch on Frieza's left cheek, then executed a side kick, leaving Frieza no time for teleportation as he was sent crashing towards the ground. A pit emerged, larger than any previous craters, deforming the very shape of planet Bupus. Crimson lightning continued to cascade from the sky, yet it did not touch the surface, as 2 figures danced beneath the tempest, repeatedly defying such celestial wrath. "Oh, cursed wild monkey, cursed Saiyan, cursed be it all." Frieza shot into the sky, clutching his shoulders with a visage of horror and rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his crimson pupils gleaming with a thirst for blood. Frieza's form began to transform. His muscles swelled in rippling waves, and even his tail thickened ominously. The third form of the stellar transformation. Trifold waves. A whirlwind of 7-colored energy surged forth. No longer a simple stream, but a forceful tide that seemed intent on overwhelming all in its path. Frieza unveiled every trump card at his disposal. The transformation into bronze Frieza and the third form of the stellar transformation, a combination he had never employed before. The threat posed by Broly was so immense that Frieza had no choice but to unleash his full might. The transformation into bronze Frieza promised a fourfold increase in combat strength, while the trifold waves conferred an additional threefold boost, not compounded upon the fourfold, but augmenting the base strength threefold. In simpler terms, Frieza now boasted a sevenfold enhancement of his combat prowess. This increase, while significant, was not extraordinary. Frieza had yet to master the intricacies of the stellar transformation, having merely skimmed its surface. Fortunately, through the recent conflict, his power escalated from 4.6 billion to 5 billion, and with the sevenfold enhancement, Frieza's combat strength transcended the monumental threshold of 30 billion, reaching the terrifying figure of 35 billion. All the warriors stood in stunned disbelief. Originally, the king himself was a true anomaly among anomalies, comparable to the shameless Broly. This time, both androids 17 and 18 were absent, engrossed in their trials across the planet. Following this incident, they were eager to elevate their combat prowess. Dr. Gero was indeed a genius, managing to emulate the ancient legends by enhancing the strength of androids 17 and 18 through the method of heavenly thunder, a feat even Frieza could not have anticipated. In a mere moment, android 17's combat power surged from 900 million to 2 billion, an astonishing increase. Android 18 was no less impressive. Her power, originally at 800 million, now soared to 1.8 billion simply by enduring the strikes of lightning. Buzz. Broly paid no heed to the strength of his opponents. His patience in waiting for Frieza to transform was already unexpected. Yet he would not grant Frieza the luxury of leisurely observation. Frieza narrowed his eyes and unleashed a punch that collided with Broly's massive fist. A thunderous sound erupted, sending shockwaves that forced the already distant warriors to retreat once more. Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing at the unconscious figures, and made a resolute decision. Piccolo felt reluctant but understood that remaining would be unbearable. Frieza and Broly completely disregarded their presence, unleashing devastating techniques with reckless abandon, truly dancing on the edge of a blade. Should they misstep, even without direct hits, they would undoubtedly face grave injuries, if not death. Behold, Tien and Yamcha were already bleeding from their mouths and noses. Zhangya was ecstatic, having nearly reached her limit. Frieza had already instilled a significant psychological trauma within her. And with Broly now added to the mix, she longed to escape without delay. With a swift motion, Zhangya landed and darted directly into the temple, vanishing from sight. At that moment, Broly was being pummeled by Frieza, subjected to a barrage of attacks including the Wolf Fang Fist, Rock Paper Scissors, Bahua Palm, Tai Chi, Luan Fist, and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, showcasing a dazzling array of techniques. The Shadowless Kick of Foshan, the Celestial Severing Leg, the Aerial Whirlwind Kick, the 18 Paths of Tan Legs, the Een Lifting Leg, and the Wind God Leg were all lethal strikes. Broly, a true tough guy, endured Frieza's relentless onslaught without uttering a single groan, only continuing to roar loudly. Frieza, 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 Frieza. Irked, thought it unacceptable for only Broly's voice to echo. Do I not deserve any face? Oh ho ho ho. Shout all you want. Scream your throat raw. No one will come to your rescue. Frieza, Frieza. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho 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 ho. Broly's fury ignited. That shameless fiend had once again thrown him off course. Rage. Unquenchable rage. Oh ho, Frieza. Kakarot. Boom. You perverse fiend. Not again. Frieza was unexpectedly sent flying by Broly's headbutt. Even with Frieza's formidable physical resilience, dizziness assailed him. Oh my. Kakarot. Frieza. You all shall perish. Frieza was taken aback. Goku was astounded. Everyone was in disbelief. Broly had uttered a complete sentence. Chapter 80. Cell, come to protect the throne. Bang. Planet Pash. Oh no, this time we've truly lost more than a tenth of the surface. A freak that even thunder cannot scare away. I can't endure this any longer. Broly, in his madness, elucidated the concept that there is no ultimate strength, only greater strength. In a mere few hours, his combat power surged from 1.5 billion to 56 billion. What an astonishing feat. Science. Can science explain this? However, perhaps Broly had reached his limit this time, for blood vessels were appearing at the corners of his once radiant white eyes, rendering him exceptionally terrifying. It remains uncertain whether he had not broken through his limits, as Broly's hair had not lengthened. Yet, if one must categorize his current state, it could only be one possibility. The legendary Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Mind you, this is the legendary version, not the ordinary kind like Goku and the others. Yet, even if Broly had reached his limit, Frieza was also in a state of maximum output. How awkward. Swish. Number 17 and number 18 finally ceased their desperate pleas for assistance. This bout had pushed them both to their temporary limits, reaching a staggering 3 billion. Although still insufficient, it was a considerable gain. Especially just moments ago, when Broly unleashed his power, the The shockwave produced was accompanied by green lightning, propelling their power from 2 billion to 3 billion. This indicates that the thunder on the planet pales in comparison to the thunder generated by these formidable warriors. Goku exclaimed, "Stop spectating, we must flee. 56 billion. A mere brush could annihilate us." Number 17 shouted, having just elevated his combat power and still yearning for action. To perish now would be utterly unjust. Krillin was not entirely mistaken. When a person is pushed to their limits, miracles may occur. Vegeta leaped up, infuriated. Flee? How could I possibly flee? Trunks, quickly grab me. Do not let me charge out. Big T. Is this even possible? He gently grasped Vegeta's collar. And indeed, Vegeta could not break free. Father, let us go. This is beyond our capacity to engage. The disparity is too great. Mere shouting will not close the gap. Gohan implored, feeling helpless towards his battle-obsessed father. Goku recognized the gravity of the situation, especially since he had yet to transcend to Super Saiyan 2. His strength was only slightly greater than Big T's. Goku and the others departed. Cell was left dumbfounded. Hey, have you forgotten about me? I still haven't learned instant transmission. Frieza found himself ensnared by Broly, whose iron-like grip seized his arms with relentless ferocity. Although Broly's mind was clouded, his innate combat instincts were fearsome. Frieza, possessing the ability to teleport and execute basic instantaneous movements, found that even at his peak power of 56 billion, he was still marginally slower than Broly. With a firm grasp on Frieza, Broly initiated a devastating exchange. A headbutt. The impact resonated. Initially, Frieza retaliated with his tail and unleashed furious kicks aimed at Broly's abdomen. He contemplated employing a low blow, but Broly's towering stature rendered Frieza's feat ineffective, leaving him only able to strike at Broly's midsection. While his tail could target more vulnerable areas, Broly, in his madness, remained impervious to such attacks, for the strength of a tail paled in comparison to that of legs. 5 minutes elapsed, and Frieza's mouth began to froth. His legs rendered incapable of executing any further techniques, while his tail hung limply. Broly, too, was not unscathed. Frieza's bronze form boasted extraordinary defenses, and the recoil from their headbutts left Broly's mouth bubbling as well. The battle, characterized by its brutality, could only be described as cataclysmic. At this juncture, Cell hovered in the low sky, surrounded by an ocean of molten rock where the ground had long ceased to exist. The planet teetered on the brink of annihilation. Frieza, the planet is about to explode, Cell shouted, yet Frieza, weary and longing for slumber, chose silence. What did it matter if the planet perished? His race could endure in the cosmos. Frustration boiled within Cell as he cursed, "Damn you, Goku, why did you run? Even if you took me with you, it would suffice. At the very least, leave some Sinzabine powder. Even the remnants would be welcome." In this dire scenario, Cell desperately wished for Frieza's survival, knowing Broly was beyond communication and would only seek destruction. Unyielding, Cell roared in defiance. "Broly, release King Frieza." Another headbutt landed, causing Frieza to foam at the mouth, while Broly's lips bubbled anew. Ultimately, Broly's combat prowess overshadowed Frieza's. A staggering power disparity of 21 billion meant that Frieza's endurance for 5 minutes was beyond anyone's imagination. Cell's fist struck Broly's head with precision, yet it proved futile. A power level of 5 billion was akin to mere tickling, hardly qualifying as a massage. As Broly and Frieza collided once more, the ensuing energy wave sent Cell hurtling backwards, plunging into the molten sea with a resounding splash. Senzabeans. Senzabeans. Frieza's eyes lit up, his crimson pupils igniting with a renewed ferocity. As he shouted, expelling the foam from his mouth. Frieza sought to retrieve the Senzu beans from his storage for emergencies. Yet, once more, he was struck, his consciousness fading into disarray. The corners of Broly's mouth began to bleed, while Frieza's face was a canvas of crimson, with blood streaming from every orifice. In a daze, Frieza glimpsed a figure. Though the specifics of their visage eluded him, however, one striking feature stood out. A radiant spectrum of colors, reminiscent of Frieza's own aura. Ever since his transformation, he had become a stranger to warmth, only ever acquainted with bone-chilling cold. Yet, this phenomenon stirred something within him. Suddenly, a crimson beam pierced Frieza's temple, and in a flash of insight, he grasped the profound essence of the star, transformation. Truth is singular. No, that was a mistake. Let us start anew. Boom. Broly, refusing to grant Frieza a moment's respite, abandoned his headbutt tactics and instead clutched Frieza, propelling him directly into the shattered earth, plunging instantly into the fiery embrace of molten lava. The searing heat posed no threat to Cell, and it certainly would not harm Frieza or Broly. Yet Broly was resolute. He sought to collide with Frieza at the very core of the planet. Broly had lost his mind, with a staggering power advantage of 21 billion. He was intent on perishing alongside Frieza. Abruptly, Frieza's eyes fluttered open once more. This time, they were no longer mere crimson points, but had transformed into celestial orbs. Dazzling and sacred. "Get away from me," roared Frieza. "I, Cell, have come to serve your majesty." Boom. Just as Cell grasped Frieza's tail, a deafening explosion caused his eyes to roll back in shock. Planet Bupas had detonated. Chapter 81 Monster? No, I am a demon. Earth. Goku and his companions instantaneously materialized beside Zanya. As for why it wasn't beside Piccolo, do not inquire. The answer remains elusive. Zanya had just stepped out of the restroom when an unsettling sensation washed over her. Good heavens. A group of burly men coupled with a golden-haired beauty were crammed into the cramped lavatory. Zanya was utterly horrified. Number 17. How shameless can you be? 17. What is wrong with me? Why am I shameless? He instinctively touched his smooth face. It certainly felt intact. Kakarot, were you doing this on purpose? There's a presence of Piccolo and that useless Tien Shinhan crew on Earth, yet you chose to teleport to a woman's energy. Vegeta was livid. Sniff sniff. What is that smell? Ugh. Boom. Vegeta's fury surged, his aura intensifying. Bang. The restroom exploded. Before them lay a vast platform, immaculate and divine, unmarred by any blemish. Yet at that moment, a gaggle of foul-smelling individuals severely tainted this sacred ground. Babidi remained impassive, stating, God, their preferences are rather peculiar. The god and Piccolo stood side by side, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. These miscreants. The god, unable to bear the desecration of his temple, waved his staff with resolve. An unseen force surged forth, sweeping away the filth. The celestial deity had overlooked a minute detail. The unruly group had not vacated their originally confined space. Perverted fiend. Boom. The restroom of the divine palace erupted once more. This time, the onlookers had learned their lesson, hastily retreating from the scene, their figures disappearing like fleeting lights. The deity, rendered speechless, had no choice but to restore the temple's structure yet again. Alas, such a travesty. A perfectly good restroom had endured an undeserved torment. Piccolo, exasperated, exclaimed, Are you serious? Stop fooling around. Aside from mending the building, you're of little use now. Hurry and merge with me. Piccolo's patience was wearing thin. The constant delays were infuriating. Did the deity possess no sense of urgency? Very well, as the saying goes, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Now, embrace the essence of unity, and maintain a tranquil heart amid chaos, while silently reciting the mantra I taught you. Bodhisattva, Paribo Lomi Dosa. Piccolo's face flushed crimson as he extended his arms to form a circle, placing his palms down before his abdomen, muttering, You celestial being. Excellent. You appear to possess great aptitude. I shall proceed. The deity, having finally resolved to act, placed his gnarled, bark-like hand upon Piccolo's chest, proclaiming, I, the celestial deity, have arrived. Suddenly, darkness descended. Oh no. At Bulma's residence, a colossal dragon resembling an eastern deity spiraled upward, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. However, the residents of West City had grown accustomed to the bizarre occurrences at Bulma's home. Anything was possible. Songs continued, dances persisted, life is fleeting, and one must revel in the moment. Summoner, please articulate your wish. No matter what it is, I can fulfill it. Hey, slow down. The dragon's vision was impeccable. And just after showcasing its splendor, it spotted several disheveled figures rushing toward it. Startled, the dragon began to perform a frantic dance, twisting and dodging the approaching human projectiles. Why is it always you lot that disturb my slumber? Can't we have a different crowd? Bulma mused. Well, the dragon has certainly become more relatable. Dragon, please resurrect those who fell to cell. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. Regardless of the number of times, the wish-making process felt overwhelmingly delightful. This wish was rather straightforward. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of 7 solid objects striking the ground left Bulma in disbelief at the unfolding scene. As dawn broke, the dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls turned to stone, dropping to the ground. At the Divine Palace, the deity had just uttered a warning before disappearing, coinciding almost perfectly with the dragon's exit. Piccolo's power surged dramatically. How formidable I am. What are Cell, Broly, and Frieza compared to me? I could take on 10 of them. Boo Boo sighed. Another one has gone mad. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were bathing at Bulma's house when they suddenly sensed Piccolo's overwhelming energy, prompting an astonished reaction. Piccolo, such an immense aura. Still nothing but a waste. Vegeta exclaimed as he vigorously scrubbed away, feeling utterly miserable. Daz looked on in curiosity. What on earth has happened to Mr. Piccolo? This surge in battle power is utterly unreasonable. Gohan, brimming with joy, excitedly declared, I know. Uncle Piccolo must have merged with the Supreme Kai, which is why his energy has changed so dramatically. Vegeta's expression darkened, as if recalling something. Hey, was that Shenron who just performed that dance? The Supreme Kai is gone. Did Shenron grant Bulma her wish? Outside, Bulma kicked the petrified Dragon Ball in confusion. Wait a minute, it didn't emit any red light. Why has it turned to stone? Moreover, I didn't even try to stop you this time. Why aren't you running away? Have the Earthlings truly been resurrected? Among the Earthlings still queuing for King Yema's registration, one grumbled, What do you think? If I were alive, would I still be floating around here? This is a small planet called Deburan, slightly larger than King Kai's planet, entirely composed of a metallic structure, making it extraordinarily tough. Much like the planet Bupus, Deburan was prepped by Dodoria to emit energy signals, primarily for Lord Frieza's exercise routines. Just moments ago, a fierce individual encapsulated in a radiant spectrum of colors materialized, gripping a muscle-bound man enveloped in a greenish aura. Accompanying them was a monstrous figure, entirely green with countless black spots, grasping the fierce one's tail. This was Frieza, Broly, and Cell. At this moment, Frieza had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. In simple terms, the layers of energy had reversed. The seven-colored energy tightly clung to Frieza's body, while the bronze-colored aura enveloped the seven-colored one. Do not underestimate such a transformation. Frieza's energy was geometrically multiplying. Initially, Frieza's energy had surged to 56 billion and was rapidly increasing. Within moments, it had surpassed the monumental threshold of 60 billion. With a deeper understanding of the transformation of stars, Frieza could now double his power again after transforming. Moreover, with the attributes of the transformation of stars breaking through physical limits, his battle power rose swiftly. Broly finally regained some clarity, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Locking onto Frieza before him, wham! Cell was flung away by Frieza's tail, finally shaking off his stupor. The first sight that met his eyes was Broly, who immediately screamed in terror, "Monster! Broly, you monster, don't come near me." Broly glanced down at his immobile feet, a smirk creeping across his face. Perhaps the countless clashes with Frieza had restored a glimmer of lucidity within him. Monster? No, no, no. I am not a monster. I am a demon. Since I could not offer Kakarot as a blood sacrifice, I shall use you, a mere piece of trash with Kakarot's energy, as a tribute instead. As Broly prepared to lift his foot and stride toward Cell, he let out a menacing laugh. Oh ho ho ho. You have just provided me with a delightful experience, and now, it is time for me to seek retribution, is it not? Chapter 82. The Tianzi Pavilion grows once more. Ah, Frieza. Oh, Frieza. Ho 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 ho. Huh. Frieza, in a fit of rage, realizes he has been led astray. Boom. Frieza unleashes a staggering battle power of 62.8 billion, causing the small planet to vibrate with a low hum, yet it remains unscathed by craters. Boom. Broly has never understood the meaning of retreat, and in his current state, he could not possibly comprehend any word at all. Two waves of energy surge upwards and collide with a thunderous crash, sending Cell hurtling away in an instant. Unfortunately, this planet is too diminutive. He swiftly circled the Dablin planet and was once again blasted away by the energy waves of the two fighters. Smack! Despite the immense solidity of the Dablin planet, Cell is still swatted to the ground by Frieza's tail, creating a modest pit. Cell, frothing at the mouth, inadvertently spits out 3 of his front teeth. Cell is at a loss for tears. The fierce battle between the two titans resumes, their exchanged blows causing the Dablin planet to tremble incessantly, leaving Cell feeling dizzy. As if intoxicated. Cell, what grudges or grievances do you hold? Why must your quarrel torment me so? However, Frieza and Broly pay no heed to the insignificant Cell. They have clashed thousands of times already. Crack. Dablin planet. Who named this place? Just a few minutes in, and it's already cracking. Thud thud thud. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. The shadows of fists dart like lightning, feet sweep with ferocity, and energy blasts soar through the air, leaving the Dablin planet riddled with craters. Ho ho ho. What is happening? What is happening? Why have you ceased your frenzy? Come, strike me in the face. Where is your strength gone? Frieza bellows with wild abandon, truly reveling in this moment. Although Broly's aura shows no signs of waning, he is undeniably bewildered by Frieza's onslaught. Shaking his head vigorously, fear finally manifests on Broly's face. With a battle power of only 62.8 billion, Frieza's advantage over Broly is merely 6.8 billion. In the vast contest of hundreds of billions, such a lead does not seem overwhelmingly significant. However, the terrifying force of the stellar transformation leaves Broly with no means of countering, as the 7-colored energy waves cling tightly to Frieza's form. Each punch Broly lands dissipates half of its strength, particularly when that stellar light flashes by, leaving Broly feeling uncharacteristically uncomfortable. This marks the initial application of divine power, force mitigation. Bang! Bang bang bang. Ho ho ho. Broly, come now, let us revel. After all, there is ample time. Frieza taunts with the most provocative words while delivering the most merciless beating. Frieza! Frieza! Boom! Broly's furious roars echoed through the air, but Frieza remained unfazed. Consumed by his own fervor, with a swift motion, he conjured a star destruction bomb, its diameter several times larger than the planet beneath them. Die! Oh ho ho ho! Frieza taunted. Boom! The Deburan planet indeed lived up to its reputation. Although Broly withstood 99 of the destruction, the remaining one was still potent enough to obliterate a planet like Earth. Yet, the Deburan planet merely lost a fraction of its mass, resilient as ever. A pure metallic planet proved to be remarkably sturdy. Broly, even more tenacious than the Deburan planet, had yet to be defeated, though he was in a dire state. Reduced to nothing but a pair of tattered undergarments. Oh ho ho ho. Broly, your resilience is truly astonishing. You're still alive. Frieza prepared to unleash a Starblade, intending to slice Broly into pieces. With a swift motion, a 3-meter-long energy blade materialized in Frieza's hand. The tragedy of Cell. He narrowly escaped the Star Destruction Bomb, only to find himself at the blade's edge, a gaping wound now in his thigh. King Frieza, spare me. I am your son. Do not kill me. Cell, still resilient, showcased a recovery ability even superior to that of Goku, his front tooth astonishingly regrowing in mere moments. Frieza's crimson, circular pupils swept across the scene, and Cell immediately fell to his knees, weeping profusely. A sudden flash of insight struck Frieza. Perhaps keeping Broly around would yield significant surprises in the future. The energy blade vanished, and both Cell and Broly exhaled in relief. Broly, a battle fanatic and self-proclaimed demon, was not truly fearless of death. Oh ho ho ho. Number 3 of the Heavenly Pavilion is Broly, and number 4 is Cell. Do you understand? Frieza's mocking laughter belied his icy tone, devoid of warmth. Cell collapsed to the ground, his forehead striking the hard surface repeatedly, thudding 9 times. Number 4 of the Heavenly Pavilion, I salute you, King Frieza. Frieza nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze toward Broly. Who was Broly really? If he were indeed the 3rd of the Heavenly Pavilion, perhaps Broly could accept that with composure. But what did that green-skinned monster just call him? A lackey? That was intolerable. Frieza, I am a demon, not a lackey. Broly's rage surged, but he had truly reached his limit. Unable to summon any further potential from his body, Frieza's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly appeared behind Broly. His fists clenched tightly as he struck Broly at the back of his head with a powerful blow. Ugh! Thud! Broly, having endured a devastating blow, could no longer withstand the assault and promptly reverted to his original form, a slender figure with jet black hair, collapsing into unconsciousness. Cell watched in astonishment, his eyelids twitching. What had he just witnessed? Broly's head had spurted a stream of crimson blood. Could it be that he had been rendered a fool? However, contemplating further, he reasoned that being a fool was preferable to being a madman, as the former would at least not succumb to fits of rage so easily. Frieza, surveying Broly, pressed his fingers together, and a cascade of multicolored energy enveloped Broly's form. This was a manifestation of divine psychic power, as Frieza sought to alter Broly's memories. Cell, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively retreated several paces, awestruck by Frieza's seemingly boundless capabilities. How terrifying! Broly, despite his resilience, was unfortunately at the mercy of Frieza. After a brief moment, Frieza exhaled deeply and reverted to his original form, the pallid skin adorned with hues of purple. Cell's anxious heart settled, in his eyes. This form of Frieza exuded a peculiar charm. At least he would not be subjected to any absurdities, such as standing on one leg like a peculiar bird. Cell hastily scurried to Frieza's side, fearing abandonment, knowing that on this metallic planet, starvation would be his fate. With a sly chuckle, Frieza, Broly, and Cell vanished from the planet Deburan. All that remained was a world resembling a bitten apple, a testament to the inhumane torment it had endured. Shortly thereafter, a figure strikingly similar to Frieza appeared near the Deburan planet, plunging into the gaping wound of the planet with such force that it surged directly into the core of the world. On Earth, when Frieza materialized in Bulma's dining room, a chorus of startled gasps erupted. Chapter 83, The King in a Fit of Rage. Boom. As Frieza and the members of the Tenkaichi Budokai arrived at Bulma's residence, an explosion resonated from the laboratory. Bulma, alarmed, clutched little Trunks and dashed toward the source of the commotion. Vegeta, Trunks, hurry, my father is still in the lab. Frieza recalled that Dr. Briefs was a good man, having once provided him with a gravity chamber. It was only right to repay such kindness. With a swift movement, he teleported to the epicenter of the explosion, immediately spotting Dr. Briefs, unharmed. Oh, I nearly forgot. This is the world of Dragon Ball. Not even a small explosion could pose a real threat. Even if Dr. Briefs were to perish, the Dragon Balls could easily resurrect him. Hey, old man. What on earth are you doing? Vegeta was the second to arrive, also utilizing teleportation, albeit with a slight delay compared to Frieza. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses and reassured them. No worries, no worries. While modifying Android 16, I accidentally set off a small missile inside him. A missile? And it exploded? Remarkably, nothing serious had occurred. Indeed, the disparity between the Dragon Ball universe and reality was staggering. On the 16th, he emerged from the ruins and managed to move about without any apparent issues. However, the current state of the figure before Frieza was quite difficult for him to accept. Have you transformed yourself into Optimus Prime? Gazing at the familiar form and the row of tires at his feet, Frieza was utterly speechless. No, I am Optimus Prime. The original 16 has ceased to exist, and I have fulfilled Dr. Gero's mission. Frieza was at a loss for words. How could Dr. Gero, long deceased, manage such a transformation? Yet, even if you have completed your mission, you are still destined to be absorbed by Cell. Crash. Ugh. Optimus Prime sat heavily on the ground, causing another tremor in Bulma's home. It seems he is deeply afflicted. Soon, others arrived, and upon seeing that Brisfu was unharmed, Bulma felt a sense of relief. She was acutely aware that the Dragon Balls on Earth had become ineffective. The previous wishes had not resurrected those slain by Cell. With this thought, she cast a glance at Cell, who was docilely trailing behind Frieza, and her anger flared. Smack! Cell was taken aback. The mighty Cell, the ultimate being of the android saga, had been struck across the face by a woman. As the saying goes, anger arises from the heart and malice takes form. You seek death, woman. Cell was ready to retaliate with a devastating blow that would reduce this audacious woman to mere pulp. Fourth, calm down. She is not someone you can provoke. Even Beerus was slapped by her and remained unharmed. Bulma was a pivotal character throughout Dragon Ball. If she were to meet her demise, who could predict the consequences? Having just emerged from a fierce battle, Frieza was utterly exhausted, wishing to avoid any further complications. Indeed. But, my Lord Frieza, she is not your woman. Why do you care so much? We are gentlemen. Cell posed a valid question. Do you think my frost demon race would seek out ordinary women? Which common woman could withstand our frigid temperatures? Bulma cannot, nor can Android 18 or Zanya. I am an elegant and dignified gentleman. If I cannot grant them happiness, why should I claim them for myself? Bulma is beautiful, intelligent, wise, and generous. I cannot bear the thought of such a woman suffering alongside me. Android 18 is lovely, alluring, and possesses formidable combat skills. I could not accept such a woman being confined by me. I wish for them to have their own happiness. Who am I? I am Frieza. My women must be capable of enduring the unique existence of my race. What Frieza did not express was that he desired their happiness while also wishing to shield them from harm. After all, Bulma had been a companion throughout Frieza's childhood. Moreover, even if he sought a partner, he would need to find the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish first. This was his burden. It was a painful truth he wished to avoid, but there were always those who inadvertently brought it up, leaving him feeling distressed and sorrowful. Longing to recline on a beach chair and simply give in. The idol of his childhood was never an object he wished to defile. Even now, as Frieza, he harbored no such desires. Turning back, Frieza cast a chilling glance at Cell, whose heart raced with trepidation at the intensity of his gaze. How dare this fourth-tier lackey bring up old wounds? With a resounding thud, Frieza struck Cell down to the ground, without a moment's hesitation. He made it abundantly clear that Cell had overstepped his bounds. Know your place. The private matters of your master are not for you to meddle in. The Dragon Ball warriors were astounded by Frieza's display of emotion. It was the first time they had witnessed him exhibit such depth of feeling. Even changing clothes for her was but a mere enchantment, utterly inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, Frieza appeared beside his clone, surveying the battle power that still lingered at a mere 1 billion, leaving him speechless. Frieza stomped onto the icy surface, propelling himself swiftly toward the core of the ice star. In that moment, he felt a surge of impulsiveness, yearning to breach the core's depths. Perhaps if he could fully encase himself within, he could banish his tumultuous thoughts. Did he not wish for a life with Bulma by his side, and Android 18 on the other, with Zanya nestled against his chest? Indeed, he did. Yet, he found himself trapped in the form of Frieza, devoid of gender. What if the Super Dragon Balls, in their unpredictability, bestowed upon him a female form? Even if the Dragon Balls were generous, could they truly endure his frigid essence? Must he be the one to shatter the happiness of these women? Though he was undeniably Frieza, he possessed a human soul. And such a cruel act, one that could not grant happiness while selfishly holding on to them, was beyond his reach. Frieza introspected. He had never expressed romantic inclinations toward any girl. With Bulma, he merely wished for her to remain vibrant and youthful. As for Android 18, he found himself at a loss due to Dr. Gero's machinations, adopting a stance of non-interference. Ultimately, 18 still developed feelings for Krillin, and he found unexpected joy in that. Zanya was delightful, and to spare her heartache, he had encouraged 17 to be with her. After all, 17 was handsome and possessed formidable strength, a fitting match. Lost in thought, Frieza arrived at the precipice of the ice star's core, hesitating. After all, was it truly worth it to encase himself for such trivial matters? What of the newly appointed members of the Frieza Force, 17, Broly, and Cell? Dodoria was adept at navigating situations, with his greatly enhanced combat prowess. He could likely thrive without causing trouble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from Frieza, triggering violent explosions throughout the ice star. Since his battle with Broly, his power had soared to a staggering 7 billion, an alarming figure indeed. Mountains of ice surged upward, and the frozen plains fractured under the immense force. Fortunately, the unique structure of the ice star prevented a catastrophic collapse. Tagma gazed in dismay at the newly constructed palace as it collapsed with a thunderous crash, and his heart sank in despair. He could hardly believe that he could once again escape death by mere chance. After all, He was simply endowed with a trace of the resilient bloodline of a cockroach. He was not invincible. Chapter 84. Emotions spiraling out of control. Tagma found himself beset by misfortune, enveloped in a profound sense of fear. Moments ago, Frieza had unleashed his pent-up rage, releasing the full extent of his power, nearly inflicting catastrophic devastation upon the ice planet. Then, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The ice planet began to restore itself at an astonishing pace. The towering icebergs flattened, and the sunken icy plains regained their former smoothness. The architect of this phenomenon was none other than Frieza's own clone. A tremendous surge of energy emanated from various parts of the ice planet, converging upon the clone, which began to emanate waves of energy. Though these were merely the most ordinary white energy waves, it was an extraordinary feat for a clone that had yet to awaken. This state of affairs persisted for less than 3 minutes. The ice planet had fully restored itself, and the clone stood still once more, resembling a mere ice pop in its rigidity. At this moment, the clone's combat power astonishingly surged to 500 million. Admittedly, in comparison to Frieza's own formidable strength, this figure was rather paltry. Nonetheless, it filled Frieza with unanticipated delight. It was fortunate that in his earlier emotional frenzy, he had not crushed it underfoot, lest he be filled with regret. The reasons behind this occurrence eluded Frieza, and he had little time to ponder them, for just moments ago, the divine power he had bestowed upon Broly had been disrupted, leaving it with visible fissures. In a flash, Frieza vanished from sight, leaving behind a clone that was an exact replica of himself. Tagma sensed the changes on the ice planet and deduced that Frieza had departed, prompting him to once again rally the workers to resume construction of the palace. This time, he resolved to build an ice city, efficient, economical, and notably durable, enhanced by the glow of inexpensive neon lights, which would undoubtedly render it quite splendid. Frieza had not divulged his identity, and neither had Cell. The identity of the peacefully slumbering boy remained a mystery to all. After all, he was starkly different from the frenzied Broly, and his attire had been obliterated by Frieza, leaving him clad only in black shorts. Broly rubbed the back of his head as he sat up, bewildered, and surveyed his surroundings. Food. An abundance of food. This was truly a paradise he had longed for. Broly did not succumb to madness. Instead, he methodically devoured everything in sight at the pace of 1 golden ham per second. He welcomed even the most off-putting dishes, such as stinky tofu, snail noodles, and foul-smelling salmon. The kitchen was once again thrown into a frenzy, perplexed by the fact that the wealthiest family had chosen to raise an insatiable glutton, each one more outrageous than the last. It was as if a famished spirit had been reincarnated. Broly's voracity surpassed that of the fiery-headed and crab-headed gluttons, and his speed was unmatched. Brother, that premium ham meant to be savored. How do you manage to swallow it whole? Is it not excessively salty? Oh, behold the mapo tofu, just out of the pot, scalding hot. How could mere mortals ever comprehend the digestive anatomy of a Saiyan? It is no exaggeration to liken it to a simplified version of a glutton. Although they bear human forms, their stomachs resemble those of gorillas. Otherwise, one cannot fathom where all that food disappears. Vegeta, unwilling to concede to Goku in any respect, thus joined this fierce competition. Gohan, albeit reluctantly, participated, while Dend also mustered the courage to join the fray. In an instant, 5 Saiyans descended upon the feast like a whirlwind, leaving no morsel untouched. 3 chefs had already fainted, and more began to sway precariously. Observing the chaos, Bulma exclaimed in dismay. She swiftly pulled out her phone, frantically ordering takeout, nearly ready to contact Monaka. Just as Bulma's call was still in progress, a new development unfolded. Broly and Goku simultaneously seized a roasted elephant, each refusing to yield an inch. Ultimately, it came down to individual prowess, with one starting from the left and the other from the right, devouring hungrily. In less than a minute, they found themselves face to face, and in their haste, their lips accidentally met, producing a crisp, bewildered sound. The entire room was frozen in shock. Vegeta nearly expelled his last meal. Goku, unfazed, wiped the grease from his mouth, intending to continue the competition. For the first time, Broly's gaze fell upon Goku. That iconic crab-like hairstyle, an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and the aura emanating from him were utterly unacceptable to Broly. Stunned, Broly murmured to himself. What was it, Kakarote? Kawaii? No. Cappuccino? No. Came Turtle? Carrying Tower. Vegeta, having lost his appetite, stubbornly refused to admit defeat and called out to Goku. Kakarote, can you not disgust me? Goku scratched his head, realizing that the previous scene was indeed awkward. He could accept it if it were Bulma, but another man? That was quite uncomfortable. Kakarote. Broly finally grasped the significance of that name. Witnessing this, Cell turned to flee. Damn it. Where's King Frieza when you need him to control this freak? Bulma stepped forward, blocking Cell's escape, and demanded loudly. Hey, ugly bug, who on earth is that guy? At this moment, Bulma's face flushed slightly, and she whispered, he is quite adorable. With a good figure too. Vegeta felt an odd sensation on his head, as if something were trying to be taken away, yet found nothing. Cell swallowed hard. He dared not lay a hand on Bulma, for Frieza would undoubtedly not spare him. He is the monster that has rendered everyone here powerless. Broly. With that, Yamcha dashed out of the restaurant like the wind. Following suit, Tien, Krillin, Android 18, Android 17, Zanya, and Dodoria all vanished. In the midst of chaos, the characters were left astounded. Date Petrochemical, Sun Wukong's son Gohan, and Vegeta stood in disbelief. Sun Wukong, however, was captivated by the mention of Kakarot from Broly's lips. How do you know my name is Kakarot? Are you also a Saiyan? The name echoed, Kakarot. Kakarot. Who is Kakarot? The floor of Bulma's house shattered once more under the strain of the tumult. Kakarot. He is Broly. Quickly, before he loses control, let us subdue him. Vegeta shouted, fully aware of Broly's terrifying prowess. He had endured the brutal headbutts from Broly, much like those from King Frieza, and he had no desire to relive that painful experience. Broly. Kakarot. Monster. No. I am a demon. Kakarot. The blood sacrifice is about to commence. I shall feast upon your blood, Kakarot. A cacophony of colors erupted as crackling sounds filled the air. Do not hesitate. Everyone unite. Cell you too. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2, followed closely by Gohan and Date, with Sun Wukong joining the fray as well. Cell, momentarily obstructed by Bulma, had no choice but to unleash his full power. Targeting Broly's nape. With a fierce yell, Cell charged at Broly's vulnerable spot, while the others, though confused, took heart in Cell's survival through previous battles against Broly and Frieza. Believing in his strength, in mere moments, Bulma's home in West City was reduced to ruins. Ho. Yet, no one paid him any mind. The immediate task was to contain the rampaging Broly. Chapter 85, Piccolo brimming with confidence. Ho. For the first time, Frieza's dramatic entrance was ignored, inciting his displeasure. When the king does not assert his power, do you all perceive me as a frail feline? Clear the way, with a barrage of kicks. He sent Vegeta and the others sprawling to the ground, his speed surpassing even the legendary martial arts techniques. After dispatching the others, Frieza approached Broly from behind. With a single hand, he grasped Broly's head, enveloping him in a mesmerizing array of colors that obscured his form. Kakarot. Kawaii. To everyone's astonishment, Broly, who was on the brink of madness, began to regain clarity under Frieza's seven-colored glow. Frieza had cleverly replaced the name Kakarot in Broly's mind with Kawaii. Ho. Excellent. Just 2 more times, and your fear of Sun Wukong will be completely eradicated. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in awe, realizing that conflict was not the only resolution, and that Broly was not destined to succumb to madness. Broly, you are the third of the Heavenly Pavilion, do you understand? Kawaii, I understand. Having dealt with Broly, Frieza turned, wearing what he believed to be an apologetic expression, though to others, it appeared rather terrifying. Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize. My subordinates have been rather rude and have destroyed your home. Bulma instinctively took a step back, feeling that such a reaction was impolite, and promptly halted her retreat. It's quite all right, just a capsule's worth. Ever since the gravity chamber began to explode incessantly, I've prepared several new houses. Frieza was taken aback. Indeed, a wealthy individual is capable of remarkable feats. Bulma instructed everyone to leave, then had Vegeta create a gust of wind with his hands to clear the debris from the area. With a resounding thud, a house identical to the previous one materialized. Remarkable. Piccolo arrived, swiftly dashing to Cell's side. With a sudden strike, he landed a punch squarely on Cell's face, causing Cell's head to tilt slightly. Piccolo, do you truly believe you are capable? With such feeble strength, how dare you ambush me? Are you simply overconfident, or do you think my reflexes have dulled? Cell regarded Piccolo with disdain, his expression oozing arrogance, as if Piccolo's full-force punch had inflicted no damage whatsoever. In fact, it had not harmed Cell in the slightest. With a swift motion, Cell retaliated, landing a punch to Piccolo's abdomen with lightning speed. Ugh, impossible. I could withstand 10 Friezas. How could I not endure one of Cell's punches? Frieza, upon hearing this, spat out his nutritional drink, splattering Dodoria in the process. Dodoria, unperturbed, immediately bowed and exclaimed, "Thank you, Lord Frieza, for your generous gift." Frieza twitched at the corners of his mouth, resolving to ignore this already brainwashed elder of the Heavenly Pavilion. Ho. Piccolo, come here. If you can withstand a slap from me, I shall overlook your insolence. Piccolo glanced at Goku and the others, then at Cell, who seemed entirely unfazed after receiving his full power punch, and finally at the exuberant Frieza. Gulp. Might I suggest that the esteemed first lackey of the Heavenly Pavilion take my place? Lord Frieza, you are far too noble to engage directly. This time, everyone could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. However, Gohan remained serious, stepping forward to stand in front of Frieza. Frieza, I'll take your slap, but please, not on my backside or face. Frieza, moved by the profound bond between Gohan and Piccolo, suddenly lost his desire to strike. If only the frost demons possessed emotions. This minor interlude was effortlessly brushed aside by Frieza. Piccolo spoke again. Goku, can you locate Namek? With the Supreme Kai gone, the Dragon Balls have lost their efficacy. And those slain by Cell cannot be resurrected. In the gathering, only Frieza and Goku comprehended the intricacies of instant transmission. Thus, Piccolo dared not appeal to Frieza, but instead turned to Goku. God Piccolo, I am unaware of the current whereabouts of the Namekians. As Piccolo stumbled, he retorted loudly. Do not refer to me as God Piccolo. While it may sound impressive, it serves no purpose. Just call me Piccolo. Ho ho ho. I shall venture to see if planet Namek still exists. Await my news. With a swift motion, Frieza vanished from his location, reappearing in the realm of the Kais. Observing a group of green-skinned Namekians, Frieza chuckled. Indeed, these beings had been left behind by Shun, and it was quite advantageous to have some gardeners in such a vast domain. Frieza, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Now that you are so powerful, go and eliminate Majin Buu. Shin had watched the battle between Frieza and Broly in its entirety, and his admiration for Frieza swelled like an unceasing torrent. Akin to the overflowing Yellow River, unstoppable and relentless. Ho ho ho. You, foul chess piece, step aside. I am here to seek Slug. Where is Slug? If he does not appear within 30 seconds, I shall strike Kai Shin a blow. Shin exclaimed in astonishment. Kid had already prepared to exert all his efforts for rescue. Shun, in a fit of rage, shouted, Kid, instantly teleport and bring him here. His voice was so loud and piercing that it nearly shattered the sound barrier. Kid, realizing the urgency, activated his instant transmission, the perfect skill for delivering swift assistance. With a whoosh, Kid vanished and soon reappeared, clutching Slug. The timing was impeccable, 31 seconds. Bang. True to his word, Frieza, as a gentleman of integrity, ensured his promises were upheld. Shun collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Ho ho ho. With newfound strength, he inadvertently exerted a tad too much force. Kid, if you do not save him soon, he may indeed perish. Kid was taken aback. Slug, resting on his hoe, wore an expression that suggested he had had enough. Call Tian over here. You have 1 minute. If he does not arrive in time, I shall strike Shin again. Just as Shun began to rise, Kid had already departed. Having learned from experience that Frieza was relentless in his pursuit of tormenting the Kai, this iteration of the Kai was truly demanding. Tian arrived. The clock halting at 60 seconds. Ho ho ho. Perfectly timed at 60 seconds. I shall refrain from using my fists. With a swift motion, Frieza's tail struck Shin's face, causing him to roll his eyes back in shock. Kid. With a whoosh, Frieza vanished with Tian, having said not a word about why he sought him. Slug gazed at the now-recovered Shun, perplexed, and inquired, Might I ask, dear Kai, are you playing a game with Frieza? Shun's lips twitched. He wished to declare that Frieza was being utterly bothersome. Well, it is a game that fosters friendship. Let us partake as well. Slug, utterly unprepared, vanished from sight. That previous kick had been powerful and thunderous. Kid, go forth. Kid felt as though 1,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. He wished to strike, yet dared not. Frieza appeared on Earth like a specter, tossing Tian toward Gohan. Ho ho ho. Do you know what to do now? The crowd shook their heads, and Piccolo promptly interjected, I understand. I shall arrange for Bobo to conduct the coronation ceremony. Chapter 86. The World's Premier Martial Arts Tournament. Cell felt quite distressed, not due to becoming a member of the Heavenly Sect, but rather because of the burdensome task assigned to him by Dr. Gero, which left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Eventually, unable to contain himself any longer, he seized a moment while Frieza deigned elegantly to voice his thoughts. The World's Premier Martial Arts Tournament? Oh ho ho, that sounds splendid. Since we have some leisure time, let us organize it. We could make a grand announcement worldwide and seize the opportunity to collect some admission fees. Everyone was taken aback. It was astonishing that Frieza would express interest in money. Let us not forget that he once requested a patent fee from Bulma. Was he truly indifferent to wealth? Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you and number 17. Expedite the arrangements. Cell hesitated for a moment before decisively asking, will I still be able to absorb number 16? Frieza fell silent. Number 16 had transformed into a pillar of strength. Wouldn't this decision hurt many hearts? How about this? Let the Eternal Dragon create a new number 16, after all. I promised you. Cell was elated and seized number 17's arm, pulling him away. Wow, let go of me. Zhangya is watching. Opposition was futile. Oh ho ho. In no more than 15 days, the World's Premier Martial Arts Tournament shall commence, so make sure to practice diligently. If not a single soul can defeat Cell, then I shall not impede his desire to annihilate Earth. Cute. Broly, stop standing there like a fool and eat something. Broly sheepishly rubbed his stomach and replied, burp. I'm full. Frieza discreetly wiped his cold sweat and turned to Piccolo. Let us proceed to observe the deity's coronation ceremony. At the deity's palace, a group of individuals appeared on the expansive platform. It was Frieza's first visit here, and upon seeing Bobo, he felt a subtle tremor of divine power within him. Although the fluctuation was minor, it was palpable to Frieza. who had begun to grasp the utilization of divine energy, it was clear that Bobo was far from the weakling he appeared to be. Activating his scanning technique revealed an unprecedented situation. If divine power was not meant to be examined, then why had the Kai Shin not faced a similar circumstance? Pray tell, is this the deity who is about to ascend the throne? Bobo's expression remained unchanged as he addressed 1010 in a calm tone. 1010. He still had no idea why he had come to Earth. Piccolo nodded seriously. Indeed, Bobo, please conduct the coronation ceremony for him. Without further ado, Bobo approached 1010, extending his finger to place it gently upon 1010's forehead. Coronation ceremony. Commence. 3 seconds later. Coronation ceremony. Complete. Everyone was utterly speechless. Was this some sort of jest? The deity of Earth, so casual about such a momentous occasion? 1010, you can create Dragon Balls, right? At this moment, Piccolo suddenly realized he had neglected to ask a critical question. What if Tien couldn't do it? Fortunately, Tien did not disappoint everyone. Yes, give me a year, and I will undoubtedly accomplish it. Piccolo's lips twitched, and Bulma shot a glare at Frieza, fully aware of his unreliability. At that moment, Tien spoke again. If it's merely reviving the Dragon of Earth, I can manage that right now. Moreover, since it's the first resurrection, I can modify the number of wishes. As in the original tale, Tien swiftly revived the dragon and adjusted the wishes to 2, showcasing his undeniable brilliance. Ho ho ho, go ahead and make your wishes. Remember, I want a copy of Android 16. A mere robot should be no problem, right? Who dares to oppose? Who dares to resist? The first lackey of the heavenly order, Dodoria, was indeed powerless against them, but the third lackey, who was not a lackey in the conventional sense, possessed the strength to teach them a lesson. Once everyone had departed, Tien began to weep. Wah, how did I end up so far from home? I don't want to be a god. Silence. Go to your homework. Frieza impatiently barked, causing Tien to scamper away, leaving only Frieza and Bobo. Who are you really? Goddess attendant? Impossible. The Supreme Kai Shin's attendant is not as enigmatic as you. Oh, I do not belong to the Supreme Kai system. An attendant of the angels? No. An attendant of the Omni King? No. Then whose attendant could you possibly be? I don't remember. Only one character remains. What character? God. Frieza was taken aback. God. Nonsense. You are an attendant, and your master is no god. It's a damn ghost. Knowing too much is not good for you. You are not yet worthy of this knowledge. Bobo's calm, unwavering gaze, coupled with his recent words, deeply wounded Frieza. He yearned for battle. Your divine power is, in my eyes, nothing but a jest. I can shatter it in an instant. Frieza. Ho ho ho. Hello, Mr. Bobo. Goodbye, Mr. Bobo. With a whoosh, Frieza vanished from the spot, already aware that Mr. Bobo was an unfathomable ancient being, and all his actions in the original tale were mere facade. Was a base battle power of 7 billion truly impressive? Multiply that by 4, then by 3, resulting in 840 billion. Impressive, perhaps? In Dragon Ball Super, one might say it could be obliterated with a mere puff. Furthermore, one curious point remains. In Dragon Ball Super, Bobo seemingly never encountered the angel Whis or the god of destruction Beerus. This is quite intriguing, perhaps due to Vegeta and Gohan already reaching Super Saiyan 2. The urgency of the original narrative diminished, leading Goku and the others to forego re-entering the hyperbolic time chamber. The gravity chamber at Bulma's home reopened for business, and every day it would be thoroughly exhausted, a rather pitiable situation. Upon entering the time chamber, Piccolo emerged radiating an ethereal glow. A fervent desire to shout out his intention to confront 10 Friezas surged within him, yet he ultimately chose silence. This was primarily due to overhearing Gohan being pressed by Chi-Chi to study, as history serves as a mirror to reflect gains and losses, and copper serves to correct attire. Piccolo required no historical reference, merely recalling events from a few days prior sufficed. The imminent World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth quickly became common knowledge, with the allure of a grand prize of 100 million attracting countless martial artists eager to sharpen their skills. This news spread like wildfire, even reaching the underworld and eventually the Supreme Kai's planet. Consequently, it summoned 2 legendary specters, ancient beings who had long since departed from the realm of the living, Ribs and Oliver. Ribs bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo, save for the absence of his antennae and the presence of dark blemishes atop his head. Notably, he, like Piccolo, favored donning heavy armor. One could only hope he would not find himself collapsing as frequently as Piccolo due to the weight of his gear. Oliver, on the other hand, was a golden-haired Westerner, a muscular figure reminiscent of the instructor teaching Vegeta to drive. Recently, the Supreme Kai had become enamored with the trendy activity of square dancing, and to avoid disturbance during his passionate routines, he granted permission for these 2 to frolic on Earth. Now, let us turn our attention to the warriors in training. As the World Martial Arts Tournament was set to commence in 15 days, prompting a frenzy of urgent preparations among participants, we shall not dwell on the trivial. Instead, let us observe what the champions are engaged in. Yamcha, the founder of the Wolf Fang Fist, a technique that, despite its obscurity in name, is frequently employed in battle. With a power level of 1 million, he is currently preoccupied with charming the ladies. Krillin promptly switched the scene. No problem at all. Shenron, possessor of the four witches fist, solar fist, and kikaho, this three-eyed fighter once vied for the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament against a youthful Goku, ultimately succeeding. With a power level of 1.5 million, he experienced 2 bouts of unconsciousness on Bupa's star, but has since grasped the essence of life. Presently, he finds himself in a tattoo parlor. Boss, ink me a 5-clawed golden dragon. Oh yes, that feels wonderful. This time, I shall astonish everyone. Krillin, renowned for his signature technique, the Kienzan, regrettably, its overwhelming power often results in cleaving opponents in two, rendering it seldom used in regular combat. With a power level of 2 million, he stands as the strongest among Earthlings, no arguments accepted. Yet, he is presently in a state of melancholy. For upon Broly's arrival, even Android 18 found his physique more appealing, deeming him a simpler soul, thereby elevating Broly as the new target for her affections, eclipsing Goku entirely. Especially, number 18 remarked, when Broly says kawaii, it is utterly adorable. With a heart as fragile as glass, it shatters into a million pieces. Perhaps driven by a sense of defeat, or motivated to prove his worth, he fervently dedicated himself to training under the guidance of Son Goku, disregarding the counsel of those around him as he resolutely entered the gravity chamber. Fortunately, the scene reminiscent of Yamcha's past did not unfold, much to everyone's relief. Dumplings and Master Roshi had abandoned their intentions to participate, joining Oolong and Puar as the 4 swordsmen of the Isle, exclusively indulging in the primetime yoga sessions. If Krillin stands as the mightiest among normal Earthlings, then among the extraordinary, the strongest duo on Earth is undoubtedly the siblings, number 17 and number 18. Number 17, known as Robbies, boasts a mane of sleek black hair and striking good looks. Though not wealthy, he possesses a lethal charm akin to a heartthrob. With a battle power of 3 billion and boundless energy, as long as his opponent cannot vanquish him, he can outlast them. It is said that Zanya grows increasingly fond of number 17, particularly after that fateful night when she was utterly captivated by his endless stamina. Hence, number 17 acquired yet another moniker, the Perpetual Motion Machine. Number 18, originally named Lazuli, is youthful and radiant, with flowing golden locks that once left Krillin utterly enchanted, swearing to be her devoted admirer. Yet, she finds herself intrigued by the adorably naive Broly, possessing a battle power of 3 billion and infinite energy herself. Although temporarily unable to forget Son Goku due to Dr. Gero's mission, she is gradually reconsidering her perspective. If number 17 is a heartthrob for mature women, number 18's beauty transcends age, having charmed the young Trunks, who was fortunate enough to be embraced by her first. Little Trunks exclaimed, so soft and comfortable. The two of them require no training. They merely need to seek out lightning across the world. Unfortunately, the thunderstorms on Earth are rather feeble, proving ineffective. Well, if none of them are particularly serious, let us observe how those from outer realms fare. Dodoria, the first elder of the Galactic Patrol, prefers the title of lackey, finding it far more relatable than the lofty title of elder. With a battle power of 3.5 million, the effects of Frieza's brutal training are evident. However, such a power level is rather insufficient, effectively ruling out any chances of advancing to the semifinals. Enraged, Dodoria declared, I never intended to participate in the first place. His temper is rather volatile, possibly a result of the inflated ego that comes with elevation and status, rivaling even Piccolo. Zanya, the epitome of cuteness, sports a wavy orange hairstyle, reminiscent of Krillin's former green tea girlfriend, Marin. When Frieza first laid eyes on her, he affectionately remarked, it feels like first love. It was this sentiment that led Frieza to spare her and even find her a boyfriend in the form of the Perpetual Motion Machine, number 17, who are now inseparable. Their current mindset is, why train when romance is far more important? With a battle power of 1 billion, she is quite formidable, as Frieza would say. She possesses 90 of a warrior's might, making her quite noteworthy. Piccolo, the Namekian often referred to as the Demon King, paradoxically finds himself engaged in caretaker duties. He requires no extravagant sustenance, surviving solely on water, a trait that has led his former master, the mighty Bojack, to affectionately dub him a vegetable. Emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, his battle power has reached an astonishing 5 billion, and he currently meditates within the gravity chamber, radiating an impressive aura. Trunks, known by the moniker Harry Potter Conan, is a love-starved youth who traversed time via a time machine. He is the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma from the future. This introduction may seem slightly inadequate, but it suffices. As a hybrid possessing Saiyan blood, he has lived on Earth since childhood and inherited his father Vegeta's genetics, making his transformation into a Super Saiyan considerably easier. Regrettably, due to a lack of training from Vegeta in the future, his foundational skills are severely lacking. He diligently engages in various basic training routines within the gravity chamber, such as sit-ups, push-ups, pull-ups, squats, and rapid punches, often crawling to the dining hall. His battle power has finally peaked at an impressive 2.3 billion as a Super Saiyan, with only a catalyst needed to break through to 2.4 billion, enabling him to transform into Super Saiyan 2 through sheer rage. While Saiyans are often characterized by their recklessness, Trunks stands out as the most composed among them, the sole Saiyan who remains grounded. Gohan, at the tender age of 10, plus an additional year spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, has reached the age of 11. As a Saiyan hybrid born on Earth, he has already displayed prodigious talent. In a remarkable display of power, he once multiplied his battle strength by 500, sending even the legendary warrior Broly into a state of near madness. With a battle power soaring to 6 billion, he has become a formidable force, overshadowing both Uncle Piccolo and Father Goku. Chapter 88, The Armored Sal. Goku, distinguished by his crab-like head, is a low-class Saiyan warrior whose battle power at birth was a mere 2, leading to his placement on Earth, a remote and weak planet. Some speculate that Bardock secretly altered their course, resulting in their landing on Earth. Nevertheless, these matters are trivial now. What truly matters is that Goku has transcended his class and has now achieved the status of a Super Saiyan, even surpassing that with the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Although he has only recently attained this form, he boasts an astonishing battle power of 5 billion, a testament to his prowess. Vegeta, the proud prince of the Saiyans, possesses an ego so formidable it is almost breathtaking. He was the first warrior to break the Super Saiyan barrier, and subsequently the first to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Extended periods spent in the gravity chamber have resulted in a somewhat shorter stature, yet this has not hindered his prowess, as he now reigns supreme among Saiyans with a staggering battle power of 5 billion, commanding respect and admiration from all. He possesses an assertive wife, Bulma, the world's wealthiest individual, who has borne him a well-behaved son, Trunks, Little Trunks. Although a consequence of a drunken encounter, it is nonetheless an inevitable twist of fate, for Vegeta's affection for Bulma is genuine, devoid of any pretense. Cell, a hybrid entity composed of the cells of many, was also transported from a future timeline. After devouring the juvenile form of this timeline Cell, he ascended directly to his perfect state. Through a series of fortuitous events, Cell achieved a historic evolution, reaching his second form as Lightning Cell, boasting a combat power of 5 billion. While he possesses relatively few Saiyan cells, there remains considerable potential for advancement. At this moment, he gazes at the unconscious Android 16, saliva unconsciously pooling at the corners of his mouth. This is a gift bestowed upon him by Frieza for joining the TNZ Pavilion. Android 16, or rather, now referred to as Optimus Prime, has undergone a remarkable transformation thanks to the collaborative efforts of Bulma and Dr. Briefs, with his consciousness merged into a clone created by the dragon. Although his combat power has diminished from 1.2 billion to 1200, he never harbored a desire for conflict, making this outcome the most favorable. Broly, a pure-blooded Saiyan, was born with an astonishing combat power of 10,000, a prodigy seldom seen in a century, the legendary Super Saiyan. When enraged, he becomes utterly unrecognizable. However, the calm Broly is quite docile and exceedingly adorable. This harmless appearance has captivated countless young women, particularly Android 18, who seems to have found her very own Prince Charming. Thus, it is evident that physical appearance can indeed influence many outcomes. Broly's mere presence eclipsed Krillin, leaving him in a perilous state within the gravity chamber. He is the sole individual strictly forbidden by Frieza from associating too closely with Goku. Even when Broly is present, Vegeta refrains from referring to Goku as Kakarot. As for our Lord Frieza, it is better left unsaid. He is a capricious being, and even introducing him feels like a waste of breath. Hohoho. These four characters perfectly encapsulate all that is Frieza. Within Bulma's residence, two locations have been ensnared by Frieza's divine powers. The first is, of course, the dining room, one of the few places Frieza actually enjoys. The second is the backyard of Bulma's home, where the gigantic creatures have been released, now serving as the arena for warriors' battles. Regardless of the magnitude of the turmoil within these two areas, it will not affect the outside world unless the combat power exceeds 50 billion. Boom. A tremendous explosion resonated from Bulma's backyard. It turns out Cell has just managed to devour Android 16, the robot. The overwhelming energy triggered an explosion, sending dust and debris flying. Yet the restrictions contained it from spreading. Meanwhile, the inseparable Android 17 and Zanja were nearby, engrossed in their affectionate exchanges, oblivious to the astonishing energy emanating from Cell. In this moment, whether one is in the throes of romance, freshly adorned with a tattoo, struggling for breath in the gravity chamber, engaged in combat within its confines, or rendered utterly bewildered by the antics of Android 18, all have hastened to the scene. And let us not forget the ever-gluttonous Frieza, who indulges in steak and juice daily, enhancing his combat prowess, has also arrived, attended by his most loyal underling. Cell's aura surged explosively, rapidly surpassing Frieza's previous power level of 7 billion, inching closer to Frieza's current formidable strength of 8 billion. Ho ho ho. Quite impressive. As expected from my carefully cultivated hybrid, a combat power of 7.8 billion. This is indeed commendable. A bead of cold sweat appeared upon the foreheads of all present. Wasn't he referred to as the fourth elder of the heavenly pavilion? How has he now become a mere hybrid? Look at this capricious being. How could Master Roshi possibly introduce him? Shall he compose a monumental tome of millions of words titled Dragon Ball? Frieza, I implore you. Act like a human being. As the smoke within the confines of the garden dissipated, a figure emanating a golden aura stepped forward. His skin remained green, yet now shimmered with a metallic sheen. The black spots had transformed into a regal purple, enhancing his otherworldly allure. His once purple wings had turned golden, now possessing a metallic texture that appeared exceptionally sharp. The needle at the end of his tail had vanished, replaced by a purple armor, perhaps a psychological remnant of the past. Each step cell took resonated with the sound of metal clashing, and as he approached Frieza, he knelt with a resounding thud. Fourth of the heavenly pavilion, armored cell, pays homage to Lord Frieza. May Lord Frieza, undefeated in battle, embody both martial and scholarly virtues, reigning for eternity and unifying the cosmos. Whoosh. At that moment, Frieza had activated his third transformation of the starry change, the trifold wave. With a combat power of 24 billion, he swiftly imparted a lesson on humility to Cell. While indeed devoid of gender, he was certainly not akin to the androgynous figure of Dongfang Bubi, the master of the sunflower technique. Ho ho ho. Should I ever hear such absurd congratulatory phrases again? I shall have no choice but to rend your purple armor to shreds. Remember, even the Kai Shin's arrival would be futile. Dodoria wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That previous compliment had been imparted to Cell by him. Alas, had he known, he would have uttered it himself. It is likely that his combat power would have ascended a tier. Tomorrow marks the preliminary round of the World Martial Arts Tournament, and I eagerly anticipate your performances. Ho ho ho. Confidence gleamed in the eyes of all. Even Armored Cell, sprawled upon the ground, was no exception. Armored Cell proclaimed, "Has this day finally arrived? Allow me, Armored Cell, to demonstrate to you what utter helplessness truly means." Oh ha ha ha. Chapter 89. The first battle, a rivalry ignites with jealousy. Boom, boom. Countless fireworks erupted in the sky, vibrant and dazzling, heralding the grandeur of this World Martial Arts Tournament. The martial arts tournament this time was held on a small island, which, just half a month ago, was a desolate land. In the brief span of 2 weeks, a magnificent edifice had emerged, the arena for the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Designed by Frieza, constructed by Dodoria, ticket sales managed by Dodoria, culinary delights provided by the staff of the Universal Capsule Kitchen, and sponsored by Bulma. The ground, impeccably flat and devoid of any protrusions, boasted a splendid yet grandiose competition venue, all thanks to Dodoria's tireless efforts and emotional toil. Today, this small island has attained global recognition, attracting individuals from every corner of the world. Among them were werewolves, bearmen, dinosaurs, lizard folk, cat people, dog-headed beings, but the majority were ordinary humans. The registration area was bustling with excitement, featuring many familiar faces once encountered by Sun Wukong, Keenan, Naom, Tao Pai Pai, UPA, and King Champa, with UPA participating in such a tournament for the first time. Next to register were the warriors from Dragon Ball. Finally, the spotlight turned to the reigning champion of Earth. A popular figure among humans, characterized by his curly, explosive hair, a mustache resembling teeth, and a golden belt symbolizing his prowess. His physique was extraordinarily muscular. He was none other than Mr. Satan, the formidable contender who could break 14 bricks with his bare hands. His battle power surpassed even that of a pregnant Bulma, reaching a staggering 137 points, derived from his performance on the punching bag. The commentator, a suave man in sunglasses, was the most dedicated announcer in the Dragon Ball universe. With a proclamation from the king, the world's greatest martial arts tournament was officially underway. A figure resembling a cat ascended the stage and cleared his throat. Meow. Thus, the preliminary rounds commenced. Dodoria, a veritable genius in construction, had ingeniously built 16 small arenas. Once the group matches concluded, these could be reassembled into 4 larger arenas, culminating in a grand singular arena for the finals. During the group matches, Dan utilized his magic to separate all the Dragon Ball warriors, and remarkably, Mr. Satan managed to avoid encountering any of them. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, it took an entire morning to determine the top 16. Among them were Cell and Broly from the Heavenly Realm, the trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Gohan, the father-son duo of Vegeta and Trunks, the siblings Android 17 and Android 18, Ribrian, Oliver, Zanya, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, Mr. Satan, and UPA. Quite the embarrassment. This year's preliminary rounds of the world's greatest martial arts tournament yielded a plethora of eggs and soda cans, save for Mr. Satan and UPA. The rest displayed overwhelming strength reminiscent of Saitama. Excluding Broly, the spectacle lacked any visual excitement. Nonetheless, they had navigated through to the semifinals without incident. where the arena was larger and the competitors even more formidable. 4 arenas simultaneously hosted the quarterfinals, featuring 16 contenders vying for 8 slots. It is said that reaching the top 8 guarantees a prize of 10 million, while the champion stands to gain a staggering 100 million, along with the opportunity to challenge the hidden entity of this tournament, Frieza. Regrettably, aside from Goku and Vegeta, none are interested in confronting Frieza. Is it not merely a quest for suffering? Without further ado, the semifinals officially commence. Broly faces Krillin, while Cell contends with Ribs. Goku squares off against Oliver, and Vegeta takes on Zanja. Number 17 faces off against Date, number 18 against Piccolo, Tien Shinhan against Gohan, and UPA against Satan. All 4 arenas ignite simultaneously. Let us first observe the battle on Broly's side. Upon encountering Broly, Krillin's enmity is palpable. Each time he sees Broly's endearingly vacant expression, steam rises from his nose in indignation. Rat-a-tat-tat. I shall not allow you to steal my love, nor shall I permit you to continue your endearing antics. Enraged, Krillin unleashes a torrent of power from the outset, his movements swift as the wind, his force astonishingly immense. Each strike upon Broly resonates like thunder. Boom! The audience is instantly stirred, their excitement ignited, at last. It is no longer a mere display of superhuman strength, but a fiery clash of combat. It seems there are tantalizing rumors swirling around. Go, bald-headed lad. Defeat that pretender. Do not harm him. Broly is so handsome, so adorable. Please, do not treat my idol so violently. Broly gazes blankly at Krillin, who is attempting to massage him. Krillin, apply a bit more pressure. My shoulder is sore from number 18 leaning on it. Buzz. With Broly remaining silent and passive, he unwittingly provokes Krillin, who loses all semblance of composure. Return my youth to me, and restore my goddess. Love and anger have the potential to awaken one's latent abilities. The combination of both is particularly potent. Thus, Krillin erupts. Roar. So kawaii. Keep going. Don't stop. Exert yourself even more. Broly, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, willingly extends his arm for Krillin to strike. Bang 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 bang. The vibrant sounds of impact completely enrapture the audience. Oh dear, poor Broly. Having endured such an onslaught, is he truly unscathed? This is a plaintive cry from a fervent female fan. Solar Flare. Today witness my ultimate technique, the spirit-cutting slash. Krillin is now utterly unrestrained. Buzz. A circular disc of light manifests in Krillin's hand, radiating a formidable aura. A flicker of change finally appears in Broly's gaze, primarily due to the discomfort inflicted by the solar flare. As for the so-called spirit-cutting slash, Broly hardly regards it as a threat. With his usual battle power at 50 billion, would he truly fear a technique from one with a mere 1 million battle power? No matter how formidable, it is of no consequence. Perish. Number 18 belongs to me. Buzz. The energy blade sliced towards Broly's shoulder. Ultimately, Krillin refrained from aiming for Broly's neck or chest, for he did not wish to cause number 18 any sorrow. Splurt. The audience collectively tensed, for Krillin's energy blade had appeared exceedingly formidable. Well, this is acceptable. Let me try again. Broly's calm, innocent voice echoed once more, leaving Krillin utterly dumbfounded. The crowd erupted with excitement. Incredible. Broly is immensely powerful. Not only is he innocent, but he is also remarkably fierce. Broly, I wish to bear your children. At that moment, the girl who cheered the loudest was met with number 18's piercing gaze, causing her to flee in terror towards the restroom. Krillin felt despondent. Having understood the vast disparity in power, he finally recognized that he and number 18 were destined to be worlds apart. His looks, physique, and combat prowess were all utterly overshadowed. Wah! Goku. I shall seek the dragon, and I desire the Saiyan physique. I want to become a Saiyan. Woe is me. Krillin voluntarily exited the arena. In this battle, Broly merely stood and endured the onslaught, using only his words, yet emerging victorious. This had been Broly's approach from the very beginning, in the preliminary rounds. He had simply exhausted his opponents into submission. Next, it would be Cell versus the Demon King, Ribrian.